and Gene Autry.
I'm back in the saddle again, out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly I'm dressing up in style, for in a little while I'm gonna ride into town, and every cowboy pal I know will lift his heel and toe when payday rolls around. And so I'm feeling fine, because there's lots of time until we're all homeward bound. To work and slave with cattle, sweat and swear and battle until payday rolls around.
What does a cowboy do when all of his work is through? Just what I'm gonna do now. With money to spend and jingle off into town to mingle with all my friends I allow.
I'm dressing up in style, for in a little while I'm gonna ride into town, and every cowboy pal I know will lift his heel and toe when payday rolls around. And so I'm feeling fine, because there's lots of time until we're all homeward bound. To work and slave with cattle, sweat and swear and battle until payday rolls around. Well, howdy there, friends and neighbors, and welcome once more to Melody Ranch. Sometimes to every lonely one, sometimes someone comes along. Somewhere there is an only one singing love's old song. The gray skies above you will change to fairest blue. Sometimes someone will whisper, I love you. Thank you very, very much there, friends. Thank you. Say, Patrick.
Yeah, Mr. Autry, what's on your mind?
Well, I was just going to tell you. I saw a guy today who said that he knew you.
Oh, he knows me? Well.
Can't think of his name, though.
Oh, you can't think. Was his name Schwartz?
No.
Buchanan?
No.
Wasn't Carstairs Bridle Snapper, was it?
No.
Was it Aaron McCarran?
No.
Was it Brown?
No, it wasn't Brown.
Was it Brown?
I just told you it wasn't Brown.
Well, I know two Browns. I thought maybe it was the other one.
And it wasn't Jackson, either.
Well,
Now, look. Suppose we just forget it, huh? Besides, I want to talk to you about a couple of jobs I got for you tomorrow.
Oh. Was it Smith?
No, it wasn't Smith. And stop changing the subject. Now, listen. First, as soon as you get up in the morning, I want you to throw some hay to the horses. Put the cows out on the pasture. Clean the harness.
Yeah, but...
Yeah, cut some wood for the kitchen. Unload those supplies that we got in town yesterday. Yeah. And then you know what?
What?
Bingo. It's ready for breakfast.
I had quite a night of it there, didn't I?
Never mind about the cracks. Now, after breakfast, I want you to go and mend that fence over in the back pasture, brand that new bunch of calves we just got in, clean out the barn, cut some wood for the kitchen again, take the tractor over and plow that new 30-acre strip, and then you know what?
What?
Bingo, you're ready for lunch.
I'm not rushing them in the kitchen, am I?
Never mind the rushes. Now then, here comes the good part.
Oh, there's a good part to it, huh?
Yes. When night comes, you can ride into town and visit that little waitress that you've been going out with lately.
You mean Sunel Coonrod?
That's the one.
Oh, yeah.
Just think. You can set out on the swing on her back porch.
Uh-huh.
She'll put her little old head over on your shoulder.
Oh,
And you'll put your little old arm around her.
yeah.
And then you know what?
Yeah, bingo, I'm ready for breakfast again.
I'm a fool to care when you treat me this way. I know I love you, but what can I do? I'm a fool to care. I'm a fool to cry when you tell me goodbye. You left me so blue when you were untrue. I'm a fool to care. I know I should laugh and call it a day, but I know I would cry if you went away. I'm a fool to care when you don't care for me. Why should I pretend I'll lose in the end? I'm a fool to care. I know I should laugh and call it a day, but I know I would cry if you went away. I'm a fool to care when you don't care for me. Why should I pretend I'll lose in the end? I'm a fool to care. Thank you very, very much, folks. I'm glad you liked it. Well, sir, here it is, story time once more on Melody Ranch. So what do you say that you all sit back and relax while I tell you the story of Buck versus Kate? A story that all began one summer quite a long time back, long before I ever owned Melody Ranch. At any rate, Johnny Bond and I were getting awful close to broke one day when we read an ad in the Help Wanted column of one of the stock journals saying that a fellow by the name of Buck Dean needed a couple of experienced hands. So, without further ado, we rode out to the B-Bar D spread, saw Buck Dean, and got the job.
Okay, you two. It's all clear then. Your only job is to ride my east boundary line from one end to the other. Covered like a blanket. And I mean covered. I'm settling an old score with that dame that runs that ranch next to mine, named Kate Hawkins.
Oh? Anything serious?
Plenty, son, plenty. 3 months ago, she had her place surveyed. The survey showed that my barn was setting 21 inches over on her property. 21 inches, mind you. So you know what that old she-cat did? She went to the law and made me move my whole barn over that measly 21 inches. Cost me darn near $400.
Ooh-wee.
Now, you can say that again, but now... now I've got her right where I want her. You see, the only water in this section is in Crazy Creek. And Crazy Creek is on my property.
Sounds to me like you got Miss Hawkins, or whatever her name is, right over the well-known barrel.
You darn right I have, son. But she started the whole thing by making me move my barn. And you know why?
No, why?
Because she's mean and ornery, that's why.
Oh.
And what's more, right now, she's building a new feed house jam up again the same barn she made me move.
Oh?
And there's where I've got her again.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Dean?
That I wouldn't tell my closest relative, son, even if I thought he dropped dead the second I told him.
Well, it looked as if a real battle was on between Buck Dean and Kate Hawkins. And even though Buck made it sound like Kate was a holy terror, I had a hunch there might be another side of the story. And there was. Matter of fact, it was the next day about noon, I guess. I'd gotten down off a champ and was on my stomach just getting a drink out of Crazy Creek when all of a sudden I saw a reflection in the water. A reflection that talked.
How do you know that water ain't full of rat poison, cowboy?
Huh? Well, I don't, ma'am. But if it is, I'd like to know it now so I can make peace with myself.
One of them new hands that old reprobate hired?
What old reprobate?
Oh, you know what old reprobate I'm talking about. Well, why don't you take a shot at me? I'm standing on your side of the boundary line.
What for? You're not hurting anything. Leastwise, you're not taking any water.
And if I was taking your water, what then?
Well, ma'am, I'll tell you. You being a woman, I don't guess there's anything I could do.
Well, look, cowboy, don't ever let my being a woman stand in your way, because I can whip any man in these parts. And you ain't no exception.
You know, you can just bet your last dollar that I'm not going to give you a chance to prove it.
Well, good.
Say, by the way, what's all this trouble between you and Buck Dean about, anyway?
Now, don't tell me he ain't told you.
He told me his side of it. Matter of fact, he claims that you started the whole thing by making him move his barn over 21 inches.
Oh, he did, eh? Well, for your information, it dates back a lot further than that.
Oh?
Sure. As far as that barn moving episode is concerned, I gotta admit I did it for spite, but believe me, I had my spider coming.
You know, Miss Hawkins, I was just thinking.
What?
How far is your water tank from this creek at the nearest point?
Oh, about 300 yards, I'd say, and why?
Well, just this. It'd be mighty easy to lay 300 yards of pipe from the creek to your tank, wouldn't it?
What? Are you out of your mind? Not with men riding up and down this creek day and night watching every move I make, it wouldn't.
Well, that's just the point, Miss Hawkins. I ride the day shift. And I might accidentally, of course, make it convenient not to see what happens.
Oh. You know, cowboy, you got a real smart head on them big shoulders. Anytime I can do anything for you, just let me know.
Will you shake on that?
I'll put her there.
And so the next day, Kate Hawkins had her men start laying a pipeline through a wheat field that led from Crazy Creek to her water tank. It was a simple job, and in no time at all, her tank was filled to overflowing, with Buck Dean none the wiser. At any rate, after that, things went along right peaceful, like for the next couple of weeks. But then one day, the old man sent for me.
Dean, this is going to be my big day with Kate Hawkins.
Oh, is that so? I thought you two had settled down to a slow walk.
Huh? Not by a long shot. You remember me telling you that she made me move my barn over 21 inches after she had that survey made?
Yeah?
And you know that new concrete feed house she just finished building yesterday jam up again my barn?
Yeah?
Well, I'm going to make her tear down the whole shebang and move it back off in my property.
But I thought that...
I know what you thought, and Kate Hawkins thought the same thing. When I had to move my barn, I moved it over 36 inches instead of 21 inches. And now she's got a new concrete feed house resting exactly 15 inches over on my property. Yes, sir, son, this is the night I've been waiting a long, good evening, Miss Hawkins. I wonder if I might trouble you to discuss a little business.
Why, certainly, Mr. Dean. Now, won't you come in?
Oh, thank you. And by the way, this is Mr. Autry, one of my hands, Miss Hawkins.
How do you do, ma'am?
Well, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Autry. Any friend of Mr. Dean's is a friend of mine.
Yes. I take it your business has been good, Miss Hawkins.
Oh, never better, Mr. Dean. Oh, by the way, before we get down to whatever discussion you have in mind, would either of you gentlemen care for a piece of fresh home-baked apple pie?
Not for me, thank you, Miss Hawkins. You see, this is purely business call. However, after we've discussed...
Well, very well. And now, Mr. Dean, what, if I may ask, is the nature of your call?
Well, to begin with, Miss Hawkins, I'm sure you haven't forgotten the, shall we say, unfortunate incident when your survey forced me to move my barn over 21 inches off your property.
Oh, yes, that was unfortunate, wasn't it? But now that it's all over...
But that's why I called. You see, Mrs. Hawkins, it isn't all over.
Oh, I don't believe I understand, Mr. Dean.
Well, Miss Hawkins, in my clever way, I hit upon an idea while moving my barn to move it over 36 inches instead of 21 inches. So now, for your information, your new concrete feed house happens to be resting approximately 2 feet over on my property.
Oh? Well, now, that is unfortunate, isn't it? That is, except for one small thing.
Eh? What small thing you talking about?
Well, this, Mr. Dean, this report.
Report? What report?
The report of the survey. You see, it actually showed that your barn was originally 4 feet over on my property.
What did you say?
That's right, Mr. Dean. You see, when I told you your barn was only 21 inches over, I allowed for your trickery. So for your official information, your blasted barn is still on my property.
But I tell you,
that's what it is, Mr. Dean.
Now, look here, Kate Hawkins, you I'll get him with you.
You better take him home before he explodes, Mr.
I think you're right, Miss Hawkins. We'll see you later.
Right, Dean. And good night, Mr. Dean.
Nice night, Buck. Too bad it wasn't yours.
It was just like having somebody stick a knife in my back. Having her get the upper hand like that.
I know that, Buck. I know that. But don't forget you came over to make her feel the same way you feel now.
I know, Gene, but darn it, she's a woman.
Yeah, I know that. And there's where you made your first mistake. Believe me, Buck, you're wasting your time to put anything over on one of them.
You mean that
I mean that you're licked, thoroughly and completely. So look, now, why don't you go back in there and patch the whole thing up, once and for all?
What? Me make up with that old she-cat? Not on your
Okay,
life.
all right, you're the boss. But don't forget, if you set out to cause any more trouble, she can make you move your barn. And that's liable to be mighty foolish and expensive.
But, Gene, what'll I say to her?
You don't have to say anything. Just ask her if she's willing to let bygones be bygones.
Well...
All right, come on. Swallow that silly pride.
Oh, all right. You win. But if it don't work, Gene Autry, you're fired.
Well, I'll take that chance. Now, come on.
Well, howdy, boys. Are you back so soon?
Why, yes. Buck has something he'd like to say to you, Miss Hawkins.
Oh?
Go ahead, Buck.
Kate, I was just thinking. You need water since Crazy Creek is on my property.
Yes, Buck.
Well, I'll see to it that you get all the water you want, but please, Kate, don't make me move my barn again.
Well, Miss Hawkins, what do you say?
Okay, Buck. You got yourself a deal.
Oh, thank goodness. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, yes. There's one other thing. If the offer's still open, I think I'd like a piece of that apple pie now.
In the hills of
And now, friends, suppose we take a musical trail, ride up to the most beautiful country that this whole west of ours knows. Country where the mountains touch the clouds, and the clouds touch heaven. Matter of fact, there's a mighty pretty song included in our all-expense tour that tells all about the sights along the way. It goes like this. Let me ride on a trail in the hills of old Wyoming, where the coyotes wail in the gloaming. For it's there that my heart's at home. In the night, let me rest with the blue sky from my ceiling, till the wind's lullaby comes a-stealing from the hills where my heart's at home. Wake with the song,
Wake with the song,
wake with the sun,
wake with the sun. Saddle to men, cattle to tend, daddy-do-be-da.
let me live on the range, where a man has room to roam in and to dream of his love in the gloaming, in the hills of old Wyoming, in the hills of old Wyoming. Well, good friends, that seems to be the last rung on the old ladder for this Melody Ranch party. But we've got another swell get-together lined up for you at this same time and over these same stations, so try and join us then, won't you? Meantime, this is Gene Autry asking you to keep thinking of us until we're back in the saddle again. Out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly Jensen weed, I'm back in the saddle again, riding the range once more, toting my old 44, where you sleep out every night and the only law is right, back in the saddle again. Whoopie-tie-I-O, rockin' to and fro, back in the saddle again. Whoopie-tie.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, if you've noticed that family favorites like Pabstet, the delicious golden cheese food, are sometimes missing from your dealer's shelves, remember there's a very good reason. Literally millions of pounds of dairy foods are being shipped abroad to help supply energy and the important milk nutrients our fighting men need. But dealers will usually have Pabstet in stock. And smart homemakers have learned what a wonderful extender it is for a host of wartime foods. Melted into a smooth cheese sauce, the grand cheddar cheese flavor of Pabstet gives real personality to leftovers of meat and fish and vegetables fixed in dozens of different ways. Pabstet is a tasty filling for the children's sandwiches, too, and it slices perfectly for serving with dessert or just by itself. Yes, for a delicious, nourishing, and economical help in preparing meals that'll give family appetites a real lift, ask your dealer for Pabstet in the round, flat package, spelled P-A-B-S-T-E-T-T. Pabstet. Only 3 red ration points for a generous package. Well, it's Easter weekend, and Saturday afternoon finds Gildersleeve out in the side lot surveying his victory garden and wondering whether to pull the weeds now or let them grow a little bigger so they'll be easier to get hold of. It looks as if they'd grow a little bigger, for from the window of the kitchen nearby comes the smell of good things in the oven. Let's follow him in and see what's cooking.
Fee-fi-fo-fum. I smell something good. What's Bertie making there, Marjorie?
Frosting for the Easter cake.
Frosting?
Yes, sir, and I guess it's about done.
Bertie,
What is it, Mr. Gildersleeve?
You aren't going to put that delicious egg beater in the sink.
Oh, no, sir. I'm saving it for Leroy.
Leroy can lick the bowl. Give it here.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Uncle Mort, you're looking cross-eyed.
I don't want to miss any of it.
Kitchen door.
I'll go, Bertie.
Well, wipe off your chin.
Gildersleeve?
Yes?
Express. Sign here.
Wait a minute. What is it?
Crate. Sign here.
I didn't order any crate.
Name Gildersleeve?
Yes?
Sign here.
Yes. Well, hold the egg beater. And hold it, too. I don't know what I'm signing this for. There.
All right. One side, Bud.
Wait a minute.
One side.
We don't want that great big thing here in the kitchen.
Well, where do you want it? Make up your mind. I haven't got all day.
Listen, I've got a good mind to report you to your superior.
Brother, in 2 hours, I report to my draft board. Now, where do you want it?
All right. Set it right down here. Soldier, funny place.
Hey!
Yeah, careful. Don't you know we got a cake in the oven? Oh. That's the kind of service you get these days.
What do you suppose is in the crate, Uncle Mort?
I don't know, but we'll soon find out. Bertie, do you know where the hammer is?
Right there in the vegetable bin, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, just the place for it, too. Well, let's see now.
Careful, Uncle Mort. It might be something breakable.
Maybe I can pry the top up.
Hey, Uncle, is that the express man? Uh-huh.
And now it's coming.
Unc, wait a minute.
There.
Look out!
Oh, my goodness, rabbits.
Rabbits! Leroy! Here, rabbits! Here, rabbits! Oh, my goodness.
Oh, now we'll never get them. They're under the refrigerator.
Maybe if we had some food, we could get them to come out.
Yeah, try some Popsies. Rabbits don't eat Popsies.
I don't know, my dear. Popsies always tasted like rabbit food to me.
Well, I could poke under there with a broom, maybe.
Oh, no, you might hurt them. Those are very valuable rabbits. They cost me over $2.
Remind me to ask you, Leroy, where you got the $2. Here, Bunny, here, Bunny, here, Bunny, here, Bunny.
Oh, no, you'll never get them that way, Unc. You have to get down on your hands and knees.
And they can just stay under there.
Oh, Unc, we've got to get them out. They might get stuck under there. Those are Flemish giants. They grow fast.
Yes. All right. It'll teach them a lesson, then.
Oh, there he goes. I got him. I got one, Unc. Oh, look. Isn't he darling?
Bring him over here, Leroy. Let me see.
Oh, he's frightened. Look, he's shivering. Let me hold him, Leroy.
No, let me hold him.
Sure, Unc. Here. Don't let him get away. That's a valuable rabbit.
Oh, isn't he cunning? Feel him, Marjorie. Feel how soft he is.
Ah.
There, little bunny. Now, don't you be frightened. Look, Marjorie, look how he wrinkles up his little nose. Would you?
Uncle Mort, you're doing it, too.
I can't help it. He's making faces at me, the little rascal.
You like him, Unc?
Oh, he's as cute as the dickens, Leroy. How did you get him?
Well, from an ad in Wonder Man Comics. I sent for them, only $2.17 express prepaid.
Where did you get the $2.17?
Oh, I got it. It's a great investment, Unc. It says in the ad. Boys, make big money raising rabbits.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't count on it, my boy. As pets, rabbits may be fine, but...
Who said anything about pets? I'm raising these rabbits to eat.
To eat?
Eat a little fuzzy, cunning, helpless little thing like that? Leroy, I think you're horrible.
Marjorie, take this rabbit and put him somewhere. I want to get to the bottom of this.
I got the other one, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, give him to Marjorie, Bertie.
There, now, Flopsy and Mopsy. Come on, we'll find a nice, safe, warm place for you, away from that awful Leroy.
Yes. Now, young man, why was I not consulted before you bought those rabbits?
Well, I wanted to surprise you, Unc, for Easter.
You surprised me, all right. Where'd you get the money?
All of it?
Of course. All of it.
Well, the 17 cents I had.
All right, but what about the $2?
Well, you know those old, rusty, no-good old roller skates I got Christmas before last?
They were very excellent skates when I gave them to you.
I thought Santa Claus gave them to me.
We won't argue about that, young man.
All right. Anyway, they were always getting in your way, and anyway, I outgrew them, and anyway, one wheel was busted, so I traded them with Piggy.
Did you tell him the wheel was busted, broken?
Well, he doesn't need all the wheels. He just wants to make a pushmobile.
Yes. Nevertheless, that was not a very honest thing to do, Leroy, was it?
Well, he swapped it for a spark coil that wouldn't spark.
I'm glad to hear you didn't get the best of it. Now, stop beating around the bush and tell me, where did you get those $2?
Well, you know the spark coil?
You just told me about it. It wouldn't spark.
Yeah, so I traded it.
Who'd you trade it to?
Michael.
Mrs. Ransom's little niece? I mean nephew?
Well, he wanted it, Unc. He kept pestering me for it.
Did you tell him it wouldn't work? Did you?
Well, gosh, Unc, you wouldn't want me to give him a spark coil that works. They're dangerous. He might get a shock.
He might get it. All right, you charlatan. What did you trade the spark coil for? Come on, what did you trade it for?
$2.
That's what we call selling, Leroy, not trading. And you sold that spark coil under false pretenses, with deliberate intent to defraud.
Oh, no, I didn't, Unc, honest.
Then what was your intention?
To get the $2.
Leroy, I honestly believe you don't know the simple difference between right and wrong.
Yeah, that's all it is, Unc. I don't know any better. Gosh, if I knew
That's
any better...
enough, Leroy. Go help Marjorie find a place for those rabbits. And see that it's not in my study. I'll take this thing up with you later.
Yeah, sure, I will. I'll find a good place for them.
Bertie, I don't know what I'm going to do about that boy. I swear I don't.
Oh, now, Leroy ain't a bad boy, Mr. Gildersleeve. He's just a boy, that's all.
Well, he needs something. I don't know what, though.
Well, if you ask me, Mr. Gildersleeve, what Leroy needs is a mother.
Yes, I'm afraid you're right, Bertie. There's not much I can do about that.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, you're young, Mr. Gildersleeve. You got your health. You even got a fiancée. And if you don't mind me asking, what is you waiting for?
By George, Bertie, that's what I'm going to ask her. And I'm going to ask her right now, too.
Who's there?
The Easter Bunny.
Throckmorton, I'll be right down. Don't go away, you hear?
I shouldn't have said that. I got to be tough with her. This time, by George, she's going to give me an answer. I'm not like some people. You can twist them around your little finger. Leela, when are we going to get married?
What did you say?
You heard me.
Oh, gracious, Throckmorton, you're so impetuous.
Impetuous? We've been engaged now for 4 months. What's so impetuous about that? I want to know when we're going to get married.
Well, come in, won't you?
No, you come out.
Very well, Throckmorton, if you wish.
Yes. Now, we're going to sit down here on the veranda and settle this once and for all.
Yes, let's. You know, Throckmorton, you're so masterful. I hardly know you when you're like this.
Well, it's my other side. Now, let's get down to business. When do we get married? Name the date, Leela.
Well, tell me first, why do you want me to marry you, Throckmorton?
Well, because... just because.
Because what?
Because I...
Go on, say it. Because you what?
Well, I think Leroy needs a mother.
A mother? Is that all I am to you, a mother for Leroy?
Now, Leela, I didn't say that.
Well, I guess I know what you were thinking, and I can give you your answer right now.
Now, Leela, don't fly off the handle. Let's be reasonable about this thing.
Throckmorton, I am the soul of reason, I assure you. I've thought it all over, and I've decided that we have no business getting married till after the war.
After the war? But, Leela, that may be a long time.
Well, you asked me for my decision, and that's it. I'll marry you the day the war is won.
That settles it.
What?
I demand a second front. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to interrupt here for just a moment in order to present a very charming and courageous lady who has something to say to you. That she is charming is no secret to her thousands of admirers, and the proof of her courage is her 4-month expedition across the Atlantic this past winter to entertain our troops in England, Ireland, Scotland, and North Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Kaye Francis.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask your attention for 1 minute. 1 minute isn't very long, but in this very brief minute that you hear my voice, men are dying for you. Dying on distant battlefields, in strange waters. Men from Nebraska, Illinois, Texas, boys from across the street, boys that you know. Right now, while I speak to you, 60 seconds in a minute. How many times 60 men are dying for you? And as they die, they are remembering home, remembering us, wanting to come home, knowing they never will. Are we worth remembering? Are we worth coming home to? No. Not unless we do all we possibly can to win this war. And our possible all is so little compared to what they give. We are not asked to give, but to lend our dollars to our government, to carry our share of the $13 billion needed in the second war loan. Lend your dollars, right now, right this minute, while those men are giving their lives for you. You'll get your dollars back.
Thank you, Miss Francis.
Now let's get back to Summerfield and the Great Gildersleeve. It's Easter morning, and the great man has started the day in a constructive and beneficent mood. He's intending, before donning his finery for the Easter parade, to build a rabbit hutch, but a brief inspection of the garage shows him that something is missing, namely the rabbits.
Leroy, where are your little pets?
You mean Mr. and Mrs. Rabbit?
Yes, you don't have to be so formal either.
Oh, well, they're in a perfectly safe place, Unc.
Where are they?
Don't worry about them.
Oh, Leroy!
What is it, Bertie?
Did you put those rabbits in the fireplace?
Fireplace?
There's no fire in it.
Yep.
That's their new home, Bertie. They love it there.
Well, maybe so, but they've moved out.
What?
They did.
Young man, you'll have to find those rabbits before we go to church. So get busy.
Oh, gosh, Unc, won't you help?
Well, that depends.
Say, here comes Judge Hooker over by the back fence.
Judge Hooker, huh? What's he doing around here?
Gildersleeve. Oh, Gildersleeve.
Just stay on the other side of that fence, Hooker. You owe me a fender.
You owe me a bumper. You happen to be the owner of 2 oversized, overaged gray rabbits?
Oh, my goodness. Go get them, Leroy. Those rabbits belong to my nephew, Judge Hooker. See that you don't do anything that injures them.
Injures them? Look here, I just caught him finishing up the last head of lettuce in my victory garden.
I'm beginning to like those rabbits.
Well, if I catch him over here again, I'll give him to the city pound. Here, take him, Leroy.
Thanks.
So just remember, Gildersleeve, you not only owe me a bumper, but you owe me 1 dozen heads of lettuce.
You owe me a fender, and you can take 12 heads of lettuce from my victory garden. What are you laughing at, you old nanny goat?
The rabbits ate your lettuce first.
Now, let's see. Handkerchief for the breast pocket. Need a flower for my buttonhole. Better put on the silk hat just to see how the whole thing looks. There. Hi, George Gildersleeve. You're a handsome fellow in the cutaway. Yes, sir. Come in.
Sam, come on down. Mrs. Ransom is here, and Marjorie wants to take everybody's picture.
Oh, good idea. I'll come right now. Leroy, I wonder if you could find me a flower somewhere for my buttonhole.
Okay, what do you want, an Easter lily?
No. Leroy, just something small and suitable. Oh, hello, Leela. Mm-hmm. Oh, happy Easter.
Well, happy Easter to you, too, Throckmorton.
Oh, that's a beautiful costume, my dear. Everyone will be saying, lucky Gildersleeve.
Oh, now, Throckmorton. But you look simply angelic in your gray trousers and cutaway, doesn't he, Marjorie?
Oh, he always does. He looks all ready for a wedding.
Let's not go into that.
Come on outdoors, everybody, and we'll take your picture. Ben's got the camera out there.
Well, are you sure there's time, Autry? Your uncle and I are going to church.
Oh, we all are.
Of course, Leela. Come on.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Happy Easter.
Oh, thanks, my boy. The same to you, Ben. Now, where do you want us to stand?
Oh, right there beside the lilacs will be all right.
Oh, fine. I'll put some lilac in my buttonhole.
Just stand anywhere, really. It isn't too much trouble. Now, if you could just smile, please.
How's this?
I got you. That one ought to be fine.
Now, who's going to take our picture?
I'll do it, Marge.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Oh, I take better pictures than anyone in the family.
He has been lucky. All right, Leroy.
Where shall I stand, Marge?
Well, right beside me.
Here? Well, that's where I am already.
Can't you get a little closer?
Oh, I guess so.
All right, now look at her, you big goof.
Oh, I am looking at her.
Ben, honey, why don't you put your arm around her waist?
Oh, gosh, right here in front of everybody?
Why not?
Well, all right. Say, this is quite comfortable.
Throckmorton, they're so in love. Don't they look beautiful together?
Yes, they do, Leela.
They just look like an Easter magazine cover, I declare.
Yes, so do you, Leela.
Got it.
Thank you, Leroy.
Yeah, much obliged. Gee, I never enjoyed having my picture taken before.
By George, I'm glad we decided to walk, Leela.
It is nice.
Yes, sir. Oh, good morning, Dr. Pettibone. Happy Easter.
Good morning, Doctor.
He goes to a different church.
I know. Here comes old Mrs. Carrington. Don't tell me she's walking to church.
Yeah, but she'll stop for a long conversation. Oh, good morning, Mrs. Carrington. Oh, happy Easter to you.
Happy Easter to you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Happy Easter, Mrs. Carrington, and what a lovely shawl you're wearing.
Thank you, Mrs. Ransom. I'm glad you had the sense not to call it a fascinator.
Yes, you're looking awfully well, Mrs. Carrington. Did you have a good winter?
Pretty cold, pretty cold.
Yes, but now it's spring. What do you hear from your grandson? Is he still with
Oh, yes, Mr. Gildersleeve. They made him a vice president this year, and next year they're going to raise his salary.
Well, he's coming along nicely.
Mercy, I'm afraid we'll all be late for church.
Oh, we must all hurry, but I'm glad to see you young people still dress up for Easter. You make a very handsome couple.
Oh, now, Mrs. Carrington.
I haven't had a chance to congratulate you formally. When is the wedding to be?
Well, it depends a little on the war.
Oh, don't wait too long. After all, we're only young once. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Ransom. Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Carrington.
Oh, she's a wonderful old lady. I always enjoy seeing her. She makes me feel so young.
Yeah.
Come on, Throckmorton, let's run.
Run! Leela! Hey, wait! Well, Leela, there's nothing like the feeling when you've been to church on Easter. Of course, I always feel like a new man after church, but on Easter I feel even happier.
I feel the same way, Throckmorton.
I don't know what it is, the Easter hymns or something. When the collection basket came around this morning, I put in twice as much as I'd planned.
Oh, really?
Yeah, should have planned that much in the first place, though. Oh, here comes Peavy. Happy Easter, Peavy.
Happy Easter, Mr. Peavy.
Well, a joyous Easter to you, Mrs. Ransom, and to you, too, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Just coming from church, Mr. Peavy?
Yes, I am, Mrs. Ransom. Mrs. Peavy and I attended the services together, and then I went by the shop to get this little surprise for her.
Surprise, eh? What is it, a plant?
A begonia. I've given her a potted begonia every Easter since we've been married.
Listen, Peavy, if you've given her a begonia every Easter, she couldn't possibly be surprised when you walk in with this one.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
But you've already given her 20 or 30 begonias for Easter.
31. I know because Mrs. Peavy saves the pots.
Yes. That's nice.
Yes, and when I give her this one, I know just exactly what she'll say.
What, Mr. Peavy?
She'll say, Richard Peavy, don't you know it's wicked to be extravagant?
Yes, but that's not extravagant, Richard.
Well, I know that, Mr. Gildersleeve. So does Mrs. Peavy. That's just her little way of acting surprised.
I think it's a very sweet way, too.
I do myself. Anyhow, she always says it, and then she gives me my surprise.
You get a surprise, too, huh? What's your surprise, Peavy?
A box of crystallized ginger.
Crystallized? Crystallized ginger? That's pretty strong stuff, isn't it?
Yes, but I've got a taste for it.
Yes.
And is that your surprise every year, Mr. Peavy?
Every year.
It's a wonder you don't faint from excitement.
Well, I don't faint, Mr. Gildersleeve, but I give a pretty good imitation.
Yeah, good enough to fool Mrs. Peavy.
Well, I wouldn't say that. Yes. But when you folks have been married as long as I have, you know that our kind of surprise is more fun than a real one.
Yes, you may be right. Well, so long, Peavy. Happy Easter to you and Mrs. Peavy.
Well, the same to you and Mrs. Ransom. Good day.
Throckmorton?
Yes, Leela?
Was there any war news today?
Well, apparently the Allied forces made substantial gains in El Milang region.
Throckmorton?
Yes, Leela?
Isn't it wonderful that Mr. and Mrs. Peavy are so happy after all these years?
Yeah, I guess so. Of course, he's rather a strange fellow.
Throckmorton?
Yeah?
We're neither of us getting any younger, are we?
Of course not, Leela.
Throckmorton.
What is it, Leela?
How would you like to come to my house this evening for chicken fricassee? There'll just be the two of us.
Chicken fricassee? Oh, brother, I'll be there. That was a wonderful dinner, Leela.
I'm glad you liked it, darling.
Maybe I overindulged a little.
Oh, I didn't notice.
That's because I didn't overindulge any more than usual.
You were so cute sitting at the head of my table serving my dinner and all. It looked natural somehow.
Guess I'll smoke a cigar.
You know something, Throckmorton? I've been nervous in this house the last few days.
What on earth is there to be nervous about?
Oh, nothing in particular. Sometimes I think I hear strange noises in the night. But, you know, with you here, I don't feel nervous a bit.
Fine.
But when you're not here, I do feel nervous.
And maybe you ought to see Dr. Pettibone. Get some vitamins.
Oh, fish.
What did you say, Leela?
Nothing. Throckmorton, I've been thinking.
Yes, Leela?
Maybe Leroy shouldn't wait till after the war to have a mother.
Oh. Huh? Leela, Will you?
What do you mean, Throckmorton?
Could you marry me before the war is over?
Well, for Leroy's sake, I might consider it.
How about next week?
Now, Throckmorton, don't be so impetuous.
Well, June's a nice month for weddings.
Yes, it is.
June 1st.
Well, that's awfully soon.
June 1st.
Well, I think we might say the first week in June.
Oh, darling, you know, this is the happiest Easter of my life.
Really, honey?
Sure. Why, everybody ought to be married. It's a law of nature. 2 by 2, male and female. A girl for every boy in the world.
Hey, Unc, what do you think?
Leroy, what?
Mr. and Mrs. Rabbit just had quintuplets.
Easter, like all important holidays, is a time for families and old friends to get together, or if they can't do that, at least to get in touch with one another. And so this Easter, we of the Kraft family bring you the greetings of our sponsor through its president, Mr. J.L. Kraft. Mr. Kraft.
I'm glad of this opportunity to bring Easter greetings to Kraft men and women everywhere and to the families of our boys and girls who are now in the service of their country. When we think of Easter, we naturally think of the resurrection. The two words are eternally linked together. In every Christian land today, the celebration of Easter will bring its age-old message of hope to a war-darkened world. The fact of the resurrection and the faith which it symbolizes have never been so significant to so many nations and to so many peoples in the world's history. In itself, the word resurrection is one of the most beautiful in our language. It means bringing back to life, the conquest of death, the return of hope. At this springtime of the year, all nature tells the story of resurrection. We read its meaning in the budding trees and in the miracle of nature's reawakening to vibrant life. There is still another significance to the word resurrection, to bring back to memory that which was forgotten or lost. And it is upon this meaning of resurrection that I have been reflecting on this Easter Sunday. While our boys are away fighting for freedom around the world, enduring hardships, loneliness, weariness, we on the home front have a high responsibility toward them. While they are absent, our virtues grow in their minds and our shortcomings are forgotten. Let us so live our lives that their ideals will not be shattered when they return. Let us make them as proud of us as we are proud of them. And so it seems particularly fitting to me that each of us at this Easter time should resurrect and strengthen our faith in God and in the ideals of our forefathers. That faith and those ideals on which this nation was founded and by which it grew strong and great. As youngsters, our mothers taught us to say when we pray, "Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray thee, Lord, my soul to keep." I have just had a letter from one of our own boys in North Africa, in which he says that 8 men of his group kneel at their bunks every night and speak this prayer as they go to sleep. It means something to them. It meant something to us as children. Let us then, as we think of these simple prayers, resurrect the trusting faith of our childhood and approach God understandingly. Let us resurrect and renew our strength in the God-given pioneer virtues. Let us at home in our daily lives have the courage, the strength, and the fortitude of those who fight for freedom, that we and our children and they and their children may live in peace. They are counting on us, depending on us, to maintain their ideals of home and family until they join us again, and in this we cannot fail them.
The program has come to you from Chicago and Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
That was Black Magic, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who sold more carnations in the Easter Parade this morning than any other vendor in the Los Angeles area, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, the florist, talking. And, Don, you're a little wrong there. I wasn't selling carnations in the Easter Parade. I was giving them away.
Giving them away?
Yes, every fellow that bought a gardenia for his girl got a free carnation for himself. You see, Don, I planted 10,000 carnations in my backyard to aid the war effort.
Well, for heaven's sakes, Jack, how can carnations aid the war effort?
Well, my fortune teller told me I could make rubber out of them. I boiled them, but they still don't bounce. Oh, that's the first time Princess Korsakov has ever failed me.
Princess Korsakov? Why, I never heard of that fortune teller. Is she expensive?
What'd you say, Don?
I say, I never heard of Princess Korsakov as a fortune teller. Is she expensive?
Well, Don, a private reading is $1. But if you order the 75-cent lunch and don't have dessert, it's free. It's a choice of deep dish apple pie or your future. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Firestone.
All right, so I thought I could make rubber. Anyway, Mary, as I was telling Don, that's the first time Princess Korsakov has failed me.
Oh, that dame's full of baloney.
She is, eh?
Remember the time she said you were going to be the President of the United States?
Never mind.
You went out and had cards printed. Jack Benny, you voted for me. Quit beefing.
Don't laugh. Don't laugh, Mary. I may still be president.
Well, you ought to tell Roosevelt he might want to look around.
Keep it up, Mary. Keep that up, and you won't be Secretary of Labor.
Oh, you promised that to every girl in Hollywood.
Well, you're off the list, young lady. And you can also tell that father of yours that the FBI can get along without him.
That's a dirty trick. He's sold bluing house to house to get a G-Man badge and everything.
Too bad. Hello, Phil.
Oh, how are you, Phil? Say, that's a beautiful carnation you have in your buttonhole. Where'd you get it?
I bought a gardenia for Alice on the boulevard this morning, and the sweetest little old lady with a shawl over her head gave me this carnation for nothing.
Well, I have a surprise for you, Phil. That little old lady was me. That makeup kind of fooled you, didn't it?
Incredible.
Well, it fooled Herbert Marshall, too. When I gave him his change, he pressed it back in my hand and said, "Bless you." Gosh, it made tears come to my eyes. Huh?
Well, you didn't fool Jack Okie. He lifted your skirt and rolled your pants down.
He's just a smart aleck, that's all.
Say, Mr. Benny, what do you think of my new Easter?
Oh, hello. Hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Well, kid, did you have a nice Easter?
Yeah, my mother gave me a basket with 2 chocolate rabbits in it.
2 chocolate rabbits?
Pretty soon I'll have hundreds of them, won't I?
No use waiting. I got to have a talk with that kid. Say, Dennis, that's a nice suit you're wearing. Is that your new Easter outfit?
Yeah, do you like it?
Oh, it's swell. But what's that big lump in the back?
My tailor. He's still
working
on
it. That's been on every program in the last 3 months. Well, Dennis, if you tell your tailor to get out, you can do your song now.
Okay.
Hold it a minute, kid. Say, Jackson, what's this I hear about Rochester's horse running in the Kentucky Derby next Saturday? Is that a fact?
Yes, Phil, but I'd rather not talk about it. Sing, Dennis.
Well, imagine Rochester having a horse in the Kentucky Derby.
Well, it's really that old nag that used to pull my buggy around. I sold it to Rochester for $4.
$4?
Yes.
You sold Rochester a horse for $4 that's good enough to run in the Kentucky Derby?
I thought he was going to have a barbecue. I never dreamed he'd put a jockey on it. Anyway, that same horse under the name of Burnt Cork is running for over $50,000 in the Derby Saturday. But I made a mistake. I don't mind.
You don't mind? Then why did you try to drown yourself in your pool yesterday?
I wasn't trying to drown myself.
Do you always go in swimming with a manhole cover around your neck?
That was my dog tag from the last war, and you... Oh, well, I sold a thoroughbred for $4. It's my loss, so let's forget it. That's all.
But, Jack, what about your fortune teller, Princess Korsakov? Didn't she see racehorse in your tea leaves?
No, just rubber and president. You better snap out of it or I'll start eating somewhere else. Go ahead and sing, Dennis. Hold it, kid. That's probably Rochester. He's been hinting around all week about going to the Kentucky Derby. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Rochester, if you're calling about getting time off to go to the Kentucky Derby, the answer is no.
Oh, I forgot all about the Derby. That was just a silly whim of mine.
Good.
But I was wondering, boss, my sister Bedelia is getting married, and if it's all right with you, I'd like to attend the ceremony.
Getting married, eh? Where does your sister live?
Louisville.
I thought so. Now, Rochester, don't pull that stuff. Your sister Bedelia lives in Chicago.
That's my sister Bedelia. This one's Bedelia.
Oh, Bedelia and Bedelia. Isn't that unusual? Two sisters having names that are so much alike?
Oh, that's nothing. I got a brother named Rochester.
Rochester, Rochester, Bedelia. You're not going to the Derby.
That's Derby, boy.
I don't care what it is. Now, look, Rochester, just because our horse is running in the Derby, that doesn't mean that...
Our horse?
Yes. I talked to my lawyer, and he says that legally, half of that horse belongs to me.
Well, unless he backs over the finish line, my half is going to win.
Rochester, regardless of the outcome, you're not going to Louisville. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, I'll try something else, Rochester.
Get your brother out of my house. Sing, Dennis. I got to call my lawyer. I wonder if I really do own half of that horse. I don't know. That was April Showers, sung by Dennis Day. April Showers. That's really a beautiful song.
It's pretty old, too, isn't it, Mr. Benny?
Yes, it is. Gosh, I remember when Al Jolson first introduced that song back in 1922. My father took me to the theater.
Just a minute, Junior. In 1922, you were just as old as Al Jolson.
What?
My father took me to the theater. Don't give me that kid stuff.
What do you mean kid stuff? My father happened to be in New York. I was broke, and he took me to the theater. That's all I said. Say. And another thing, young lady, don't ever say that I'm as old as Al Jolson.
Go on, he even looks younger than you do.
Well, naturally, he takes it easy. He works on his knees. I have to stand up to make it. Boy, you never forget Jolson. Anyway, let's forget about me for a while. Now, where were we?
Oh, Jack, don't forget the play I wrote.
Oh, yes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have a special treat for all of you. Mr. Don Wilson, that eminent American playwright, has written another of his famous one-act dramas entitled Love's Young Dream. Take it, Mr. Wilson.
The time is spring. The scene is a honeymoon cottage covered with ivy. It's the new home of Mr. and Mrs. Oliver J. Snodgrass, who have just eloped and been married. As we pick them up, the happy couple are just arriving at their little love nest for the first time. Curtains, music.
Well, here we are, darling. 33 Maple Street, our own little home.
Oh, it's beautiful, sweetheart. We'll be so happy here.
Yeah. Gee, just think. 20 minutes ago, your name was Myrtle Moonfinkel. And now...
I'm a snot in the grass.
A Snodgrass. See our own little home. Well, let's go inside, honey. You go first, Myrtle.
You go first, Oliver.
No, I don't want to. You go first.
No, you go first.
3 hours later.
No, honey, you go first.
Oh, let's go in together.
All right. Myrtle, stop! Gee, Myrtle, isn't it romantic eloping? Nobody knows we're married except us. Gosh, we're all alone.
Oh, Oliver, I love you so much.
And I love you too, darling.
What's that?
Phil's guitar player just fell off the sewer. Get up, Frankie. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. And I love you too, darling.
I'm sorry about that, Jackson.
Shut up, I'm acting. And I love you too, darling. Thanks for the vaccine.
But what will your mother say when she finds out we're married?
I don't care what she says. You're mine, Moon Myrtle Finkel, and nothing You're mine, Myrtle Moonfinkel. And nothing can part us. Come, darling, I'll show you all the rooms in the house.
Oh, Oliver.
Myrtle, stop acting like a darn fool.
But, Oliver, I'm worried about your mother. Please call her and tell her we're married.
All right, darling. If it'll make you any happier, I will. Long distance, please. I want Mrs. Rosie Snodgrass in San Luis Obispo.
Hurry, darling.
Oh, Myrtle, you made me the happiest man in the world.
And we'll never be separated, will we?
Never. Hello? Hello, Ma. This is Oliver. I got a surprise for you, Ma. What's that? No, I can't have breakfast with you tomorrow morning. I'm in Los Angeles. But, gee, I'd have to leave here right away. Look, Ma, I have a surprise for you. You're having what?
Tell her about us, Oliver.
I will. You're having what for breakfast? You are? Oh, boy, I'll be right home. Goodbye, Myrtle. I'll see you tomorrow morning.
But, Oliver, we were just married.
I can't help it. Mother's having grape nut flakes for breakfast. Goodbye.
So you see, ladies, the moral of the story is never start your honeymoon without grape nuts flakes. What happened to Myrtle Moonfinkel may happen to you or you or you. So always insist on toasty brown sweet as a nut grape nuts flakes, America's fastest growing flake cereal. I thank you.
John, that was one of the finest plays you've ever written, and I thought that my performance as the husband was... Now, who can that be? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, you again. What do you want?
I just got a telegram from my uncle in Rockdale.
Uh-huh.
He's very ill, and he wants me to come over there right away and give him a transfusion.
Oh, your uncle's sick, eh? That's too bad.
Yeah.
By the way, where is Rockdale?
About 8 miles out of Louisville.
I see. Well, Rochester, you seem to have a very heavy concentration of relatives in that area. And besides, what makes you think you can fool me?
I got the horse from you, didn't I?
I don't care what you got. Now, look, Rochester, you're not going to the Kentucky Derby. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
How about... Oh, this was too fantastic. I'll work on it and call you back.
Don't bother. Imagine me selling that racehorse for $4. Oh, well. Play, Phil. either Easter Parade or White Christmas, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Which song was it, Phil?
What's the difference? They were both written by Irving Berlin.
That's not the point. I'd like to know. I have to announce the name of the song.
Well, if you've got to do it, why don't you do it in double talk? You know, start it off something like this. Say, that was Thomas Freeman with the Thomas Freeman, played with a solid 4. No fiddle.
Now, Phil, look, Phil, no, stop the kidding. This is important. Was that number White Christmas or Easter Parade?
Well, the majority rules. Why don't you take a vote?
That's an idea. I'll take a vote. Now, will all you boys who were playing White Christmas please raise your hands? How many hands? How many hands, Mary?
8.
8. Now, will all you boys who were playing Easter Parade please raise your hands? How many hands, Mary?
11.
11. That was Easter Parade, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra, thus ending tonight's great mystery. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm kidding, and imagine me selling that racehorse for $4. Oh, well, he can't win. That's one consolation. Now, ladies
What
and
do you
gentlemen...
mean he can't win? I got a hunch that Burnt Cork is going to come through. What do you say? We all chip in $5 apiece and make a bet.
Say, that's a good idea. Here's my 5, Phil.
Here's my 5.
Here's mine, Mr. Harris.
And now, ladies and gentlemen...
How about you, Reckless? Aren't you going to take a chance for $5?
I'd love to, Mary, but I left my money in my other shoes. Anyway, I don't believe in gambling when there are minors present.
But, Mr. Benny, I'm over 21.
I mean coal miners. A lot of Phil's boys come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. Anyway, I'm not betting.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jackson. I'm going to put $5 on that horse's nose just for you.
Well.
And if that horse comes in the minute I get paid off, I'm coming over to your house with the money right in my hand.
Well.
If you reach for it, I'm going to break your arm.
I knew there was a catch to that. How about you, Dennis? Would you like to bet $5 for your Uncle Jack?
You're always my uncle when money comes up.
Well, I just thought it'd be nice if... Oh, forget it, kid. Forget it.
That looks all right on paper, but will it work?
Look, fella, I'm not throwing away any $5, and that's final.
But, Jack... Let him alone, Don. Let him alone. If Jackson wants to save his dough, that's all right with me. After all, he's leaving it all to my kid.
No, you got that wrong, Phil. Your baby is a girl. My money goes to the first member of my cast who has a boy and names it after me.
Does that go for me, too, Mr. Benny?
Of course, Dennis.
Gosh, I gotta find a girl, fall in love with her, marry her, have a baby, and it's gotta be a boy. I worry about things like that.
Well, stop worrying. And now, ladies and gentlemen, say, I wonder if Rochester's horse has got a chance.
Well, it's not a sure thing, but who knows about horse races?
Yeah, who knows? Give me that phone, Mary.
Here you are.
Thanks.
Who are you calling, Jack?
Princess Korsakov. I never make a move without her. Hello?
Hello, Boyle Heights Gypsy Tea Room. Boyle speaking.
I'd like to speak to Princess Korsakov, please.
The princess?
Yeah.
She's out in the kitchen washing dishes.
Tell her to wipe her hands and come to the phone. This is important.
Okay, Firestone.
Hello, Princess? Oh, she isn't there yet. I wouldn't mind making a bet.
Hello, Princess Korsakov. Who's calling, please? Don't tell me I'll see it in the crystal.
Never mind, Princess. This is Benny.
Who?
Benny, Jack Benny.
Oh, the president.
Thank you. Now, Princess, I'm calling you about the Kentucky Derby.
I knew it wouldn't look good.
No, it's a horse race, the Kentucky Derby. Now, Princess, it's very important that I know which horse is going to win.
Wait, I'll look in my crystal ball.
Okay, look.
I see a big crowd of people.
Yes?
They're frantic. They're excited. They're cheering.
Yes, yes?
Alabama's kicking off.
That's the Rose Bowl day. That was 3 years ago. Look again, Princess.
I see people watching a horse race.
That's it. That's the Derby. Now tell me, Princess, what's the name of the winning horse?
It's Burnt Cork, and he's coming in backwards.
Then my half is winning. Thank you, Princess. I'll be in for lunch tomorrow. Any advice?
Yeah, don't order the meatloaf.
Thank you. Goodbye. Well, fellas, it's all set. Burnt Cork is going to win the Derby.
Then give me $5, Jackson, and you're in with it.
Nothing doing. I'm going to bet $50, and I'm sending Rochester to Louisville. You get better odds at the track. I'll call him right now. Yes, sir.
But, Mr. Benny, I thought you didn't gamble.
Shut up. Besides, I know who's going to win. Is that gambling? Anyway, Dennis. Hello?
Benny's rubber plantation. Keep 'em bouncing.
Rochester, this is Mr. Benny. I got good news for you. You can go to Louisville.
I can?
Yes, and I want you to take $50 out of my money and bet it on Burnt Cork to win.
$50. By the way, where are you keeping your money this week?
As if you didn't know.
No, I've looked all over.
Now listen, Rochester. Listen carefully. You know the big candelabra we got on the dining room table?
Uh-huh.
Well, melt the third candle from the left, and you'll find a key.
Uh-huh.
Then take the key, go into the kitchen, and unlock the cupboard.
Uh-huh.
There's a big jar there on the second shelf that says peanut butter. Dig down in the peanut butter, take out $50, rinse it off, and bet it on your horse. And remember, bet it to win, not to place, not the show. Bet $50 on Burnt Cork to win.
Pennywise and Point Foot.
That was the last number of the 30th program of the new Grape Nuts Flake series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And just think, Mary, by this time next Sunday, I'll know whether Rochester's horse has won or not.
Yeah, you'll either be swimming with a manhole cover around your neck or rolling on the dance floor at Ciro's.
Yeah, the suspense is awful. Good night, folks.
The makers of Chase and Sanborn Coffee and Tender Leaf Tea present Edgar Bergen, Ray Noble and his orchestra, Dale Evans, the sportsman, our guests Irene Dunn and Bill Thompson, and Charlie McCarthy.
Happy Easter, everybody. Happy Easter, Bergen.
Well, happy Easter to you too, Charlie.
Bergen, if you lay any eggs today, be sure they're colored.
Yes, I will.
Tell me, Bergen, are we still being heard all over the world?
Yes, Charlie, every Sunday by shortwave to our boys in the services in Africa, England, and the Aleutians, and South Seas, and wherever they may be, all over the world.
Say, well, being that this is a special occasion, may I say something to them?
Well, I think they'll be all right, Charlie. Now, you go right ahead.
Yes. Well, this is Charlie McCarthy speaking, fellas, and saying keep up the good work, and we'll clip 'em, so help us, we'll move.
That was well said, Charlie.
But, why, Kay Francis. The last I heard of you, you were in Africa.
Yes, and I was in Africa the last time I heard you.
Oh, I don't talk that loud.
Probably short wave, silly.
Oh. Say, how about you giving us a report on your trip to Africa, huh?
Well, I can tell you this, Charlie. Our boys in Africa and everywhere else will continue to clip 'em and mow 'em down, providing they have equipment. You know, Big wars cost big money, and we're fighting the biggest war in history. We're dealing in figures that stagger the imagination. We can't look for bargains when we must give our army of 11 million men the best of training, clothing, food, and medical treatment. Now our government is asking for $13 billion, and it wants it now. It needs it now. It needs it now to avenge the death of such men as Colin Kelly, Buzz Wagner, the 5 Sullivan brothers, and our captured airmen who were murdered by the Japanese in Tokyo. We must resolve that here at home we will measure up in our own way to their faith, courage, and devotion. We can prove our devotion by buying bonds of the Second War Loan. We must buy $13 billion worth. Can we do it? Certainly. Will we do it? The answer, ladies and gentlemen, is up to you.
Thank you, Kaye. Do you think the boys over there are still listening to the shortwave, Bergen?
Yes, I'm sure they are.
Well, then here's another message, fellas. We'll buy the bonds and you bomb the bums. You know, it's such a wonderful thing that, it's really a wonderful thing that shortwave, the way it gets around, and, yeah, sure does sneak all around, and, yeah. How does it work, Bergen?
Well, shortwave?
Yes, if you don't mind, yes.
Shortwave.
Yes. I didn't mean to wake you up. No.
Well, it's quite complicated.
Yes, I've heard that. I understand it's so complicated it takes 2 men to understand it.
Well, no. First of all, let me ask you this. What do you know about radio?
Well, I ask you first. No. What do I know?
Yes.
Well, I'd say, principally, nothing.
Nothing.
But I do know that 95% of the people turn it on before listening to it.
Oh, you do? Yeah, that's fine.
Yes, I figure that out myself. Yeah. I can sure waste time, can't I?
And that's all you know about it?
Yes, sir, that's all, yes. I really hate myself for not knowing more, but that's the way it is.
Yes.
There you are.
Yes. Well, of course, Charlie, if that's all you know about it, then that's all you know about it.
Yeah. Well, now there's a hunk of logic for you. I thought I said the dumbest thing, but you taught me.
Yeah. Now, I'll try and explain about ether waves so that you'll understand it.
Well, that's nice of you. And while you're at it, explain it so that you'll understand it, too.
Yeah. I suppose, Charlie, you've thrown a stone in a pond, haven't you?
A stone?
Yes.
In a pond?
Yes. Have you?
Well, yes. I did once.
You did once?
Yes.
You did throw it?
Yes, I did. I did, and I'm glad I did.
No. You did it?
Yes.
Now, what did you see going in all directions when you threw that stone?
All going all directions.
Yes.
Frogs.
No. No, you saw waves.
Don't tell me what I saw. I saw frogs.
No, Charlie.
I only know what I saw. Yeah. And Skinny and I, we had them for dinner, too.
No. I insist that you saw waves.
It's frogs.
No, frogs. All right. Now to continue.
Saw frogs.
Yes, I know.
All right, so I saw waves.
You saw waves, that's right.
But they tasted like frogs. I don't give up, you know. Nothing wishy-washy about me, you know. I stick to it. I don't care how wrong I am. Well, anyway, what's the frog pond got to do with shortwave on the radio? Why don't you just stick to the facts?
Well, you see, Charlie.
No, I don't.
All right. The waves, or shall we call them ripples?
Let's do.
All right, we'll call them ripples.
Isn't that wonderful? The ripples in the pond can be compared to electrical impulses. Oh, yeah. So it's done by electricity? Yeah. You mean electricity? Do you know anything about that? Electricity? Yes. Well, no. Well, for example, there's the ohm. You mean you'll be so nice to come home to? No, I don't mean that at all. How about be it ever so humble? There's no place like what? No.
That's stupidity. Pardon me, Charlie, old boy. You have the title of that song all wrong, really.
We're not talking about songs, Ray. We're talking about electricity.
Oh, electricity, huh?
Yes.
Oh, it's a perfectly ripping idea, I think.
Yes.
You know, it always amazes me the way electricity works all those gadgets.
Yeah.
Especially those jukeboxes.
He's going to clear up a lot, you know that.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Jukeboxes?
Yes, they're uncanny. I mean, you push button number 22, and
Yeah.
it's just amazing how they do it, really it is.
Yeah. Well, do what?
Well, play number 18.
Yeah. That's a great help. Thank you. Well, now, I'll try to explain shortwave in another way. Go ahead. You know that radio I gave you, Charlie? Yes. Now, what can you get on that? Never more than $5. No, I'm talking about broadcast. Now, you get police calls. Yeah. And you get Morse code, don't you? Well, sure. Well, they're shortwave. No. Yes. My goodness. What do you think of that? So that's shortwave, yes. Oh, Bergen, you are so smart. Well, thank you, Charlie. You really are. I don't know how you do it. With your intelligence. I see, yeah. Well, you see, I do know quite a bit about shortwave. I used to be a ham. Used to be? No. All amateur radio operators are called hams. You should be ashamed of yourself to know so little about radio when it plays such an important part in our everyday lives. Yes. Why, do you know statistics show that there are more radios than bathtubs in the world? Dirty world, ain't it?
It used to be if a cup of coffee didn't quite ring the bell, we figured the next one would taste better and let it go at that. Not so today. Today, every cup of coffee we drink has double duty to do. You want coffee you can depend upon, all the flavor you can get. So get all the flavor you can, every time. Get Chase & Sanborn coffee. The times demand this richer blend that never lets you down because now, during rationing, there's no time to take chances with anything second rate. Don't risk disappointment. Get coffee that satisfies with deep down, wholehearted, delicious flavor to make up for the cups you miss. And then, too, there's so much to do these days. Let Chase & Sanborn help. Now, to make sure that Chase & Sanborn meets, and more than meets, these new exacting standards, we're turning out the richest, most flavorful blend of our entire history. So every time you use a coffee ration coupon out of your book, get full flavor value. The choice is yours. Ask for Chase & Sanborn. Now, lots of other folks will be asking, too, of course. It's the flavor choice of millions. So, under pressure of the times, your grocer may have sold out. In that case, please understand, and in fairness to all, please cooperate. Then, next time, ask again for Chase & Sanborn coffee.
Ladies and gentlemen, every Easter, it's our custom...
Hello, Edgar. Happy Easter, Bunny.
Well, hello, Bill Thompson. Bill, it's always a pleasure to say hello to you.
Well, I'm not here to say hello, Edgar. I just came in to say goodbye. I'm off to Flageria.
Oh, yes, Flageria, yes. Well, what takes you back there, Bill? The customary goodwill mission, I suppose?
No, it's business this time. I've written a scenario that's going to be produced by Flageria's thriving new motion picture studio, Metro Goldwyn Brattletrad. Yes. It's a native Flagerian Western, all about cowboys and Indians and stuff like that sort of thing, you know.
Do they have cowboys and Indians in Flageria?
Oh, yes.
They do.
Yeah, they're to be found in western Flagerian states of Texas Spranfill, Arizona Filt, and New Mexicrondon Tail. Not to be confused with Old Mexicrondon Tail.
Oh, of course not, no. That's south of the Bordelbad, isn't it?
Yes, south of the
Now, about this scenario of yours, it is one of those blood and thunder dramas, isn't it?
No, not blood and thunder, no. Just thunder. The hero is anemic, you see. The title in Phlegarian, of course, is Bras Neftepurum Hadi Happen Ho Ho Ha Ho Ho. Translated, that means Buffalo Bill meets Andy Hardy in Gimbel's basement.
Well, it must be a very interesting story, Bill, and I'd like to read it sometime.
Well, I don't know about that. It's written in Phlegarian, Edgar, and I'd have to translate it for you, and it has several characters, and they're all in Phlegarian, too, and I'll have to read all the parts myself.
You're going to read all the parts yourself? Well, do you think you can do it?
I don't think. I know.
I don't think you know either, but go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Well, some Western music, if you please, Mr. Noble. This is the West, the real West, the far West, the West Pole, where they live by the unwritten law because nobody knows how to write. As the rays of the sun steal across the enchanted mesa, we take you to the bunkhouse of the Bar Z Ranch. The sheriff is talking to the foreman, Curly Dawson. Hello, Curly. Did you hear the news? No, Sheriff. What's the news? Shorty Carson has escaped from Tehachapi. He has? Yeah. No. Yeah. No. Yeah. No. Yeah. So now we leave the bunkhouse of the Bar Z Ranch. We go to the enchanted desert where across the arid wastes comes the lone figure of a man on horseback. He gallops up to a signpost and stops. Take it easy, Daisy, old horse. I'll take a squint at this sign and see what it says. The Bar Z Ranch is only 125 miles more to go. My goodness, what's the matter? My trusty old steed fainted on me. Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned that 125 miles so loud. I'm tactless, I guess. Here, horsey old kid. Kid, speak to me. Horsey, are you all right? Well, okay, Daisy. You've carried me many a mile, so why shouldn't I carry you? Come on, Daisy, up on my back now. Up to Daisy. That's it. Easy does it. Stop blowing your breath down my neck. You're tickling me. Come on now, old pal. We'll make it. On to the Bar Z Ranch. Such loyalty of man to animal is touching. We go back now to the Bar Z Ranch. No. Yeah. No. Yeah. No. Yeah. Now we take you to Dry Rot Canyon, where Horse-Faced Harry is talking to a Confederate. The Confederate speaks. I'm tired of wearing this gray uniform. Why can't you get me something more modern? There's no time for that. Shorty has escaped from Tehachapi. Let's get in the flivver here and warn him. Okay, start her up. Well, something's wrong with the magneto. Contact. Start her again. What's that coming out of the exhaust pipe? My gosh, butter. Shucks, I must have used the wrong ration book. We leave the two figures working over their automobile and go back to the Bar Z Ranch to see what is happening. No. Yeah. No. Yeah. No. Yeah. Well, what are we going to do if Shorty does get here? You and I know it means trouble for you. But you can feel safe. I'm the law and I'm behind you. I'd feel safer if you were in front of me. Hey, look out that window. A man carrying a horse. I see it. It's a horse riding man back. It's Shorty. Hi, Shorty. What do you want? Stand aside, Sheriff. It's not you I want. It's that little rat, Curly. Shorty, you're carrying a gun. Hey, can't we let bygones go bys? You see this gun in my hands? Take a good look at it. What are you going to do? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. You sold me this rifle 3 years ago. There ain't no trigger on it. I want my money back. No. Yeah. No. Yeah.
Hey, Bill.
Yeah?
No.
Oh.
Voices chattering, footsteps pattering, traffic clattering then. Oh, so unexpectedly, suddenly, magically, could hear a pin drop there in the crowd. One look at you, first thing I knew, I stumbled on a cloud. Softly as a raindrop that's falling from a treetop, I listened to my heart drop right there before you. What a lovely meeting there in the hush. I felt a thrill, one that I still can't brush aside. Oh, fate alone ordained it. How else has anything explained it? For you could hear a pin drop when love dropped in.
What a lovely meeting there in the heart. I felt a thrill, one that I still can't brush aside.
Fate alone ordained it. How else has anything explained it? For you could hear a pin drop when love dropped in. I felt a thrill when love dropped in.
In buying anything these days, two questions are uppermost. First, how good is it? And second, just how useful? On both those counts, Tenderleaf brand T-balls walk away with top honors. So good and so useful that today they outsell every other kind. The standards of the American housewife demand those finer T-balls. They've become the accepted modern way to enjoy finer tea. Tenderleaf brand tea balls bring you the flavor of the choice, young, tender tea leaves, such as you get in Tenderleaf tea put up in packages, too. Now, if tea grew right in your own garden, and you could select each leaf for yourself, you'd pass up the old leaves down low on the plant and take the little half-grown ones every time, because the flavor is so much richer in the small leaves out toward the branch tips. And it's that delightful fragrance and more satisfying flavor that you get in improved Tenderleaf brand tea balls. They're made with tasteless filter paper, too. That's still another reason for their overwhelming popularity. This week, serve tea for breakfast and at other meals, too. Enjoy this finer blend. Ask your grocer for Tenderleaf brand tea in packages or in improved Tenderleaf tea balls.
There again.
What is it, Charlie?
Doesn't Irene Dunn look lovely in her Easter outfit?
Yes, she certainly does.
Yeah.
Very lovely.
Yeah. There again, I think that love bug has finally got me.
Is that so?
Every time I look at her, I say to myself, Dunn is the one.
Is that so?
Yeah.
Well, you've really got it bad, haven't you?
Uh-huh, yeah.
Well, I'll have to tell Irene.
No.
Irene... Irene. I've got to tell you something that Charlie just said. It's rather amusing.
Really? Well, what did Charlie say?
Well,
Go ahead, tell her.
Still pigeon, yeah. Well, Irene, I think Charlie has a case of puppy love.
Puppy love.
Yeah. Woof, woof.
Well, now, now, that's not unusual for a boy his age. Who's the young lady, Charlie?
You.
Me?
Yeah. I fought it off as long as I could, Irene. But I know it's really a real thing this time, and I'm in love.
Oh, well, now that's very flattering, Charlie, but I don't think you know what love is.
Well, well, scientists don't know what electricity is either, but they know what to do with it.
Well, you know.
That's right. Irene, this isn't anything new with Charlie. He's been talking about you ever since I took him to see you in Showboat.
Oh,
that was a wonderful picture, and you were so good. You know,
like it?
yes, I'd love to have a showboat of my own sometime, with you as my star attraction.
Well, showboats are lots of fun, Charlie.
Mm-hmm.
And if you ever get one, I'll be there.
Good. I can see us now, floating down the Mississippi in our little showboat. I'm a-standing on the deck with the salt spray a-slapping me into kisser.
And the paddle wheels are a-chugging and a-chugging.
Yeah, what are they chugging so hard for?
We're going uphill.
Oh. Well, Irene, it sure is fun being on a showboat, isn't it?
I told you it'd be fun.
Yeah. How do you feel about going from Jerome Kern's showboat to Charlie McCarthy's showboat?
Well, it's a big jump.
Yeah?
From Kern to Corn.
Oh. Well, I think I'd better get my makeup on. By the way, what show are we giving tonight?
Tonight, Uncle Tom's Cabin or Beat Me Simon with a Buggy Whip.
Topsy and Eva, huh?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, well, the way we murder that thing.
Yeah, we'll murder.
Oh, we really crippled it out
we'll
there.
say.
Yeah. We should call it Autopsy and Eva, the way we... Irene, what part am I playing tonight?
Well, you're going to play Topsy.
Oh, good. Then I don't have to wash. What part is Bergen playing?
Oh, we'll just let him be himself.
Oh, well, he deserves something better than that. Well, it's showtime. Let's get started. Is the audience in the theater?
Yep, he's here.
Oh, so it's one of those things again, huh? Well, then on with the show.
Get your programs here. Get your programs. You can't tell one program from another program without a program.
I think we can do without him. I don't like him. As the curtain rises, we find little Eva, a fragile little thing, gazing out the window. She's not feeling so good. The music isn't feeling so good either. Raise the curtain, Merton.
It is so beautiful sitting here by the window, gazing out into the fields of daffodils and pumpernickels. I wonder where Topsy is. Ouch! Oh, there you are. Hello, Topsy.
Hello, Teddy. Hello, Miss Eva. As wicked I am.
You certainly is. Do you know what happens to bad little girls like you?
I ain't telling. If you want to know, find out for yourself.
Topsy, why can't you be good like me?
Like you? Well, what about you pushing your uncle off the front porch and giving your grandma the hot foot? Yeah, that don't sound like a little Eva to me.
Well, I've been eating vitamins.
Well, you better wean off them just a wee bit.
Hello, children.
Well, Uncle Tom.
Yeah. I got shoes, you got shoes, all us children got shoes.
This is before rationing, of course.
Uncle Tom, how are you, Uncle Tom?
Uncle Tom got a hand. He'll be hard to work with. Please, folks, please.
Not so good, Miss Eva. Not so good. Lawsy.
You certainly are, Bergen. More of it, huh? And who are you?
I'm Simon Legree, the roofest-toofest villain in the whole soup.
Well, shut my mouth.
Save me, children, save me.
Oh, there you are, Uncle Tom. I've come to take you away. I'm an absolute cad, you know.
Well, we knew you weren't an actor.
Save me, chillin', I'm a-losing my freedom by yumping Yemeni. No,
You're losing your accent, too.
Yeah, remember, Berger, you're Uncle Tom, not Uncle Axel. All right.
Get your tomatoes here. Nice, unfresh tomatoes. You can't show the actors your appreciation without a tomato.
You get out of here with those tomatoes. On with the show, Simon LeGreasy.
Oh, yes. Where was I? Oh, yes, I was being mean to Uncle Tom, wasn't I?
Yeah.
Uncle Tom, I beat you last night. I beat you the night before, and I'm going to beat you tonight.
How can you be so careful?
Oh, what's a little game of gin rummy between friends?
Oh, please don't be mean to Uncle Thomas, Mr. Legree. Have you no respect for his old gray hair?
Hair? Well, that does it. This is the worst job of casting I've ever seen.
You're right, Charlie. This kind of acting's enough to sink a showboat.
By golly, you did it, too.
I think we hit a sandbar.
We're always hitting a sandbar. Look at the water coming in, too.
Get your water wings here, folks. You can't see the rest of the show without water wings.
Let's go, Charlie. Let's get out of here.
Hey, wait a minute. Think of the audience for a second. Seconds up. Come on, swim for shore.
Be with us again next week when Charlie and all of us will be on hand to greet our special guest, Barbara Stanwyck. Meanwhile, when it's coffee you're buying, ask for Chase & Sanborn coffee. When it's tea, Tenderleaf brand tea. Chase & Sanborn coffee, Tenderleaf tea. Two favorites for days like these. Ask your grocer for them both. This is Buddy Twist saying goodnight from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Texaco Star Theater, a special service rebroadcast of one of America's favorite radio programs for you fighting men of the United Nations. Portland Hoffa, Jimmy Wallington, Al Goodman and his orchestra, and Fred Allen.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What is this? Ad-libbing, huh?
Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon, New Yorkers held their traditional Easter parade on Fifth Avenue. Tonight, we bring you a man who was seen at the Easter parade selling gardenias. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Jimmy, I'd just like to tell you, that same joke was the first joke in Jack Benny's program tonight, incidentally.
Still good.
I know. Well, from now... No, it isn't. It's not really. It wasn't even good on his program. I don't know. But from now on, fortunately, the program is different from here on in. And, Jimmy, I wouldn't talk about the Easter parade if I were you. I saw you in the parade this afternoon. Oh, brother.
Well, I looked pretty snappy, didn't I?
Oh, Jimmy, you were as sharp as a Ubangi's pout, Jimmy. You were the only man in the Easter parade wearing a corsage.
Oh, that. Well, I had to wear my flower low, Fred.
Your flower low, huh?
Yes, a button came off my vest, and I had to plug up the buttonhole, you see.
You look like something that fell out of a hearse, Jimmy. I hate to say that.
Well, you weren't so hot. With a pork pie hat and that herringbone Inverness. How far did you march in the parade, Fred?
Well, I started at 57th Street, Jimmy, but when I got down to 42nd Street, a man from Esquire stepped out of a doorway and gave me $10 to get back in the house. He knew if I stayed out another hour with that herringbone Inverness with the smelt in the back, he knew that Esquire was through.
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland... Portland, you're just in time to help us lay an Easter egg, Portland. Don't forget colored eggs tonight, everybody. Colored eggs. Tell me, Portland, was your mother in the parade today?
Yes, Mama wore a victory gown.
What is a victory gown?
It's last year's dress with 2 war bonds pinned on it.
Last year's dress with 2... Let's go over that again. Did you hear it? I mean, was it... Well, no, let's skip the thing. Well, tell me, did you like the parade this afternoon?
It was wonderful. Right in the middle of the parade, 40 mink were marching.
40 live mink marching?
Yes. When they came to 50th Street, the mink all stopped and spelled out I.J. Fox.
It must have been quite a sight.
There were whacks and waves and spars and Lady Marines.
Oh, I know that. A lady civilian walked down Fifth Avenue and everybody cheered. It was... Well, so much for Easter, Portland. We'd better get along down to Allen's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Well, this past week, newspaper publishers and editors from all over the country met here, convened here in New York City. And with the shortage of paper, they say that the daily newspapers may soon have to drop some of their features. And so our question tonight is, if newspapers have to be cut down in size, which features or pages would you rather see eliminated?
Shall we leave?
Take my arm, Portland. Here we are, back in good old Allen's Alley.
John Doe's light is on.
Yes, he's probably waiting up for us. I'll knock.
Oh, does it always have to be you?
Tell me, Mr. Tell me, Mr. Doe, if newspapers are cut down, which feature do you think should go?
The news section can go. Everybody knows the news. Rommel is still on the lam.
True.
The help wanted ads can go. Everybody's working.
Right.
The travel section can go. Nobody's going no place unless they're in the Army.
That's right, too.
The sports section can go. It's the same story every day. The Dodgers is beating the Giants.
Even with the dead ball, they're doing it. That eliminates the whole paper, Mr. Doe.
All but the obituary column.
Well, what about...
The obituary column can also go. If you're dead, nobody cares but you, and you can't read it.
Now that John Doe has eliminated completely the Fourth Estate, let's see how the lady next door feels about it.
No.
Mrs. Nussbaum, what part of your newspaper would you suggest eliminating?
Prudence Pincus could go.
You mean the cooking expert who has her daily recipes in the paper?
That schnook could cook, I'm laughing.
Well, what's wrong with Prudence Pincus?
Last week in Prudence Pincus's column is a recipe.
A recipe, I see.
It is a watermelon upside-down cake.
A watermelon upside-down cake?
I am following directions. From 4 eggs, I'm taking only the yolks.
Yes?
1 cup oleomargarine.
Yes?
1 watermelon should be right.
This is essential.
To this, I'm adding baking powder and extracts, all kinds.
Yes?
I am beating till fluffy.
Uh-huh.
Putting in the oven 2 hours.
And you had a watermelon upside-down cake?
What I am having could be for Radio City a cornerstone.
It was heavy?
The cake is falling off the table and killing the cat a little. Prudence Pincus, free.
Well, what went wrong?
The recipe is saying put in 1 cup melted lead.
Melted lead? Well, that was a misprint. It must have meant melted lard. Did the lead in the cake bother you any?
Bother, he says. For 2 days I've been hiccuping bullets. Pardon me.
Well, Mrs. Nussbaum has shot off her mouth. Let's see how Mr. Mulligan will react. Socrates, which feature in your newspaper can you dispense with?
You can have the whole paper. Just give me Joe Palooka.
You're a Joe Palooka fan, hey?
When I was a little kid, I first seen Joe Palooka.
Yeah?
Then I took an oath.
An oath to what?
The other kids was taking oath to grow up like George Washington or singing Sam.
But you?
I took an oath to be like Joe Palooka.
And as you grew up?
All through life, I dressed like Joe Palooka. I talked like Joe Palooka.
I see.
If Joe Palooka was happy, I was happy. If Joe Palooka was sad, I was sad.
Well, after emulating your idol all these years, what has it gotten you?
Oh, today, thanks to Joe Palooka, I got me a reputation.
Really?
Every time I walk down the street,
yes?
The people say, there goes that Palooka.
Well, again, we come to the end of the alley. Let's try here.
Easter is Easter, Wester is Wester. Falstaff's here to break up your siesta.
You have someone's whistling. Evidently lost a dog in here. Let's. You have some maybe a dog is whistling for somebody. You have some seasonal poems tonight. Troubadour open shore.
A crambo or two.
A crambo or
yes.
two.
Have you heard? I left my hat at the stage door canteen when they caught me tilting the pinball machine.
No, I don't think so.
Or when they looked me up in Bradstreet, I knew that I was done.
This is immaterial, irrelevant, and beside the point in your ration book, Falstaff. Tonight we are discussing cutting down newspapers.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
What is your newspaper poem called?
It has no title.
Oh, it hasn't? How does it go?
Everyone reads a paper has a totally different view. The section that absorbs one man won't mean a thing to you. The banker wants only the market reports. A kid will cry for Buck Rogers. The debutante reads the society news. A ball fan wants news of the Dodgers. The armchair general wants word of the war. A horse player results from all tracks. The undertaker gloats all the obituary page. The housewife wants ads about slacks. But give me a newspaper just as it is, after it's been read by the bunch. One page is the same as another to me. I just use it to wrap up my lunch.
Mr. Saturday Dad heard the crowd at the floor. Couldn't bear it without you. Don't get around much anymore. All my visits the club. Got as far as the door. They'd have asked me about you. Don't get around much anymore. Darling, I guess my mind's more at ease. But nevertheless, it's over, I guess. So why stir up memories? Been invited on days. Might have gone, but what for? Awfully different without you. Don't get around much anymore. I don't get around much. Ain't doing the town much. Ain't trying to clown much. I couldn't begin to believe we'd ever be through. Oh, darling, my mind is at ease. Why stir up my memories? Been invited on dates. Might have gone, but what for? It's awfully different without you, baby. There's something different about you, baby. Don't get around much anymore.
And now, is this magazine for me, Portland?
Yes. It's a copy of Newsweek in case you want to make up some jokes.
Oh, topical jokes. That's a good idea. What's in the news this week?
Well, President Roosevelt just finished a trip to Mexico.
I know. You know, the day the president left, 200 people tried to break into the White House.
Why?
Well, word got around that there was an empty room in Washington. Tell me, what else is in the news?
Last Tuesday was Hitler's birthday.
Oh, I saw that. The Russians sent Hitler a birthday card. It was a picture of Germany, and on it said, "Many happy returns." Is there any, don't bother with me. Is there any other news?
Well, isn't it time for our guest?
Well, we haven't any guest tonight, Portland. I haven't had time to look for a guest all week. I've been busy packing up to move. I'm as tired as an air raid warden in Berlin.
Have you found...
Now, wait a minute. Wait, we go 20 minutes without a laugh, and when one
Have you found a new place to live?
Well, I went over to a real estate agent on 6th Avenue. The sign said Analyk Brothers Real Estate Ventures. I opened the door. A man in a long alpaca coat who was sitting on a camp stool got up and said...
Yes, sir? What's on your mind?
Well, my name is Allen. I'm looking for an apartment.
Apartments are scarce, brother. I only have a one-room suite. It's $400 a month.
$400 for one room?
Not the whole room. There are 3 other families living in the room. But they're all lovely people.
Well, wait a minute.
Excuse me, Mr. Analyk.
Are you back?
Yeah, my wife and I have decided to take that one room with the closet.
Oh, good. The price?
Oh, you said we could have it for $850 a month if we didn't go in the closet.
If I catch you in the closet, it's $950 a month. You won't go in the closet?
I'll take a note.
And before you sign this lease, one more thing.
Yeah?
Have you any children?
Well,
Come clean, you!
We have a little baby.
A baby? And you want an apartment? You dirty rat! Take that!
Oh,
Hand that! Hand that! The knife of that guy. Trying to rent an apartment with a baby. I'm so mad I could spit. Tweet!
Oh, now, wait a minute. What about my apartment, Mr. Analyk?
Well, we're having some fire escapes upholstered. But they won't be ready till the paint dries. Oh, wait a minute. A guy come in a minute ago. He wants to rent his house. Come over here, Bud. Mr. Allen, meet Bela Lugosi.
Thank you, thank you.
Mr. Lugosi, I'm Fred Allen. I guess my face looks familiar, doesn't it?
Yes, you look like something that fell out of a closet the night I was on Inner Sanctum.
Well, I knew you'd remember me. You know, the last time I saw you here in New York, you were a big hit in that play, Dracula.
Yes, Fred. That was back in 1927. I've been in Hollywood ever since.
Well, how come you're back from Hollywood now? Did they catch you shoplifting in a blood bank out there?
No, I'm here to do a revival of Dracula. I just finished Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman for Universal.
Another musical, hey? Tell me, how does it feel, you fellas in the horror business, how does it feel to go into a theater and hear people hissing you on the screen?
Hissing to an actor who plays monsters is applause.
Well, I guess that's right. They say that one night Boris Karloff was in the Stork Club, a radiator started hissing, and Karloff got up and took 4 bows.
Yes. When people stop hissing Karloff and me, we'll be through.
Oh, yes. And when people start hissing me, I'll be through. And it could happen tonight, Mr. Lugosi. Thank you very much. Thank you.
With your face, Fred, you can always go into the monster business.
Well, that's fine. I'll know where to scare up a job from now on. Well, tell me, Mr. Lugosi, how long will you be in New York?
I'm leaving next week to open my play, Dracula, in Boston.
Uh-huh.
I came to this real estate office to sublease my house.
Well, I'm looking for a place, Mr. Lugosi. Now, perhaps we can make a deal. May I see your house?
Sure. Here is the address. Drop up this afternoon.
Fine.
If I'm not home.
I thought you'd left for home.
So anyhow, if I'm not home, go in and look around, Fred. Here's the key. I'll see you later.
So long. Well, after Mr. Lugosi... After Mr. Lugosi had gone, Portland...
Yes?
I looked at the key to his house. It was a skeleton key.
Gosh. what did you do?
Well, late that afternoon, I started out for Lugosi's place. It was just getting dark. The wind was blowing. A storm was coming up. After walking about an hour, I finally found Lugosi's house. Oh, it was a dismal-looking joint on a side street. I walked up the rickety steps, and as I started to put the key in the lock, the front door opened slowly. I walked in, and the door creaked closed. And then a woman's voice said,
How do you do?
Well, how do you do, Mrs. Lugosi?
I'm not Mrs. Lugosi.
No? Who are you?
I'm the sister of Frankenstein. Come in, brother.
I just came to see about renting this house.
This house is evil, evil. Go while you still have time.
But Mr. Lugosi...
Mr. Lugosi is a fiend. Go, I tell you, go while you still have time.
Hey, she'd better lay off the Benzedrine that way. Gosh, it's gloomy in here. What's this? Gad, a human head rolling down the hall.
What's up, chum?
Who's that? Who's talking?
It's me, down here, the head.
Who are you, head?
I used to be a friend of Lugosi's.
What became of your body?
I had a corn on one foot. Lugosi told me he was a chiropodist.
Yes?
He started cutting off my corn. I fell asleep.
Yes?
I could feel Lugosi cutting.
Yes?
When I woke up, my corn was gone, Lugosi was gone, I was gone.
You were gone?
All but my head.
Gad, Lugosi must be mad.
Lugosi's mad. How do you think I feel?
I know.
Well, chum, I gotta get along. Stop me rolling, will you?
In what direction?
Which way is we the people?
It's over this way. I'll give you a head start. Here we go. Gad, this place is spooky. Who are you?
I am a lady ghost. I'm releasing a man ghost for essential haunting.
Whose ghost are you?
I'm the ghost of Joe Besser.
Joe Besser?
Yes, I came here to spook for Joe.
Woo! I'm getting out of here. Ah, here's a door. No, it's a closet. Somebody's in here. Who is it? Lugosi.
Yes. Lugosi.
Gosh, for a minute I was scared, Bella. What are you doing in this closet?
I was just hanging something up.
I see what you mean. Well, Baylor, old man, I'll be running along.
But, Fred, you haven't seen my house yet.
No, but I...
Here, let me take you by the hand.
Oh, Gad, your hand is clammy. It's like holding 5 eels with hangnails.
You'll get used to it. Come, I'll show you my heating system.
What was that shriek?
It's nothing. It came from the furnace.
The furnace?
Yes. I used to burn oil, but I converted to people.
Look, Bella, I've got to get back to the Union League Club. I have a chess game waiting, and something tells me it's my move.
But you haven't seen my charming little home yet.
Hello, Mr. Lugosi.
Hello.
Say, I didn't see anybody. Who was that?
Oh, the invisible man. He's just stepping into the library.
Out!
What was that, the invisible man?
Yes, he got his ectoplasm caught in the door.
Now, look, Bella, I don't think I'll bother about the house. I'll move into the Y. I'm a member there.
It won't take a minute, Fred. I'll show you.
Wait a minute. What is that?
It's only the telephone. Mrs. Frankenstein will answer it. I have some dirty work to do.
Now, wait a minute, Lugosi. Where are you taking me? Let go of my arm.
Be quiet, you fool.
I knew it. You didn't get me here to rent this house, Lugosi. You lured me here to kill me.
You will soon find out, Fred Allen.
Help, save me, help.
You see, Fred Allen, I'm all powerful. I'm all knowing. And now, into the laboratory. Iago, Panto.
Yes, no, put me down. I'll give you my money, my yo-yo.
Chain him to that table.
No.
Yes, master.
No. You're mad, Lugosi, mad. What are you going to do?
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I have been luring people to my house to complete my greatest horror masterpiece. I'm making a monster greater than Frankenstein.
A monster?
Yes. I'm building a radio monster. I will use the brain of Red Skelton.
Yes.
The body of Skinny Ennis. And the singing voice of Georgie Yassel.
Well, what do you want? What do you want of me?
I have heard your program. My monster needs a lot of nerve. You have more nerve than anyone in radio.
You're mad, Lugosi. Mad, I tell you.
Enough talk. I shall now operate and remove your nerve.
Everything is ready, master.
Anesthetic.
Anesthetic.
Scalpel.
Scalpel.
Forceps.
Forceps.
Anything with a point.
Anything with a point.
Now, one little snip, and then...
Someone's at the door. Help! Help! Help!
Well, you fool. Nobody can save you. No power on earth can stop me.
Mr. Bela Lugosi?
No. Not you. No. No.
Yes, I have come for you, Bela Lugosi.
No!
Gad, Lugosi's fainted. I'm saved. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
That's all
Thank
right.
you.
That's all right. Stop licking my hand.
But you frightened Lugosi. Who are you?
I'm chairman of his draft board.
The Fred Allen Show was rebroadcast for you men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
With the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's danger on the trail ahead! I'll Silver! Away!
Young Jim Ashley pulled his gaunt team and rickety buckboard to a stop before the one-room sod house he had built here on the edge of Elkhorn Flats.
Oh, you critters, oh.
Jim Ashley was a tall, raw-boned man in his late 20s. His deeply sunburned face bore a grim expression. There were small wrinkles at the corners of his gray eyes, wrinkles that had once been laugh lines. But Jim hadn't laughed much in the last 2 years, certainly not since he'd brought his wife and child out to live in this sun-baked desert of Elkhorn Flats. As he stepped down from the buckboard, he could hear Virginia trying to put the baby to sleep.
Virgie, I think that we'd better get...
Jim, I think he's almost asleep.
There. It's been so hot this afternoon, it's no wonder he doesn't want to sleep.
Yeah, it is hot. But that ain't what's bothering him.
Well,
Sleep's a pretty poor substitute for food. I'm a fine kind of a critter to call myself a man. Can't even rustle enough grub to feed my wife and baby.
Oh, now, Jim, talking that way won't help any. Did you hitch up the team?
That's right outside.
I'll just wrap up little Jim here. He'll like the ride to town even if he is asleep.
Virgie, I got a feeling we'll just be wasting our time asking Anderson for any favors.
Maybe not. Gee, there's no harm in trying. Come on.
Climb up on the seat, Virgie. I'll hold little Jim. Here. Riding 10 miles in an open buckboard won't be much fun, Virgie.
The baby and I won't mind.
You think Anderson might stake us to enough grub to keep going for a while?
Won't do any harm to ask.
Get up there. Come on, get up. Like as not, he won't even talk to me.
You don't have to take abuse from anyone, Jim. If Anderson turns us down, we'll get along. Somehow.
Well, I guess it ain't really his fault. Matt King's the cause of it. Trying to starve us out, that's what he's doing.
You don't know that for sure, Jim.
Yes, I do. Matt King has got more power in this county than any man deserves.
But men don't deliberately try to starve out women and children, Jim. Even men like Matt King.
You don't know him, Virgie. Matt King don't care about anything but himself. To his way of thinking, cattle are more important than human beings.
Maybe not.
Didn't he tramp down our wheat last fall and drive off our stock?
We never knew for sure.
Didn't he burn that patch of corn we were saving for meal this winter? I tell you, Virgie, I know what
We just got to be patient, Jim. Maybe after a while he'll get tired of bothering us.
Patient? Sometimes I think we'd be smart to pack up and clear out. Start again somewhere else.
Jim, you promised me you'd never talk that way again. Why, we've made our home here, and we're going to stay.
All right, honey. I'm sorry. But Anderson still hasn't staked us to any grub.
How do we know until we ask him?
Maybe. Get up there. Come on, get up. Town looks kind of deserted.
It's too hot for many folks to be out. Oh, there's Nat Turner. His team is hitched to the cottonwood.
Yeah, might as well drive up alongside of him.
Oh, it'll be shady there. I can wait for you.
Oh, boys, whoa. Hi, Nat.
Oh, hello, Jim. How are you, Mrs. Ashley?
Well, pretty good, Nat. The baby's not so well.
Oh, that's too bad. What's the trouble?
Same trouble we've all got. No food.
Yeah. I was just into Anderson's store. Asked him to stand me off.
He wouldn't do.
Says he can't. Told him we'd have a crop before the summer's over.
We'll all have a crop now that we've got water from Prairie Creek.
I'm afraid all of us farmers are going to run into trouble, Jim. Account of that fencing job we did at Prairie Creek.
The creek's on my property. It's nobody's business but mine if you, Tom Noble, and the rest of the farmers want to use the water to irrigate the land.
Sure, that's the way we feel, but
I'm going over to Anderson's store. You wait here, Virginia.
Matt King and two of his cowpunchers just went into Anderson's, Jim.
Thanks, Nat. Matt King's just the hombre I'm looking for. Hello, Mr. Anderson.
Hello, Ashley.
I'd like to talk to you about doing some trading.
Cash?
Well,
You're wasting your time, Ashley. You gave the same answer to Nat Turner, that other dirt farmer.
I know, but we've got our irrigation ditches dug now, and inside of 3 months we'll
Yeah? Mr. King here was just talking about your plans for irrigating.
Oh, he was?
That's right, Ashley. My boys and me just rode through Prairie Creek. I see you ain't pulled down that wire yet.
I'm not going to pull it down.
Listen, Sod Buster, I'm giving you one more day to pull down that wire, understand?
Prairie Creek is legally mine. The wire stays.
We'll see about that.
There's a tough winter ahead, King. I've got a wife and a baby to feed. I'll earn enough money to feed them, and you can't stop me.
A nester like you ain't big enough around the middle to bluff me, so don't try it.
I'm not trying to bluff anybody. You've rawhided me and my friends ever since we settled here in Elkhorn Flats. We can take a lot, King, but we can dish it out, too.
Listen. If you nesters place any value on your hide, you'll pack up and clear out before I really get mad. You've spoiled the grazing with your plows, and you've wired off Prairie Creek so you can irrigate your land with water that belongs to the cattle.
That all you have to say?
Any more talking I do will be with lead.
Then I might as well give you what you deserve right now. Mr. King, move away, Anderson. I'll blast you.
All right. No gunplay. Not yet. That's one punch you wish you'd never thrown, Ashley.
I'm sure I'll never regret it. Boss, why didn't you let me drill?
Anderson. Who was that? Followed Ashley out the door.
Just a redskin who's been hanging around here for the last couple of days. He don't mean anything.
What about the nester, boss? You're not going to let him get away with it, are you?
We'll take care of all of those sodbusters. And do it at one clip. Come on, boys.
I'm sorry I was so long, Virgie.
Any luck, Jim?
Well, no, not exactly. Anderson said things are pretty tight right now, and...
Matt King?
Yep.
Was he in the store?
Had a few words, that's all.
Never mind, Jim. Let's drive on out home. I'm sure everything will turn out all right.
No, it won't, Virgie. That's the trouble.
There's no harm in hope.
Get up there. Come on, get up.
We're almost home, Jim, and I think I ought to tell you.
Tell me what?
Look under the seat.
Say, what's this? Canned goods. Bacon and cornmeal. Where'd you get it, Virgie?
While you were in Anderson's store, I went to Spooner's Market and bought it.
But you didn't have it. How'd you pay for it?
I made one stop before I got to Spooner's, Jim. I stopped at the pawn shop.
Pawn shop?
My ring, see, I hated to do it, Jim, but the baby's got to have food, and so do we.
Pawned your wedding?
We'll redeem it, Jim.
You had to pawn your wedding ring because a coyote like Matt King wants more grazing land for his cattle. He says he only talks with lead. Well, I speak the same language. Get up. Come on, get up there.
In a trailside camp a few miles from Elkhorn, the Lone Ranger and Dan Reed waited for Tonto to return from town with supplies.
This must be Tonto now.
Oh, Scout. Oh, fellow.
You brought the supplies, Tonto?
Me bring news, too.
What kind of news?
Matt King, cattleman, not like the farmers who live on Elkhorn Flat.
There's nothing unusual in that. The farmers will make out all right. They're getting water from Prairie Creek.
Me, no. But Jim Ashley have fight with Matt King in Anderson's store.
A fight?
Ashley hit King. And King say, from now on, him no longer talk. Him use lead.
That's bad. I was afraid of something like this when I saw that Prairie Creek was fenced off yesterday afternoon.
Well, isn't the creek on land that belongs to Mr. Ashley?
Yes, it is, Dan.
Well, then how can the cattlemen claim
It's a fight that will go on for years, Dan, all over this country. The government opening land to homesteaders, cattle raisers see the end of open range and all it means.
If it's water they're fighting about, why don't they share it? There's enough for everybody.
Yes, of course, but the cattlemen were here first. They resent the homesteaders coming in.
We break camp, ride south?
No, Tonto, I think we'll stay here for a few days. I want you and Dan to ride back to Elkhorn this afternoon.
Well, what do we do there?
Get all the information you can on Jim Ashley and the rest of the farmers.
And what you do, Kemosabe?
I'll wait here till nightfall, then ride over to Matt King's ranch.
It was almost 10 o'clock that evening when Matt King walked into the bunkhouse where his two top hens were waiting for him.
Red, Pete.
Yeah. What's the matter, Matt? Saw at somebody?
I'm sore at every sod-busting nester that's trying to squat on this range.
Yeah, Red was telling me about what happened in Anderson's store today. You and that lanky critter, Jim Ashley.
Never mind that. The rest of the boys are herding steers over in the valley. Ride over there and get them. Drive the herd in with you.
You better leave this talk in the valley, Matt. No water here on the flats. The critters
There's plenty of water at Prairie Creek.
It's fenced, double strands of barbed wire. And I ain't never seen a cow critter that can walk through that.
We're watering a stock at Prairie Creek tomorrow morning. Barbed wire won't stop bullets, but nesters will.
Oh, they might gang up on us, Matt, and we could...
What's the matter, Red? You look like you just saw a ghost.
I saw somebody looking in that window. An hombre wearing a mask.
Nah, you must be...
What the...
It's a rock. Somebody threw a rock.
No, it ain't. It's a bullet. Look.
Yeah, a silver bullet with a note tied to it. See, it says Matt King.
Let me see it.
Is it for you, Matt?
Well... Boy, if I catch the dirty, sneaking varmint that wrote this up...
What's it say?
Matt King. If you talk with lead, I'll talk with silver. It's up to you.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The following morning, Jim Ashley, astride a gaunt and underfed saddle horse, pulled up sharply in front of another sod house similar to his own. It was the home of Nat Turner.
Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh. Nat! Oh, Nat!
I saw you ride up, Jim.
I thought you might be plowing over by the ridge.
Not today. No use doing any more plowing till we know for sure whether we can get water.
We've got the water, Nat. We're going to keep it.
I heard that you and Matt King
I did the only thing I could do. Next move's up to him.
That may mean shooting, Jim.
If that's what it takes to protect our rights, then they'll be shooting. What do you say?
I'm with you, Jim. So's Tom Noble and the rest of the dry farmers. But Matt King's got a lot of gun hands.
It's up to us to match him, some way.
What'll we do?
I'm riding over to Prairie Creek now. We've got to post a 24-hour guard to watch that fence. You want to ride along?
Sure, Jim. I ain't got a saddle horse, but one of my plow mules can pack a blanket rig.
Put it on him and let's get going.
In the meantime, Pete and Red, under orders from Matt King, rode toward the sun-baked shack that Jim and Virginia called home.
You know, Red, I ain't got much of a hankering for this job.
Well, Matt knows what he's doing. If you break the leader of these nesters, the rest of them will run like scared gophers.
And Ashley's the leader, eh?
Well, he's the one who does all the talking. The one who hit Matt in the jaw.
And why don't we go after him? His wife ain't in on this argument.
We're working for Matt King, Pete. We'll do whatever he says.
Sure,
now
but
shut up. Here we are. Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. Steady,
boy. Steady there. Steady.
Ashley's horse is gone. Guess he ain't around.
That's why we're here.
Yes?
I reckon you're Mrs. Jim Ashley.
That's right.
If you've got anything in this shack that you want to save, you'd better get it out.
What do you mean?
Because we're burning it down. Pronto.
Burning?
Now, don't worry, you ain't the only one. Every other nester's getting the same treatment.
But you can't burn our house.
A rat hasn't got a hole to live in. He'll clear out. Light a torch, Pete. This dry sod will burn like paper.
Yeah, sure.
But my baby and everything we own is in this house.
If you get a brat in there, just fetch it out.
Oh, Jimmy.
All right, Pete, fire it up.
All right.
That's it. Now, come on, let's vamoose.
Are we going to stick around?
No. The water Jim Ashley claims he owns is 3 miles from here. Let him figure out a way to get it over here. Get up, boy.
Get up, boy. Get up there.
Yeah, this is Anderson's store, Tonto. We'll go in and talk to him.
What can I do for you, kid?
Well, we're strangers in town. I'm looking for Jim Ashley. Do you know him?
Ashley? You mean the nester?
I thought he was a farmer.
Cattlemen call them nesters.
Well, do you know him?
Sure, I know all of them. Ashley, Turner, Noble, and a dozen others.
Well, where can I find Mr. Ashley?
He owns a shack about 10 miles out on the flats.
Thanks. Come on, Tonto.
Say, that redskin you've got with you the one who bought supplies here yesterday? Oh. Yeah? What's the trouble with Injuns? All they do is say, Can't tell whether they savvy or not.
That's right. Come on, Tonto.
Sure, I know Jim Ashley. Just another sod buster. He hasn't got a thin dime, and he never will have.
What makes you say that?
Well, he's a nester, ain't he? They're all alike.
Thanks. Thanks for the information. His name's Jim Ashley. I thought maybe you being a sheriff, you might know him.
Sure, I know Jim. Hard-working young fella. Got a wife and baby. It's too bad.
What's bad about it?
A dry farmer in the cattle country has got 2 strikes against him before he starts.
Well, aren't there other dry farmers around here?
Lots of them. The only reason it's tougher for Jim is because he's sort of appointed himself their leader.
Well, you're the law here in Elkhorn. Can't you help Mr. Ashley?
Sure, son. I'm the law. But I'm also smart enough not to run against the grain of Matt King.
Oh. Then Matt King is the real reason that things are tough for Mr. Ashley and the rest of the farmers, huh?
Well, I wouldn't want to be quoted on this. But you ain't far from the truth.
Oh, thanks very much, Sheriff.
Yes, my boy. What is it?
Well, my friend and I have been looking all over town for a man named Jim Ashley. Do you know him?
Well, I've never met him.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry to have troubled
Now, wait a minute, my boy.
Yeah?
You're a fine-looking youngster. Just the kind of friend I imagine Jim Ashley would have.
I thought you didn't know him.
I don't. But I'm in a strange business, my boy. A pawnbroker gets to know a lot of folks he's never seen.
You mean Mr. Ashley pawned something with you?
No. The only Ashleys I know are Mrs. Ashley and a baby.
Oh, I see.
She was in here yesterday afternoon. She didn't talk much, but I knew what was wrong. No crops and no money. No food.
Yeah. The sheriff told me about that. Jim Ashley and all the other dry farmers are in the same position. Matt King's the law in this town, isn't he?
Yes, I guess he is. But Matt King or anyone else can keep me from loaning money on a wedding ring. Loaning as much as I want to.
No, he can't. And I think I understand what you mean. Goodbye, sir. Come on, Tonto.
It was late that evening when Jim Ashley, tired from a long day of patrolling the fence at Prairie Creek, finally rode up within sight of his house.
What the... Oh! The shack, it's gone. Virgie and little Jim, maybe they're... Get up there! Come on, get up there!
Jim!
Virgie! Whoa, horse! Whoa, boy! Whoa!
Oh, Jim, I've been praying for hours that you'd come back.
What happened, Virgie? The shack is...
Burnt. There's nothing left. It happened early this afternoon.
The baby is...
He's all right. Neither of us were hurt.
Oh, well, how did it happen? Did the stove explode?
No,
or...
Jim, the fire wasn't an accident.
What do you mean?
Well, those men, the 2 cowpunchers who worked for Matt King.
They set it afire?
Yes, Jim.
The buckboard's still here?
I pulled it away from the back of the house after the fire started.
Come on, Virgie. We'll hitch up the team and drive you and little Jim over to Mrs. Turner's. And spend the night there.
Won't you be with us?
I'm going to round up every man who has a farm here on the flats and see...
Oh, it's Nat Turner.
Jim, what happened to your shack?
A couple of Matt King's men burned it down this afternoon.
Well, I just rode over to tell you.
What?
Some of the boys were out in the valley today, while you and me were watching the creek. Matt King's crew are rounding up his entire herd of steers. They're driving them down to Prairie Creek tonight.
They are, huh? Well, that's good.
Well, what's good about it? King's men will snip our barbed wire, water their stock, and all this land will be open range again.
No, it won't, Matt. When King drives his cattle to the creek tonight, we'll be waiting for him. Waiting for him with the only kind of talk he understands, gunfire.
All right, Pete, you ride the point. Red and Slim will take the heel and drag. Head for Prairie Creek. Don't worry about the wire. It'll be cut by the time we get there.
They're coming, Jim. I can hear the cattle.
Get your guns ready and stay right here by the creek. You hear that, boys?
Yes, Jim. We got it, Jim.
Gosh, you don't suppose King's going to drive his beef right into that barbed wire?
No. There'll be some hombres trying to snip it pretty soon. Keep your eyes peeled.
Dan.
Yes, Tonto?
You got matches ready to make torch?
Yep, I'm all set. As soon as you give the word.
Well, that come plenty quick. Me here, cattle.
Tonto, when the Lone Ranger told us what to do, he said you'd know the exact minute to start the prairie fire. Because you could tell when the wind was going to change.
Isn't that right?
Yeah, but how, Tonto? How can you tell?
Indian always tell when wind will change. Him just watch moon. Clouds move cross moon. Mean wind move same way on ground plenty soon.
Oh, golly, that's right. But I never would have thought of it. I don't see how
Now, Dan, quick, light fire.
Yeah. There. With the wind behind it, it won't be long before that strip is 100 yards wide.
Plenty wide to stop cattle. They change and go other way.
It's funny we ain't seen
Look! Over to the left, fire!
Prairie fire and traveling fast, too. What's going to cut right in front of the cattle?
Hey, I wonder... Keep your eyes on that wire, boys. King may think we started that fire and send his gunslingers in here.
Fire, Matt! A prairie fire. We can't hold these critters in line now. Nobody can hold them. Let them swing to the left. Matt!
Hey, Pete, where's Matt?
He was riding alongside of you just a minute ago.
Thought I saw a white horse and a masked man riding with him.
White horse? Masked man? You must be dreaming.
Yeah, I guess so.
There goes a stock. After a scare like this fire, it'll take 2 months to round them up again.
No sense in riding into that barbed wire now. Matt pulled out, I'm a-leaving, too.
So am I. Let's head back for the ranch. Get up there, boy. Come on, get up.
We whipped them, Jim. Whipped them. Scared the daylights out of them.
We didn't whip it. The prairie fire did it. Wonder who started that fire.
What do we care who started it? Matt King didn't drive his stock in. The creek still belongs to us.
Fire stopped the cattle, but why didn't Matt King and his punches ride in anyway?
It ain't nothing for us to worry about. Well, say, Jim, your wife's waiting for you over there. Just drove up in the buckboard.
Oh, thanks. I'll go right.
I'm looking for Jim Ashley.
Well, that's me, son. What do you want?
Yeah, I've got 2 messages for you. Here's the first one.
What is it, Jim?
Wait a minute. It's from Matt King.
King?
He says he's changed his mind about Prairie Creek. He wants to get together with all of us and talk over a 50-50 agreement on water rights.
Well, what do you suppose made that hard-shelled old Jasper change his mind?
I don't know. I'm glad now that there was no bloodshed on either side.
Here's the other note.
Thanks, kid, but... Hey, wait a minute. Where are you going?
Oh, he's vamoosed. What's in that note, Jim?
Yeah. Oh, there's nothing written on it. Oh, but wait, there's something in the envelope. Virgie. Oh, Virgie.
What is it, Jim?
Look. Isn't this your wedding ring?
Why, yes, it is. But how did you get it?
In this envelope.
Who sent it?
I don't know, Virgie. But I've got a hunch it's the same person who saved Prairie Creek for us and made Matt King change his mind.
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
The Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, presents John Hall in Soldiers in High Boots.
Is to jump.
Giraffe!
Giraffe! Giraffe!
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. Tonight we present John Hall as the star of a new radio play, Soldiers in High Boots, written by Peter Lyon, especially for Cavalcade. Our play tonight is based on exploits of the paratroopers, daredevils of the infantry. Later in the program, you will hear Cavalcade's special guest, Captain John T. Berry of the 508th Parachute Infantry, who will speak from Washington. Starring John Hall as Private Jefferson Smith, we present Soldiers in High Boots on the Cavalcade of America.
Your order is to jump.
Giraffe!
That's one. Keep going. Fast now. Jump 2.
Giraffe!
3.
Giraffe!
4. 5.
Giraffe!
6. Come on, jump, soldier.
I can't, sir.
What's your name? Smith? Okay, get back out of the way. Back in the cabin there. Okay, next. Keep coming there. Jump.
Come in. Yes?
Private Smith, sir. Company D. Doctor, there's something I wanted to ask you.
Yes, ask away.
Well, sir, I thought you being a doctor.
Yes? Well, I think I can guess what's on your mind, Smith. You failed to jump from the plane this morning. That it?
Has the jump master reported that to you already?
I don't even know who your jump master was, soldier. But I get visits like yours at least once a week.
Well, then, can you tell me what's wrong with me, Doctor, and what to do about it?
Well, I can tell you what's wrong with you, all right, but as for the cure, well, that's another matter.
Yeah, but all the guys in my company, they got me tagged as yellow. And I'm willing to take any one of them on to prove otherwise.
Well, you wouldn't prove anything that way, Smith?
No, I guess not. Well, then, why don't I jump like the others?
Acrophobia. It's a Greek word. It means fear of high places.
Acrophobia, huh?
Probably something in your childhood caused it. You were frightened by some high place or other. A psychoanalyst could take care of it if it needs to be taken care of.
Yeah, but the guys in my company, they think I'm scared.
There's nothing to be ashamed of, soldier. It doesn't mean you're a coward.
But why do I freeze up just when I'm supposed to jump?
You act as though you were the only man who ever froze up in a parachute jump. Don't worry so much about it. Matter of fact, I'm the same way. You couldn't get me to jump out of one of those planes.
Yeah, but look, if I don't jump this afternoon, I'm out of the paratroops.
Then make your jump. Yell Geronimo the way the other boys do. And don't worry about it. That's the worst thing you can do, worry. If you start getting worried about fear, you'll bump into another long Greek word. Phobophobia.
What's that?
Fear of being afraid. That's really a nasty one. Steer clear of that one. Now go on. Make your jump. You'll be okay.
Hey, Farmer, how much longer we got before the afternoon jump?
We ought to get started pretty soon, Tex. We're supposed to go up around a quarter after.
Oh, hey, Mac, if you gotta play that thing, play something cheerful.
Say, who'll take a bet on Smitty?
Smitty? What about him?
Oh, you know. He went up on the second flight this morning, and he wouldn't make his jump.
Yeah, he froze up like an icicle.
Texas, when you're up 5,000 feet and you got to jump, you got a right to be scared.
Yeah. If you say you're not scared yourself, Texas, you're just a plain a lion. So who'll take a bet on whether he jumps this afternoon?
Well, if he don't jump this afternoon, they'll jump him right back into the infantry. 2 times and out. That's what the colonel told us.
Don't worry, boys. He'll jump all right.
Oh, so I have no takers, huh? I'm surrounded by citizens who have no sporting instinct. All close students of the dollar.
Hey, shut up, will you? Here he comes now.
Hmm?
Yeah, he must be going up again, all right. He's got to shoot. All right, come on, we better hurry.
Oh, it's my misfortune to have in my platoon nobody but citizens who figure that anything involving humans is 6 to 5 against.
Well, that's us. Free ticket for everybody, all the way up and all the way down again.
Well, boys, after this trip, we'll all be paratroopers. I hope. Hiya, Smitty.
Hi, Farmer.
Missed your jar. You feeling okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Why not?
Well, the way you usually tie on the old feedback, I was just wondering.
You're thinking about this morning, eh? I know what's on your mind. You figured you'd come over and talk with me, keep my mind off this morning. Well, listen, Farmer. Get back with your pals or start thinking about your farm back in Iowa. I'm okay.
Sure, kid, sure.
Never mind me, and I don't want to talk.
Okay, Smitty, have it your way.
I tell you, I do so remember something about a sparrow. It's in the Bible.
Oh, it's a funny
Oh, I
thing.
read it.
What's funny?
Well, on the ground, that big lug is all guts. You get him up here a few thousand feet, and he tries to remember stuff out of the Bible.
That's right, that's it. A sparrow falls anywhere in the world, and God knows about it and can put out his hand to keep it from harm.
You know, Farmer, I'm not scared to jump. I got it all reasoned out, but I look down.
I know.
I get sick. I don't get scared, I get sick.
Sure, that happens to lots of guys.
As soon as I hear the jump master give the order, then I freeze up.
Oh, you'll get over that. You get so you like it after a while.
All right, you guys. Everybody, stand up. Fix your ripcords to the guy line.
Remember the sparrow, Smitty.
No talking in the ranks there. Now, when I give the order to jump, I want you guys to start jumping. I want all 18 of you out of this plane inside of 10 seconds. That means no delays from any of you. Any guy who hesitates, I'll pull him right back out of the way. Open exit door.
Farmer, I'm right back here, kid.
Okay, jump!
Gerard! Keep moving forward, Smitty. Never stop, see?
My hands, Farmer.
You should see me shaking, kid.
15, 16, 17. Go ahead, soldier.
I don't think I can, sir.
Go on, Smitty.
All right, step back, out of the way.
No, I'm going. Geronimo!
Well, that's about all I've got to say, men. Those of you who took the second jump yesterday completed your training. You're now full-fledged paratroopers. Now, one more thing. As of this moment, all leaves and liberties are canceled. Report to your quarters and prepare for immediate embarkation. Full field equipment. You have exactly 1 hour. I'd like to tell you where you're going, but unfortunately, I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Anyway, you're a fine bunch of paratroopers, and wherever you go, I know you'll do a good job. Now, good luck and good hunting. Company dismissed.
Well, Smitty, old boy, we doed it.
Yeah, we're in, Farmer. Oh, and look, fella, thanks for yesterday.
Oh, don't thank me, Smitty. Nobody pushed you. You
Gentlemen.
jumped.
Gentlemen, I have a little sporting proposition. 5 will get you 10 now. Hey, Texas, come over and get in on this.
Oh, you got another sure proposition for us to bet on, Mac?
What's the bet? Well, now, first let me ask you a question. Where do you think the High Command has decided to utilize our talents, huh?
Well, I got a hunch we're going to be heading across that blue Pacific.
Ha-ha. How about you, Farmer? What do you say?
Well, I got different dope. Understand there's going to be a little excitement up around Alaska.
Considering the way they've been training us, I think it's going to be Iceland.
Okay, boys, it's a bet. Now, I'll tell you, gentlemen, where we're going. Africa. Sunny Africa. Yes, sir. Africa, where the sun always shines.
Rain. Is that all it does in England? Rain?
Hey, Smitty, you got another cigarette?
Sure, here you are, Farmer.
Look at that rain. Too wet even to go down to the pub for a beer. Who's got the dice?
Oh, relax, Texas. I'll bet it's not raining down in Africa anyway.
Yeah, Africa. I thought we were heading straight for Africa, Mac. We've been in England 2 months.
Oh, bye. I wonder how our old outfit's doing.
You know, what I wonder is why we didn't get to go to Africa.
Well, they got their reasons why we didn't go south, Farmer.
Yeah, such as which?
Well, I'd rather not say.
What do you mean by that, Texas?
Oh, no hard feelings, Smitty, but you're the guy who went chicken on a jump once. Figure it's on your record.
Texas.
Why don't you keep your yap shut, Texas?
Well, now, listen, Mac. You and the farmer both agreed that maybe Smitty was the reason we didn't get to go.
Still got that on your mind, eh, Texas?
You can call it a mine.
Well, what about it, Smitty? You sure you wouldn't freeze up again?
Cut it out, Texas. They aren't keeping all of us here just because of Smitty.
You said not all of us, Farmer. You mean you figure that's why I'm here?
Well, Smitty, it probably is on your record that you didn't jump once, but...
Well, if that's the case, wouldn't they throw me out of the paratroops?
Well, that's reasonable.
Ah, the trouble with you guys, you got nothing better to do than sit around and dream up beefs for why we haven't seen any action. Did you ever stop to wonder why they were so anxious to teach us how to ski?
Well, we weren't the only guys they trained to ski, Smitty.
I'm not saying we were. But the four of us, we're all supposed to be pretty hot at skiing. So long as we're all figuring out why we didn't go to Africa, I'll make my bet it's because they're going to send us in the other direction.
Gosh, Smitty, do you really think so?
Well, how do you figure?
Oh, fine. Now we're the second front. Hey, Mama.
Norway, huh?
Yeah, it's cold country. I like it hot.
We aren't in Norway yet. It's just one way of looking at it. Attention.
Private Smith?
Yes, sir.
Carter?
Yes, sir.
McElroy?
Yes, sir.
Ramsey?
Yes, sir.
You're all to report to the CO at once. Never mind sprucing up. He wants you there in a hurry.
Does this mean maybe we
The CO will tell you. Get going.
At ease, men. I want you to know Captain Olaf. That's his first name. Never mind about his last name.
These are the men, Colonel.
These are the men.
I'm glad to see all of you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello.
All right. Captain Olaf's commission is with one of our allies. I'm going to turn you over to his command. That is, if you're willing.
What?
We don't understand, sir.
I said, if you're willing, because I want to make clear to you all that if you're transferred to Captain Olaf's command, it is on a voluntary basis. Let me outline what is on our minds. We're asking for volunteers among the men who are trained as paraski troopers. The mission is extremely dangerous.
Maybe a little 6 to 5 against?
Possibly. But in any event, the objective is the destruction of certain key military installations on the continent.
Norway.
The second front.
Second front? I don't know anything about the second front. And it's not your province to guess about it, nor mine. Maybe a certain country will be the scene of an invasion. If so, then your chances of coming back from this mission with a whole skin are somewhat enhanced. If not, your chances are, well, slim.
Either way you look at it, they're not very good.
You know enough to make your decision now. You want a little time to decide?
Count me in, sir.
Yeah, me too, sir.
I'm in this, sir.
Smith?
Huh? Oh, count me in, sir.
Supply sergeant will issue your special equipment at once. You'll have 1 hour to write letters or whatever you want to do. That's all.
This more like it. Now we're going to do something.
This is a good feeling, yeah.
When will we be able to see something, Captain? Some land, I mean.
Oh, is there much visibility?
Should be. We left all the rain down in England.
Oh, then we should see some land pretty soon, if we are not too high up.
Hey. Say, look at that sky over there.
Oh, yeah?
What, where do you mean, Smitty?
There, over there.
Oh, yes. Hey, look at that.
I will ask the navigator.
Hey, that must be some bonfire, huh?
Could that be Berlin? Berlin's pretty far away, isn't it?
I don't know what it is, but it's sure burning.
It's Hamburg. Our pilots finished their raid there about half an hour ago.
Hope we can do as good a job where we're going.
You are listening to John Hall as Smitty in Soldiers in High Boots, a new radio play on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. As our play continues, Smitty, the farmer, Mac, and Texas, together with Captain Olaf, have set out on their first mission as paraski troopers. A fast army plane is speeding them toward continental Europe to a destination known only to Captain Olaf. As the plane drones through the night, the four men wait impatiently for the order that will let them see action at last.
Check your safety belts, men.
What's the matter, Captain?
Nothing, I hope. The pilot just called me to say he saw some ships down below. We're hoping they're not Nazis.
What if they are?
Well, then we'd have a committee to welcome us as we float down, perhaps.
I suppose we ought to be glad we're up in these clouds.
Man, I'm glad.
Yeah. Only I'd like to get a look at the country.
Listen, you wouldn't be able to see much. It's just beginning to get light.
Where's Olaf? I've been having a little shut-eye.
No, he's up with the navigator. Telling him where to go, I guess.
Cold. It's cold up here. Who's got a cigarette?
All right, everybody, get ready. We jump in a few minutes.
Jump? Into those clouds?
Well, we go down to 2,000 feet first. You should be glad of those clouds, my friend.
Yes, I am, but...
But what?
Nothing, sir, nothing.
Come on, let's check the supply chutes.
No. When you land, you go straight to the supply chute, yeah? And I will give the orders at that time. Good. You're leveling off. In a second now. You check your chutes?
All checked, sir.
Already, Captain Olaf. For the 2,000, we don't go any lower.
Right, thank you.
Not a bit. Good luck. And good hunting.
Thanks again. Open exit door. 1, 2, 3, 4 in that order. I shall go last. Your order is to jump.
That means you're first, Smitty. Dive away, kid.
No, you go first. I'll jump after you.
Please, you must hurry.
Go ahead, Smitty.
My hands.
Come after me, Smitty.
Gerard! Sorry, Captain. This happened before with Smith. Gerard!
Here I go.
Geronimo! I'm all right now. Geronimo!
Goodbye, Captain Olaf.
See you again, Lieutenant, and thanks. All right, now, to business. The power station is that way, about 4.5 miles. I know all the trails through here. Now, you will follow me. You all have your assignments, huh? I think we're... Oh, one thing. Smitty.
Yes, sir?
You were to carry a share of the explosives and guard the side entrance to the power plant while Mac attended to setting his fuses, right?
That's right.
Yes, no. You will divide your share of the explosives among us. And Texas?
Yeah.
You will take over the task of guarding the entrance. That will leave the rear entrance unguarded till after I can return from the basement, but we'll have to take that chance. It's arranged now?
But what am I going to do?
Sorry, Smitty, those are orders. That's all for now.
You mean I have no orders?
That's right. Don't worry too much, soldier. Just at first, perhaps it would be well if you stayed right at my hand all the time, eh? Until I tell you. All right, come on now. We've got to hurry. The Nazis changed their guard at the power plant in less than an hour. There we are now. Quickly. Fuse number 1. Check. Right. It is set. Fuse number 2.
Anything I can do to help, Captain?
No, thanks. Check. Right. It is set. Fuse number 3. Check. Right.
Believe me, sir, I'm perfectly...
These are wonderful gadgets, these mechanical fuses, no? I hope Mark is having as easy a time with history charges as I have with mine. No. A last look around. The 2 sentries. Dead and unmourned.
Do you want me to get over to the rear entrance, sir? I still have my submachine gun.
No need to, I should think. Just imagine what this will do to the Nazis, Smith. An hydroelectric plant supplying energy for every mine, every mill, every plant for the whole area. It's a good night's work. All right, all is well. We have precisely 6 minutes to get out of the way of the explosion. Come along now.
I hope so. You won't think I...
Good. There's your friend Texas. Now we pick up Mac and the farmer. Quick, don't.
Everything okay by you, Captain?
Yes, so what was that shot I heard?
I don't know.
Where are the others?
They were right behind me. There they are.
What's the matter? They're running. Mac, he's hurt.
Must have missed one of the sentries. Nick Mac in the leg.
I'm okay, but we got to get going out of here. I make it 5 minutes till the whole mountainside gets blown apart.
Did anybody hear your shot? What about a Nazi sentry?
He beat it. Come on, we better do the same.
Get down. A dirty shame, and after such a good beginning, too.
I think I can see where they've set up the machine gun, sir. How about I try to work around the side and
It won't work, Texas. They shoot you before you get 10 steps.
Say, where's Smitty?
Well, he's right with me. Where is he?
Huh?
I was hoping I was wrong about that guy.
I never saw him at all.
We got to get out of here. We must make a move. We can't just sit here behind this escarpment waiting for explosion.
Less than 3 minutes to go, sir.
Oh, what are those dogs up to now?
Well, they're just taking pot shots, I think.
No, sir, they're not. They're shooting at... It's Smitty.
What?
Where?
See? He's crawling along down by that big pipe.
He's got grenades with him. See him?
Oh, there he is. See?
Get down, you fool. Get down. Look out, Smitty.
Oh,
He can't make it.
I think he can. He's just got that 10 yards to go in the clear, and then he can really toss that grenade.
Oh, Smitty.
He'll have to make his break in just a second now.
There he goes.
Run, Smitty, run!
They got him. No, he's not down. Look.
He's still got the grenade.
1, 2, 3, throw it!
He doesn't dare have him throw it back at him.
There.
Come on, everybody. Get to him as fast as you can.
Come on.
All right, duck down your dives. Keep your heads low.
I don't like this.
Hurry.
Yeah.
Dave. All the Nazis stayed.
Smitty, you all right?
He's still alive. Here, help me.
Come on, Smitty, old boy. Smitty. Don't be doped, you guys. You gotta get away from here before the place blows up.
Nah, don't try to talk, kid.
Here, Texas, you take his legs. Careful. No. Get out of here, do you hear me? You can't do anything for me now.
We ain't got much time left, Captain.
Get out of here, all you guys. You haven't got time to carry me.
He's right.
I'm sorry I went chicken on the jump, guys.
Will you shake my hand, Smitty? Thanks.
Come on, we gotta go. Through those trees and down the hill.
So long, Smitty. So long, Farmer. Remember the sparrow.
Thank you, John Hall. A little later in the program, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Hall will return to the microphone to introduce our special guest, Captain John T. Berry. Meanwhile, here is Gain Whitman with a story of chemistry at work in war.
Tonight we bring you a story of chemistry on the home front. But the story begins, as most stories do these days, with chemistry and speeding a job for the Army. They've just finished painting the inside of a big new bomber plant in Ohio. You can get some idea of how big it is from the fact that the job took over 20,000 gallons of paint. But there's another fact that's more interesting than that. The paint was applied at the rate of 800 or 900 gallons a day. That's fast. Wartime paint jobs call for speed. One of the things that make great painting speed possible is a new kind of paint. Resin oil emulsion paint. DuPont Speed Easy resin oil emulsion paint was tested against two competitive paints at the bomber plant in Ohio. Speed Easy was selected. This new wall finish does the job in fewer coats and dries more rapidly than old-style paints. It gives excellent light reflection. Because Speed Easy was formulated originally for use in the home as a one-coat finish for wallpaper and other interior walls, we think you'd like to know what it is and how it works. Everybody knows the old saying that oil and water won't mix. DuPont Speed Easy disproves that saying because while you mix Speed Easy with water, what stays on your walls after the water dries is an oil paint. The secret of this wartime paint development is what chemists call a homogenizing agent. I'll explain. Paint pigments, the compounds that give paint its colors, are usually ground in oil. The oil encloses each pigment particle in a coating. The ordinary paint that you put on your wall is a mixture of pigment and oil. With Speed Easy, the pigments are ground in oil, and then a homogenizing agent is added, which makes oil and water mix. The water evaporates. The pigment, in its resin oil binder, is left on your wall. The cold water tap in your kitchen gives you the only thinner you need. And every gallon of this DuPont wall finish gives you 1.5 gallons of ready-to-use paint. Enough for an average room. What's more, DuPont Speed Easy covers most surfaces in one coat. Even over figured wallpaper or discolored plaster walls. You can paint over practically any interior wall surface. Wallpaper, painted and unpainted plaster walls, brick, cement, or building tile. In less than an hour, Speed Easy is dry. Paint your walls in the morning, and by afternoon, your furniture, draperies, and pictures can be put back in place. Another advantage is that Speed Easy's flat, smooth finish can be kept clean with just soap and water. So interested is the government in encouraging people to protect America's $80 billion property investment that it wants people to make necessary improvements, such as plumbing repairs, roofing, and painting. Repairs that will keep your property in good condition. Not only from the standpoint that this may be a long war, not only from the standpoint of common sense, But because America is a land of homes, we don't think of our houses as a mere roof over our heads. We think of them as homes. And we want them to be well-kept homes for reasons of efficiency, and cheerful homes for reasons of morale. A product of chemical science, this new wall finish deserves a place among the many DuPont better things for better living through chemistry.
And now, the star of tonight's cavalcade, John Hall.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. In presenting tonight's cavalcade, DuPont not only salutes an heroic branch of the Army, but also those brave men who gave their lives. In Washington tonight is one who suffered wounds. He is Captain John T. Barry of the Airborne Command which invaded Africa. Captain Barry brings us a first-hand report of the largest flight by air ever made by paratroopers and the action which followed. It is my privilege to introduce Captain Barry. Come in, Washington.
The paratroopers spearheaded the African operation with our objective, the capture of a strategic airfield in Algeria. Our first landing was relatively uneventful. The airport was already in friendly hands. But we were immediately sent on another mission and were attacked in flight by enemy fighter planes. We suffered our first casualty in this operation. 1 week later, we were on our way to Tunisia and jumped there to occupy another aerodrome, which is now used by our Air Force as an advanced base of operations. On December the 1st, our unit fought along with other infantry units at Faid Pass and captured the pass in 2 days, taking a number of German and Italian prisoners. In this report, I have been able to outline only briefly the operation of the first American paratroopers in North Africa. What our men did then will be fully recorded by history. What I will remember longest, however, will not be the military achievement of these paratroopers, but the courage and determination of the men who fought these battles. Next Saturday, Camp McCall, North Carolina, will be dedicated in honor of Private John T. McCall, one of the first paratroopers to die in the African action. The memory of this hard-fighting, freckle-faced American boy serves as an inspiration to all of us in the Airborne Command. Camp McCall is the first training center established by the Army to be devoted exclusively for the training of airborne troops. The paratroopers who are carrying on in Africa and those who will follow in increasing numbers from Camp McCall to combat areas throughout the world are determined to avenge the death of Private McCall, and you can be sure they will.
Thank you, Captain Barry. Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard Captain John T. Barry, Cavalcade's special guest for this evening, who spoke to you from Washington. They flew the Atlantic in a bomber. They were attacked in the air and on land, but like real troopers, they carried on, performing day and night for the men of our armed forces. You've read about them in the headlines: Kaye Francis, Martha Ray, and Mitzi Mayfair, 3 Hollywood stars who will appear on Cavalcade next week in a salute to the entertainment world, Soldiers in Grease Paint. Be with us again next week when Cavalcade presents Kaye Francis, Martha Ray, and Mitzi Mayfair in Soldiers in Grease Paint, a true account of 3 girls who risked their lives many times to entertain our men on the fighting fronts. Cavalcade is pleased to advise its listeners that John Hall is currently starring in the Universal Technicolor success, White Savage. The musical score of tonight's program was composed and directed by Robert Armbruster. This is John Heaston sending best wishes from Cavalcade's sponsor, the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware. This program came to you from Hollywood and Washington, D.C. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Don't touch that dial. Listen to Blondie, brought to you by the makers of Camel cigarettes.
Extra, extra!
For extra flavor, get Camel.
Extra!
For extra mildness and extra coolness, get Camel.
Extra!
For extra smoking per pack, get Camel, the cigarette that gives you the extras. And now, before we drop over to the Bumstead house to visit Chick Young's famous characters, Blondie and Dagwood, a word from the makers of Camel cigarettes. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems that everywhere we turn today, we're confronted with speed and more speed. In our daily lives, it's hurry or I'll be late for my train. I can't stop now. I haven't time. Yes, universally, life has been speeded up. But there's a different story in cigarettes. Every day, more and more smokers, experienced smokers, are discovering that the extras in smoking pleasure are on the slow side, the slow-burning Camel side. Science puts it this way. Cigarettes that burn fast burn hot, and nothing so surely mars the delicate elements of cigarette flavor and fragrance as excess heat. Slow burning preserves these precious natural qualities, gives you more mildness, more flavor, more coolness, of course. Science also tells you which cigarette is slower burning. In recent impartial laboratory tests, Camels burn 25% slower than the average of the 15 other of the largest selling brands tested, slower than any of them. Yes, science points the way, and the experience of millions of smokers confirms it. Slower burning Camels give you extra mildness, extra coolness, extra flavor, and extra smoking, equal on the average to 5 extra smokes per pack. Penny for penny, Camels are your best cigarette buy. And now for our weekly visit with the Bumsteads. It's morning, and Blondie stands at the foot of the stairs, sounding her usual reveille to the man of the house.
Dad, breakfast. Good morning, Mommy. Hello, baby Benson. Go tell Daddy his breakfast is ready. I can't tell you, Mommy. He's up and gone out. Gone out? Uh-huh. As soon as you went downstairs, he got up and got dressed and got out. Well, how funny. I didn't hear him. He went tippy-toe, Mommy. Tiptoed out of the house without his breakfast? Didn't he say anything to you before he went out? Uh-huh. He said, "Good morning, would I like to be a gypsy?" Gypsy? Uh-huh. Listen, Mommy. That sounds to me like our old car coming home. Why, yes, it's coming up our driveway. Now we'll see what he's been up to. Come on, baby, the back door.
Hey, Blondie. Blondie!
Good morning, Dad.
Good morning. I thought you were somewhere else.
No, Dagwood.
Listen, Blondie. It's here. I've got it. Oh.
Now what, Dagwood?
A two-burner bed under the sink and a hot and cold running stove that sleeps floor.
What on earth?
Of course, the voice up was extra, but it can go outside when we're inside or vice versa. And the same with pots and pans.
Now listen, Dagwood. Count to 10 slowly, and then tell me what you bought and how much it cost.
Okay, 1, 2, 5, 6, 9. It's $69. And it's still in the icebox.
So it is what, Daddy? Dagwood, what did you buy?
Well, I keep telling you, honey. It's a trailer.
A trailer? One of those things you drag behind the car? Why, they cost hundreds of dollars.
Oh, no, honey. I mean, sure. But not this one. You see, the fella that sold it to me had to leave town in a hurry.
Who was after him, Daddy?
No, baby jumper. You don't understand. He didn't sell me the trailer because he had to leave town.
No, he had to leave town because he sold your father the trailer.
No. Now, listen, this was a bargain.
Well, let's look at it, Dagwood.
Sure, come on. On to the unveiling. Oh, boy. Hi, diddly-doo. A gypsy right for me. There she is. How's that, huh?
Oh, goodness, well, it's a funny color, isn't it?
Well, we can make it any color. Hey, how's it look to you, baby dumpling, huh?
It looks like somebody was moving their hen house.
Now, listen, it's bigger than it looks. Boy, wait till you see inside. Oh, a regular little home. Our little rolling home on 4 wheels.
One of the tires blew out.
Yeah, our little rolling home on 3 wheels. I'll have to patch the tube, honey.
Goodness, what's all the hammering?
Yes.
Dagwood, are you going to hang all those pots and pans on the outside?
Sure, honey. We'll need stuff to cook in. Out on the open road.
You mean we'll stop overnight in this trailer?
And certainly. We're going places and seeing things.
Yes, and everywhere we go, people will think they're seeing things.
Huh? Oh, well, anyway. It's very tidy inside, honey.
I hope so. I like to have a place for everything and everything in its place.
Well, in this trailer, some places are for 2 things.
One place for 2 things?
Uh-huh.
How do you mean, Dagwood?
Well, see, 2 of the beds flip over, and there's your table for one thing.
Oh, my. the street, baby. The table turns into 2 beds.
I'll bet there'll be crumbs in my bed.
No, baby. Those beds are for Daddy and Mommy. Oh.
Where does baby sleep, Dagwood?
Well, see, the sink kind of flips over, and there's another bed. Cute, huh, baby dumpling?
Suppose I want a drink of water in the night. Do I have to get under the bed?
No, baby dumpling. Look, we won't have to use the sink bed except for company, see? Because the stove flips over, too, and there's another bed. Oh, I'll show you. Look. This door's a little stuck.
Well, let me pry at the door, Dagwood, while you pull.
Okay, honey, ready? 1, 2... That's what I know. Well, I'll fix it later. Anyway, it's open. Walk right in, Blondie. Have a look around.
It's kind of sad, Dagwood. Are you sure it's safe?
Well, why, sure. Let me in there first. I'll show you. Now, see, I just crawl in, turn around, and stand up.
Oh, Dagwood, did you hurt your head?
No, not very much.
And my paint came off the roof.
Never mind the paint. The point is, this is a good, strong trailer, Blondie. Look at it. I'll jump up and down to show you. Safe as anything. Your solid little home on 4 wheels.
On 3 wheels, Daddy.
On 2 wheels.
There. Now she's back on 4 wheels.
Well, that's nice, dear. But the spares look kind of worn and ragged to me.
Well, they're down underneath where they don't show very much.
Oh, well, that's all right.
It's a red paint, Daddy.
Oh, yeah. See, I'm going to paint the name on the trailer. I think of the right name.
Oh, is it going to have a name?
Sure, just like a Pullman car. How's about calling it the Blondie Bumstead?
Well, no thanks, Dagwood. Huh? Oh, baby, I think that's our front doorbell. You go see.
Okay, Mommy. Don't name it after me, Daddy.
Yeah. Oh, gosh, it's kind of an honor to have anything named after you, isn't it?
Well, that depends, dear.
I did think I might call it the Spirit of J.C. Ditter's Construction Company.
I wouldn't, Dagwood.
Why not?
Oh, look. There was a name on here. It's painted over. It says, Miller's Midget.
Oh, yeah, Miller's the one who sold it to me. See, 2 of his midgets got a divorce and he needed something larger.
Daddy, Mr. Dithers is in the house.
Mr. Dithers? Dagwood, did you know he was coming?
Oh, sure. I wired the boss to come back from Dobson's Lake.
He's all dressed up funny.
Funny?
He's got on striped pants and his coat is long and fat and it isn't set in the front.
Oh, that's his cutaway, baby. Gosh, he's doing it upright.
He's got a shiny black hat on, too.
Yeah.
A silk hat? Dagwood, what in the world for?
For the christening, honey.
The christening?
Sure. One thing Mr. Dithers loves is a christening. Oh, he'll go miles to be a godfather.
Dagwood, you don't mean he's going to christen the trailer?
Sure, if I can think of a name in time.
What'll I tell Mr. Dithers, Daddy?
Oh, tell him the christening will be out here by the garage.
Okay.
Well, I don't know what he'll think when he sees what he's going to christen.
Oh, I bet this trailer will bring out the gypsy in him right away.
I never saw a gypsy in a silk hat.
Gypsy? Hey, how would it be to name the trailer the Gypsy Queen?
The Gypsy's Revenge would be better. Come on, let's meet Mr. Dithers at the back door.
Okay, honey. I wonder how he looks in a silk hat.
Okay.
He doesn't change a bit.
Okay, where are you?
Right here, Mr. Dithers. Come on out.
I got you wired up everything. Well, where's the baby?
Well, there isn't exactly any baby, Mr. Dithers.
No baby? You mean the christening is off?
Oh, no, Mr. Dithers. We're christening the Gypsy Queen.
Hey? Who in the name of the 7th of Suspicious Sisters is the Gypsy Queen?
Stand aside, Dagwood, and let Mr. Dithers see her.
Sure. Look.
Oh, what's that?
It's our new trailer.
Her name is going to be Gypsy Queen.
It ought to be Frowsy Lil. Now, see here, Bumstead. I leave an important job, come 200 miles, get all dressed up, and then...
I smell moss.
Oh, baby. Quiet, baby. Excuse me till I whisper to Baby Dumpling. Baby, huh?
Okay, Daddy.
Thanks for wearing your silk hat, Mr. Dithers.
I thought we were christening a baby.
Oh, this is better than a baby christening. Listen, you can't break a bottle on a baby, can you?
Oh, are you breaking the bottle?
Sure, you bet. Just like on a battleship.
Oh. Do I break the bottle?
Of course you can. Can you, Daddy?
Sure. I wanted an very important man to launch the Gypsy Queen on her travels.
Well, I always did like breaking bottles, but I don't approve of wasting champagne.
Yeah, so do I. I mean, that's what I thought. So, I got ginger ale.
Oh, Dagwood. I found that bottle of ginger ale last night. Ginger ale, Daddy. But I brought a bottle of ketchup.
Ketchup? I didn't come all the way from Dobson's Lake to break ketchup bottles.
Oh, it's better than champagne, Mr. Dithers. It makes more score.
Sure. Now, don't back out on us now, Mr. Dithers. Listen, you go ahead and christen her with the ketchup, and I'll tell you what we'll do. Oh, we'll drive you all the way back to Dobson's Lake in style.
Yes, you can ride in the trailer.
Yeah.
Well, is it easy riding?
Sure, just like a private car.
Can we start right after the christening?
Oh, yes, our bags are all inside.
Well, I'll have to wear what I got on. All right, I'll christen it. Stand back, everybody.
Yeah, stand back, Blondie.
Stand up, baby.
Swing on, Mr. Dithers.
Don't worry. Now, hats off.
Yeah, I am.
I christen thee the Gypsy Queen. Oh! Look at my hand, blood.
Oh, that's only a little ketchup. The cork came out. How about I give you gray?
Well, something's broke. Oh, look at that hole in the trailer. It smashed right through the side.
Well, you ought to have stronger sides. Or weaker bottles.
I can put my head through that hole.
You can put your head through the eye of a needle.
Oh, never mind, Dagwood. It needed more ventilation anyway. Now, Mr. Dithers, you get in the trailer and make yourself cozy. Dagwood and I will drive the car. And, baby, you can keep Mr. Dithers' company in the Gypsy Queen.
Yeah, come on.
Ready, Dagwood?
Yeah, sure.
Then we're off.
Oh, we're off for the open road.
Well, this is the open road, all right. I never saw anything opener. Do you know where we are, Dagwood?
Well, I've been going by that map, but there's something wrong. We should have passed 3 towns in the last 40 miles.
Let's see the map.
6.
Why does the map say Idaho on it, Dagwood?
Huh? Why, it's because the map... Hey, we're not in Idaho. Are we?
Of course not, dear. You've been going by the wrong map. We're lost.
Well, we can't be so very lost. You want to go to Dobson's Lake, and we're not in Idaho.
Well,
Dobson's Lake isn't in Idaho either. Hey, what's that?
Thunder. It's going to rain.
Maybe that's why it got dark so early. Oh, well, I hope that trailer doesn't leak on Mr. Dithers.
Listen, slow up, Dad, but there's a sign by the road.
Golly, why doesn't the Gypsy Queen slow down when I do?
Look, Dagwood, the sign says, "Camp Coring, trailers welcome."
Yeah, looks like a hobo jungle to me.
Oh, here it's raining. You know, maybe we ought to stop here, Dagwood.
No, honey. If I don't get Mr. Dithers to Dobson's Lake tonight, the least I can do is stop at a nice place.
I know, but that's a steep hill just ahead.
Oh, we'll make it okay. Oh, maybe when we get up high, maybe we'll see a better place to stop, huh? Here goes.
Oh, goodness. I hope Baby Dumpling can keep Mr. Dithers' mind off this ride.
Yeah, well, look, tune in and hear what they're saying back there, Blondie.
Tune in?
Sure. Didn't you see my invention?
No.
Well, look, pick up that rubber tube that comes in the back window there.
Oh, a speaking tube?
Speaking or listening. It runs between us and the Gypsy Queen. Pretty good, huh?
If it works.
Sure it works.
Oh, Dagwood, it does. I can hear Baby Dumpling talking. Another story.
Oh, you like that, eh?
Well, it gives me been thinking about a thunderstorm.
Now, a big boy like you isn't afraid of thunder. Now, quiet. I'll tell you another story to soothe your nerves. Now, listen. Once upon a time, a little gnarled-up dwarf lived in a dark cave that was full of man-eating bats. This dwarf didn't have any taste. I want an umbrella. This roof is leaking. Here, talk to her through this tube. I'll tell your father to slow down, too. They're tired. Let me have that tube. Hey, Bumstead! Bumstead! We're riding on a fast. On the rim, Bumstead! It's like all your father's inventions. They never work when you need them. There goes another tire. Bumphead! Bumphead!
Dagwood, stop the car. Huh? I thought I heard baby crying.
Okay. Now that we're on top of the hill, I didn't hear anything.
It's too dark to see anything either.
Well, holler through the tube there.
The tube's gone. Huh? Something jerked it out of my hand.
The tube's gone? Gone where? Wait till I wipe off the back window. Yeah. There, now, I can see. Hey, the trailer. The trailer's gone, too. We must have lost it on the hill. Oh.
Well, we'll return to the bumsteads in a moment. But first, there's one saying that's known to cigarette smokers everywhere, and that's the phrase, I'd walk a mile for a Camel. Yes, more smokers prefer Camel cigarettes than any other brand. Camels are made from finer, more expensive tobaccos. They're slower burning, and they give you extra coolness and extra mildness. Being slower burning, Camels are free from the irritating qualities of excess heat and too fast burning. Camels are mild, easy on the throat. Camels are cooler, too, for naturally, the slower a cigarette burns, the cooler the smoking. And because slow burning preserves the natural flavor and fragrance of fine tobaccos, Camels give you extra flavor. Economy, too. Slower burning Camels last longer and give you extra smoking per cigarette per pack. In recent impartial laboratory tests, Camels burn 25% slower than the average of the 15 other of the largest selling brands tested. Slower than any of them. And that means a smoking plus, equal on the average to 5 extra smokes per pack. Now, if you live in a community where certain state cigarette taxes are in effect, you can save the cost of the tax through smoking Camels. If there are no added taxes where you live, the savings are all yours. Yes, there's more pleasure for puffs and more puffs per pack in Camels. That's why smokers say, I'd walk a mile for a Camel. And now we return to Dagwood and Blondie, who traced their runaway trailer to the bottom of the hill and right into Camp's crawl-in.
Oh, thank heavens they didn't tip over, Dagwood.
Yeah. These tire marks looked like they were riding on 2 rims and 2 tires, and that kind of slowed them up.
All right, Sherlock. Just find that trailer. I want to see if my baby's all right.
Gosh, so do I. But I'm not so anxious to find Mr. Gidders. Golly, I wonder what he thought when they went coasting into this hobo camp.
Oh, hurry, Dagwood.
Pretty dark to go very fast. Oh, let's holler for them.
Hello! Oh. Hey, listen, a tire blew out. That sounds like the Gypsy Queen, all right. Where did the sound come from?
Oh, there goes the last tire.
It's over there.
Yeah, come on. Here it is, Blondie.
Oh, baby, are you all right in there? Yes, but we sure got the door open.
I'll open it.
The door came off again, Daddy.
Never mind. It'll let some of the water out.
Out?
Yes, out. It's up to my ankles in here.
Hello, please. Oh, baby dumpling, I'm so glad to see you. Mommy will light a fire and get you warm.
Who's going to get me warm? I knew it.
Listen, I can fill that waste tub I brought with water.
Is there a box of apples, Daddy?
No, baby dumpling, but we'll heat the water and soak your feet. If I can find enough water to fill the tub.
You want water, eh? Just wring me out.
Oh, I'm afraid you're catching cold, Mr. Dithers. Wait, I'll light the oil stove. Come, baby. Mommy will dry.
Hey, here's your tub. And you know what? Our tires didn't blow that time. They're still too good.
Nothing like 2 good tires on a 4-wheel trailer.
You see, the noise we heard must have been a backfire. That means there's another car in this camp.
Well, what are you standing there for? Go find them.
Huh?
Get some help. Get a jack. Get some boards. Get the tires changed. Get out.
Oh, yes, sir.
And get me out of here by tomorrow noon. I've got to speak at the Optimist Club.
I think your sneeze is a little better, Mr. Dithers.
Well, I'm getting lots of practice. Where's the fire we're going to light? Where's the hot coffee we're going to have?
Well, I'm afraid there's something wrong with the stove and the sink. When I put water in the coffee pot, it was hurricane. When I turned on the stove, it played water like a fountain.
Elementary, my dear Mrs. Bumstead. Dagwood's got the feed lights crossed up.
Oh.
Light a match and I'll look.
Well, I'm afraid all the matches are wet, too.
Well, maybe I've got a dry match. Oh, yes. Just one. Now stand back while I light it.
Oh, it's right. Now be careful, Mr. Dithers.
Don't talk. It makes a draft and oh.
Get the match out, Mom.
Oh, Mrs. Diaz, I'm through. I'm going. Where's my hat?
Where's Mr. Dithers' silk baby? Here it is. It's got some water in it.
Huh?
You said put something into the leak in the roof. Oh, baby.
I'll go without a hat. Where's your car?
Out by the road. But wait, if you drive home, what'll we do?
Who said I was driving home? I'm going to find a garage, get new tires,
Oh.
get you all out of here.
Hey, Mommy, that's made the window shade.
I was leaving against the wall. How many tires do you need? Two?
Just two.
Two tires.
3 tires now.
All right, I'll get 3 tires.
Oh, I'm afraid.
I know. I'll get 4 new tires.
Somebody's standing outside our tent.
So maybe wake the baby. No one needs us harm, Jenny. I'll see who's outside.
Here's a lantern, Mo.
Who's there? It's just me. I saw your light. Bless my soul. It's a young fella. Wet to the skin. Jenny, make room by the oil stove. Huh? Well, I don't want to crowd you, and my feet are pretty wet. And why wouldn't they be a night like this? Come in. Have you ate? Huh? Well, no. Hungry, too. Jenny, dish up the mush. We got company for supper. Oh, no, thanks.
I only want to help less, Mo.
As long as there's any to turn no hungry man away. Sit down, mister. Oh, I'm afraid I'm robbing you. Oh, no. We've all had. Barring Eddie, and he's out looking for work, bless him.
Eddie found something to eat somewhere, Mo. Else he'd be back by now.
Is Eddie your husband, Mrs. Friend? Oh. No, sir. Eddie's my boy and the man of the family. Now Mr. Friend has passed on.
Eddie's 15.
Right. And he supports you? He does what he can, and so do we all. You're not eating your mush, mister. Huh? Oh, it's very good. Are you sure you've eaten, Mrs. Friend? Oh, I'm on kind of a diet, you might say. I don't need so much, me not working. Do the 3 of you travel in that automobile out there? 4 of us, but the baby takes no room at all. Someday we'll stop traveling.
It'll be good to stop traveling. We've been a year traveling.
Golly. Oh, we'll get along. Now, come on, eat your mush. It's better than it looks. Oh, it's fine. That's not what's wrong. But, you can't fool me. It was your supper, all you had, and you gave it to me when you didn't even know my name. Listen, I only think I'm hungry. Right over there, somewhere, I have a trailer just full of stuff to eat, and a little wife that's the best cook in the state.
Bless my soul.
Yeah. And I was sorry for myself till I met you. Now, you know what we're going to do? We're all going over to my place for the best supper you've ever had.
A little more cake, Mrs. Friend?
No, thank you kindly. Maybe Eddie, though. He works hard and all.
Eddie's gone to sleep. Sitting up.
Oh, you'll have to excuse him. It's so warm and cozy in here. Yeah, it's dried out pretty good.
I'm glad I got that stove working.
It's a lovely stove. Isn't it, Jenny? Well, I don't know what you'll think of us all. You're done used to eating so hearty.
I think you're the nicest family I've met in a long while.
You bet. Taking me in, a stranger and all? Oh, I don't expect there are any strangers, mister. There's one father to us all.
You must tell me how you made that much you had, Mrs. Friend. Dagwood says it smells delicious.
Oh, now, I don't expect it would do for, well, rich people. Rich? You mean us? Well, now, I'm glad for you, but you must be well off to live in a lovely little house on wheels like this.
But you like this trailer?
Oh, it's a real pleasure to sit in it. I wish my baby was old enough to know the nice bed he was sleeping in. Sheets, too. Clean sheets like we used to have at home. Look, Mrs. Friend, we don't exactly live in this trailer. We just...
Oh, Dagwood.
Huh? Golly, here's Mr. Diddy. He brought back the car.
With tires for the trailer, I hope.
Are you moving on tonight? Well, I'll just rouse up my young one.
Oh, no. Let them sleep a little longer.
I'm coming.
I'll go with you, Dagwood. I want to talk to you.
We'll all help you put on the tire. Oh, no. The morning will be time enough for that. Well, I'll just get up the place for you while she's gone. My, this is handy, though. A sink right by the stove. Hot water.
Put the last tire down with the others. Don't let her hear us.
She's humming a tune in there while she works.
Oh, Dagwood, I'm so glad you agreed with me.
Oh, she needs it worse than we do.
We'll enjoy it more this way than if we kept it ourselves.
Yeah. Honey, have you got the note to leave for her?
Mm-hmm. Right here.
Read it to me again.
Well, I'll have to get in the light from the doorway. Can't you see it?
No, she's still humming.
The note says, Dear Mrs. Friend, we're not coming back. We want you to have the home on wheels you like so much. Rest well in its clean bed. Warm yourself at its fire, as we were warmed by a glimpse of your own cheerful heart. Goodbye, and good luck always. Blondie and Cantor.
That's what she's humming in there.
Goodbye, Mrs. Friend.
And good luck, always.
Please see me home now, Dagwood.
Well, folks, in just a moment, we'll give you a brief synopsis of next week's Blondie story. But first... Camels give you extra flavor. Camels give you extra mildness and extra coolness. Camels give you extra smoking for fact. Try Camels, the cigarette that gives you the extra. Camels bring you two other great shows each week. On Saturday, there's Luncheon at the Waldorf with Ilka Chase. You'll find it a new high in daytime entertainment. On Saturday night, tune in and hear Bob Crosby and Mildred Bailey featuring music with a heartbeat. And next Monday night at the same time, tune in on Blondie. We think you'll get a chuckle out of Dagwood's experience on the witness stand. Well, that's a tip for your radio enjoyment. And for your smoking enjoyment every day, try Camels, the cigarette that gives you the extras. Beginning next Monday, due to daylight saving time, Blondie will be heard 1 hour earlier on many of these stations. Consult your newspaper for exact time. Blondie is written and directed by Ashmead Scott. And this is Bill Goodwin speaking for the makers of Camel cigarettes. Good night, all. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Come along now to Melody Roundup. Climb right up on the spring wagon, gang, because we're off for another Melody Roundup. The Sons of the Pioneers have been riding the range for the past 2 or 3 days, rounding up all the choice tunes you asked for. And believe me, they really have them in top shape for you. Kind of checking up on the whole business of those 2 boys from down Pine Ridge way across the Ozarks, Lum and Abner. While they finish the musical inventory, the Sons of the Pioneers get right down to business on a tune called Starlight and Time in Texas.
When it's starlight time in Texas, in the skies are the eyes of Texas, shining down from above on the plains that I love, calling this wanderer home, for my heart's in the heart of Texas, and it's there it will always remain, till I'm stealing a kiss from a sweet southern miss, when it's starlight time in Texas. Why do I feel this longing for that lone star home of mine? Because I've seen the sunset clear the way and cause a million stars to shine. When it's starlight time in Texas, in the skies are the eyes of Texas, shining down from above on the plains that I love, calling this wanderer home, for my heart's in the heart of Texas, and it's there it will always remain, till I'm stealing a kiss from a sweet southern miss, when it's starlight time in Texas.
And now, ready or not, here they come, those round-up rowdies, Lum and Abner.
Grannies, I feel frisky as a young doggy tonight.
Yeah, me too. I'm just raring to go. I'm rowdy, too. Cooking with gas right up on the front burner. That's me.
Well, now, you're going to have to simmer down a little, Abner. We got to settle down here and do this show.
Abel Abner, the rug cutter's friend. That's who I am.
Fellers, we've come just about as far here to get this music together for you as you got to where you are listening to it.
Yes, sir, we did.
And we're going to start right out with playing a tune here for Private First Class Nelda H. Cayley at APO 783 called Out in the New Frontier. Let's get Lloyd Perriman and the trio to do that.
Yeah, do that, boys, do that.
Hurrying, scurrying, what's the use of worrying? Life is a happy song. From a world of care and strife, there I'll find a peaceful life, far from the busy throng. There's a blue sky above, and the land that I love, out on the new frontier. There's a moon shining bright, and the stars every night light up the new frontier. Moonbeams and starlight blending as one fades into daybreak. When night is done, I'll stake my claim there under the sun, out on the new frontier.
What is a frontier? I thought that was them beaded curtains they hung in the living room.
Oh, that's a portier.
Oh, no, it ain't, Mom. That's what they have on Pullman trains you're talking about.
Well, anyway, a frontier is a little town out west.
West where? West of where?
I don't know where.
Well, I'll find out. I'll find frontier someday and get there. I still think I'll find a pair of curtains.
For Staff Sergeant John C. Maddox at APO 703, we're going to do Memories in Blue. Let's get Carl Farr with his guitar.
Yeah, get that box up there, Farr.
Carl Farr on his guitar.
That's sort of you made a rhyme there, you know
Yeah, guitar, that's something you cool in your head, isn't it?
Yeah. That's what he was playing with, a cold in his head.
Or is that something you smoke?
Huh? I don't know. It might be. Might be that thing he's playing on. No telling.
Well,
They got so many newfangled names for things now. I don't know.
Oh, let's call it a string box.
Yeah,
All
that's
right.
what it is.
Private Dell Soapman at APO 726 on the tune. What can we play for him?
Oh, let's see. What would old Dell like? Down in the Dell? He wouldn't like that.
No, I don't believe he would. No. We get the trio to play something. What do you fellas want to play?
Oh, wait. I know a good one. They was practicing on it a while ago. That Wind in My Way to Wyoming.
Wind in my way.
Yeah.
Ain't you getting a little bit fancy?
No, that's shooting crap. Wind in my way to... Or winding it is. Winding. No, it ain't shooting crap. I don't know.
Well, let's see what it is.
Let's try it.
Wind in my way to Wyoming, back to my little old mare. When the weary day has reached its ending, and the sun is sinking in the west, through the dusk in dreams my way I'm wending, like a foreman bird back to its nest. Wending my way to Wyoming, back to a little old nest. Out toward the sunset I'm homing, weary and longing for rest. Soon the night will sweep the sky like a bird of prey, and it hovers over me on my weary way. Wending my way to Wyoming, back to that little old nest. Oh, I'm far from home when night comes creeping, and the world of wilderness falls slow. In my dreams the fairy stars are creeping, and on wings of memory I go. Wending my way to Wyoming, back to a little old nest. Out toward the sunset I'm homing, weary and longing for rest. Soon the night will sweep the sky like a bird of prey, and it hovers over me on my weary way. Wending my way to Wyoming, back to that little old
That was mighty fine winding, fellers. Now, Corporal Laverne Gobbard at APO 565 wants the Sons of the Pioneers to play Happy Cowboy.
Happy Cowboy for old Turkey Gobbard, huh?
Yeah.
All right.
Hear my song as I ride along, I'm just a happy roving cowboy, herding the dark clouds out of the sky, keeping the heavens blue. Nowhere to go and nothing to do, I'm just a happy roving cowboy. Let me ride that long trail down to the end where the skies are always blue. Hear my song as I ride along, I'm just a happy rolling cowboy, herding the dark clouds out of the sky, keeping the heavens blue. I got a wife to
bottom of life, I'm just a happy roving cowboy. Let me make my bed where the varmints prowl, beneath the sky of blue.
Here's my song as I ride along, I'm just a happy roving cowboy. Herding the dark clouds out of the sky, keeping the heavens blue. Spending my time, I'm a happy roving cowboy. Let me sing my song till they call me home to the land beyond the blue. Hear my song as I ride along, I'm just a happy roving cowboy. Herding the dark clouds out of the sky, keeping the heavens blue.
Well, fellas, sorry as we are to say it, it looks like the doings are all done for this time, but we want you to know that we'll be back over on your side of the fence before very long.
Yes, sir, we ain't straddling the fence this year, one of the few. We're either on one side or the other.
And in the meantime, if you have a favorite tune you want played or sung for you, just give us the high sign and we'll sure have it took care of for you.
Amen.
All you have to do is just drop a line to Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Till later, then, it's a whole raft of good luck from the Sons of the Pioneers and from Lum
and Abner.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax, Johnson's Carnew, and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. May, the traditional month for spring house cleaning, is only 4 days away. In many homes this year, women won't be able to do so very much of that extra cleaning. War work, civilian defense, Red Cross, Victory Gardens, all these important activities are number one obligations. But in most of those homes, there's a silent partner helping to cut down on housekeeping work, helping to protect floors, furniture, and woodwork. That silent partner is Johnson's Wax. Day after day, month after month, it guards all kinds of surfaces, wood, leather, metal, against wear and dirt. An occasional application of either paste or liquid Johnson's Wax gives not only protection, but great beauty to your home. Rooms can be kept in tip-top shape with less work. Many spring house cleaning chores become unnecessary. At no time in its more than 50 years of service has genuine Johnson's Wax been more helpful to homemakers than right now. When a man is all out of meat coupons and is hungry for a big, thick steak, his mouth is liable to water so much it drowns his conscience. So, as we glance down the alley behind the pool hall in Wistful Vista, We find a little business deal going on between a man who shall be nameless, though there is a number waiting for him, and an old friend of ours, Mr. McGee, of Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. A big, thick porterhouse. Well, Molly loops a lip over this. I can hardly wait to fling a fang into it myself, bud. You sure this is good and tender, Mr.
Just call me Eddie, chum. Oh. And don't worry about the steak. You just take it home, cook it about 45 minutes, smother it with onions, load it up with ketchup, and you never ate nothing like it. That'll be $5.
$5?
Sure, you could have a 3 pounds of steak there, Doc.
Yeah, but the ceiling price is away.
Yeah, don't give me that ceiling price business, Doc. I'm an alley butcher, and alleys don't have no ceilings.
I just thought $5.
I ain't charging no sales tax, am I?
Well, no, but...
I didn't ask you for no coupons, did I?
No, but, gee, I thought... Well, gee, I thought at least I'd like to have seen it before you wrapped it up so I could tell what thing...
No, don't worry, Doc. That steak will make your eyes water. I mean your mouth. And look, if any of your friends need anything, tell them to ask for Eddie, see?
Oh, okay, Eddie. Well, I guess I better trot home and get this steak on ice.
You ain't kidding, brother.
Huh?
I says no kidding, Doc. You're going to enjoy that steak. Well, so long.
So long, and much obliged, Eddie. Oh, boy, a 3-pound porterhouse. Don't catch me standing in line like a dummy. When I want something bad, I get it.
McGee, where are you?
Here I am, Molly. I just put something in the refrigerator. It's a surprise for dinner tonight.
Oh, a surprise.
Yeah.
Has one of your friends been on a hunting trip?
Oh, but I have. This is really going to knock you over, baby.
McGee, have you been buying Limburger cheese again?
No, sir. This is something you love. And don't ask me what it is. It's a surprise. And don't you go opening the package.
Well, how I know which package not to open?
Well, it's wrapped in newspaper and fastened with a piece of tire tape. It's about this big. Who's that?
Let me peek. Uh-oh. It's Abigail Uppington.
What's that old bat looking for? A belfry? Hey, now, don't ask her for dinner. She eats too much.
I know she does. You know, whenever I see anybody with a carriage like hers, I know they eat like a horse. Come in. Well, for goodness sakes, Abigail, dear, what a surprise.
How do you do, my dear? And Mr. McGee.
Hi, Uppy. That's quite a fur jacket you got there. You look like a perpendicular fox farm. Hey, what's the matter with you, Uppy? If you looked any more upset, you'd have to walk on your hands.
Oh, I am perturbed, Mr. McGee. Oh. I'm having a group of naval officers to dinner tonight.
Oh, well, they're used to having dinner in a mess. What's wrong, Abigail?
Oh, everything, my dear. I can't buy any meat.
Oh, my.
My butcher is entirely out. He says the black market is taking so much meat that the legitimate dealers have a hard time getting their quota.
Well, be that as it may be or may not be or not, Uppy. It's all in knowing the right people. I can arrange for you to get some meat.
What do you know about meat, McGee? You always thought chuck beef was off a steer named Charlie.
I just know my way around, that's all. If anybody wants meat, I know where they can get it. Now, look, Uppy. You're an old pal of mine.
Let's say acquaintance, Miss McGee. My regard for you falls somewhat short of complete adoration.
It does? Well, that's darn decent of you, Uppy. I always spoke well of you, too. Now, look, you know where the pool hall is on 14th Street, next door to the Friend in Need pawn shop?
Why, certainly I know where I believe I could locate it.
Well, all you got to do is go down there, duck up the alley.
Are you suggesting that Abigail duck up an alley, McGee?
Well, how does she usually go up alleys? On a calliope? Just sneak up the alley, Uppy, when nobody is watching, and there's a door at the end, see? You just whistle twice like a snipe. And a guy named Eddie will open the door. You tell him that...
Mr. McGee, this sounds suspiciously like the black market to me.
Don't be silly. This ain't a market at all. It's just a back room off the pool hall. And it ain't black. It's kind of a bilious green. There used to be a bookmaker in there, and he
McGee,
was...
how do you know all about this?
How do I know anything?
I have often wondered.
Oh, I just go around with my ears and eyes to the ground, that's all. Now, look, Uppy, when you see this guy, Eddie, he whistles like a snipe, you see? You tell him you know me. You don't need any coupons.
McGee, I don't like this.
Well, gee whiz, if you really want meat bad enough, you got to do
I
something.
don't want meat badly enough to patronize a back alley dealer, Mr. McGee. Do you think I could face those servicemen tonight after dealing in the black market?
Oh, my gosh, Uppy, you
Do
said you
you
didn't...
think that I would have the unmitigated effrontery to invite servicemen to dinner and serve them meat which was practically stolen from law-abiding citizens?
Well, gee whiz,
to
yes.
offer them something which was damaging the legitimate business of the country they're fighting for?
Well, gee
If
whiz.
you do, Mr. McGee, you know as much about me as a hyena knows about international law. And if you've read the reports from Japan the last few days, you know how much that is. Goodbye.
So you see, Molly, that's why I can't tell you about Eddie. It's a secret.
Well, all right, but I wish you wouldn't recommend this Eddie, whoever he is, to our friends. He sounds pretty illegal to me.
Well, so what? Nobody thought anything of recommending a bootlegger in Prohibition, did they?
Well, that was violating a law that everybody knew would be repealed. Nobody can repeal a war, dearie. This is a serious business. Speaking of Prohibition, have you seen Uncle Dennis tonight?
I don't think he's in yet.
Oh, dear. You know, sometimes I worry about him.
Yeah, so do I. He's like having an old shotgun around the house. You never know when he's loaded. Hey, ain't it about time for dinner? I'm going to cook it, you know.
You're going to cook the dinner?
Sure. How are we fixed for onions?
We're just out. I looked this morning and...
Come in.
Hello there, kid.
Oh, hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hi, old-timer, you old fossil. Haul up a chair and give your friend Arthur one, too.
Arthur who?
Arthritis. Did you get it, Molly? I says, give your friend Arthur a chair, and he says, Arthur who? And I says,
Ain't funny, McGee.
That's odd. I pulled that one at the Elks this morning, and they killed themselves.
I don't blame them, Johnny. They had nothing more to live for.
How are you making out with meat rationing, old-timer?
I don't pay any attention to it, Johnny.
Oh.
As the suit salesman said when he seen a 44 stub wouldn't fit his customer, I'll get along.
Oh, dear, the Elks can have that one, too.
I was going to say, old-timer, if you ever run short of meat, I know a guy.
Don't worry about me, Johnny. I never eat the stuff.
Oh, you're a vegetarian, eh?
Sure am, Johnny. Can't stand the sight of them.
Well, if you don't eat meat or vegetables, what do you live on?
Got a little pension, daughter. Not much, but it keeps me going.
She means, what do you eat?
Just breakfast and dinner, usually, Johnny. You see,
No. What do you have for meals?
Oh, fella next door, most of the time. He comes over, brings a pail of
Look,
stuff.
old-timer, we're trying to find out what kind of food you eat.
Nothing but the best, Johnny. Mama made me promise once that I wouldn't eat no cheap...
Mr. Oldtimer. Look, you don't eat meat, you don't eat vegetables. What do you eat?
Chickens, daughter. Chickens and eggs. Eggs and chickens. Fried eggs, scrambled eggs, boiled eggs, shirred eggs, stuffed eggs, deviled eggs, and eggs banned a dictionary. Roast chicken, fried chicken, stewed chicken, minced chicken, cold chicken, chicken a la king, and I've threw away my alarm clock, kids.
What for?
Had so much chicken I don't need it anymore.
Huh?
Whenever I crow in the morning, I know it's time to get up.
meat, McGee? Were you going to send him to Eddie in the alley?
Why, sure, I'd send him to Eddie in the alley. Eddie done me a favor, and I want to reciprocate. After all, fellas I got to order some onions. Give me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Jimmy Sales Grocery on the Bully, Mert. How are you, Mert?
Oh,
How's every little thing, Mert? This, eh? What say, Mert? Your uncle. Caught a spy at the airplane factory.
good for him, McGee.
I'll say. He knocked his lunch bucket off the shelf and dropped all his sandwiches that caught his pie. What say, Mert? Well, the guy was reaching for his pie, too. Okay, I'll call you later, Mert. Thanks, Mert.
Now, look, McGee, about this package you've got in the refrigerator. I want you to tell me exactly now what...
Hello, folks.
Good evening, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. What's cooking?
Well, the restaurant, as far as I'm concerned tonight, we're out of meat at our
Now,
house.
McGee?
Out of meat, eh? Don't worry about that, my friend. You can have a nice big steak tonight if you want it. And every night, in fact, you can have a nice big steak.
Sure, but I've already told you the Army turned me down.
Now, don't listen to McGee, Mr. Wilcox. He knows an acrobatic meat dealer.
Acrobatic?
Yes, alley up.
Now, look here, son. As it happens, I got a few connections in this town.
Yeah, you're on your way toward forming a few more, too, dearie. With derby hats and flat feet.
Oh, no. Not me. I know what I'm doing. Now, look, Junior. I happen to be in a position where I can get you all the meat I want, see? And any friend of
Hey,
mine...
what's the idea, pal? You a personal friend of the OPA?
What's OPA got to do with it? He's on information, please. Now, look. Here's all you got to do. You go down the alley next to the snooker pool room on 14th Street, see? And you whistle twice, like a snipe. And when the guy opens the door, his name's Eddie. He's a friend of mine, see? You just tell him...
Hey, what is this, black market meat?
Well, if it was any blacker, it would make midnight look like high noon.
Well, gee whiz. If a guy is hungry for meat,
Well, I'm not so hungry for meat. I want to patronize a rat in an alley to get a steak.
Huh?
What's the matter with you, Fibber? I always thought you were a pretty decent guy.
Pour it on, Mr. Wilcox. Pour it on.
Oh, my gosh, what's a little thing like
It
that?
isn't a little thing, pal. This is the dirtiest racket that's come out of the war. These crooks are buying up meat and selling it illegally without any sanitation or inspection and throwing the whole business of supply and demand out of kilter. How can the Army and Navy and war workers get the meat they need when so much of it is chiseled away into the black market?
Well, yeah, but gee whiz, if I...
You don't know where this meat came from or how old it is or what condition it's in or anything.
We ought to revise the old Spanish-American War slogan. Remember the ptomaine.
Well, now, look here, Junior. I was only trying to be helpful.
Well, I don't want that kind of help, pal.
Huh.
I buy no bacterial beef from any back alley butcher. I'll pay with coupons and know that the dealer's responsible to the government.
My very words, only louder.
When I buy things, I want to know where they come from and who's back of them and what the quality is. That's why I'm proud to be selling Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. Got a tradition of 50 years of conscientious quality behind it.
Yeah, and I know where you can get some of that, too. Just sneak up an alley and back a Racine and ask for Pete.
Why, for year after year, Johnson's self-polishing glow coat has become a household symbol of your money's worth. The way it saves hours of housework with its shines as it dries feature. The way it protects and preserves linoleum floors against dirt and dampness. You don't find any black market for products like glow coat, Fibber. Housewives are proud to be seen buying it, and dealers are proud to handle it.
Okay. Quit shouting at me. I ain't selling meat. I was only trying to help
you
you.
were only drumming up business for a few thieves, dearie. Nothing to be ashamed of course.
Oh.
Well, Fibber, if I were you, I'd be ashamed of... Say, what am I raving about? You couldn't have been serious. You were kidding. And I bit like a chump. Here, I thought you were actually recommending a black market. A good citizen like you. Oh, gosh. I'm going home and take off my pants and kick them all over the house.
Well, McGee, why are you so red in the face?
You know, Molly, this black market might be a serious thing at that.
Sweetheart, sometimes you're quicker-witted than at other times. And this is one of the other times. Why, of course it's a serious thing.
Well, gee whiz, I still can't see why it's so doggone representative to buy a couple of pounds of steak.
You don't mean representative, you mean reprehensible.
I thought reprehensible meant being able to pick up things with your toes.
That's prehensile.
Go on. Prehensils are stuff like frying pans, kitchen prehensils.
You're thinking of utensils.
Utensils? I am not. Utensils are kind of like an appendix in your neck.
Those are your tonsils.
Well, then what's represented?
That means somebody who asks for it.
That's what I mean. Next time I want a steak, I'll send somebody else.
McGee,
Huh?
that package you have in the refrigerator, will you tell me truthfully just what it is?
Ah, come in. Thank goodness.
Hi, Mister. Hi, Miss McGee.
Hi, sis. Oh, I'm mighty glad to see you all. Mighty glad. Sit down. How are conditions in the little red schoolhouse?
It isn't red, I bet you. It's brown.
Oh, it is?
You have to make allowances for Mr. McGee, dearie. Whenever he passes the schoolhouse, he sees red.
Well, come on, sis. Don't let that throw you. Just sit up here on Uncle Fibber's lap and let's have a nice long chat, eh? What do you say?
Oh, gee, Mister, I don't know. Always before you never had time to talk to me.
Well, yeah, but that...
It isn't that he wants to talk to you now either, little girl. He's just trying to put off talking to me. Go right ahead, McGee. I've got to sort out the laundry.
Okay. Well, sis, what do you know? I says, what do you know?
2 times 2 is 4, and cats have 9 lives, and kangaroos carry their babies in their pockets, and there are 10 dimes and a dollar.
Hey. What is this?
I was just telling you what I know, mister.
Huh?
And 6 times 6 is 36, and there are 48 states.
No. That was just a metaphorical question, sis. What I meant was, how are things in general?
All right, I guess, mister. Anyway, they don't rattle.
Huh? What don't rattle?
Things in general.
Well, doggone it, sis, why should things in general rattle?
'Cause he swallowed them.
Who did?
General?
Huh?
That's my puppy's name, General.
Oh.
And he swallowed a spoon and a little perfume bottle and a watch chain and a marble, but they don't rattle. I shook him and I listened.
Well, puppies are pretty hardy characters, sis.
You mean like Mickey Rooney?
What about Mickey Rooney?
He's a hardy character, too. My mama took me to the movies one night and I saw him. Gee, he's wonderful.
Yeah, he's a good little actor, sis. Ever see me in the movies?
Well, I guess I gotta go home now, mister.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Quit ducking the issue. You ever seen me in pictures?
No, but my daddy did, he said.
Oh, he did, eh? Well, what'd he say about him?
I'll see you tomorrow, mister.
Oh, no, you don't. I want to know what your old man or what your father said. Come on, now, tell me.
Oh, yeah, and get my mouth washed out with soap. Nothing doing, mister. Goodbye now.
No.
Oh, boy. Wrong door, I guess. So long, mister.
The King's Men sing Clementine.
In a cavern, in a canyon, excavating for a mine, well, the miner, 49er, and his daughter Clementine. Oh, my darling, Clementine, you are lost and gone forever, very sorry, Clementine. She was light and like a fairy, and her boots were number 9. Packing cases strung with laces were the shoes for Clementine. Oh, my darling, Clementine, you are lost and gone forever, very sorry, Clementine. Oh, she was driving little ducks to water while the steeple clock was striking 9. When she caught her foot and stumbled on a root and tumbled down into the brine. Oh, my darling, oh, my pretty little darling, oh, my darling, Clementine, you are lost and gone forever, dreadful sorry, Clementine. Her ruby lips above the water blowing bubbles, soft and fine. Alas, I could not swim, the fisher boy saved Clementine. Oh, my darling Clementine, and now she's married to the fisher boy, that's how I lost my Clementine. Oh, my darling, oh, my pretty little darling, oh, my darling, Clementine. My Clementine, you are lost, you lost to me, and gone forever, dreadful sorry, Clementine, dreadful sorry, Clementine.
I'll tell you what, Molly.
Tell me what it is you have in the refrigerator, the package you brought home.
Oh, the package. The one I brought home,
Yes.
you mean? Oh, that one, yeah. I know the one you mean, I think. Well, it was like this. I'll tell you later, Molly. Come in.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Hi, Wimple.
Hello, Mr. Wimple. Have a nice Easter?
Oh, just splendid, Mrs. McGee. Did you see us in the Easter parade?
No, we didn't, Wimp. Did we miss something pretty spectacular?
Indeed you did, Mr. McGee. Sweetie Face was there with her new spring outfit on and violets in her hat, and there I was in my striped trousers and cutaways.
Oh, striped trousers and cutaway.
Yes, my striped trousers were cut away around the ankle so Sweetie Face could attach a chain to my leg. She's always afraid I'll run away. And I will, too.
Well, good for you, Wimp. Did you and Sweetie Face go calling Sunday afternoon?
Sweetie Face did, but I didn't.
Oh.
She had arranged an Easter egg hunt for me. She hid the eggs and told me I couldn't go outdoors till I found a dozen. Any 12 of them, she said.
How many eggs did she hide?
4. Well, I've got to be running along now, folks. I've got to go buy some meat for Sweetie Face.
Meat? Hey, look, Wimp, if you want to save your coupons, I know a guy named Eddie.
McGee, no, I won't have it.
I have enough coupons already, Mrs. McGee. And a good thing, too. Sweetie Face eats so much meat. Though, of course, she should right now, you know.
Why, Wimp?
Well, I suppose I shouldn't really tell, but you see, Sweetie Face is, well, she's eating for 2 now.
Oh, for goodness sakes, Mr. Wimple, isn't that wonderful?
Well, what do you know? So she's eating for 2 now, huh?
Yes, herself and me.
Huh? Have what?
The story of that package in the refrigerator.
Oh, yes, package. Well, sir, it all started way back in Peoria in 1912. Or was it 1913?
For goodness sakes, how could a package in our icebox today start back in Peoria in 1913?
It wasn't 1913. It was 1912.
What was?
The way this all started. In 1912...
Just skip that part, dearie. Get to the package in the refrigerator.
Okay, it was 1912. Years went by, and here I was in Wistful Vista, married to the most wonderful woman on earth. So one day...
Does your black market handle baloney, too? Now get to the point and stop stalling me.
Well, I was trying to. Well, sir, at 10 o'clock this morning...
Oh, dear. Come in. Oh, Dr. Gamble. Come right in, Doctor.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Fibber. Say, I left my gloves here last week, I think. Or did I?
You sure did, Doc. Here they are right here. If they'd have fit me, you'd have never got them back, too, either. You know that.
Oh, sure. Well, thanks very much, folks. Sorry I can't stop to chat, but there's an epidemic of ptomaine in town. I'm pretty rushed.
Oh, is it the water, Doctor?
No, the city water is perfectly pure, Mrs. McGee. I think it's this black market meat some people are buying. Not that any of them will admit it.
You mean the meat ain't very good, Doc?
Good. Why don't you grow up, McGee?
Huh?
Why should it be good? Does it go through the hands of government inspectors? Certainly not. Is it properly refrigerated? No. Do black market operators care if it's sanitary or not? No. As long as they get their filthy money, they don't care if their customers live or die.
Well, you seem to feel very strongly about it, Doctor.
Why shouldn't I, Mrs. McGee? I'm a doctor, and it infuriates me to know that some men are so low as to butcher meat illegally and throw away the parts that are needed for medical extracts and surgical sutures and insulin and adrenaline. People may think they need a steak now and then, but believe me, when they need adrenaline, they really need it. McGee, you look bilious. What's the matter? Go on a milk diet the rest of today and tomorrow.
Huh?
You're a nuisance. When you're well, I don't want you to get sick. Good day.
That's it. I'm convinced. I've been a fool. I've been a chump to 29 decimals. You wait here, Mom.
All right, dear. McGee.
There ain't any package in the refrigerator. I threw it out the window.
I know. I was watching out this window. And I'm afraid I did you an injustice.
Huh?
I thought you had some meat in that package.
You thought, well, what makes you think I didn't?
Well, when you threw it out, Toofs' hound dog came by and sniffed at it and walked away.
Oh, my God.
There's one piece of advice you've probably all heard so many times that you'll duck your head if I hand it to you again. And yet there are so many car owners who aren't taking proper care of their automobiles that they need constant reminders to do so. What I'm suggesting is that you do not overlook the finish of your car. Perhaps you don't realize that the salt and other chemicals that are used on streets and roads in wintertime may be on your finish right now and will eat into the finish if they're not removed. If you haven't cleaned and polished your car since winter, you should do so right away. Use a cleaner that removes all that scum and dirt without injury to the finish. Such a cleaner is Johnson's Car New, the easy-to-use combination cleaner and polish that does two jobs at once. Both cleans and polishes with one application. You apply Car New, it dries to a white powder. You wipe off the powder and your car sparkles with almost forgotten newness. Make a note now to buy some Johnson's Car New this week. The cost is little, the benefits are great.
Ladies and gentlemen, in order to make a point, we've tried to have fun with a subject which in itself is not very amusing. There's nothing humorous in children becoming ill from eating doubtful meat. It isn't particularly laughable to find crooks and saboteurs disrupting a fair and just system of distribution of essential foods. So in the interest of your own health and your own Americanism, buy only from a reputable dealer. And when anybody offers you a piece of beef without coupons, refuse it.
Yes, it's probably a bum steer or part of one.
Good night.
Good night, all.
The characters of the old-timer and Wallace Whipple heard on this program were played by Bill Thompson. This program has reached you from Hollywood. Harlow Wilcox speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The swing and sway music of Sammy Kaye, rebroadcast especially for the American Armed Forces and their allies. And here's Sammy himself to start things off.
This is yours truly, Sammy Kaye, welcoming you most sincerely to our Sunday Serenade, which we dedicate to the men and women in the service everywhere.
Little did I know I could love you so.
This beautiful song is sung for us by a beautiful voice, Billy Williams.
Little did I know when I met you, I would learn to worship you so.
Thought I'd kiss and then forget you. Little did I know. Little did I dream your caresses meant more than a passing hello. Now my foolish heart confesses, little did I know. April in the moonlight, the thrill of a June night, those bicycle rides with you. Christmas and Thanksgiving, the rapture of living, were things that I never knew. You were like a star far above me. I was just a dreamer below. Little did I dream you'd love me. Little did I know. Sunday, Monday are always
a Sunday afternoon romance between Billy Williams and Nancy Norman.
Won't you tell me when we will meet again? Sunday, Monday, or always?
If you're satisfied, I'll be at your side. Sunday, Monday, or always.
No need to tell me now what makes the world go round.
When at the sight of you, my heart begins to pound and pound.
So what am I to do? Can I be with you?
Sunday,
Monday, or always? Monday, or always?
Sunday, Monday, or always?
No need to tell me now what makes the world go round.
When at the sight of you, my heart begins to pound and pound.
So what am I to do? Can't I be with you?
Sunday,
Monday, or always. Your favorite songs are always heard on Sammy Kaye's Sunday Serenade. Speak low, speak low.
This lovely new song is sung for us by Sally Stewart.
speak low when you speak love. Our summer day withers away too soon, too soon. Speak low when you speak love. Our moment is swift, like ships adrift. We're swept apart too soon. Speak low, darling, speak low. Love is a spark lost in the dark. Too soon, too soon. I feel wherever I go that tomorrow is near, tomorrow is here, and always too soon. Time is so old and love so brief. Love is pure gold and time a thief. We're late, darling, we're so late. The curtain descends, everything ends too soon, much too soon. I wait, darling, I wait. Will you speak low to me, speak love to me, and soon?
a dreamy mood, we hear from Nancy Norman.
The dreamer, I reckon that's my name since you're gone away. But how am I gonna see you lest I dream all day? Oh, the long and miserable day, they call me the dreamer. They tell me it's a shame how lazy I seem. But how am I gonna hold you lest I dream? So I stroll among the trees like I didn't have a chore to do, and I let the summer breeze come and kiss me like a real and true kiss from you. The dreamer, I reckon that's my name. Why change it? What for? I wanna stay a dreamer till you're home once more.
A song Sammy Kaye introduced on the air last week.
You're a wonderful baby.
To a very lovely girl, Billy Williams says,
You're a wonderful baby. You're a marvelous child. You're a wonderful baby, and you're driving me wild. I took one look and my heart took the count of 10. Oh, baby, life will be wonderful, marvelous when you say when. You're sensational, baby, when you make with those lips. Yes, you're wonderful, baby, from toes to fingertips. And honey, I know the reason why I've kissed my heart goodbye, 'cause my wonderful baby may be mine.
Down that old trail of memory, with a page or two from our old and tattered, dusty manuscripts. Once in a while,
To bring us these lovely words, we hear from Tommy Ryan.
Whenever it's early twilight, I watch till a star breaks through. Funny, it's not a star I see, it's always you. Whenever I roam through roses, and lately I often do. Funny, it's not a rose I touch, it's always you. If a breeze caresses me, it's really you strolling by. If I hear a melody, it's merely the way you sigh. Wherever you are, you're near me. You dare me to be untrue. Funny, each time I fall in love, it's always you.
Billy Williams sings his own composition, Where the Mountains Meet the Sky.
I'm heading for the blue horizon, where the mountains meet the sky. Gonna saddle up my faithful pinto and bid the boys goodbye. I'll say so long to Mom and Dad and tell Sister not to cry, 'cause I'm heading for the blue horizon, where the mountains meet the sky. I'm gonna ride, 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 ride down that dusty trail to the land of sweet enchantment, where hardships don't prevail. When my round-up days are over and I've said my last goodbye, I'll be up in the blue horizon, where the mountains meet the sky. I'm gonna ride, 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 ride down that dusty trail to the land of sweet enchantment.
This rebroadcast of Sammy Kaye and his orchestra was produced in the United States of America.
My round-up days are over, and I've said my last goodbye. I'll be up in the blue horizon, where the mountains meet the sky.
Ionized Yeast presents Lights Out. Everybody. It is later than you think.
This is Arch Obler. Tonight, the makers of Ionized Yeast bring you a story not of imaginary terrors. No, ladies and gentlemen, tonight's play will thrill and chill you beyond any power of the supernatural, because this story is based on cruel, grim reality. So tonight we urge you not to avoid this excitement and tension. Rather, we urge you to turn your radios up and listen as you never did before.
I have the report. Now look here, Hitler, it's no use getting so red in the face. That won't help anything. What happened, happened, and as long as we know why it happened, I'll see to it won't happen again. So nothing is lost and something is gained. Now here, I have the report here. It arrived by courier only 5 minutes ago. I rushed it right up, didn't even stop to read it myself. So, I will read. Official report on the Renoir incident as made by Captain Hans Mauchlich to Major Heinrich von Trauberitz, commanding officer 3rd Division Army of Occupation at Headquarters Paris. Heil Hitler. I, Hans Mauchlich, Captain, member of Elite Guard assigned to 3rd Division Army Occupation, being in my right mind and in full realization of the consequences to me, make the following statement. On the day of April 7th at 2 o'clock in the morning, Sergeant Karl Fischl, while on patrol duty in the town of Renoir, was shot at by unidentified woman and slightly wounded in the left thigh. In accordance with orders radioed from Paris headquarters, I at once placed the entire population of Renoir under arrest, and in accordance with further orders received, collected 50 female hostages to be hanged in the village square unless the criminal who had shot Sergeant Fischl was turned over to me at once. These French women were placed in the basement of the town hall, and precisely at sundown, having assembled the populace in the public square, I mounted the scaffold platform which had been erected there and spoke to this village of criminals. Attention! Attention! I warn you, no disturbances, or I will give the order to fire. Now, for the last time, who among you is guilty of this crime? Speak! So, very well. The next time, every man and woman in this town will be deported for hard labor in the Reich. This time, we will proceed with the executions. Silence! Sergeant, the first prisoner. At this point in my report, may I explain that the 50 women to be executed had been picked at random by squads sent through the town a few hours before. I personally knew none of them, but I personally counted them as they entered the place of imprisonment, and I personally posted the guard. That I know. The first prisoner, bind her hands up to the platform. Noose around her neck. Oh. Tighten the rope. Place her on the trap door. So, the prisoner will lift her head. Lift your head. Look at me. At this point in the report, may I describe the prisoner? Sex, female. Age, indeterminate. Clothes, indeterminate. She lifted her face as ordered. Then a strange thing happened. She smiled. Yes, smiled. Smile? Why do you smile? Very well, the trap door. Hang her. Herr Captain, well, her neck is broken. Do not cut her down yet. People of the town of Renoir, the first of your women hangs here. The first evidence that to harm a soldier of the Holy Reich means death. Certain death. Remove the body. Bring out the next prisoner. At
this point in my report, may I explain my plan? To hang was not enough. No, these Frenchmen and their women and their children must learn their lesson in a way they would never forget. One by one, the women would be brought out. One by one, they would stand on the platform. One by one, the rope around the neck, the trap door, the body twisting and turning in death. Coming through that door, climbing then to the scaffold, and dying. 50 of them, and it would take hours. And these Frenchmen and these French women and their children would never forget this lesson. Bring her here over the trap door. Rope around her neck. No, do not mind this one. It is better that they out there see her dance at the end of the rope. The other die too quickly. Ready? Yes, Captain. The prisoner will lift her face. Lift your face. Your face. You are related to the one who just died. Answer me. Very well. People of Renoir, you see before you the second of you who is to die for the crime against the Reich. This one I can see is related to the first. A sister, perhaps. It will not save her. The crime must be avenged. You laugh. Hang her. Herr Captain, her neck is broken. Broken? So small a woman? Why should... Sergeant, they drop too far. Shorten the rope. Let them struggle before they die. The next prisoner... At this point in my report, may I state that all day it had been threatening rain. In spite of that fact, I had not felt it good psychology to postpone the executions. At this point, the time was 4:30, and the sky was getting quite dark, but I was determined to complete the executions. By the time the next woman stood on the scaffold, it was very dark. People of Renoir, the third criminal to die for the crime against the Reich. The crime must be avenged. You laugh too? Why? You're going to die? Why do you laugh?
You will know.
Hang her. At this point in my report, I will state that this woman did not die easily. I could tell that from the faces of the people and the animal cries that came to their lips as they watched this woman of theirs springing about at the end of the rope. I was quite relieved. Silence! Well, people of Renoir, she thought she would not die. You see, she is dead. There is no escape from the vengeance of the Reich. Bring up the next one. Stop that drum. Yes, people of Renoir, there is no escape from the power of the Third Reich. Today over all Europe, tomorrow over all the world. What power is there to stop us? All right, bring the prisoner up here quickly. At this point in my report, may I say it was darker than before. Clouds. There was a feeling of an electrical storm in the air. Hurry her up there, hurry her up! Sergeant, turn on the floodlights. Let no one move. Shoot down anyone who tries to leave the square. Do not think the storm will make any difference. Here you are, and here all of you will stay until the last one of your criminals is hanged. All right, soldier, do not stand there. The noose, put it around her neck. No. Soldier, are you out of your mind? Why do you stand there? What is it? Look at her. Look at her. At this point in my report, I wish to state that I am not sure if I am in my right mind completely now. But at the time I am speaking of, I knew exactly what I was hearing and seeing. Captain, look at her. I tell you, look at her. You. Sergeant. Yes, Captain. The bodies, are they down there? Yes, Captain. How many? Answer me, how many? Three. Oh, you, woman, you think you will make jokes with me? You are of the same family. Yes, that is it. You are of the same... At this point in my report, I will state only that I immediately ordered the next prisoner up to the scaffold, the fifth prisoner. This one, the same? You crazy fool. How can that be? Here, the searchlight. Here. No. You are not. How can that be? Sergeant, how many now? The truth. Tell me the truth.
Four, Captain.
The truth. I order you.
4 bodies, I swear it, Captain.
And their faces. Look at their faces. Answer me, their faces.
All the same, Captain. The same.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a moment now to look around to reassure ourselves that we are where we are in the free America of today, where thousands of people are able to say,
Man, oh man, am I going good. Making more money than I ever did. Sure, taxes are tough, and I'm putting my 10% in war bonds. But even so, I've got plenty left to spend for fun.
To spend for fun? You think our fighting men in Africa are having fun? Was it fun for our boys at Guadalcanal fighting off the Japs from foxholes? Being shot down in flames over Berlin? Is that fun?
Why, no, but like I said, I'm putting my 10% in war bonds.
This is no 10% war, my friend. Our servicemen are fighting at 100%. And that's exactly why the news from Africa is good. Why we won at Guadalcanal. Why we're moving towards the offensive on other fronts. Do you want more American victories? Do you want our men to march into Berlin at the earliest possible moment?
Why, yes, of course.
Then back them up as they are fighting for us. 100%. Put that money you've got for fun into more war bonds. War is expensive, and if we hold back here on the home front, we'll needlessly prolong the war, thus throwing away thousands of American lives. Are dollars for fun more precious than the lives of American fighting men, of your fighting man? You know they're not. And remember, friends, the quicker the victory, the fewer lives lost. And if we want victory sooner, every American of us must do more. So go to your nearest bank or post office, wherever war bonds are sold in your town, and put every cent you don't really need into bonds. Do it for your own sake, and for the sake of our fighting men. They give their lives. We must lend our money.
Point in my report, I say only that it began to rain, a terrible rain, and we stood there in the rain. The people all round the scaffold, my soldiers, and on the platform the hangman and I, and the woman. All the same.
You hang for vengeance, don't you, Nazi? One German soldier shot at by a French woman who had the blessed right to kill him. And you think you will have the vengeance with 50?
Laugh. It's always the same.
Shall I tell you about vengeance, Captain? You Germans think you know all about it. But let me tell you of the real vengeance.
At this point in my report, I will tell you of my thoughts. These women, the same, was not possible. I left the scaffold and went below to where the bodies lay. With my flashlight, I looked. Broken necks, the faces quite the same. I shut off the light. I climbed back to the scaffold. I was not disturbed, because now I understood. The families of these French were large, and all these were sisters. 5 sisters. Yes, trying to frighten me. Well, that was ended with their broken necks. I ordered out the next woman for her execution. People of Renoir, there will be no further demonstrations of any sort. You will stand there in the rain until all your women criminals are dead. 5 sisters have died. And I am certain that is the end of that family. And who is this frightened one with her hands in front of her face? All right, keep them there. Corporal, get the new noose around her neck. Hang her quickly. What? face. Another one. You French such families, worthy of we Germans. But we have men, and you give birth to useless women. 6 women, and all of them born to be hanged.
Shall I tell you about vengeance, Nazi?
Huh?
You Germans think you know all about it. But let me tell you of the real vengeance.
Captain, the other one said those words.
Shut your mouth. You, woman, how do you know the words your sister said?
I said them.
How could you?
You think you know about vengeance, you Germans. Well, you don't. Vengeance, too, has to be based on truth. And what is your vengeance? You began a war once and lost it. To whom did you lose it? To these little people. To that little rabbi whose back you broke in a concentration camp. To that little child who suffocated under her mother's body in Poland.
At this point in my report, I state only that I made sure this one hanged until she was dead. And then I waited a little while before I ordered the next one out. The rain was very heavy. All the people stood there in the square below the scaffold, heads bowed to the rain. And in the light of the searchlights, they and the soldiers guarding them were like living dead, standing there unburied.
Captain, this one, she's the same.
What? Fire, bring her up here.
No, you hanged her. She's not dead. Not dead. Who is she? Run for your lives. Run. Bring her up here.
She is not the same. She can't be the same one. Turn the searchlight on.
The same one? Run!
And there you are. Then open fire. Shoot them down. Sergeant Corporal, where are you running? Stand, soldiers. Do not run. I order you. The lights. Why did you turn off the searchlights? Turn them on. I order you to turn them on. My soldiers. Gone.
Are you frightened, Captain? Put the rope around my neck.
You are not sane. I saw you hang.
Put the noose around my neck.
The bodies. I can see them down there.
Hang me. You want your vengeance. 50 times the rope must stretch. 50 bodies piled like cordwood. And you call that vengeance? Shall I tell you of vengeance, Nazi? The vengeance of the people of the murdered republics. What was their crime? They wanted freedom from poverty. And your battleships stood off their shores, and your airplanes filled their skies and gave them blood to drink. Their own. The vengeance of the people of Poland. What was their crime? They wanted to live, just to live. So the treads of your tanks ground them into the dirt, and then your bombs lifted them out of the dirt. The vengeance of the people of Belgium, whose crime was that they were weary of a battle they did not quite understand because you had given them confusion. And so you stripped them of human dignity and made them slaves to live on bloody knees before the masters of your Reich. The vengeance of Holland. Oh, that will be a horrible vengeance, Nazi. For their crime was the crime of being men, of standing up and saying, this is our land and this is our freedom. Dare take them from us. So you swept over them. And when they could no longer fight, you took your vengeance by the murder of 40,000 of them. And the vengeance of Great Britain. Oh, that will be a terrible vengeance, Nazi. It will be a vengeance that will...
Oh, I will hang you. Rope around your neck. Now talk. At this point in my report, I swear by the grave of my mother I tell the truth. I hanged this woman with my own hands. I made sure that she was dead. And then I reached down and cut the rope. And I heard the body fall below in the dark. But when I got up off my knees and stood up on the scaffold again, another woman was there. And it was she.
The vengeance of Norway. Theirs, too, was the crime of free men content to live on their own land. And you put a swastika over their crosses and murdered their sons and starved their children. And the vengeance of the Balkans. So many vengeances, Nazi. Did you ever think of them? You with your little vengeances against the helpless, the women, the children. Did you ever think of this moving mountain of great vengeance that is sweeping toward you? The vengeance of the Russians, whose crime was that they wanted their own freedom, their own way, and who saw the hard work of 20 years ground under your Panzers and your Stukas. Oh, Nazi, theirs will be a terrible vengeance. Theirs will be...
And then there was another one. Another, but the same.
And the vengeance of the Americans. Their crime, that they were strong and they didn't like you and they laughed at you. And then their laughter turned to anger, and you were afraid of their anger, so you lifted another one's hand and gave them the treachery of a knife thrust in the back. And you drowned their men in the seas, and you...
Only what I saw. The trapdoor fell. She too was gone. The rope twisting and turning. And I was alone on the scaffold. Alone. I was alone. Yes, the rope twisting and turning. And I was alone. And then... who shall I swear this on? What do I believe in to swear this on? I heard footsteps coming up the steps to the scaffold, and I ran to the edge, and I looked. The lightning flashes were quick, one after the other, and by them I saw that I had hanged 8, and there were 42 left, and now they were coming up the stairs, these 42, one after the other, in a line that reached back across the square, coming to me. You? What do you want? I report this. They came on the platform, one after the other. The scaffold moved under the weight of them. And then the lightning came again. And I saw all of them. She...
Poland, Belgium, Holland, Norway, Greece, Yugoslavia, Russia, Britain, America. I tell you, Nazi, no matter what the clever ones try to do at the peace tables, the people will not forget their vengeance. They will not forget their dead children and their dead wives and their dead sons and their dead mothers and their dead sisters and their dead lovers and their dead hopes and their dead wasted years. They will not stop at the borders of your Germany this time. They will march into it, into your Germany, the people. And their vengeance will be on every one of you who traded the cross for a swastika and the great God of humanity for the little man who thought he was God.
Who are you? I report only this one last thing. As I asked the words, who are you? Suddenly, it was no longer all these women speaking with one mouth, but in the rain and the lightning, I saw them moving together, and all of them began to become one woman, a terrible thing that grew and grew into the air. I lifted my face to see. The lightning crashed about the top of her, and it was still that woman, towering higher and higher into the air. And when she spoke, her voice was the thunder.
Listen to me, Nazi. When their vengeance comes, you shall not hide behind your little man. For his crimes are his crimes, and your crimes are yours. And each must pay for his crimes.
Who are you?
For the good people of this world will not die this time in vain. This time the vengeance will be their vengeance, and the everlasting peace their peace.
Who are you? I report, I asked that, and suddenly, I was lifted in the air. There was thunder and lightning around me, too. And up where I was, her voice was a whisper.
I am a French woman who stayed away from my own land too long. So long that some of my countrymen had forgotten that even the memory of me lives only where men fight for me.
Who are you? I closed my report. This Frenchwoman told me her name, and she told me a place. Through the thunder crash I heard her. And then the lightning struck, and I was falling through the air. And when I awoke it was morning, and she was not there. And the scaffold was burned to the ground, and there were no bodies, and the village square was empty. This is the end of my report.
Can you imagine such a report, mein Führer? A woman who grows into the sky. Of course, the man will be shot. Wait a minute. There seems to be an addition to the report. It says, note, the French woman said she could be found at latitude 41 degrees north and at longitude 74 degrees west. Investigation indicates this is a place in the Western Hemisphere known as Bedloes Island. Further investigation indicates that there is only one French woman on this island. She is called the Statue of Liberty?
I see what you mean, Mr. Obler. The Nazis can kill people, but they can never kill the spirit of victory.
Yes, we've seen that proved over and over again in this war. We know how men, women, and children in France and Holland and Norway and every other country that's come under the Nazi heel are fighting back in every way possible. But we know equally well that the will to win is not enough. We can't fight the Japs or the Nazis with courage alone. The only way to fight these murderers effectively is in the language of bombs and bullets. Now, we in the home front who sleep in our comfortable beds and eat good meals in spite of shortages, we're being asked only to send our money to back up those who are fighting for our freedom. Now, if a Nazi isn't outside your door waiting to take you off to a concentration camp because you pray to your God on Sunday, or if a Jap isn't waiting with an executioner's sword, stained with the blood of an American aviator to cut off your head, it's only because all over the world, men and women of courage are fighting your battle. So the next time you take out $1 and think, oh, what can I buy now? Think again. Is there anything I want more than I want a world of peace and justice and security of loved ones back home again? And then do what your heart and mind tell you must do. Put every dollar and dime you don't need for actual necessities into this fight by putting them into war bonds and stamps. This may be our last chance to buy the right to live as free men.
Thank you, Mr. Obler. Friends, the makers of ironized yeast have been very happy to dedicate tonight's program to our government's second war loan drive. And now, Mr. Obler, can you tell us a little about next week's story?
Well, before I do that, I'd like to personally thank the Ironized Yeast folks for giving me the opportunity of presenting this play to you tonight. A word of thanks, too, to Edgar Barrier and Mercedes McCambridge, and to Hans Conry and Lou Merrill. That's next week. Well, if you've ever wished on a star, listen in. For the play has the provocative title of The Heavenly Jeep. To you lovers of the Off the Beat, a cordial invitation to be with us when the Heavenly Jeep takes off.
Yes, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Obler's eerie story, The Heavenly Jeep. And if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast. But remember, there's only one ironized yeast. You'll know it instantly by the yellow and orange package and by the big letters IY on the container and on each tablet. It is later than you think.
Down south, it's white shoe season, and even up north, you're beginning to see white shoes around town. And because of shoe rationing, lots of folks are giving their white shoes the best of care with Energine Shoe White. Energine Shoe White is made with the whitest pigment obtainable. It spreads over shoes easily and dries evenly with a real white, never a dingy off-white. So, to keep white shoes looking better longer, buy Energine Shoe White. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. This is the man in black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Our stars tonight are Miss Agnes Moorehead and Mr. Ray Collins. You have seen these two expert and resourceful players in Citizen Kane, The Magnificent Amberson, in which Miss Moorehead's performance won her the 1942 Film Critics Award. Mr. Collins will soon be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Technicolor film, Salute to the Marines. Miss Moorehead and Mr. Collins return this evening to their first love, the CBS microphone, to appear in a study in terror by Lucille Fletcher called The Diary of Sophronia Winters. The story told by this diary is tonight's tale of suspense. If you've been with us on these Tuesday nights, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation, and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so it is with the diary of Sophronia Winters and the performances of Agnes Moorehead and Ray Collins. We again hope to keep you in suspense.
February 1st, St. Petersburg, Florida. I, Sophronia Winters, have hereby begun this diary because on this date I feel for the first time that I've begun to live. Diaries are no good unless one has thrilling experiences. For 40 years, I've never had what could really be called a thrilling experience. But Papa's death has changed everything. Here I am in beautiful St. Petersburg with everything to start life anew, money in my purse, 2 suitcases full of new clothes, and a gorgeous new permanent wave. And Florida is really the land of romance. It doesn't matter whether you're 17 or 70. There are parties and dances and bingo games and flirtations for all. My landlady, in fact, tells me that people often become engaged and even married to perfect strangers overnight. I'm still shy, of course, but just the same, it's such fun and so thrilling to think one's fate may be just around the corner. February 3rd. Oh, diary, it is beginning. This morning when I came out of my lodging house to go down to the beach, I noticed a man, a thrilling-looking man, sitting across the street on a bench. It was just as though he were waiting for me, because when I came out, he sort of started up as though he knew me. Of course, I didn't speak first, but I knew the minute I started down the street that he was following me. Well, I got to the beach and sat down with my magazines, and suddenly there he was, strolling toward me with a broad smile.
Well, sitting out here all by your lonesome?
Oh, yes, I am.
Didn't I see you last night over at the Starfish Tea Room?
The Starfish Tea Room?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes, I was there yesterday. But it was so crowded, I'm afraid I don't recall.
Mighty nice cuisine they've got over there. Mind if I sit down beside you?
Oh, not at all. Oh, just a minute. Sit on this magazine. The beach is so sandy.
Oh, sand doesn't bother me. I'm from Maine, you know. We get plenty of sand up there.
Do you?
You've been down here at St. Pete long?
Oh, just 3 days.
3 days? That's a long time. It's a wonder I didn't spot you before.
Oh, Mr.
Johnson's the name, Hiram Johnson.
Oh.
I come from Green Harbor, Maine. Run a big hotel up there summers.
Oh.
Well, that's my whole history in a nutshell.
My name's Sophronia. Sophronia Winters.
Sophronia?
Uh-huh.
Well, you know, that's quite a coincidence. My sister-in-law's name was Sophronia.
Oh?
Sophronia Johnson. You ever heard of her? She looked quite a bit like you, too.
Sophronia Johnson? No, I'm afraid I haven't. Who was she? Someone very famous? I'm so ignorant about these things.
Oh, that's all right. Say, look at that sun, will you? I'd say it was pretty nearly time for lunch.
And Diary, darling, he is wonderful. Strong and kind, warm-hearted, so generous. I don't want to be like the other silly women in this town, but Hiram is different. There's something almost poetic about him, something sad and deep.
You know, Sophronia, it's kind of mysterious, us finding that 9-point starfish on the beach together. My sister-in-law, Sophronia, used to collect 9-point starfishes. And to think your name, Sophronia, and you find a 9-point starfish with me. Well, it kind of draws us together, eh? Huh? What do you think?
Completely. As though I'd known him all my life. My landlady says it's foolish. But look at Romeo and Juliet. Weren't they foolish?
What's the good of waiting, Sophronia? I've got to be back at the hotel in a week. We may never see each other again.
Oh, Hiram, don't say that. I couldn't bear it.
Then let's do it right away. Tomorrow? There's a parson out on Coral Avenue who'll do the job for us. We can take a nice moonlight drive out to the alligator farm afterward, have a nice shore dinner, then climb on board the Orange Blossom tomorrow night from Maine. Just think of Maine. The big dark pine woods, the sand, the bay. The two of us alone together.
The two of us alone together. February 7th, on board the Orange Blossom. I was married in a wedding dress of Alice blue moire, with a frill of white organdy at the collar and wrists, and a rhinestone belt buckle. Hiram sent me talisman roses. I'm pressing one precious flower between the pages of this diary for luck.
See it beyond this bend in a couple of minutes. Bags heavy?
No, not particularly, dearest. Oh, I can't get over that taxi man at the station. Imagine his insolence, saying he couldn't drive us over.
Maybe he didn't have any gas. It happens sometimes around here.
Well, anyway, I'm glad the weather's so mild. Can you imagine what it would be like in a blizzard?
There's the place.
Oh, wait a minute. I don't want to look till I put down these bags. Now, where?
There. Through those big pine trees.
Oh, it is big, isn't it?
125 rooms.
So many fire escapes and balconies and porches and towers. I stayed in a hotel like that once years ago with Papa. It was very fashionable then.
My grandfather built that place 50 years ago. Hasn't been changed much since.
No? Well, of course, you've put in modern plumbing.
Not yet. Here we are. Walk in.
Oh, what's that?
Just a foghorn out in the bay.
Fog?
We get it almost every night in this kind of weather.
What are you locking the gate for?
Why not? There's nobody coming in after us. Or going out again for a while.
But I thought you said the hotel.
The hotel is empty.
Hiram.
What is it now?
Hiram, darling, I know it sounds silly, but let's not go in there tonight. Let's wait until morning.
Why?
Oh, just because it's so dark and empty. There's not a light in the whole place, and no one's expecting us. What do we eat? Where'll we sleep? Let's stay in the village just for tonight.
I've got things to eat and a place to sleep. Come on.
Oh, my arm. Hiram!
If you remember my telling you down in Florida about my sister-in-law, Sophronia? Well, that's her over there on the wall. Take a look at her.
Hiram, you hurt me. Oh, well, this glass is very dusty. She must have died many years ago. But her face is sweet, very sweet. And her eyes, there's something very sad and wistful about her eyes.
She was a murderess. She was hanged in Portland 25 years ago for the murder of my brother Ephraim, here in the lobby of this hotel. She murdered him in cold blood with an axe. That fire axe hanging over there on the wall.
Hiram.
It was a summer day. There were guests sitting out on the front porch in the rockers. It was just after lunch. My brother Ephraim was sitting at the desk counting his loose change. My mother was crocheting in that old wicker rocking chair. Sophronia came downstairs humming a hymn.
Oh, don't, Hiram. Please don't tell me any more.
Why not?
Well, it makes me nervous to hear it like this in this big shadowy lobby. And your eyes, Hiram. Your eyes. Hiram, you're acting so strange. Hiram, what's the matter with you, dear? I know it was a terrible tragedy, but it happened 25 years ago.
Don't touch me, Sophronia.
Don't touch you.
Do you remember what I said to you in Florida?
What did you say? Well, you said a million sweet and wonderful things to me, Hiram.
I said you resembled my dead sister-in-law. Look at her again. Look at her closely. Sophronia.
But why? Oh, no, I can't. It's too horrible. I can't look at her face with any pleasure now, knowing she was a murderess.
You're afraid to look at it?
No, I'm not afraid. Hiram, please, my arm. Well, very well. I'll look.
Now, stand there quietly, like that. Take off your glasses. That's all I wanted to see. That's all I wanted to
see. February 13th, Green Harbor Hotel, Maine. I can't understand it. I try to fathom it, but my head aches and my heart is heavy. The hotel is deserted. Has been for 25 years. Everything is covered with spiders and cobwebs. Great dining room with its oak woodwork is alive with rats. And a row of broken rocking chairs on the front porch faces emptily out to sea. Does he mean this to be my home? He's downstairs in the shabby parlor, off the lobby, playing the harmonium.
Sophronia.
Yes? Yes, Hiram?
Sleeping?
No, dear.
Why is your door locked? Come out. I want to show you around the place.
It's all right, dear. I've seen it. I've seen just about everything.
No, you haven't. You haven't seen the grounds at all.
The grounds? But, Hiram, it's after midnight.
I want to show you where my sister-in-law, Sophronia, is buried.
Well, no. Not tonight, dear. Please, it's so late, and I have a headache.
Open the door, Sophronia. I want you to come now.
No, I shan't. Oh, go away. Let me alone. I won't. I won't.
No use carrying on like that. You see, I have pass keys to all the doors. See, Sophronia. Beyond, where those 4 birches are standing, is where my sister-in-law, Sophronia, was laid away 25 years ago. It was the biggest funeral in the neighborhood. Folks crowded outside the gate with the dozens trying to get a look, but we wouldn't let them. Buried her ourselves without a service out here by herself on the grounds. Ephraim is buried in town, but not Sophronia. I had a feeling I'd have to keep an eye on her even then.
Keep an eye on her?
I knew she was one of those restless sleepers who wouldn't stay quiet in her own grave. I knew before the year was out she'd find some way to start roaming around hunting for mischief again. She was a young she-devil to the core, Sophronia. And they could hang her till doomsday. Wouldn't do any good.
You mean you think she haunts this hotel?
No, not this hotel. She never had any use for it, alive or dead. No. She makes for the warmer climates. She was always a cold-blooded little fish, freezing and shivering all the time. It's places like California and Texas and Florida she makes for.
Florida?
Yes, that's one of her favorite haunts, particularly around St. Pete. She likes the flowers and the sun and the romance.
Hiram, I feel cold. Do you mind if I go inside now?
Just a minute. I haven't explained everything. You think I'm crazy, I guess. Crazy. But I'm a lot smarter than some people give me credit for. Because, you see, I have found her now. 3 times. Do you see that grove of birches over there? Under every one of them's a grave. I've found her wandering the earth in disguise 3 times. And I've killed her 3 times. It still doesn't do any good. She's still restless.
You mean you've killed 3 different women?
So now I keep another open grave to remind her. It's waiting now. Would you like to see it, Sophronia?
No, Hiram. No, please,
Are you afraid to see it, Sophronia?
No, Hiram, you don't mean to say that you think, just because my name happens to be Sophronia and that I look a little like...
Think what, Sophronia?
Nothing. February 14th. My mind is made up. I made a terrible mistake, and I must get away from this place. I must get away from Hiram as quickly as I can. It should be easy. There's no fog today. If I can only escape from the hotel, I can run and hide in the pine woods. No. I shall wait for dusk, when he generally sits down in the parlor and plays the harmonium. I can hide a little earlier in one of the deserted rooms, and then, when his back is toward the lobby, slip out the front door.
Sophronia? Sophronia? Sophronia! Oh, there you are. What's the matter? Anything wrong?
No, Hiram.
You didn't want anything outside, did you? Because if you do, you'll have to ask me to get it for you. You see, I always keep the front door locked.
Yes, Hiram?
Yes, the back door, too. And all the doors leading out into the porches and fire escapes. And a good many of the windows. It makes one feel safe from thieves and peeping Toms. Oh, you've got a cold. That's too bad.
Yes. I must have caught it last night. Outdoors. The damp.
You ought to be in bed. A good bed. The only good bed in the house is in my sister-in-law, Sophronia's old room.
No, Hiram. I'm all right. Is this a little head cold?
Oh, little head colds often develop into pneumonia. Why, it's too bad I didn't think of that before. You might have slept in it from the beginning. Here, up these stairs. What? What's the matter? Are you so weak?
No. No, I'm all right.
This room is the cleanest in the hotel, too. I've always had a sort of suspicion about it. You see, I've kept everything as it was. What's the matter?
Nothing. It's just...
It seems kind of familiar.
No. It's just that seeing it so clean, seeing it as though someone were living here, as though it only just stepped out for a moment.
It's as she left it that afternoon when she walked down to murder my brother. You see her needlework on the table with the needle sticking in it? And her hymn book still open? She was very fond of singing hymns, Sophronia was. Had a nice voice, too. I used to accompany her.
Oh.
I'll turn down the bed for you. Then you can get undressed while I go and make you some hot tea.
No, I don't want any.
Here's the closet. You can put on one of Sophronia's dressing gowns.
Diary, I'm beside myself. I shall go mad. 2 hours have passed since he locked the door upon me. Night's fallen and I'm alone. Alone in this horrible room with its hideous little mementos of death. I'm sitting here at her little wicker table trying to be calm, trying to write this. Somehow, when one writes about a thing, it doesn't appear so real. My hand is just brushed against her needlework. Her hymn book, where they still lie, waiting. I can bear having them near me no longer. I must get them out of sight. Anywhere. In that closet. A bureau drawer.
Ready for your tea?
No. Yes, Hiram.
Why aren't you in bed? You'll take worse cold, you know.
I'll get in bed in a minute. First,
Oh. brushing up on your needlework again?
My needlework?
You've got it in your hand.
Have I? Oh, yes. Yes, so I have. But I wasn't working on it, Hiram. I swear I wasn't. I've never done a stitch of needlework in my whole life. I don't know one embroidery stitch from another. Let me show you. Look, I don't even know how to hold a needle.
Get into bed, Sophronia. You're feverish.
Before we go on, Hiram, before you go on thinking, we've got to have an understanding. You've got to let me explain. I was born in 1892 in Kalamazoo, Michigan. My name is Sophronia, that's true, but they name lots of people Sophronia. I was named for my grandmother. She had just died. No, you've got to listen to me. I've lived in Kalamazoo all my life. If you'd only just write a letter or send a wire. Well, I've never heard of Green Harbor in my whole life. I never went anywhere. For almost 10 years, I stayed home day in and day out nursing Papa. He had a stroke. I wasn't out of the house. It was the red brick house with the green shutters. February 15th. Now I live only from moment to moment, listening to each creak upon the stairs. I've been in bed all day. It's night now. The foghorn has begun to blow again. February 19th. I woke up early this morning after a wretched night, and the date was burning in letters of fire in my brain. If he's planning to kill me, it'll be today. But the hours have been crawling on. It's almost midnight. Oh, why, if he's going to kill me, doesn't he do it at once? Why does he torture me like this? I'd rather be dead than sit here in this room one moment longer. I can't bear it. If he doesn't come in 5 minutes, I shall force him to come. I shall beat on the door. No. Rather let me sit quiet praying that he doesn't come. Oh, I want to live. I want to live.
Sophronia.
It's come.
Sophronia, come downstairs. I want you to sing me a hymn.
Sing? He never asked me to sing for him before. But she sang. I can't sing, dear. I told you that long ago.
Did you? Well, I'd forgotten.
And besides, how can I come downstairs when my door's locked?
It's unlocked. Try it.
Unlocked? Oh, no. How could it be? Oh, it is, and I never know it. I never know it.
Coming?
He unlocked it. Sometime while I was just sitting. Oh, why didn't I try a few more times? Why did I just sit there assuming? No, he'd have caught me anyway. He'd have known. But I might... Oh, now it's too late. He's going to kill me.
Sophronia!
Yes, Hiram. I'm coming. Hiram, where are you?
In here. In the parlor.
What are you doing there, Hiram?
Waiting to hear you sing.
You're at the harmonium?
Yes.
All right. I'll sing. I haven't sung in years, but I might as well. I'll sing for you out here in the hall. My voice will carry better.
It always did carry better in the hall, didn't it, Sophronia? So you remember that, too. Of course, you know both the front and back doors are locked.
Play a few bars, Hiram, dear, to warm me up.
Shall I sing, too, Sophronia? Would you like me to sing along with you?
If it pleases you, Hiram.
Work, for the night is coming. Work.
the morning sun.
Work for the night is coming when man's work is done. Work while the daylight darkens. Work in the summer sun. Work for the night is coming. When man's work is done. There's only one more page. Shall I read it to you?
Yes. Yes, go ahead.
March 22nd. I've been sick, I think, for a very long time. The pages of my diary are blank, but I shall take you out again, poor diary, today and start you over again. No, I shall never look back at the other pages. I shall only write on and on about this beautiful place, so that no one reading this diary will ever know that I did it. But I did do it, diary. I was smarter than he. When I opened that door at the head of the stairs and heard the music, when I saw the fire axe still hanging on the wall. Oh, I was so cautious. So terribly cautious. I tiptoed like a little mouse, even as I sang the hymn into that room where he was playing. But I was clever, so much cleverer than he. I kept on singing. And now I'm free. Free as a bird. I'm free and he shall never catch me now, not this time or ever again, because he's dead. Isn't he, Nurse? Nurse, isn't my dear brother-in-law, Hiram, really dead?
Yes, miss, he's dead. And now I'll thank you to hand me that diary. The doctor doesn't approve of the patient's writing anything.
And so closes The Diary of Sophronia Winter, starring Agnes Moorehead and Ray Collins. Tonight's tale of Suspense. This is your narrator, the Man in Black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next Tuesday, when Richard Dix, Gail Page, and Montague Love star in Death Flies Blind. The producer of these broadcasts is William Spear, who with Ted Bliss, the director, Lud Gluskin, the musical director, Lucian Mohowick, the composer, and Lucille Fletcher, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's danger on the trail ahead! I'll Silver! Away!
Tad Wilkins walked along the crude boardwalk which served as a pavement in the pioneer town of Elbow Bend. His eyes, as he again read the letter he had received, were worried. His forehead wrinkled with a frown. He slowly opened the door of an office whose large, weather-beaten sign read Wells Fargo. He went in to join his assistant, Lane Tolliver.
Well, howdy, Tad. Been down to pick up the mail?
Huh?
What's eating you? You look like old man Trouble himself.
It's nothing, Tolliver. Just a letter, that's all.
What's in it? Bad news?
No, nothing like that. Just puzzling. It's from Avery Baird. He's coming to Elbow Bend on the day's stage.
Avery Baird, huh? He's district manager for Wells Fargo, ain't he?
Yes, he wants me to meet the stage.
Letter say why he's coming?
No, it just says he's coming. That's what puzzles me. I've been in charge of this office for 3 years, and he never visited me before.
Maybe something's wrong, and he wants to check up on it.
What do you mean?
Well, I heard that the last time Baird came here to look the office over, it's before you and me were hired, it was on account of shortages in cash.
Shortages in cash?
The man who was in charge of the office went to jail. Reckon he's still there.
Now, see here, Tolliver, if you're accusing me of stealing the company's money...
Well, I ain't accusing you of anything, Tad. I'm just telling you what I heard.
Well, maybe so, but I don't like the way you said it.
Oh, cool off. That letter's giving you the jeebies. What you need is a drink.
Baird couldn't be coming here because there's money missing. At least I don't think he could. Unless...
Yeah, this'll fix you up.
I thought I told you to stop drinking during office hours, Tolliver.
Come off of it, Tad. Little snort once in a while does a man a world of good. Here, drink this and see for yourself.
I don't want it.
Oh, drink it. Take your mind off that letter.
Oh, all right.
You look better already.
Tolliver.
Yeah?
Maybe there's something in what you say. I mean, about there being something wrong.
Well, of course, it's only a guess.
We've still got 2 hours before Baird gets here. If any mistakes have been made, I want to know about them. I get the books you've been keeping, and I'll get mine.
Wait a minute. You ain't accusing me of stealing cash from the company.
Of course not. But one of us might have made a mistake in our bookkeeping.
It ain't likely.
Now, you check my books, and I'll check yours. That way, we'll...
What's the matter?
My head feels kind of funny. Like it's trying to spin.
Maybe you ought to go home and lie down, Tad.
I want to go over those books.
Well, you're the boss. I'll get them.
I don't know what's come over me. I never felt this way before.
Here's my books, Tad. I'll check over yours.
Yeah, all right.
Let's see here.
My eyes, they won't focus. All your figures are just a blur.
Take my advice, Tad, and go home for a spell. Appears to me you're a sick man.
But, Mr. Baird, I'm supposed to meet him.
I'll meet him at the stage and explain everything.
Well, all right, Tolliver. I'll leave it in your hands.
That's a ticket. Just leave everything to me, Tad. And you won't have to worry about a thing. Well, howdy. Reckon you must be Mr. Baird.
Yes, that's right. You Mr. Wilkins?
No, my name's Tolliver. Lane Tolliver. I'm Tad's assistant.
I don't understand. By letter, I expressly asked for Mr. Wilkins to meet me.
Well, Tad went home. Said he had a headache.
I shouldn't wonder if he had. What I suspect is going on in his office is true.
Let me take your bags. I'll show you to the office.
When did Wilkins' headache occur?
I reckon it commenced about the same time he got your letter. He was mighty worried and upset when he read it.
Oh, he was, huh?
Yeah. Then he got out his account book so as to correct any mistakes he might have made.
I see.
I hope there's nothing wrong, Mr. Baird.
There's something very definitely wrong, Tolliver. It looks as if I may not be long in tracing the trouble.
Oh, here's the office. Have a chair, Mr. Baird. Reckon you're tired after your trip, so make yourself comfortable.
There'll be time enough for that later. Right now, I want to look at Wilkins' books.
Oh, yes, sir. I'll get him for you.
Ever notice anything strange about Wilkins' behavior, Tolliver?
Well, now that you mention it, he's acted kind of funny on several occasions. Like he was doing something he didn't want me to know about.
Yes, I thought so. These are Wilkins' books,
Oh, yes, sir. We each keep our own accounts.
There's no point in my looking further now, Tolliver. Everything I want to know is right here in black and white.
You mean there's something wrong with Tad's account?
Not just wrong, but criminal. According to these records, he's been stealing money regularly from the company for the past 6 months.
Jumping snakes.
As soon as I've had dinner, I want you to take me to Wilkins' house. I'm going to face him with his crime.
Sometime later, an Indian astride of paint and a boy who sat on an all-white colt rode along a wagon trail not far from town. They were Tonto and Dan Reed, the Lone Ranger's nephew.
Is it very far to camp now, Tonto?
Maybe 3-4 mile. Lone Ranger make camp in Arroyo. We get there plenty soon.
Golly, I hope there'll be something good for dinner. I'm starved.
Long ride make you plenty hungry, eh?
Hey, who do you suppose fired that shot, Tonto? I don't see anybody, do you?
Shot come from behind trees. House on the other side. Maybe shot come from house.
Oh, gosh, maybe we better investigate.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Victor.
There, house.
Tonto, look. There's a horse hitched out in front.
We ride to back a house, Dan. Maybe not be seen.
Oh, Victor, oh, boy.
Scout, fella, Dan, wait here.
Wait here? But why?
Me look in window. Me see man bend over body on floor. Maybe him murderer.
A murderer? Then why can't I...
you wait. Lone Ranger not want you to risk danger. Me tell you when it's safe to come.
All right, Tonto. If you say so.
You lift hands.
What?
You not make move or me shoot.
Oh, Tonto, don't you remember me?
Oh, you once outlaw. Lone Ranger saved your life. You tell him you reform.
That's right. Lefty Harris is the name. I've kept my word. I have reformed.
Then why you shoot, man?
Shoot?
Huh.
Well, I didn't shoot Tad. I found him like this just before you saw me. Tad Wilkins was my friend. He asked me to visit him tonight.
Oh. Him dead?
Yeah, he's dead. And if I ever get my hands on the polecat who killed him, I'll...
Tonto, what's happening?
Me not know yet, Dan. Me see... Oh, here. Here's something on their body.
It's a note.
Golly, what does it say?
You read it, Dan.
Maybe it tells who the murderer is.
There is no murderer. Tad killed himself.
What? Why, I don't believe it.
Tad wrote this note. He says he's been stealing cash from the Wells Fargo for months, and that he'd rather die than rot in jail when he's found out.
Oh.
The note says that all that's left of the cash he stole is in a box on the shelf over the wash bench.
I'll go look.
Here. Your gun under shoulder.
Was it Tad's gun, Tonto?
Well, it got initials on it.
T.W., yeah, you're right. Golly, it's hard to believe that he took his own life.
One bullet fired.
There was cash in that box, all right. Didn't amount to an awful lot. To think that Tad was robbing his employers doesn't make sense.
He must have needed money awful bad to do that.
Oh, that's strange.
What, Tonto?
Note written with pen and ink.
Yeah, that's right, pen and ink. And dried with sand.
Me not find pen and ink here.
What?
Gosh, now that you mention it, I don't see ink or pen around here anywhere either.
Well, I don't savvy. How did he...
Ink dried with sand, but no sand here either.
Well, if that doesn't beat everything, there ought to be at least a shaker of it on a desk.
No pen, no ink, no sand. Why, it's as plain as day. Tad couldn't have written that note.
Him not suicide, him murdered.
Murdered? Golly, I'd better keep this note then, and let the law find him murdered.
That's it. Now I'll take Tad's gun, Tonto.
If only we had some clue to the killer.
Me look outside, maybe find tracks.
I'll go with you.
I'll wait here, Tonto, and look around inside.
Dan, come. We go out back way.
We'll revenge you, Tad. We'll find the killer. We won't rest till we see him hang. You've got 3 on your side. I have a hunch before we're through, there'll be a 4th. The Lone Ranger. What? Sheriff!
What's going on here? Mr. Baird, look. It's Tad Wilkins. He's dead.
What's that?
He's dead, all right. Drilled through the heart.
Well, reckon when Tad learned you were coming, Mr. Baird, he made up his mind to cheat the law, so he shot himself.
So you think it's suicide, huh, Tolliver?
Stands to reason, don't it? Found himself trapped after stealing all that cash, so he took the easiest way out.
Well, there's no proof of that, Tolliver.
There ain't.
Maybe you expected him to leave a note or something.
Why not? Ain't that what suicides usually do?
Well, there ain't no note, there ain't no gun. Appears to me it ain't suicide at all, but murder.
Murder? Well, that's ridiculous, Sheriff. Who would want to murder him?
I've got a pretty good idea.
What are you looking at me for, Sheriff? You don't think
You used to be pretty handy with a gun, Lefty.
Well, I've reformed. I'm traveling straight now. I haven't packed a gun since I was on the prod.
Maybe so. But if you don't mind, I'll see for myself.
Go ahead, search me. See if I'm not telling the truth. Oh, never mind, Sheriff. You don't need to search me.
I'm thinking different.
I'll help you, Sheriff.
I'll handle this myself, Tolliver. What's this?
That's Tad's gun, Sheriff. I found it beside him on the floor.
I can see it's his gun. It's got his initials on it. But what are you doing with it? One shot fired, eh?
Reckon there's no doubt but that he did it.
Perhaps he learned that Wilkins had a lot of cash he'd stolen from Wells Fargo, Sheriff. He killed him in order to get it for himself.
Yeah, that's a ticket.
That's a lie. Tad Wilkins was my friend.
So you and Tad were friends, eh?
Yes. He asked me to visit him tonight.
2 of a kind. A reformed outlaw and a swindler. You found out Tad was lifting money from the company, so you blackmailed him.
No.
He tried to kill you, but you beat him to the gun. Looks to me like a clear case of murder.
It's not true, I tell you. I'll prove it. Just before you came, there was an Indian with me. He's outside now.
Oh, what are you giving me?
He was here with me. An Indian and a boy. You must have seen him when you rode up.
There was just one horse hitched in front when we came, Lefty. And that's yours.
But I'm innocent, I tell you.
There's the dead man. We found you alone with him, and here's the gun with 1 shot fired.
I didn't do it. I don't know anything about it.
All I know is I got enough evidence to hang you, Lefty. Come on. I'm taking you to jail.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. To continue our story. That night, 2 figures crept stealthily to the cell window of the small jail in which Lefty Harris was imprisoned.
Lefty Harris.
Who is it? Who's there?
Me, Tonto. Me bring Dan.
Tonto? I thought you deserted me when you didn't come back to Tad's cabin.
We didn't desert you. We waited in back and overheard everything that went on between you and the sheriff. Then we rode to tell the Lone Ranger.
We bring message from Lone Ranger.
Message? What's he say?
Him say you not worry. Him find way to get you free.
You mean he doesn't believe I murdered Tad? He believes I'm innocent?
Of course he does.
Well, I wasn't sure. I mean, he knows I've been an outlaw. I thought he'd figure I broke my promise to him. Went gunning for Tad.
Lone Ranger not believe that. Him suspect other feller murder Tad.
Other fella? Who do you mean?
Lane Tolliver.
That's right.
Oh, the low-down skunk. If the sheriff will only listen to
Him
him.
not listen without proof.
But he's got to. They're going to hang me. He's got to know the truth.
Him know truth. Lone Ranger not let you die.
You bet he won't. He'll get that proof, Lefty. You just wait and see.
Sometime later, crouching in the shadows of the Wells Fargo Express office, the Lone Ranger and Tonto stole quietly to a window.
It's locked, Tonto.
We break glass?
Yes, we'll have to. The only way we can be certain of Tolliver's guilt is to examine those books.
That's right.
Dan will signal us from his watch post if the noise attracts attention. I'll use my gun butt.
They'll not make signal.
The sound wasn't very loud. There. I'll be able to open it. Light the lamp, Tonto. That's it. Bring it over here to the desks.
Which desk belonged to Tolliver?
I don't know yet. Let me try this one. Here's something.
What you see?
Some of Tolliver's belongings. There's no doubt about this being his desk.
Oh, here. Here, count book.
Let me see it, Kimosabe.
You got the suicide note?
Yes, we'll compare the handwriting. There's the proof, Tonto. The handwriting is the same. Tolliver wrote this note.
And him tried to make Ted appear a thief.
Yes. When he learned that Baird was coming, he had to cover himself. So he murdered Tad and left that note to convict him. It was a simple matter for him to convince Baird by merely switching the books, and making Baird believe that his own dishonest accounts were Tad's.
Him plenty smart. We use book to catch crook?
No, Tonto. I have a better idea. But first I want to talk to Baird.
Me savvy.
If my plan works, tomorrow we'll trap the killer. Listen.
That Dan. Someone come.
Come on, Tonto. Out the window.
They're going. Look, the window. They left that way. There they go, Sheriff. Drill them.
Ain't a chance of catching them two, Tolliver. The night swallowed them up.
Who were they?
A masked man and an Indian, Mr. Baird. I was passing by the office when I saw the lamp.
Indian, eh? Lefty Harris mentioned an Indian when I arrested him.
That's right. These two must be some friends of the outlaws or something.
What were they doing here?
Well, trying to rob the safe, I reckon, Mr. Baird. I saw them working over it.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Lucky you happened along when you did, Tolliver. They might have gotten away with the cash.
Well, I would have stepped in and caught them red-handed the minute I saw them, Sheriff, but I wasn't carrying a gun.
Even so, the company will appreciate your quick thinking, Tolliver. We'll have a talk in the morning. I believe I can safely say that tonight's work will not go unrewarded.
The next day, Lane Tolliver and Avery Baird, district manager for Wells Fargo, sat at a table in a cafe.
It was a nice job you did last night, Tolliver.
Thanks, Mr. Baird.
It's too bad that you weren't equally observant in the office.
I don't know what you mean.
According to the accounts, Tad Wilkins stole the company's cash regularly over a period of 6 months.
But what's that got to do with me being observant?
If you'd kept your eyes open, Tolliver, you'd have noticed the shortage.
But we each kept our own books. Besides, Tad was the manager. It was his job to oversee things.
Well, just the same, it isn't possible that Wilkins could steal money for so long without giving you some clue. After what you did last night, Tolliver, I intended to recommend you as manager of the office here. But in the light of your failure to suspect Wilkins...
I did suspicion Tad wasn't on the level with the company, Mr. Baird. Some of the things he did struck me as being on the shady side, but... Well, I ain't a man to make trouble unless I'm sure of my facts.
It's easy for you to say that now. And I myself might believe it, but I couldn't persuade the main office to believe it. They didn't suspect anything was wrong until they saw the reports.
You mean if I'd notified the company of my suspicions, I'd get the promotion?
That's right.
Well, I was going to notify him when I learned you were coming to Elbow Bend.
Can you prove that?
Well, sure. I wrote down everything I suspected about Tad Wilkins in the letter.
But you didn't mail it, huh?
No, I didn't. I was all set to when I heard you were coming, so I figured there wasn't any use.
Have you still got the letter?
Well, yes, I reckon I have. I don't recollect throwing it away.
Well, then that puts a different aspect on the matter.
You mean I'll get to be manager after all?
I don't see why not. I'll forward your letter to the main office as proof of your alertness.
That'd be first rate.
Well, I have some business to attend to now, but I suppose you'll have the letter ready for me at the office this afternoon?
Sure, Mr. Baird. I'll have it ready. You can call for it this afternoon anytime you want.
Good afternoon, Tulliver.
Howdy, Mr. Baird. You're early.
Well, not too early for you to find the letter, I hope.
Oh, no, I have it right here.
You write a nice, neat hand, Tulliver.
Thanks, Mr. Baird.
And a handsome signature, too.
Well, I always kind of prided myself in the way I sign my name, even if I do say so myself.
Well, I think this letter will suit my purpose very well.
Is it everything you thought it would be?
Yes, Tulliver. Even down to the last detail. The date.
I don't savvy. It's dated 2 days ago. That's when I wrote it.
Naturally. Oh, by the way, Tulliver, which are the account books that you kept?
Why, these here. These are all mine.
And these others on this desk, I presume, are the ones Wilkins had charge of?
You should know that, Mr. Baird. You found the fake entries in them yourself.
Oh, so I did. But there's nothing like making sure, huh, Tulliver?
You're acting mighty peculiar all of a sudden. Like you maybe had something up your sleeve.
Maybe I have.
I don't understand.
Open the door, Tulliver. I'm expecting some guests.
Why, it's the sheriff.
Inside, Lefty. Don't try any wrong moves.
Seems to me you've taken care of that yourself, Sheriff, with these handcuffs.
What's Lefty Harris doing here? He's been sentenced to hang.
You'd like to see that happen, wouldn't you, Tulliver?
I don't savvy. What's this all about?
Well, I brought Lefty here just like you asked, Mr. Baird. But what for, I'll be hogtied if I know.
You'll find out very shortly, Sheriff.
Can't you take these bracelets off me till we go outside again, Sheriff?
Not a chance, Lefty. You're a condemned killer, and I aim to treat you like one. Now stand over in that corner where I can keep an eye on you.
I don't see why you brought me here in the first place.
Hey, who's that?
Another guest, Tulliver.
Why, it's the engine. The one I saw in the office trying to rob the safe.
Lift your hands, Redskin.
Oh, you don't need that gun, Sheriff. I invited him here.
You get letter?
Yes, Tonto. I have Tulliver's note right here.
Not good. Me bring suicide note from mask friend.
What in thunder's this all about?
I brought all of you together at the suggestion of a mask friend. In order to expose the murderer of Tad Wilkins.
Are you loco? Lefty Harris has already been tried and sentenced as Tad's killer.
Thanks to you, you yellow-livered snake.
I've got evidence, Tulliver, to prove that the man who killed Wilkins is the same who stole the company's cash.
Tad stole the cash. You saw how he did it.
His account books, huh?
Of course. What more proof could you want?
Tad not steal cash.
What's that, Injun?
Me find body with Lefty. Find suicide note. Yeah, you look here.
Let me see that, Redskin. What do you mean by taking that paper with you and interfering with the law?
Here, note. You take good look.
Yeah, it's just what you said it was. I don't see nothing peculiar about it.
Well, let me explain, Sheriff. This is a letter written by Tulliver.
What about it?
It's dated 2 days ago. But the chances are it was written this morning.
That's a lie. I wrote it on the date it says.
Well, it doesn't matter, Tulliver. The fact is, you wrote it. It bears your signature. Sheriff, I want you to compare the handwriting in this letter with that in the suicide note Wilkins is supposed to have written.
Let me see now. Say, they're exactly alike.
Them written by same man.
Don't believe them, Sheriff. They're trying to frame me.
You framed yourself, Tulliver. You wrote both notes.
You low-down coyote.
Stay away from me. I tell you, it's a trick. You can't prove a thing against me.
You not only killed Wilkins, but you were the one who stole the cash.
You're lying. The books show
Your books show a shortage for 6 months, Tulliver. Your scheme nearly worked when you switched the records and claimed Tad Wilkins' books for your own. But the masked man you saw in here last night wasn't trying to rob the safe. He was checking the handwriting of this suicide note against your accounts. The handwriting matched.
Don't believe him, Sheriff. He's framing me.
It makes sense to me, Tulliver. You were grafting the company regular. Then when you saw you were going to be found out, you switched books so Tad would take the blame.
That's right.
Then, to keep Tad from revealing the truth, you killed him. and made it look like suicide due to a guilty conscience.
You're not taking me. Yeah. Make a move and I'll use it.
Don't be a fool, Tolliver. You can't get away.
Yes, again, you tin-star tenderfoot. I'm doing it.
Stop him. Don't let him get through that door.
Just try to stop me, Lefty. I'll put a slug square between your eyes. Happy hunting, James.
Oh, my arm.
Grab him.
You'll not get away now.
Doggone you. Somebody on the outside had to build the gun out of my hand.
I'll take charge of him, Indian. You're going to stretch a rope, Tolliver.
Who on earth could have fired that shot?
Why, that Lone Ranger.
Doggone tootin' it was. There ain't another hombre within 100 miles who could show as pretty shooting as that.
You have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Gentlemen, Bristol Myers, the makers of Ipana for the smile of beauty and Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, present It's Time to Smile. In keeping with the good neighbor policy, tonight's program is being broadcast to Latin America. And now it's time to smile with the MGM stars Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz, Dinah Shore, Bert Gordon, the Mad Russian, Cookie Fairchild's Orchestra, the Ambassadors, yours truly, Harry Von Zell, and starring Eddie Cantor.
Buenas tardes, senores y senores. Harry, tonight everything is Latin American. Just listen to my Spanish.
Oh.
La Cienega, La Jolla, San Pedro. La Frides, La Playa, Pico, Pico.
No. Eddie, wait a minute. Those are all streets in Los Angeles.
That's what I get for taking lessons from a bus driver. But it's wonderful. Just think, Harry.
Yeah?
This program is being broadcast to Latin America. Don't you get a thrill out of a short wave?
No, I get more kick out of a tall whack.
I'll kill him.
Say, Eddie, listen. Have you ever visited our good neighbors?
Well, of course. Don't you remember, Harry? Last year. Oh. I shall never forget romantic Brazil. Last time I was there, a lovely senorita smiled at me from a balcony. She threw me a rose, which I caught in my teeth. Then I threw back the rose.
Yes?
And she threw back my teeth. Such romance. Harry, did you ever meet a lovely flower on a Spanish balcony?
No, but I once met a cute tomato in Bullock's basement.
Could have mentioned Grayson's where I have an interest. Stop fooling, Harry. You'd love South America. It's a wonderful place. Why, for 50 cents, think of it, Harry. For 50 cents, you can go to a bullfight. Think of it, Harry.
Yeah, well, what's so wonderful about a bullfight?
Where else can you see all that meat for $1/2? If you want to applaud. I'll wait. We're here to please, that's all. And think of the thrills, Harry.
Yes.
Last week, get this, last week in Buenos Aires, a man jumped out of the grandstand and killed 18 bulls before they can stop him.
A Spanish toreador.
No, a Glendale butcher. But he didn't know what he was doing, Harry. He drank one of those South American zombies. Oh.
A zombie?
Yeah, that's a tricky Mickey with a quickie kicky.
I get it. Those zombies must be pretty strong, huh?
Strong? He says strong, yes.
Well,
Harry, every time you take a gulp, your tonsils holler, run for the shelter, boys. It looks like an air raid.
Oh, but what a place that must be, Eddie. Beautiful senoritas, bullfights, haciendas.
Yes, Harry. But the spirit of Latin America is best expressed in its music. To prove it, here is a real Latin American who, incidentally, gives a great performance in the new MGM picture Baton, the Latin singing star, Desi Arnaz.
Que te amo, solo sé, inexplicable amor, una ilusión divina sugirió nuestra canción, los lirios y las rosas, si sales al balcón, esconden sus corolas envidiando tu canto. Todas las aves que te escuchan desde el prado, tu voz imitan en sus lánguidas canciones, por mirarte las fugaces golondrinas, emigro juntas hacia las cálidas regiones. Todas las aves que te escuchan desde el prado, tu voz imitan en sus lánguidas canciones, por mirarte las fugaces golondrinas, emigran juntas hacia las cálidas regiones. Ilusión, ilusión de amor. Ilusión, ilusión de amor.
Bravo, Desi. A voice like yours must bring you a lot of romantic fan mail.
Oh, yes. Here's a letter I received recently. It says, Saludos, querido señor Arnaz. Tenemos el gran placer de comunicarle que ha sido usted elegido para tomar parte en nuestra gran aventura y ser uno de nosotros.
Beautiful. Beautiful indeed. Tell me, what does that mean?
Greetings. You are now in 1A.
About you going into the service. Ladies and gentlemen, Desi Arnaz goes to work for Uncle Sam next Tuesday. Really? Desi, I've always wanted to know, why are women so crazy about Latin lovers?
Well, it's all in the approach, you know, being different.
Yeah.
Never kiss a girl the first night you go out with her.
Yeah, well, I've got her. With me, they don't show up the second night. To the fool. Well, tell me, why is that? Why is that?
Well, you North Americans don't take the time for real romance.
No.
When a fellow meets a girl here, what does he say? Let's spoon, goon.
Spoon, goon. And in South America, what happens there?
Ah, that is the land of love.
The land of love.
Yes, when a caballero meets a gay señorita, he waits till the moon is full. Then he softly whispers, Muchacha mía, eres tú mi estrellita, todo mi amor.
And what does that mean?
Slip of the lip, drip.
Oh, stop laughing, Harry. All right, pucker, sucker. All right, stop laughing. Stop laughing,
Eddie, I don't blame you for stopping him. Whenever I listen to your program, I say it's pretty bad the way Harry Von Zell makes cracks and laughs at you. They would never allow it where I come from.
You mean in your native country I'd get more respect because of my talent?
Well, your talents I don't know about. But my people respect all age.
I'll give you a hit in the head a minute.
At least your audience is always nice.
Yeah.
It's as though they come here for your wise counsel. When you speak, They listen very attentively without making a sound.
Yeah.
They don't laugh at you.
Yeah, well, Desi, look, that's enough. Look, why? And don't you get any mistaken ideas, kid. I'm not the one who gives the wise counsel on this program. Harry Von Zell does that when he says...
Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you wake up in the morning feeling headachy and out of sorts due to the need of a laxative, remember that Sal Hepatica helps you feel better faster. Because then Sal Hepatica brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. And that's important, for it means you no longer have to wait till night to take the laxative you need in the morning. No longer need to risk feeling miserable all day. And here's something else worth remembering about this famous mineral salt laxative.
Sparkling Sal Hepatica also helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist tonight or tomorrow. And any time you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
Desi on us.
Yes, Eddie?
I meant to tell you, last night I saw a preview of MGM's Do Barry Was a Lady, and I think your wife, Lucille Ball, gives a marvelous performance in it, really.
Thank you, Eddie.
Look, I know you and Lucille haven't been married very long, and before she gets here, I'd like to give you a few hints for a happy relationship. You see, the first thing in marriage, you must show your wife that you're the boss and learn to say no. That's the first thing.
Yeah, but suppose she asks for a fur coat, and I feel I cannot give it to her.
Be firm. Just keep saying... You cannot have a fur coat. You will not have a fur coat. And while you're saying it, keep thinking where you can borrow the money to get it. You know what I mean? And another thing, you must be careful of your behavior, Desi. Many a happy marriage has gone on the rocks because the husband comes home with lip rouge on his handkerchief. Lip rouge on his handkerchief. That's not good, my boy. That is not good. Always carry Kleenex to wipe it off before you get in the house. You know what I mean?
Eddie Cantor, I'm ashamed of you. Suggesting it's all right to kiss another woman as long as you wipe off the lipstick with Kleenex. I am a younger married man than you are, but I can still give you this advice.
Well, what advice?
Use the tail of your shirt. Nobody sees it.
The tail of your shirt? Desi, you mean that
No. Don't misunderstand me, Eddie. In pictures, I have to kiss other women.
Yeah.
I hate to do it.
Yeah.
But...
Let him lie a little. Let him...
No, but really, I mean, sometimes I am forced to kiss a girl like Hedy Lamarr or Lana Turner.
You poor boy. Here's a guy would love to take your place. Yeah, but listen, speaking of marriage, you're due for many happy moments, Desi. I envy you. For instance, you know the day will come when you're a father.
Oh,
and
yeah. Wouldn't that be wonderful? The father of a lovely boy.
Boy. Youth, inexperience. Dreams, disappointment. Oh, boy. I know what happens, Desi. I know. You start out to raise a soldier, turned out to be a whack. You know, I'm dying to see Lucille again, Desi. She's such a grand girl, your wife, and I hope you don't get jealous, but she likes me a lot. When we meet, she falls over me all the time. In fact, every time I see her. Come in. Why, Lucille Ball. Lucille, it's so good to see you.
Jessie, darling.
Sweetheart.
Kiss me, Jessie, dear.
Yeah, Lucille.
Again and again, honey.
Lucille. Look.
And again.
Look,
precious.
Lucille. I made a Cantor. Say hello to me.
Hello. Oh, my darling Jessie.
Oh, Lucille. Oh, my dreamboat.
Jessie, my love boat.
Dreamboat. Look, I feel like a canoe with a hole in it. Look.
Oh, darling, you look so pretty. Well?
Well, what?
Don't you think I look pretty, too?
Pretty, darling, you're gorgeous. Kiss me.
Oh, stop it. Will you stop it? I can't stand it. Harry Von Zell, come here.
What do you want?
Kiss me.
Go away, you nasty old man.
See, I'm beginning to like it. Hey, Lucille, tell me, do you kids always always act like this?
Why, certainly.
How long have you been married?
2 years.
Amateurs.
Even so, I'm always worrying about Desi hurting himself. He's so childish, always playing with scissors.
Scissors? What makes you think he plays with scissors?
Well, every time he gives me his shirts for the laundry, the tails have been cut off.
Wouldn't use Kleenex, eh? Wouldn't use Kleenex, eh?
Please understand, sweetheart. I just don't like long tails. That's the only reason I cut him off. You can think of any other reason. Could you?
No, dearest, nothing at all.
Oh.
Only you don't have to go to so much trouble to hide lipstick.
Lipstock? I mean lipstick.
Well, no matter how you say it, you're still stuck with lipstick. Look, Lucille, you don't have to worry too much about Desi, because I know he happens to be very much in love with you.
You bet. Say, Eddie, didn't Lucille appear in your picture, Roman Scandals, about 8 years ago?
Yeah? Gosh, is it that long? And she certainly has changed. Lucille, in those days, you were just an ordinary-looking kid. Now you look prettier. And you grew some.
Well, thank you, Eddie. You look pretty gruesome, too.
Thanks. Gosh, what beautiful girls I had in that picture. There was you, Lucille, Virginia Bruce. There was Paulette Goddard.
Oh, that Paulette Goddard. She's gorgeous.
What?
I mean, I'm only fooling, darling. There's no one so pretty as you in the whole world, darling.
Oh, my dream boat.
My love boat.
Hey, Eddie.
Yes, Harry?
Kiss me.
Get away! Go away, you tugboat. Lucille, when Desi goes into the Army next Tuesday, how are you going to occupy your time?
Well, I always enjoy going to the Hollywood Canteen, Eddie. You know, dancing with our boys in the service.
At the Hollywood Canteen?
Yes, I had a very interesting experience there last night. There I was on the dance floor. A sailor approached.
Hiya, Red.
Hi, sailor.
You dancing?
You asking?
I'm asking.
I'm dancing.
Thanks, babe. You know, kid, right after this dance, I'm going over.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, come on. Put your arms around me.
Okay. Skinny, ain't you?
You got your arm around my neck. Put it around my waist.
Okay. Chubby, ain't you?
Gee, you got nice tattoos on you.
Thanks. You got nice tattoos on you, too, kid.
No tattoos on me.
Well, what's all them blue marks on your arm?
I just danced with a Marine.
You know something, Red? I got the president tattooed on the right side of my chest and the map of America tattooed on the left side of my chest. And every time I exhale...
Yeah?
Roosevelt goes back to Casablanca.
Well, I guess we've danced enough.
Yeah, my time's up. Well, so long, Red. Now I'm going over.
Good luck to you, sailor. And think of me while you're going overseas.
What overseas? I'm going over to the Palladium.
You know, Eddie, I do enjoy going to the canteen. The band always plays South American conga music, my native songs.
Desi, South American music is okay, it's fine. But just listen to one of our romantic North American folk songs that's sung by lovely Dinah Shore.
Finally found a fella, almost completely divine, but his vocabulary is killing this romance of mine. We get into an intimate situation, and then begins this character's conversation. He says murder, he says, every time we kiss, he says murder, he says, at a time like this, he says murder, he says, is that the language of love? He says solid, he says, takes me in his arms and says solid, he says, meaning all my charms, he says solid, he says, is that the language of love? He says, hep, hep with helium. Now, babe, we're cooking and other expressions to wit. He says, we're in the groove and the groove is good looking. Sounds like his uppers don't fit. He says, murder, he says. Every time we kiss, he says, murder, he says. Keep it up like this and that, murder, he says. In that impossible tone, we'll bring on nobody's murder, but his own.
That's grand singing, Dinah. I love the way that...
That's a nice trick.
Well, but I only
Yeah,
said...
you only
Hey, wait a minute, Lucille, Harry, wait a minute. What's going on?
He's a fine guy. Here's Desi about to go into the army, and Harry tells him to find beautiful women wherever he goes and to follow them.
No, but I didn't, honest.
Oh, yes, you did. I heard you,
Wait a minute,
Harry.
before you two start slugging. Harry, exactly what did you say, please?
Well, Eddie, I told Desi he had a beautiful wife. That's you, Lucille.
Thank you.
Sure.
Well, all right. And then I went on to say that wherever he goes, Desi will find that beautiful women have at least one thing in common, and that's a lovely smile.
And did you tell Desi to follow them?
No, I didn't. No.
Say the truth now.
I didn't. What I said, Eddie, was this. It follows that those beautiful women must be giving their teeth and gums proper care to have such beautiful smiles.
Oh, that was it. Well, that's absolutely right.
Why, of course it is.
It's a living, yeah.
And ladies and gentlemen, a mighty good way to make sure that your teeth and gums are getting the care necessary for a lovely smile is to visit your dentist regularly, and between visits to faithfully use iPana toothpaste and gum massage. Because healthy gums are mighty important to sound teeth and sparkling smiles. And iPana is not only unsurpassed for cleaning and brightening teeth, but when used with massage, it is especially designed to help give gums the stimulation they need to help keep them firm and healthy. So why don't you help yourself to an iPana smile, a smile of beauty, by adopting this famous healthful routine?
Brush your teeth regularly with iPana toothpaste. And every time you do, put a little extra iPana on your brush or fingertip and massage it on your gums.
So, ladies and gentlemen, for firmer gums, brighter teeth, and naturally a more attractive smile, remember to massage with iPana toothpaste.
Oh, Lucille Ball.
Yes, Eddie.
I was thinking when Desi goes into the army, it would be nice for you to visit his native land, don't you think?
Well, I'd love to, but I'd be lost in a strange country, Eddie. I wouldn't know my way around.
Your worries are over. There's a man here in the studio who can help you. He knows the Latin Americas from border to border and coast to coast. In fact, he's one of Argentina's most famous bullfighters.
Who is he? Who?
How do you do? Russian, I want you to meet Lucille Ball.
Oh, Lucille, my love. So long I have waited to meet you. So long I have waited to take you in my arms.
Russian, that's my wife.
So long.
Wait a minute, come back here. Russian, you know, Desi is going into the army and Lucille is planning to visit South America.
What a coincidence. My dear Mrs. Ball, you can be my house guest. I am married to South America's wealthiest woman.
Why did she marry you?
She's also the ugliest. My wife has 10,000-acre coffee plantation.
But if she's so ugly, why did you marry her?
You know a better way to get a second cup of coffee.
Russian, yeah. We'd like to know, where did you meet your wife?
You see... I was the most glamorous bullfighter in South America. Yes. Why, when I entered the arena, the senoritas fainted.
Yes. Senoritas fainted?
Yes, of course.
They fainted, yes.
Then when the bull entered the ring,
yes,
I fainted.
Tell me, didn't you ever fight the bull?
Indeed, I did. I did. I got to my feet, bowed to the president's box, and just as I was about to dedicate the bull...
Yes?
The bull dedicated first.
Go on.
What happened then?
Suddenly we came face to face. The bull is looking at me. I am looking at the bull. The bull is looking at me.
Yes.
Boy, could he take it.
Tell me something. Did you kill the bull?
Did I kill? Listen. I got my sword out and was just about to kill him when suddenly I fell to my knees. There I was, face to face with the bull, down on my knees.
What did you do?
What could I do? I proposed.
All right. I've had enough of this, Russian. I don't believe that you're a bullfighter. What's more, I don't believe you were ever in South America. say something to me in Spanish.
Very well. Indeed I will.
Go ahead.
Muchacho, muchacho.
Oh, I like that Spanish language.
Yes, of course.
What does muchacho mean?
It means boy. And you'd like it in any language.
Oh, get out! Thank you, Lucille, for coming here tonight with Desi Arnaz, and good luck to you, Desi, in your new role of soldier for Uncle Sam. Who can tell, Lucille? You may write a letter to Desi one of these days, and it will find its way on this program. You know, we have a contest. Each Wednesday, I award $500 in war bonds to be divided between the man in service and the person writing to him. Tonight's winning letter is from Mrs. Robert C. Blair, Jr., 3042 Pine Valley Road, Atlanta, Georgia. It was written to her soldier husband a few hours after their marriage. Dinah Shaw reads.
Dearest, it's 2 o'clock in the morning and I should be in bed, but I'm too excited to sleep. Girl doesn't get married every day to the boy she's loved ever since he was a little snaggle-toothed, freckle-faced tad. Married to the only boy she's ever wanted to spend the rest of her life with. Funny how your whole life can change in just a few hours. Yesterday, April was just another month. A month when the master painter turned the drab gloom of winter into the rainbow mist of summer. Now it's the month that life begins for me. Gosh, honey, that sounds awfully solemn, but it's the way I feel. Funny, too, how little we know about each other. I mean about the little day-by-day things that go to make up an existence. You've never seen me with my hair done up in curlers and no makeup. I'm thankful for that anyway. I wonder what you look like when you need a shave. Even in today's mad rush of war and barbed word entanglements, life seems pretty wonderful when you've got such a lot to look forward to. Think what fun we'll have in this topsy-turvy world as it rests again, and we have a little home of our own, a little cottage nestling in old Georgia's stately pines, a flagstone walk edged with forget-me-nots, a hill templed with peach trees. Think of the excitement of choosing all our furniture. Oh, don't let my daydreaming worry you, darling. I'm glad and proud that you're a part of Uncle Sam's vast and mighty army. Glad and proud that you're so ready and willing to do not your bit, but your best for this grand and glorious country of ours. But I will count the minutes until I'm with you again. Good night, sweetheart. Write as often as you can, and don't forget to tell me that you love me. Yours forever, Betty.
Thank you, Dinah, and congratulations, Mrs. Robert C. Blair, Jr. $500 in war bonds will be sent to you and your husband tonight. And speaking of war bonds, I have a surprise for you, ladies and gentlemen. A man who needs no introduction. Come in, Fred Astaire.
Thanks, Eddie. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to remind you that our government is in the midst of its second war loan drive. We must raise $13 billion, and there are only 3 days left. $13 billion means an average of $100 apiece for every man, woman, and child in America. It means we must all buy war bonds now and keep buying them up to and beyond what we all thought was our capacity. We're not giving up anything when we buy war bonds. We're keeping something. We're keeping faith with the men in our armed forces, and we're keeping alive our faith in the cause for which we are fighting. Remember, we need $13 billion. I think we can make 13 a very unlucky number for the Axis. In fact, we must. Thanks, Eddie. Good night.
Thank you, Fred Astaire. Nice of you to be such a good neighbor and drop in. And continuing with our good neighbor policy, here's a song which I introduced many years ago, South American Joe. He's got hair without a kink in it, flashing eye, and what a wink in it, see, that's South American Joe. When he twirls his dark mustachio, you will see a real Boccaccio, see, that's South American Joe. Sweet senoritas come out every night on their balconies. was asleep on the patio. Here comes Joe. He's good looking, he's magnifico. As a lover, he's terrifico. See, that's South American Joe. Look out for your wife. Look out for your girl. Look out for your watch. Look out for your rings whenever he sings. Must you go your way? Must I go Paraguay? Then we'll meet again. I love you so. Look out for your wife. Look out for your girl. Look out for that guy. Look out for his eye. As a lover, no one greater is. Life as hot as the equator is. See, that's South American Joe. That's all. Good night, everybody.
Have you ever been lonely? Have you ever been blue?
You have? Then Jubilee is the jive for you. What have we got for you men tonight? Why, we've got a lot of the hottest hot that ever shot out of the plot and got your plot by the pleat and made it holler all read. If you feel logy and under the weather, get a load of the Tassets. We're about to tether. The chick with the limber timber, Mae Johnson. Jimmy Mitchell. Gene Rogers, who makes a set of 88 sound like a B-24. Johnny Taylor. Eddie Rochester Anderson. And the Hawkins Band with the handle man, Erskine. And now, here's your master of ceremonies, Whitman, with the big fat handle of Ernie.
Thank you. Men, this early bright, I was sitting down in my tasty bowl of Kaye ration when my Alexander Grimm's vibrated. I lifted the hair off the talker, and a lovely voice said, "Inez, the object of my trek to the altar is at APO 908. His name is Corporal Cato. Could Jubilee dedicate a number to him?" Well, I lowered my big fat voice to its most resonant pitch and said, "Mrs. Cato, the gut bucket is in the bag." And so for Corporal Cato and all the cats at 980, here's Hawk and the boys making with "Let's Ball a While." Erskine Hawkins, thank you. And now we call on the Hawkins with the handle of Erskine to hoist his choice voice around the knob of the next tune. Come in, Hawk.
Thanks, Sonny. Ben, here's a tune we had many requests for. It's one that me and the boys have been darting and dating since I was knee-high to a tea bag. It's Somebody Rockin' My Dreamboat with Jimmy Mitchell doing the rocking.
Begin at the beginning, Erskine.
Someone's rocking my dreamboat. Someone's invading my dreams. We were sailing along, so peaceful and calm. Suddenly something went wrong. Someone's rocking my dreamboat, disturbing a beautiful dream. It's a mystery to me, this mutiny at sea. Now who can it be? A friendly breeze gave us a start to the paradise all our own. All at once a storm blew us apart and left me drifting alone. Someone's rocking my dreamboat. I'm captain without any crew, but with love as my guide, I'll follow the tide. I'll keep sailing till I find you.
Thank you, Erskine Hawkins, and thank you, Jimmy Mitchell. That was a pretty potent plum. Men, your last batch of scribbling has got Jubilee snowed under. And I mean, we've been hit on the head with an iceberg of blue fluid. It's simply wonderful. And if you'll just be patient, all your requests will be answered. Jubilee keeps digging the cats as they step off of the village clouds here in Hot On Alley. Meantime, here comes some ivory massaging from Private Bruce Brashier at 82037. How are you, Brewster? You're about to dig a whole mess of noodling, Private, because feeding the set of 88s is that fine digit manipulator, Gene Rogers. Proceed, Gene. you. Thank you. Men, in introducing our next guest, I'd like to harken back to the days when Jubilee was just a pup. She was around helping with the three-cornered jive and showing us how to latch on the safety pins. She was here before Solid had time to gel. She was here before Jubilee spelled backward meant Il a bouge. She was here before Jubilee could spell. And so with open arms and a twinkle in my big fat eye, I'm glad to welcome back Mae Johnson. Welcome home, sweetie pie.
Thanks, Ernie. But be careful about that sweet talk. A certain fella at APO 510 might be listening, and he might not like it.
Oh. So what? Is he bigger than me?
Is that possible? Say, by the way, Ernie, I'd like to dedicate my song to this certain person named West at APO 510. Is it okay?
Well, is he a latched-on Jackson?
Mm-hmm.
Is he solid as potato salad?
Mm-hmm.
Is he a groovy Louie?
Fight is wide.
Consider it dedicated. What'll it be?
Well, I would like to sing Straighten Up and Fly Right.
As the French would say, bouge la boot.
The buzzer took the monkey for a ride in the air. Monkey thought that everything was on the square. The buzzer tried to throw the monkey off of his back. The monkey grabbed his neck and said, "Now listen, Jack. Straighten up and fly right. Straighten up and stay right. Straighten up and fly right. Cool down, Papa, don't you blow your top. What's the use of jiving? There ain't no need of diving. Straighten up and fly right. Cool down, Papa, don't you blow your top. Yes, the buzzer told the monkey, you're choking me. Release your hold, and I will set you free. The monkey looked the buzzer right dead in the eye and said, your story's mighty touching, but it sounds just like a lie. Straighten up and fly right. Gotta straighten up and stay right. Straighten up and fly right. Cool down, Papa, don't you blow your top. Hoy, hoy, the buzzer told the monkey, you're choking me. Release your hold, and I will set you free. The monkey looked the buzzard right dead in the eye and said, your story's mighty touching, but it sure sounds like a lie. You better straighten up and fly right. Straighten up and stay right. Straighten up and fly right. Cool down, Papa, don't you blow your cool down, Papa, don't you blow your top.
May, that was really fine. Men, we want to take you for a little jive ride that ought to wrinkle the skin on a boiled beef. So climb aboard, and we ride on down through Chicago, Detroit, Buffalo, Schenectady, Troy, Albany, Syracuse, Rochester. Coming, mother! Well, Rochester? Well, don't stand there glaring at me. Say something.
That son of a gun, ain't he? Seriously, Ernest, I came over to Jubilee tonight to remind you about something.
About what?
Do you realize that next week Jubilee is 1 year old?
I do.
Do you realize that Jubilee ought to have a little birthday party?
I do.
Do you realize that you ought to let the fighting men in on what's going to take place?
I do.
Do you take this woman to be your lawful wedded wife?
I do. No, don't do that.
Well, tell them what's going to jive out.
Well, men, in honor of Jubilee's first birthday, we're going to bring you a soup song of most of the artists who appeared on the shows to date. There'll be Lena Horne, Louis Armstrong, Jimmy Lunsford, Ethel Waters, Duke Ellington, Count Basie, Art Tatum, Cab Calloway, Sister Tharp. The list goes on and on and on. Well, Rochester, what do you say?
Fat son of a gun, ain't he?
Nobody loves a fat man. Oh, well, don't forget Jubilee's first birthday next week, men. Meantime, Rochester, who's that mellow fellow who's been hovering around your left wing for the last couple of clicks on your pocket piece?
Oh, you mean Johnny Taylor. Come here, Johnny.
Yeah, what do you want, Roch?
Say, some of the fellas around here are asking me if you and I couldn't do one of those songs we used to do, a long time ago in vaudeville. And I told them I'd call you out here and ask you about it.
Oh, well, certainly that would be fine with me. But look, first, Roch, there's something been bothering me for a long time, and I've been wanting to ask you.
Well, go ahead. What is it?
Well, now, it's a little personal. You don't have to answer it if you don't want to.
Oh, that's all right. I don't mind. What is it?
Well, look, tell me, just how much of that Liberty cabbage does Mr. Benny pay you every week?
Well, it's roughly about $2,000 a week.
Roughly?
Yeah, but when you smooth it out, it's $30.
Let's sing.
Okay. All right, we'll sing. Waiting for Jane, she's queen of my heart. She rules every part. She's there to remain. As she got that zeal, the best that there is, that ought to explain. I'm waiting for Jane. She loves to do the things I do. What that is you can guess. And when she does the things she does, it makes my no mean yes. So broadcast the news, bring rice and old shoes, sweet essence of love. I'm waiting for Jane, still waiting for Jane. Don't bother me now, I've taken a vow, I'll never complain. Ain't singing no blues, I've nothing to lose, but so much to gain. I'm waiting for Jane. Why, it's not her looks, she never cooks, an angel in disguise. It's not her walk, it's not her talk, but at loving she's a prize. She's flagging my train, I'm letting her ride. My conscience, my guide, I'm waiting for Jane. Tell me, Rocha, has she got a... No. Oh, well, does she wear a... No, but she's got a... Yeah? Yeah! I'm waiting for Jane. Tell me, boy, does she look like? Well, did you ever see her act like? Well, not lately, but she loves to. Yeah! Waiting for Jane. Say, Roch, I'll buy the gal some hats. Well, I'll buy her some furs. Now, you know that should really make that gal look neat. Yeah, those warm red lips. Oh, it's tight like that. And the sidewalk loud to feel I feel. But tell me, Roger, did she ever... Now, wait a minute, cut that out. Did you ever? I should say not. But sometimes she lets me... Yeah! I'm waiting for Jane.
Taylor. And now Jubilee does about face and comes phrase to phrase with the Hawkins with the Nemo of Erskine. What's a good word, Hawk?
Well, honey, I'd like to acknowledge some mail from Private Melvin Stanley at 944, Harry Matthews, Curtis Andrews, Henry Broad, Houston Bowman at Fleet Post Office 66. Especially for the above cats, me and the boys would like to repeat some jive a month ago. It's Junction with the front hound Tuxedo.
Lay it on the cats, Hawk.
Tuxedo! Do you hear me talking to you? Well, I'll read. Yeah. Yeah. Do you hear me talking to you? Well, I'll read. Well, I'll root. Well, I'll roll. Well, all right.
Well, men, as the girdle said to the fat lady, we gotta split up sometime. The starch has been wrung from the staccato. Our skin smooth is slipping down over our peepers. Gotta stash a frame between the lily whites and murmur, good night, Jive. But before we detach ourselves from this hemisphere, have you a word to add, Rochester?
Ernie, it's always a pleasure to pop in here and beat up my chops for the fighting men. Just vibrate my Alexander Grahams any time they ask me. And incidentally, Ernest, I have a request.
Well, what is it?
Well, my wife is always at me to get her on the air. She's always saying, put me on the static, Pops, and let me vent my feelings. Well, would it be okay with you, I should say, if she said hello to the fighting men?
Oh, it'd be a pleasure.
Come on, Mamie, speak your piece.
Hi, fellows, this is...
That's enough. Give her an inch and she'll take a mile. So long, fellas.
Thank you, Rochester. And thank you, Mrs. Anderson, for that brief message. Meantime, this is easy to hook, but nobody wants to waste the bait, Ernie Whitman. Clanking his crockery for Gene Rogers, Johnny Taylor, Maid Johnson, Jimmy Mitchell, the Brown Sisters, and Dave, Eddie Rochester Anderson, and Hawkins with the handle of earth. Plant you now and dig you later. So long and good luck.
You have been stewed in the juice of Jubilee under the solid cast veracity of the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
Sam presents Wings to Victory. Attention, Mr. and Mrs. Herbert White, USA. The story of Lieutenant Martin Loring, Warhawk pilot, and what happened when he was forced down in the Burmese jungle 1 mile from Japanese Army headquarters. On the West Coast, ladies and gentlemen, the Army Air Forces present Wings to Victory, a dramatization of American heroism based on combat reports from the fighting fronts. For obvious reasons, the names of characters in these true stories are fictitious. Every fighter and bomber squadron in the Army Air Forces develops a mass personality, an individual character distinctively its own. Now, there is no more eloquent testimony to democratic America at war than this, that our military discipline still allows freedom for Army Air Force units to develop colorful legends and traditions. The 1219th Fighter Squadron, for example, used the figure of a charging wolf with fangs bared as its emblem. Officially, it was the Lobo Squadron, Lobo being the Spanish name for wolf. But the 1219th were called the Wolves around the 10th Air Force Base at Assam, India. And there were critics who said that the 1219th worked overtime at being hard-boiled, ruthless, and rugged. Which brings us to Lieutenant Martin Loring and Lieutenant Ruth McKay, an Army Air Force nurse, at a dance in the Officers Club.
Ruth.
Yes, Marty?
It seems a little warm tonight for dancing, don't you think?
I thought that 10 minutes ago.
Oh, what a bright girl. Come on.
This garden is much better.
Yeah, I thought it would be half an hour ago.
Why, Marty, sounds like a deliberate plot.
Well, dancing is okay when a man's got a lot of time, but gal, how that minute hand tears around these days. Have you noticed?
Yes.
Ruthie. Ruthie, I'm awfully late with this, but maybe I can catch up.
Oh, no, time isn't going quite that fast.
Oh, but it is. Lieutenant McKay, I would like to marry you.
You would? Say that again, slowly.
I would like to marry you.
Are you kidding?
Ruth, you think this is just a line?
Well, certainly. A wolf?
No, I'm not a wolf.
Now, let me check instruments again. You are Lieutenant Martin Loring of the 1219th Fighter Squadron, right?
Yes, but
They're the wolves, and that makes you a wolf.
Oh.
The wolves take an oath of eternal bachelorhood. They're all for one and one for all, and all against women.
Oh, that's right.
The wolves howl while women weep. They boast...
Stop it. You can't be serious. Who told you such silly guff about us?
Oh, we nurses hear things.
Who said it? Some bomber pilot, I'll bet. Tell me his name.
Why, you sound angry.
Of course I'm angry. Think I want yarns like that spread around?
It isn't true.
Not a word of it. We got the greatest gang of boys in this army. Oh, I know what happened. Some scrounging, gold-breaking bomber pilot laid up in a hospital with a sore toe. Big blabbermouth. Who was he? Name him. Just name him.
You couldn't still be kidding me.
Kidding you?
Yes.
Look, darling, I haven't time for it. Back home in the nightclub with Sister Susie? Sure. But this is India, and you're you.
You claim to be a nice wolf?
Yes'm?
A gentle, faithful, home-loving wolf who wants to marry and settle down as soon as it's over. Oh, Marty, even if you're lying.
I'm not lying, and we're wasting time. Come here. Believe me?
Yes. I'm afraid I do.
Well, there's nothing to be afraid of. We've known each other for 100 years. Oh, what time is it?
Time? Oh, I don't know.
Here, I'll strike a match. Hey, hold up your wrist.
Where's your watch?
I loaned it to Tex. He busted his. 10:47 already. Oh, it's too late to buy you a ring tonight.
Silly, I'm not in that big a rush.
Well, I am. I'll buy it the first thing in the morning. Come on. We go in now, honey.
Why?
I gotta tell the skipper and the gang.
Oh, the law of the wolves, huh, Marty?
No law about it. I'm the first one to get engaged. This is a big operation. The boys will want to know about it. Come along. Time's a wasting, Angel.
Yes, Sergeant?
Lieutenant Danaher and Lieutenant Jones are here for the shots, Lieutenant McKay.
Jones, Danaher? What shots?
They didn't say, Lieutenant.
Well, they better check in with the air surgeon's clinic.
They've already done that. They say they want to see you personally.
Oh. Are they pilots?
Yes'm, from the 1219th Squadron.
Oh, I see. Well, send them in.
They're right outside. Lieutenant McKay says come right in, sir.
Thanks, Sergeant. Good morning, nurse.
Good morning.
I'm Lieutenant Jones, and this is Lieutenant Danaher.
Oh, how do you do?
Are you Lieutenant McKay? Ruth McKay?
That's right.
Oh,
Then, we want our fever shots.
Yeah, the third one's, nurse.
Very well. Just roll up your sleeves.
Yes'm.
You know Marty Loring, I believe.
Yes?
As a matter of fact, he told us about it.
Oh, he did? As a matter of fact, he told me he was going to tell the whole squadron.
Yeah, I guess he did.
Not all of them, Jonesy. He hasn't told Tex yet.
I bet Tex knows by now.
Yeah, by now. I suppose you know that Tex is Marty's roommate, Miss Ruth.
Oh, yes, indeed. Marty's talked a great deal about Tex. I'm anxious to meet him.
Yeah, you'll like Tex, won't you, Irish?
Yeah. What a character. They made that guy out of cactus and rawhide.
Rugged, is he?
Wait till you meet him.
Well, he sounds so hard-boiled, maybe he'd scare me. All right, now, who wants the first shot?
You take it, Irish.
Okay. Say, she can handle a hypo.
Was that a good sign?
Huh? Oh, sure.
How long you been nursing, Lieutenant?
3 years.
All that time in the Army?
Oh, no, just 11 months in the Army.
I knew she hadn't been around much. You a church girl?
Well, let's see now.
Oh, lay off the personal questions, Irish. The kid will think we're trying to cross-examine her or something.
Oh, no, I didn't mean anything like that.
Well, thanks, Lieutenant, for the shots. We'll have to be getting back to the field.
Thanks. Much obliged.
Not at all.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yes?
You know, Marty's a fine fella. He's young. Awful young. But he's a handy boy to have around.
Just what I think.
Jonesy means fighting Japs, Miss Ruth. This marriage ran a gazoo. What did you say, Jonesy?
Come on.
Oh, well. So long, Miss Ruth.
So long, boys. Come in.
Lieutenant Phelps Breckenridge is here, and I'd like to speak to you if you're not too busy.
Oh, send him in.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Morning, ma'am.
I'll bet you're Tex.
That's right.
Jonesy and Irish were just in for fever shots. Are you needing medical attention, too?
Me? No, can't say that I am.
Oh. Well, I'm glad you dropped by anyway, Lieutenant Breckenridge. Marty has spoken of you so often that... Well, I must confess I've been anxious to meet you.
Marty and I are buddies.
Yes, so I gathered.
We fly together and fight together. Some days I look out for him. Some days he looks out for me.
Well, I'm glad to know how you work. Marty won't talk to me about it.
Glad he's got that much sense left.
You certainly crossed me up.
How's that, ma'am?
Well, I thought all Southern boys talked pretty to the girls. Courtly, graceful speeches about stardust and magnolia blossoms.
Not me. Can't recollect ever doing that.
I'm beginning to suspect that you aren't pleased about Marty and me.
Pleased? No, can't rightly say that I am. But it's nothing personal against you, ma'am.
Oh, it isn't?
Look at it this way. You got a job to do nursing.
Yes.
And Marty's got a job to do killing Japs.
I know.
And that ain't all, ma'am. If he don't do his job, I might get killed. Or Irish or Jonesy or any of the others. We fight like a football team. One man falls asleep for 10 seconds and the Japs are in on us. Being shot up ain't so bad. But Rocky, he'd climb us afterwards.
Oh, I see. The wolves must be efficient at all times.
That's it, ma'am.
Well, of course, I'd never dream of taking him...
Pardon me, Lieutenant. Important message.
Oh, yes, Sergeant.
You're wanted in the Air Surgeon's office, Lieutenant. Request of Major Carl Madsen.
Major Madsen? Very well, thank you.
Well, that's Rocky. He really must be worked up to come over here from the field.
I'm none too calm myself.
Now, hold on. Don't give Rocky any back talk. He can say things you'll remember all the way to your grave. And for Marty's sake, keep your lip buttoned.
Don't worry. When I pop off, it won't be to a major. Sir, Lieutenant McKay reports as requested.
Good morning, Lieutenant. This is Major Madsen of the 1219th Squadron.
How do you do?
How do you do, sir?
Major Madsen wants to discuss a matter with you, so if you'll excuse me, I'll be on my rounds.
Thank you, Colonel. Lieutenant McKay?
Yes, sir?
Marty, Lieutenant Loring, announced his betrothal to you at the Officers' Club last night.
Yes, sir.
Well, I can see no way to keep such things from happening.
No, sir.
But, unofficially, I feel it my duty to give you a word of advice.
Yes, sir.
I hope you'll apply for immediate transfer to some other theater, both for your sake and his. You'll be a distracting influence if you stay here. And I must say frankly that I have a strong personal prejudice against having engaged or married officers in my squadron.
Yes, sir.
Marty's one of my best pilots. The others have come to depend upon him automatically, without the slightest doubt or question. I want my men to live entirely for the team.
I understand, sir.
Perhaps this sounds harsh, unfeeling, selfish. And it is. But my methods have worked. We're the top fighter outfit in this area, and we're going to stay on top. I hope you'll take my advice. That's all.
Yes, sir.
Ruthie. Oh, my gosh, I've been hunting all over India for you.
I just went for a walk.
Half an hour wasted. Bluey. Hey, but look, the ring. Certified genuine diamond by His Majesty's Most Royal Certifier. Here, see if it fits.
Oh, it's beautiful, Marty.
Put it on.
No, I can't.
Look, honey, for Loring, the sands are running out. I've got to make a reconnaissance flight over the Jap lines at 8 o'clock.
You keep the ring.
Oh, what's the matter? What's happened?
Oh, nothing important, really. I've just decided that I can't be engaged to the 1219th Squadron.
Well, maybe I'm dumb, but I still don't get it. What in thunder...
Irish doesn't approve. Jonesy doesn't approve. Tex is dead set against it. And Rocky...
Well, where did you get that idea?
From all of them, in person.
They talked to you about us?
Yes, they did. And your precious Major Rocky Matson advised me to get transferred right away.
But why? Oh, it's a rib of some kind.
No, Marty, no. They're dead in earnest. They don't want you distracted from your work. They're afraid for their own skins. Not for you, but for themselves.
Rocky? Tex? Oh, that's preposterous.
No, it's all true. What everybody says about them is true. They're a heartless, cold-blooded bunch of killers.
Ruthie, please, they're my friends.
Friends? They don't care two straws about you. All they tolerate you for is the Japs you can kill.
Oh, you're so wrong. Listen.
No, I'm not. Now, here's the ring. Please, take it. I'm not transferring, no. I'm staying right here. And if you want to see me anymore, you join another squadron. You find an outfit that's at least human.
Ruthie, wait. Hey, listen to me.
Group control from Army 1973.
Group control to plane 1973, receiving you.
My engine's conking on me. I've got to make a landing.
Hello, 1973. What's your course, and where are you?
I'm somewhere east of Manquang. It's pretty dark. Can't distinguish landmarks, but I should be on compass course 27.
Group control to Army 1973. Go ahead. Army 1973 from Group Control. What's happened? Where are you? Go ahead. Hello. Get me Major Matson's quarters. Quick, a plane's down.
Hello. It's Major Matson speaking.
This is Group Control, sir. Lieutenant Loring in Army 1973 just reported he's in trouble.
Yeah? Where was he when he called in?
Somewhere east of Manquang, sir. His radio went out just as he was trying to tell me his compass heading.
Okay. Get operations right away and tell them to have all the boys in the readiness room in 15 minutes.
Right, sir.
At ease, men.
Oh, what happened?
Well, Captain Clark has told you all we know. Marty's down east of Manquang. Probably pretty close to the Jap base there. Now, if he's alive, he'll stick by his ship. So we'll sector the area 4 planes at a time.
Skipper?
Yeah, Jonesy.
Isn't the whole squadron going? We all want to go. Why, daggone it, Skipper, the kid belongs to us. Every man...
Take it easy, boys. Take it easy. Use your heads. You want to draw a flock of Zeros and Jap infantry down on the kid?
That's right, But sir. looky here, Skipper. I get to lead the first flight, don't I?
No, you don't, Tex. Irish, you'll lead the first planes, and you, Jonesy, the next flight.
But, Skipper, that ain't hardly fair.
Take it easy, Tex. There'll be plenty of work for all of us. Irish?
Yes, sir.
Pick 3 men and be on your way.
Yes, sir. Now, you ought to to be out there, Rocky, and instead of wasting time sitting in here listening to the boys report back on the radio. I like that kid.
Oh, shut up. We all like the kid.
Number 3 to
Hey,
flight
turn it up a
leader.
little. They're coming in.
Irish.
Yeah, Tommy.
I've covered my sector. Haven't seen a thing. My gas is running low. Same here, Irish. All I can see are the same old hill and the same old jungle.
Okay, Joe. Flight leader to number 4. Dick. Hey, Dick.
Yes, Irish.
Have you checked that wreck you saw by the pagoda?
Yes, sir. It's an old Jap bomber. Been down so long the vines are blowing over.
How's your gas?
Just about enough to get back to base.
Ah, nuts. I hate the call, Rocky. He'll scalp me.
Number 2 to flight leader. Jonesy and his boys are coming over the mountain.
Okay, Joe. We'll have to let them think it over. Wolf from A flight leader. Wolf from A flight leader.
All right, Irish. Never mind the report. Come on in.
Roger. B flight leader to Wolf. B flight leader to Wolf.
Okay, Jonesy, receiving you.
Any new instructions, sir?
No, find Marty, that's all.
Yes, sir.
Oh, those guys must be blind this morning. I'll have to go myself.
Well, you can't hardly see a thing. You're 27 years old and blind as a grandpa. I'm going.
No, you stay glued to this radio. There's a bomber flight going to Akyab in a few minutes, and they may sight him. Oh. Good morning, Lieutenant McKay.
I just heard about Marty. Lieutenant Breckenridge was kind enough to call me.
I see.
Marty'd be sore if we didn't tell her, sir.
Wasn't anyone hunting for him? Aren't you going to do anything?
Well, in our poor, weak, bumbling way, we're making an effort, Lieutenant.
Well, you sent planes out to hunt for him?
Yes.
Oh, well, that's very kind. I was afraid you'd just...
skipper's going himself.
Oh, right now? Well, Marty may be hurt. I could parachute
Now,
down.
take it easy, Lieutenant.
I'm a nurse. I'd know what to do. Please take me with you.
Does she mean it, Tex?
Reckon she does.
Mean it. I'm in this army, too. Will you take me, Major?
You ever bailed out before?
No, sir, but
You know what that jungle's like? You ever heard about Jap soldiers?
Oh, we're just wasting time, Major. Please.
Yeah, he's a pretty rugged kid, Tex.
Yeah, appears like she is. But she better trot back yonder to a nurse.
Wolf operations for B flight leader. Wolf operations for B flight leader. Go ahead, please.
Okay, Jonesy, receiving you.
I just found Marty. He's alive.
Oh.
He's standing by his plane waving his arms. Do you understand? I found Marty. He's okay.
Good work, Jonesy.
Hey, give me that thing. Hello, Jonesy. This is Major Matson.
Yes, sir. Receiving you, Skipper.
Where is Marty? What's the setup?
Well, he's down in a little jungle clearing about a mile from Man Quang, sir. I think maybe he ran out of gas.
Does his plane look okay?
Yes, sir. I've been over him twice at 100 feet.
Well, if we dropped him gas, could he fly her out?
Well, perhaps he could, sir. It'd be an awfully close squeak. I wouldn't want to bet on it.
Now, look, Jonesy, let me talk, will you?
Yes, sir.
Drop him a note. Tell him to wave his jacket if he's out of gas. I'll send a C-53 with parachute gas cans at once. You understand?
Roger.
And keep your flight right above him until you're relieved. I'll hold you responsible for his protection. Now, stand by.
Roger.
Get me group operations, Tex. I'll send out 4 more ships to patrol his top cover.
You ain't right bright this morning, Rocky.
Huh? What's that?
Marty can't fly a P-40 out of a jungle patch. I'll get me a primary trainer and go fetch him.
Fly in there with a PT?
Yep, that's the idea.
In a kite without guns? Oh, don't be crazy. What if the Japs catch you?
The boys will keep him off us. So long, Rocky. I got a hustle.
Oh, wait, Tex, I'm going with you.
No, you keep out of it. One suicide's enough. You go back to that hospital and do what the Army hired you to do.
But, Major...
Oh, did I sound harsh? Well, I didn't mean to be abrupt or nasty-tempered or unchivalrous. Love's young dream always appeals to a certain dove-like quality in my character.
If the Major says he's a dove, he's a dove.
But the lieutenant really thinks
I
that...
really think you're fond of Marty. And you can do something about it. I've got to stooge around here and wait. I think you might at least let me do my waiting here.
All right, stay here then, but don't bawl. One more snuffle and out you go.
Yes, sir.
Group control from C-53 pilot. Group control from C-53 pilot.
Group to C-53 receiving you.
We're circling Lieutenant Loring's plane at 500 feet.
Well, what's given?
He sees us now. He's waving his jacket. We're going to drop the cans of gasoline by parachute. Okay, Sarge? Drop them. There they go. All of them will hit in the clearing. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Something's gone wrong down there. Marty's ducked. It's the Japs. They're shooting at his plane. Japs in the jungle.
Hello. Where's Lieutenant Jones in the P-40 flight? Hello, C-53.
I'm just calling them, sir. C-53 to P-40s. C-53 to P-40s.
I hear you. What's the trouble down there?
Look, Jonesy. The Japs are shooting at Marty. They've got an infantry patrol in the jungle.
We'll go right down. Leader to B flight. Dive to strafe Japs on edge of clearing.
Troop control from C-53.
Are they getting those Japs?
Right now, sir. The P-40s are doing a wild Indian circle, about 50 feet above the treetops. They're really blasting those skibbies.
Is Lieutenant Loring okay? Can you see him?
Yes, sir. He's up now, pointing toward the jungle. The P-40s are giving the Japs another dusting. There they go. They're chasing those little rats away. The P-40s are climbing back to top cover position. Oh, it looks like the Jap shot Marty's playing up pretty badly. Afraid he's stuck unless he...
Hey, what's happening?
Here comes a primary training. I couldn't believe my eyes for a moment. But it is a PT. And he's circling to land in the clearing. There he goes.
Well, did he make it?
Yeah, he made it. He's down okay.
Tex, is that really you? Tex.
Boy, howdy.
You jerk, you want to break your fool neck?
Who are you calling a jerk? Who got lost in this jungle?
Oh, I did. Hey, is Rocky sore?
He sure ain't pleased. You know, you upset things.
Hey, how about Ruth? I hope somebody told her.
I told her.
How'd she take it?
Serious.
Hot dog, she still loves me.
Yeah. What were the boys diving for just now?
Japs in the bushes. They shot up my ship.
I see they did.
Hey, who found me? Who's upstairs?
Jonesy and B-Flight.
Good old Jonesy.
Yep.
You know what, Tex?
What?
I think this is going to reconcile Ruthie to the squadron.
What did you say about Ruthie?
Not now. Those are Jap bullets. Think we better get this kite out of here.
Yeah, if we can. Look, I brought a couple of axes. It'll take a bit of chopping.
Yeah. Hey, is 4 planes all Rocky's going to send?
That's a lot of planes to waste on one pilot.
2 pilots, pal. Hey, what if the Japs send a swarm of Zeros to jump us on the way home? You got any guns in that kitty car?
We ain't even on the way home yet. Start shopping.
Operations Wolf from B Flight Leader. The PT is making another attempt to take off. They've headed across the clearing. No. They're stalled again. That right wheel is jammed deep. Yeah, man, it's just rolling around.
Jonesy.
Yes, Skipper?
Any further indication of Japs?
Just wild sporadic firing from the jungle, sir. There's not a zero in the sky. The PT squared away for another run.
Remember my instructions to set fire to the P-40 with your guns as soon as the PT is clear.
Roger. There they go across the clearing. They're gonna make it. No. Yeah, they're up. They're over. The PT is now airborne and headed for the base.
Good work. Hey, Jonesy.
Go ahead, receiving you.
Is your relief anywhere in sight?
No, sir.
Well, I better check that right away. We'll take off immediately with the rest of the squadron. Hey, Jonesy.
Sorry, sir. We've sighted a large flight of Jap Zeros. B flight from leader. Zeros after Marty and Tex. Let's go.
Give her the blossom, Tex. Pour it on.
It's flying out of her head right now.
Oh, Jonesy can't fight them all. 9 of them at 3 o'clock, Tex. Take evasive action.
Sure, I'll shake a wing at him. Tracers, duck.
You squint-eyed rats. Just try that again.
Put that 45 away, Marty.
Oh, yeah?
Cut that out, Marty. I'd like to shot my head off. Marty, okay?
Damn, they're sieving this crate. 20 bullet holes at least. Hey, maybe we better jump, Tex.
That's no good. They'll shoot us going down.
I guess this is the end of the line, Tex.
Yep, here's that away.
Well, thanks for everything, pal. I still say we belong to the best squadron that ever flew. They can't take that away from us. Hey, let's take a chance on jumping, Tex.
Okay, but I sure hate it. You go over the side first, Marty.
No, wait. Hey, I see some.
Where?
Look toward 6 o'clock, Tex.
More Zeros.
No, it's a squadron. The whole squadron. Hey, Rocky's come. He's come.
Come on, you wolves. Sock it to him.
Oh, hold it. I'm all spattered with oil.
No, time's a waste. Oh, Marty, it's been centuries, ages, eons since you got lost.
But I'm still a big, bad, greasy wolf.
Oh, they are wolves. They're sweet little lambs, all of them. Even Major Rocky Metson.
No, I gotta be honest, Ruthie. They're wolves. Me too. They're my team.
I love wolves. I love them all.
Whoa, that's carrying the team spirit too far. You just love one wolf. Roger?
Roger? Roger, darling.
The American people are coming to understand that we of the Army Air Forces have known since the ambush at Hickam Field and the massacre at Clark Field, Manila. This is a war against barbarians. We are fighting savages. The Germans machine gun our bomber crews when they parachute from wrecked planes. The Japs have murdered in cold blood Army Air Forces flyers who bombed Tokyo. Yet there are still a few sentimentalists among us who flatter their own egos with the thought that they can remain aloof from hatred, and even when Christianity itself is in danger of extinction by the Hun and the Jap, meekly turn the other cheek. This is an easy doctrine for posturing humanitarians, a safe 3,000 miles from the nearest enemy. Our fighting men have no such illusion. They know that Christianity, democracy, must claim the primal right of self-preservation or perish. The German-Japanese tyranny means to kill us or enslave us if it can. They chose the sword, not we. The men who are fighting for America believe our cause to be just. They stand at Armageddon, faced with the powers of cruelty, bestiality, and wickedness, and battle for the Lord. It is disheartening to them, and a bitter injustice to bereaved families, that a few civilians in this country should continue to snivel a tender regard for the paranoid German and the degenerate apes who call themselves Japanese. Oh, bomber and fighter pilots, there are American graves in a Tokyo prison yard. What do you say to that? Navigators and gunners, Tojo has threatened to murder all other American flyers who bombed Japan. How shall you reply to him? Bombardiers, oh, bombardiers. All the world is waiting for America's answer, and may it come soon. May the sky above that island be split asunder. May the earth quake with sound and flame. May it shake them and appall them. Such a sound of death and terror that those Japs left alive will run gibbering back to their trees and caves. The trees and caves they deserted to insult mankind by masquerading for a few horrid years as human beings.
By the Army Air Forces, we express our gratitude to Miss Lorene Tuttle, who portrayed the role of the nurse, Lieutenant Ruth McCabe. The script was written by Captain Frederick Hazlitt Brennan, produced by William T. Johnson. Sergeant Hal Gibney speaking. This war service program came to you from the West Coast. This is the Blue Network.
Here are the top tunes on your Red Hot and Blue Tune Parade. 1, 2, 3, 4, sound off. Hello, guys. This is Harry Von Zell, and those 4 chords stand for your 4 favorites. The tunes you sounded off for in mail to Armed Forces Radio. So here they are coming at you, and in the number 4 spot today, Tommy Dorsey plays with the Sentimentalists singing Heat Wave.
A heat wave, a tropical heat wave. The temperature's rising, and it's surprising. She really can dance, yeah, man. She started a heat wave by letting her feet wave. And in such a way that the customers say that she really can dance, yeah, man. She wait until you see how Mercury jumps up to 93. Yes, sir, we're having a heat wave, a tropical heat wave. The temperature's rising, it isn't surprising. She really can dance. Yeah, man, yeah.
Orders from Dutch Harbor helped put this one in third place on your tune parade, and here's Joe Stafford to sing Let's Take the Long Way Home.
Let's take the long way home. Let's look for the long way home. And on the way let's pretend that this wonderful life will end. Through Asia would be much too soon. We'll circle once around the moon. Our dream boat will carry us across the foam. We'll take the long way, make sure it's the long way. Let's take the long way home. Shall we fly through the night? Shall we dream as we go? See the star on your right, see the pond down below. The whole trip, it appears, only takes a minute. If you're in the mood to roam, then let's take the long way If you're in the mood to roam, then let's take the long way home.
And now for your daily special. Having heard from the other Dorsey brother, what do you think of Jimmy's arrangement of This I Love Above All?
I love the magic of the moon on the rise, and I'm a fool about the stars in the sky. But oh, the starlight in your eyes, darling, this I love above all. I love the music at the end of the day, the crickets calling and the breeze is on its way. But oh, the music when you say, darling, this I love above all. I can't get over the spell of the thunder. When all at once a million drums begin to beat, I can't get over this wonderful wonder, that sweet excitement every time we meet. I love the feeling of the wind and the rain, that lovely feeling that no words can explain. But every time we kiss again, darling, other wonders seem so. Darling, this I love above all. I love the feeling of the wind and the rain, that lovely feeling that no words can explain. But every time we kiss again, darling, other wonders seem small. Darling, this I love above all.
You sounded off for an old-timer, so B. Wayne is going to sound off with the tune The Mail Made Number 2. Here it is, Stormy Weather.
Don't know why there's no sun up in the sky, stormy weather, since my man and I ain't together. It's raining all the time. Life is bare, gloom and misery everywhere, stormy weather. Just can't get my poor self together. I'm weary all the time, all the time. So weary all of the time. When he went away, the blues walked in and met me. If he stays away, oh, rock and steer will get me. All I do is pray the Lord above will let me walk in the sun once more. Can't go on. Everything I had is gone. Stormy weather, since my man and I ain't together. It's raining all the time. My poor heart's so heavy that I think I'm gonna die. Come on home and put that sun back in the sky.
that was B. Wayne, who looks very cute in galoshes, singing Stormy Weather. Well, now get ready for number 1 in your favorite 4. It's Bob Crosby playing Perdido. Yes, sir, that was Bob Crosby and his swell band playing Perdido. Perdido's Spanish, you know. It means you take a bird and dido it, and there you got it. That's what it is, all over the place. Well, here I am talking my head off, and it's time to go. This is Harry Von Zell saying so long for now, reminding you to get yourselves busy and mail a lot of requests in to Sound Off, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. We're right here waiting for your orders. We'll fill them if you just send them in. This is Sound Off. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Tropical heat wave. The temperature's rising, and it's surprising. She really can dance, yeah, man. Started a heat wave by letting her feet wave. And in such a way that the customers say that she really can dance, yeah, man. She wait until you see how the mercury jumps up to 93, yes.
The Bob Burns Program.
Down in Arkansas.
In that dreamy atmosphere, an all-day sucker lasts a year, and the 7-year itch is a whole career.
Down in
Lifebuoy presents The Bob Burns Show, bringing you latest news of those kinfolks in Van Buren. More doings of the Arkansas Traveler. Mike Jones and his city slicker. Now, here he is himself, that ex-Marine, Bob Burns. Well, thank you. Thank you, man. You know, I was just standing here looking out here at all you men who are playing such an important part in the drama that's going on in the world today.
And I was just wondering if there's a man in this audience tonight that realizes the drama that's going on in front of your eyes right now. I'm talking about myself now. Of course, you men, you don't know what it means to me to be here. You don't know how long I've looked forward to this moment. I want to tell you men that ever since I was a little boy down in Arkansas, I've always dreamed of someday appearing before the men at El Toro, California. Well, I remember I wasn't no higher than that. One day I crawled up on Papa's knee and I looked into his eyes and I said, Papa, when I get to be a big man, I aim to play before the men at, doggone it, El Toro. And Papa looked at me and tears come in his old eyes. And he said, Son, I hate to discourage you at your tender age, but I think you're aiming pretty high. But here I am at last, and I want you men to gaze upon me now in the hour of my triumph. Thank you. I want to thank you men for that applause. That's just about as much as I dreamed I'd get. But now, you know, I'm so happy that I come here. And see, this is the prettiest place I ever saw in my life. And what a wonderful life you men lead here. Why, it's just think, you men can get up any morning you want to. And you can just walk out of the camp without asking anybody. And you can go out here and get a car down to the ocean and put on your bathing suit and just loll around all afternoon in the blue Pacific. And then at dusk you can come walking lazily back into camp and get 22 days in the brig. And while I'm on the subject here, talking about the camp, I just got a word of encouragement for the parents of the boys here in this camp. I know some of them have been kind of worried about the boys because they've always heard that these Marine sergeants are kind of hard on the boys. But I just want to tell the mamas and papas listening in that these Marine sergeants are the kindest, sweetest bunch of men I ever saw. Why, honestly, now, it's the truth. These sergeants wouldn't hurt a fly. Well, I'm telling the truth. They wouldn't hurt a fly. Now, privates they'll kill, but a fly they won't hurt. All you got to do to get along with these sergeants is just do what they tell you. I remember after I'd been in the Marine Corps just a few days, I remember our sergeant was out drilling us, and he says, fix bayonets. Well, I didn't do nothing, and he come back to me, he says, didn't you hear me say fix bayonets? I said, yes, sir, but my bayonet ain't broke. Well, now, I don't have to tell you men what that sergeant said to me. And ain't I glad I don't have to tell you what that is. But anyhow, I know that right there I learned one lesson. After that, when that sergeant said fix bayonets, I fixed mine whether it was broken or not. Now, I guess most of you know that, in fact, all of you know that Spike Jones and his City Slickers was down here just a couple of weeks ago. Well, he's back here again tonight, which just goes to show that lightning does strike twice in the same place. Now, you know, there ain't nothing so unique about Spike Jones' band. Where anybody could play that kind of stuff. It just happens that Spike Jones was the first boy that had nerve enough to play it that way. Now, right now, he's going to play Casey Jones. Of course, all of you know Casey Jones was a notorious engineer. But never in all his career did he ever take a ride like he's going to get tonight. Now, Del Porter and Country Washburn going to sing it for you. Spike, the semaphores are with you. Go ahead.
want to hear the story about a brave engineer. Casey Jones was the rounder's name. On a 6-8-wheeler, boys, he won his fame. The caller called Casey at 4:30. He kissed his wifey at the station door. He mounted to the cabin with his orders in his hand. Took a farewell trip to the promised land. Casey Jones mounted to the cabin. Casey Jones with his orders in his hand. Casey Jones mounted to the cabin. Took his farewell trip to the promised land. You all know Casey was the engineer, but have you heard the story of the bombardier? Casey Jr. was the bombardier's name. He's the son of Casey, and his name's the same. The call to scramble came at 4:30, and Casey got his chance to even up the score. He mounted to the cabin with his orders in his hand. He said, go knock the stuffing out of Tojo Land. Casey Jones mounted to the cabin. Casey Jones, orders in his hand. Casey Jones mounted to the cabin, got set to knock the stuffing out of Tojo Land.
In Shangri-La, they got a boldly plane. The ceiling was high, not a sign of rain. They revved up the motors and got set to go to pay an unexpected visit on Tokyo. In climbed Casey, the bombardier. Doolittle read the orders and he gave a cheer. 4 lines of ferret hanging in the face below. Where's the mighty pretty calling card to Tokyo? They flew and they flew across the deep blue sky, with everyone among them there to do or die. And let me tell you, people, the feeling was grand when they sighted up the targets over Tokyo Land. Now all of the sounds they ever heard that day, the sweetest one they heard was the bombs away. They strafed them in the harbor, the street and in the square. Then they headed for landed down. You know where?
Casey Jones, working for the nation. Casey Jones, with his orders in his hand. Casey Jones, working for the nation, and he sent those monkeys to the promised land.
Thing you got to say about that Spike Jones, he not only plays loud, he plays fast.
Well, Bob, speed is the keynote in the armed forces today, too. I've watched the boys in these camps and bases go through their daily routines, and the day goes so fast that before you know it, it's gone. They get up in the morning, and they answer the roll call and take a life boy shower, and then they jump in the bed and get all dressed and rush over to the mess and go, really, they wish you could take a life boy bath, listen to the sergeant break mesh around in the field and get to the place. They're going to come out and take a 3-point landing, take a life boy bath and mess again. Then more drill, study, and working and flying. And back down ready for a life boy shower and then off the mess and work. After a long, hard day of that, those fellas are so tired that if a beautiful, luscious, breathtaking blonde begged them for a kiss, they'd say no.
Dick, you can't be talking about the servicemen, not unless they've changed since I was in the Marines.
I was only kidding, Bob. But seriously, the pep those boys do have at the end of a hard day really is amazing.
Oh, no, it ain't, Dick. From the way you describe the typical day at camp, seems like the boys do nothing but take life boy showers all day. You got to admit yourself, Dick, that a life boy shower sure peps you up.
Well, maybe I exaggerated about how many life boy baths they take, but you're absolutely right about the refreshing effect of a life boy shower. It's no wonder life boy is the most popular soap in the armed forces. After a hard day of studying and drilling and flying, there's nothing like life boy to get rid of dirt and perspiration. Put you in shape for a date.
Now, you know these fellas don't go out on dates.
Well, Bob, all I can say is they certainly wouldn't do very well unless they remember that Life Boy is the only soap especially made to stop the... And now suppose we drop in at the newspaper office where the Arkansas Traveler holds forth as editor. It's a bright, sunny day, and the Traveler has a touch of spring fever. As a matter of fact, he has it so bad he's only typing with one finger.
Give me the scent of...
Traveler.
Don't bother me, Dewey. I'm writing a poem. Give me the scent of a daffodil. Give me a path on a winding hill. Give me a breath of springtime air. Give me a life that's free from care.
Give me my hat and let me out of here.
Well, I guess you don't know literature when you hear it. What do you want, Dewey?
Well, there's a man outside who wants to see you. Says his name is Harry Davis. Shall I send him in?
Harry Davis? Is he a short, fat man with blue eyes and a red face and a small turned-up nose?
Yeah, that's him, you know him.
No.
This must be one of your pitsy days, boss. Traveler will see you now, Mr. Davis.
Thank you.
Traveler, I'm a businessman.
Well, now that's mighty interesting.
And in the course of my business career, I've traveled all over the face of the globe. Been in every one of the 48 states, but never have I seen a town like this.
You mean you run into something really different in this town?
Different? I'm afraid to go out in the street in broad daylight. I'm afraid to pass a pool room or a drugstore.
Well, what do you mean?
The girls keep whistling at me.
Even you? Well, they must be getting desperate.
Oh, you don't understand. This is different than anything that's happened to me in my whole life. You see, I've never been popular. But when I was a month old, I was left on a doorstep. And for 3 weeks, people kept wiping their feet on me till they found out I was a baby. Even in school, it wasn't any better. In school, I was elected the man most likely to go to seed. Why, the only woman who ever kissed me was my nearsighted old aunt. But here it's different. Women want to take me to the movies and buy me drinks. I don't understand it.
Well, now, brother, I'll explain that to you. We sort of got a manpower shortage in our town.
You're telling me.
You see, we got together and figured out that there was about 10 women to every man in this town, so we decided to ration the men.
Ration them?
Sure. If you haven't got enough tires, butter, bacon, or meat to go around, what do? You ration them to see that everybody gets the same amount.
Well, how does it work?
Oh, it's very simple. We give all the women in town a book with points, and then we decided how many points each male was worth.
You mean...
That's right. Now, take you, for instance. Now, how old are you?
I'm 42.
Well, now, all men over 40 only cost 60 points, and you're a little bald, ain't you?
Well, it's a little thin on top.
Same thing. Take off 10 more. And you wear glasses?
Yep.
There goes another 15. And you're fat, too.
Well, a little plump.
Same thing. There goes another 10. In other words, you'd be a good buy at around 25 points.
I never heard of anything like this.
Of course, if you don't get much action this month, we might make you a little cheaper next month, say 15 points. Just like coffee or bacon. We wouldn't want you to get stale. Come on now, take a little walk with us.
Where are you going?
Well, we're having a meeting of the local appeal board in a few minutes, and I'm finished. And come on, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I know some back streets where the women will never find you. All right, ladies. All right, ladies. The meeting will now come to order. As chairman of the local appeal board for men priorities, I'll listen to any case.
Oh, Traveler.
What is it, Miss Pringle?
Oh, I'm in a terrible fix, Traveler. I've used up all my points, and I have 3 weeks to go.
Well, how in the world did that happen?
Well, I got a most terrible crush on Harvey Potts the first week of man rationing. And I simply had to see him every night. Before I knew it, I didn't have a point left to my name.
You mean you saw Harvey Potts every night?
Yes, for 2 weeks.
Including Menless Tuesday?
Well, I couldn't help it, Traveler. Harvey really has something.
You mean besides all your points?
What am I going to do?
Well, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do, Lucy. You should have been more careful.
But, Traveler, if I can't see him the rest of the month, somebody else will grab him up.
Well, that's too bad.
But you don't understand. Sally Robbins has saved up all her coupons and was just waiting for this opportunity. And by the time next month comes, it will be lost to me to ever. Please, Traveler, what do you say?
Lucy, I hate to say this, but you'll just have to wait till the new ration books come out. And in the meantime, keep away from them black markets. Well, Mr. Davis, now that you've seen the way men rationing works, what do you think of it?
Well, it makes some sense, I guess.
There he is. There's the Traveler. I knew we'd find him.
Now, look here, ladies. I've got some work to do here? Didn't I just see you over at the ration board?
Well, that's what we came to talk to you about. After you left, we had a meeting, and we came to some very definite conclusions.
Uh-oh.
Yes, we figured this whole thing out. And according to the way the rationing system works, practically every man in this town is accounted for.
I know that.
But we seem to be just one man short, and that's throwing the whole plan out of kilter. Now, if we could get just one more male, everything would be perfect.
Excuse me, Traveler. I think I'd better be going.
Oh, now. Now, wait a minute, Mr. Davis. You don't have to be worried. I'll work this thing out.
You certainly will, Traveler, because you're the only man in town who doesn't have point value.
Hey, Now, wait a minute. I'm chairman of the appeal board.
But you can always double up, Traveler, and we decided that you're worth 70 points.
70 points? Well, gosh, that makes me kind of desirable.
Well, that's what you are, you great, big, handsome man. Gee, Traveler, it's wonderful to have a date with you. Even if it's only between 8 and 9 in the morning.
Yeah, but look, Ginger. What do you want with me? I'm just an old newspaper editor.
You may be an old newspaper editor, but you're just my type.
Oh, shucks.
Isn't it romantic paddling out here in a canoe?
Yeah, I guess it's all right.
But doesn't this moonlight do something to you?
It sure does.
What does it do to you?
Makes me feel kind of silly wasting my time here when I could be out catching eels. Gee, I can't dance another step. My feet are killing me.
Oh, you're solid, Jackson. And when it comes to tossing the torso around... Come on, Worm, let's squirm. Now you're cooking, boy. You did sensational. Well, why you hold me so close?
I can't help it. My tie's caught in your zipper.
Here's some more hot water to soak your feet in, Traveler.
Thanks, Dewey.
And here's some more ice for your head.
If I put in another day and night like I just been through, I'm going to collapse.
Well, Traveler, I hear you playing Romeo to every Juliet in town.
I may be playing Romeo all right, but the way I feel, I must have slipped off the balcony.
Well, Traveler, I have some pretty good news for you.
The only good news I'd like to hear is that every woman's packed up and left this town.
Oh, well, I got something better than that. See, Traveler, I told you a few days ago that I came to town on business.
Yeah?
Well, the business happened to be picking out a site for a new defense plant.
You mean that...
That's right. I found an old abandoned factory that's just perfect for my place, and next week I'm setting up shop.
Well, now, if you have a big defense factory, you're going to need plenty of men, ain't you?
That's right. About 2,000. I've already wired my home office, and the men are on their way.
Well, I declare. Hey, Dewey. Hurry up, Dewey.
Yeah, boss, what's up?
Tell Chris to hold the front page. You got a new headline.
What is it?
Manpower shortage eased. New defense plant to open.
You mean there are more men coming to this town?
That's right, Dewey. 2,000 strong.
Brother, if they're coming to this town, they better be strong.
And if the city council doesn't do something...
Hey, boss, look out the window. The plant opened up this morning, and look at all those new men pour into it.
I'm going to see that. Open the window. Now I know what they mean by the expression the Marines have landed and have the situation well in hand. Boy, did you ever see so many men before in your life?
Well, I guess now you can go back to being newspaper editor again.
There he is. Yes, there's our Traveler. Isn't he wonderful?
Well, ladies, I'm sure there's nothing I can do for you anymore, not since those 2,000 men come in town.
That's what we came to talk to you about, Traveler. You see, we think you're responsible for helping to get this factory started, and we think you deserve some kind of a reward.
Oh, well, ladies, I didn't exactly help get the factory going, not exactly.
Oh, you're just being modest. Anyway, now that there are all these extra men in town,
We women have gotten together and we've started to ration ourselves. And this time, we're worth so many points.
Well, now, that's kind of cute.
And because you have been such a big help, travelers, and started this whole thing going, we're giving you 4 books for yourself, worth 400 points.
Yeah, but look here, ladies.
But you must use them up, you big naughty man.
Yeah, but... Doggone it, I'm tired.
But you're also patriotic, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm patriotic, and I'll do it. But listen, lady, when this is all over, I want the DSC.
Distinguished Service Cross?
No, darn scared civilian.
Comes back to tell you some stories about his relatives. I want to tell you the story of how we happened to find our famous foghorn. So many folks have asked us about that I thought you might be interested to know that we found it just by accident. One day we happened to hear the foghorn that's right out here in Los Angeles Harbor, and it seemed like the lonesomest sound in the world. Almost as lonesome as folks who have B.O. Well, you can see what happened then. Next time that foghorn blew, it almost seemed to say B.O. And that was a good thing, because it seemed to be warning folks to take a lifebuoy bath every day. Well, our sound effects engineers got to work on it, and the first thing you know, we had that foghorn actually saying, B-O. Now, whenever folks hear a foghorn, it reminds them to take a lifebuoy bath, and that's a good thing, because you don't always know when you offend. But you know when you don't offend, and that's when you take a lifebuoy bath every day, because lifebuoy stops B.O. And friends, now that spring is here, it's doubly important to use lifebuoy, and it's doubly pleasant, too. For a daily lifebuoy shower will pick you up, leave you feeling cool and refreshed. Remember, if you use lifebuoy every day, you'll never have to worry about B.O. And now, here he is again, Bob Burns.
Well, you know, when we were doing that little play where I was so bashful, you know how natural I played that? It just took me back to my boyhood days back in Van Buren. I'm telling you, I was the bashfulest thing you ever saw in your life. I don't mean that I didn't know what romance was. I don't want you to think that I never had a girl, because I did. I went with a girl down home one time. I went with her for, I went with that girl for, let's see now, what did I go with her for? It's just that I went with her for 4 years, I guess. But it's just that I didn't know what to say to girls at all. I just go out with them and I couldn't think of a thing. I'll never forget the time that we were sitting in her parlor one winter night in front of the fireplace. And she was way down at one end of the sofa and I was up at the other. And we sat there for 2 hours and neither one of us had said a word. Now, not one word. And finally, the fire in the fireplace pretty near burned out. And you know how a fire in a fireplace will do. Just before it goes out, it kind of gets one last little flicker, flares up. That give me something to talk about. I turned to her and I says, I bet you don't know what made that fire turn red then. And she says, well, it sure wasn't nothing we done. That was the frame of mind and the condition I was in when I went in the Marine Corps. And I'll never forget, it was on Paris Island that I first learned about women. You know, I used to hear the boys talk around the bunkhouse. And you've heard of boys talk around the bunkhouse. And there was an old sergeant there. He told me more than I ever knew in my life. When I went home on a furlough, it was Christmas time. The weather was awful cold, and I went around to see my girl and met her on the front porch. Well, she saw the change in me the minute she met me. The first thing I done, I tried out this trick that this old sergeant told me. I blowed my breath on her glasses. And do you know that I bet I kissed that girl 5 times before she could see what I was doing? You know, there's a little romance been going on around Hollywood for a while. My cousin Luther Luther, come up here. Well, I've been wanting to ask you, Luther, how are you and your girl getting along?
Cousin Robin, I'm the unluckiest thing.
Unlucky?
Yeah, last night me and my girl was sitting out in the porch swing, and we'd sat there for about an hour and a half and hadn't said a word, you know. Finally, she spoke up and says, Luther, I'll give you a kiss for your salt.
But what's unlucky about that?
Well, there I was, sitting there, not thinking of a doggone thing.
Oh, that was swell, Bob, but I want every woman listening to me to meet her personal enemy, Frau Emmy Schultz of Berlin, Germany.
Heil Hitler. The bombs of our Luftwaffe will smash the armies and cities of our enemies. And I will help Germany become the master race of the world, because I save every drop of waste fat for explosives. The Fuhrer has ordered it. Heil Hitler. Today Europe, tomorrow the world.
Well, that German housewife and millions like her are scrimping and saving to help their armies enslave you. You must meet the challenge. For victory, our boys need shells and bombs, and you can contribute the waste fats that make those ammunitions. Save all your meat drippings and waste fats in the smooth-edged can. Every tablespoonful counts. When you have a pound, take it to your butcher. And in no time at all, it'll be on its way to Berlin in the form of a blockbuster.
Well, that's all we got tonight, folks. But be sure and listen in next week, because I think we got a surprise for you. Until then, good night, everybody.
How many times do you have to lather your face before you finish shaving? Well, here's a tip. Use Lifebuoy shaving cream and you'll lather up once. That's all. And the second half of your shave is as good as the first. That's because Lifebuoy shaving cream picks up and holds longer, more moisture than any fast-drying lather. Remember, if you ever have to shave with a used blade or cold water, you'll be doubly thankful for Lifebuoy shaving cream Stay Moist lather. The makers of Lifebuoy will again bring you Bob Burns next week at this same time with more about his relatives, more doings of the Arkansas Traveler, and Spike Jones and his city slickers. Remember, Lifebuoy is the only soap especially made to stop B.O. Since the Navy Department does not endorse any product, this broadcast from the United States Marine Air Station at El Toro does not constitute an endorsement of our product by the Navy Department. This program has come to you from El Toro, California. This is the National...
The makers of Raleigh Cigarettes present John Emery, star of the Broadway success Angel Street, as Philo Vance in S.S. Van Dyne's murder mystery, The Case of the Cellini Cup.
Good evening. I am Philo Vance, occupation criminologist. And tonight I'd like to tell you the adventure of the Cellini Cup. As I pieced this fantastic and incredible story together later, it started something like this. In the East 70s of New York City, deep in the gloomy shadow of the 3rd Avenue L, is a dingy little second-hand store called the Old World Curio Shop. It's about 10:30 at night. The front of the store is filled with the usual miscellaneous rubbish, But in the back, there's a good workshop. There's a light on there. The man is hunched over a workbench repairing the enamel on, of all things, a cloisonne elephant. This man is Paul Getman, about 43, rather heavy-set, oily complexion, little pig eye, smug and self-satisfied, but a clever workman. An unpleasant man, but then he hasn't long to live, although he doesn't know that. There's a discreet knock on the door at the front of the shop.
Oh.
He gets up and walks through the store to the door.
Oh, it's you. What do you want? Well? Hey, put that gun down. Someone's liable to get hurt. Wait a minute. Take it easy. What are you going to do? No, you don't dare. You can't get away with it. That's murder. For God's sakes, don't do it. Well, why don't you say something? What are you waiting for? I know what you're waiting for. You're waiting for the elevator train. You're waiting for the elevator train to drown out the shots. Well, I got burglar alarms here, and I'm going to...
Philo Vance will be back in a moment. But first, you know when a friend of yours gets a new house, you naturally want to go and see it. Well, an old tried and true friend of yours, Raleigh Cigarettes, is living in a brand new house, and you really ought to see it. Because Raleigh's new house protects you by protecting Raleigh's. How? This new house is an exclusive new package, which gives up to 400% more protection than the package on other leading brands. This means that Raleigh cigarettes come to you factory fresh. Never harsh and bitter, always rich in flavor and fresh. Smokers, you'll thank me for this if you follow my suggestion. Make your next pack Raleigh's, America's freshest cigarettes. And now, here is Philo Vance to tell you the story of the Cellini Cup.
Thank you, Mr. Shirley. Well, to explain how I got involved in this, John F.X. Markham, the district attorney, is an old friend of mine, and bright and early the morning after Getman was murdered, much too bright and much too early, Markham came over to my apartment and dragged me over to the Old World Curio Shop to view the mortal remains of Paul Getman. Sergeant Heath of the Homicide Squad met us at the door, a businesslike frown on his broad, pugnacious features, and gestured toward the body.
Well, here he is, shot through the heart. Doc Baker examined the body and pulled a .32 slug out of him. I would have bet my shirt it was a .45. Made a big hole going in.
So it did, Sergeant.
No signs of a struggle. Who found the body, Sergeant?
The patrolman on the beat. The burglar alarm went off and he came running. Looks like Getman set it off himself. There's a button right here on the counter, and we found Getman's thumbprint on it.
Look at this, Markham.
What's that, Vance?
This utterly atrocious tie Getman was wearing. Imagine the embarrassment of being caught dead wearing a purple horror like this.
I thought it was kind of snappy.
Sergeant, you distress me. I've never seen you out of your uniform, but I'll wager you're a panic.
Now, Vance, let's not get into a discussion of what the well-dressed corpse should wear.
Calm yourself, Markham. What have we here? A little circular bit of charred cloth. Must be a clue, eh, Sergeant?
I already seen it. I figured whoever came in here to bump Getman off hid the gun under something. Maybe a handkerchief. And when he fired, this piece of cloth was blown off. Figured that out myself. Not bad, huh?
Sergeant, you've been going to night school. Suppose you tell us what you found out about the late Mr. Getman.
Okay, he was in his early 40s. He owned this shop. He did repair work on fancy art objects for the museum and art dealers, and he was pretty good at it, I guess. He had a little apartment at the Windsor Arms, and that's about all. Hey, looks like a customer at the door. That's his second today.
Markham, isn't that George Henry Howard? Yes, it is.
The art collector?
Yes, but there's more of the collector than the artist in him. Before the war, he traveled over Europe sweeping up statues, porcelains, tapestries, and so on like a vacuum cleaner. Between George Henry Howard and William Randolph Hearst, the museums on the continent were left looking a trifle seedy.
Let him in, Sergeant.
Okay. Well. Mr. Vance, isn't it?
How are you, Mr. Howard?
Fine. Never better, thanks.
Mr. Markham, our district attorney and champion of justice.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Markham?
And Sergeant Heath.
How are you? How do you do? Is Mr. Ketman here?
Yes, but he's not speaking to anyone.
He was murdered last night, Mr. Howard.
Murdered? Really?
Oh, definitely.
Well, that's too bad from my standpoint as well as his. I wanted to buy a group of items in here. Will his death interfere with selling them?
Well, that would depend on whether there were any heirs and so on.
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, there seems to be a few pieces of some value in this case. Let's see, there's the triptych, the cloisonne vase, a copy of the Cellini Cup, this beautiful German horizontal clock with hunting scenes in relief, circa 1600, I'd say.
And quite right you are, Mr. Vance. By the way, Mr. Markham, I'd like to put a deposit of, say, $4,000 on the contents of this case just to ensure my getting it. I'd top any bid by $250. Could I do that?
Well, we'll have to take that up after the investigation is concluded.
All right, fine, Mr. Markham. Thank you very much. If I can be of any help.
Thank you.
Right, all right. Goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Vance.
Goodbye, Mr. Howard.
Bye. $4,000 for that stuff? I could do better at the 5 and dime.
Yeah, worth about $2,000. Oh, Sergeant, you mentioned another customer.
Oh, yeah, before you got here. A man by the name of Hans Hendricks. An art dealer, he told me.
Oh, yes, the Hans Hendricks Galleries on 57th Street.
Anyway, he came to pick up an art object Getman was repairing for him. He had a receipt for it, so I let him in to make sure it was here. But I didn't let him take it.
Oh, I'll answer it. Maybe my office.
Well, what do you think of this, Sergeant?
Oh, I got a theory. When there ain't no clues, I always say what the French say. Cherchez femme. Cherchez femme.
Cherchez femme, eh?
Yeah, in French, it means look for the dame.
Oh, thank you for the translation, Sergeant.
That's okay.
That was the office, Vance. Swacker tells me they got the license number of a car that was seen here last night. Well, now we've got something concrete to work on.
I have nothing very exciting to do this afternoon. Suppose I take this gentleman and scholar, the incredible Sergeant Heath, and the two of us will trace that license number to its lair.
It's like I tell you, Mr. Vance. You don't have to be no genius to solve murders. All you do is ask the right people the right questions.
Providing one can find the right people.
Well, we sure got a lot of information so far. The owner of the car rented it to a guy named Tony Carpini who lives in Queens.
Yes, and this Carpini had a date last night with a girl named Norma Allen who lives in Flushing.
Cherchez femme, huh?
She'll be in Mr. Markham's office tomorrow morning.
I'll pick up Carpini and we'll ask questions and solve the murder.
You make it sound delightfully simple.
Yeah, it's a cinch. I guess I know how to figure these things out instinctive.
Sergeant, you've been most instructive.
Oh, that's okay.
Well, now, let's get on to the Hans Hendricks Galleries. I'd like a few words with Mr. Hendricks.
Please sit down, Mr. Vance and Sergeant Heath.
Thanks.
Now then, I'm at your service.
Well, Mr. Hendricks, I'm looking for one of your messengers in connection with the Getman murder. A guy called Tony Carpini.
Ah, so. Unfortunately, he is no longer in my employ.
You mean you fired him?
Yes, this morning. So you are looking for Tony, eh? I'm glad I got rid of him.
If I'm not too inquisitive, Mr. Hendricks, why did you dismiss him?
I did not trust the man.
And, of course, you had excellent reasons for not trusting him?
He had quite a temper. Just lately, he was very surly. Not a man to trust with a gun.
A gun? Did he carry a gun?
My messengers often deliver valuable pieces. I believe I saw in the papers that the bullet was a .32.
Yeah, that's right.
You may be interested to know that Tony's gun was a .32. I have it here in my desk.
Well, right in your desk. Now, that's convenient, Mr. Hendricks.
He turned it in when I discharged him. Yeah, there you are, Sergeant.
Thanks. I'll just take this along.
Where did Tony keep the gun? After work, I mean.
In his locker with his uniform.
I presume he had a key to the delivery entrance?
And he could get in at night if he wanted to?
Easily.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks, Mr. Hendricks. Oh, say, before I go, my wife wants an extra chair for the living room, and I noticed that one by the door as we came in.
The sergeant sat in it, bounced in it, slumped in it, and finally decided he and the chair were soulmates. It's that carved chair with a needlepoint upholstery.
Of course. I know the chair.
How much you asking for it?
It is priced at $575, I believe.
Holy cow, I can get the same thing at Ludwig Bauman's for $31.75. Well, thanks again.
Not at all. Goodbye, gentlemen.
Goodbye,
All right. Now we're really getting somewhere. And without none of that fancy psychology of yours either, Mr. Vance. That guy Hendricks was pretty helpful.
Wasn't he, though? Almost too helpful. Well, what's the news this morning, Markham? You look like the cat that swallowed the canary and went proudly around hiccuping feathers.
Well, Vance, Sergeant Heath's out tracking down our man now. I told him to bring him in as soon as he located him.
And who is the man?
I never thought I'd hear Philo Vance ask that question. You usually know who the man is.
So nice of you to say so, old fellow.
You know, Vance, a gun scratches its individual signature on bullets that leave the barrel. So we compared the bullet that killed Getman with a bullet fired from the gun that messenger, Tony... here it is. Tony Carpini. The bullets match perfectly. Looks like he did it.
My dear Markham, it only proves that a bullet fired from his gun brought about Getman's untimely demise.
Vance, you're splitting hairs.
Splitting hairs is a hobby of mine, Markham, old boy. A hobby that I thought I shared with all members of the legal profession.
Yes, Mr. Markham.
Send Miss Allen in.
Yes, sir.
Ah, that would be our femme fatale, the Cleopatra of Flushing. From Swacker's voice, I'd say she left him goggle-eyed.
Come in and sit down, Miss Allen.
Yes, thanks.
I'm Mr. Markham, and this is Mr. Vance, a sort of special assistant of mine.
A pleasure, Miss Allen.
Oh, likewise.
We'd like to have you tell us what happened the night of the murder.
Well, I had a date with Tony, and we drove around a little, and then we parked, and he started talking about me going out with Mr. Getman. He got sore, and I told him that we would have to consider our acquaintanceship at an end because I had become engaged to Mr. Getman. Gee, I've only been engaged 8 days. I didn't even get a ring.
And what was Tony's reaction to the news of your engagement?
He was wild. He was mad. He threatened to kill me and Paul. That's Mr. Getman. So I asked him to be so kind as to take me home.
Yes, what time was it he brought you home?
About 7:45. Oh, he did it all right, Mr. Markham.
Oh, thank you very much, Miss Allen. And now...
just a moment, Markham. Miss Allen, how long have you been, dating Mr. Getman?
Oh, about 4 months, I guess. I met him when Tony had to deliver something to his shop to be repaired after hours, and he took me along. Paul fell in love with me at first sight. I'm considered very attractive by men.
Well, obviously. And you liked Mr. Getman very much, I presume.
Oh, indeed. Indeed, yes. I've always wished to travel, and he was going to take me to South America after the duration of the duration. Paul knew lots of important people, too, if you know what I mean.
I'm afraid I don't.
Well, like Mr. Howard, the art collector. Paul took me to one of Mr. Howard's cocktail parties. Gee, it was swell. Nobody was there who wasn't somebody.
Vance, don't you
Just be patient a moment, Markham.
I even talked with Mr. Howard himself in person. Oh, he was swell. And he showed me some of his collection. You know, etchings and things. When I told him Tony worked for Mr. Hendricks, and I knew all about art from what Tony had told me.
I see. And you and Mr. Howard got along very well together?
Oh, sure. I told him all about Tony and I and Paul, and he laughed and laughed. I was a big hit at that party. Gee, I guess I'll never get to travel after what Tony done.
Oh, I imagine another man will come along and be blinded by your charms, Miss Allen.
Yeah, I suppose so, but maybe he won't be no gentleman like Mr. Getman.
Hey, will you stop shoving me around?
Tony.
Here's Carpini, Mr. Markham. He was out on the town last night, but I grabbed him when he came back to his room. Had his bags packed and was all ready to skip town.
Tony, what did you do it for? What did you do it for? You spoiled everything.
I didn't kill him.
You did, too. You said you were going to.
Shut up, will you?
I hate you. I'll never give you another date.
Will you shut up? I tell you, I didn't kill him. I didn't have nothing to do with it.
You did, too. You're a murderer. That's what you are, a murderer. Oh, he hit me.
Cut it out, Carpini.
Let go of me.
It's her own fault. She started it.
Take him away, Sergeant.
Okay, Mr. Markham. I guess he's our man, all right. What'd I tell you, Mr. Vance? Church femme. Church femme. Come on, Cuppy. Oh, nuts.
Here, use my handkerchief, Miss Allen.
Oh, gee, thanks. You're awfully nice to me.
Not I, Miss Allen. Some other gentleman.
Well, Vance, are you convinced now?
Not entirely, Markham. So I think I'll trot along and see if I can comb a little information from George Henry Howard.
Are you going now?
Yes, Miss Allen, but before I depart, I think you may be interested to know that Mr. Markham is a bachelor and a very eligible gentleman. Confidentially, he's fascinated by you.
No kidding. Why, Mr. Markham.
Vance, what's the idea?
Bye-bye, Markham.
Oh, sit down, Mr. Vance.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. A very pleasant den you have here.
Yes, I like it.
I see the cases along the walls are filled with the ripe fruit of your continental travels. Some beautiful things.
You like them, eh? Well, when I saw something I wanted, I got it. Of course, these cases represent only a fraction of my entire collection. Now, these two curved swords are nice. Creases, they're called. I picked them up in the Malay States 10 years ago. Sharp as razors.
And an exquisite pair of old dueling pistols. I suppose they are dueling pistols, aren't they?
Oh, yes. I got them in France. Beautiful inlaid gold work on them. And you'll notice they're identical in weight, shape, trigger pull, everything. Had to be, to make the duel fair.
Amazing. And I suppose these little cloth patches are for cleaning the guns.
That's right. That's quite right.
Well, what have we here in this case? It looks like a copy of that Cellini Cup in the Metropolitan Museum.
Yes, it's a good copy, too.
Yes, it is. You have a whole case of ivory figurines, I see.
Mm-hmm. I collected them for a while. Only a few of them have any real value.
By the by, Mr. Howard, I came to ask about Hans Hendricks. You've had dealings with him, I suppose.
Oh, yes.
You see, Getman's murder is pretty well pinned on one of Hendricks' messengers. It was his gun. Please don't repeat this, but it occurred to me that Hendricks also might have access to that gun.
Oh, I see.
Do you happen to know whether Hendricks and Getman got along all right together?
Well, as far as I know. Of course, Hans is a shrewd Dutchman, and he's an art dealer, too.
I gather your opinion of the integrity of art dealers is not too frightfully high.
You never can tell, Mr. Vance. You never can tell.
Well, thank you, Mr. Howard. You've been most helpful. Well, Tony, nice cell you have here.
Don't be funny.
Tony, I'd like to ask you a question or so.
Yeah? You trying to help me?
Yes.
What's your angle?
Well, Tony, I'm of the opinion that jail is an unhealthy place to be. If you answer a few questions, I may be able to help get you out.
Okay. What have I got to lose?
Did Mr. Hendricks know about your trouble with Miss Allen and Getman?
If he did, I didn't tell him. He might have found out from Getman, though.
That's right, too. Did Mr. Hendricks ever give you anything to deliver to Mr. Howard?
Yeah, a couple of times. And that Mr. Howard is a right guy.
And how did you come to that conclusion?
Well, you see, I delivered a vase about a week ago, and there was a party going on. Mr. Howard was pretty tight, and he spilled 2 drinks he was holding all over me. Oh, Mr. Vance.
Just a moment, Sergeant. Go ahead, Tony.
Well, he took my clothes and gave me one of his silk bathrobes to wear and had my clothes dried while I sat in the room. Then he gave me $10. I thought that was okay.
Now, Sergeant?
I found out if Mr. Markham was in his office like he asked me to. He is all right.
Thanks very much, Sergeant. You're a noble custodian of the law. I'll go right up and see him. And thank you, Tony. Don't worry too much.
Vance, for heaven's sakes, what did you bring me here to the museum for?
Stop fretting, Markham. I wanted to lift you out of the hurly-burly of your mundane world, far from the madding crowd's ignoble strife, and to transport you to the cool halls of this temple of art.
What sort of nonsense is that?
Once in a while, you've got to get away from jangling telephones, noisy courtrooms, and intellectuals such as the good Sergeant Heath. You've got to get away and enter this world of beauty and quiet and romance. Look at the Etruscan shield in this case, Markham.
Yeah, very nice.
What stories it could tell. How many heroes buckled it on and strode bravely into battle shouting some barbaric cry. Yet here it is today, still full of beauty. Ah, here's the Cellini Cup. Remember, there was a copy of it in that case in Getman's shop. Benvenuto Cellini. Artist, writer, swordsman, adventurer, the gay lover of the Renaissance. And over here...
Now, Vance, you're not going to take me on a conducted tour of the Metropolitan Museum, are you? I've got work to do.
All right, Markham. I have a few things to do myself. But if you and Sergeant Heath will arrange under some pretext for Howard and Hendricks to be at the Old World Curio Shop 2 hours from now, I'll turn over the murder of Paul Getman to you at the conclusion of a short lecture.
While Philo Vance is preparing to expose the murderer of Paul Getman, may I take just a moment to speak about freshness and its importance in cigarettes? That's why Raleighs are living in a brand new house. Raleigh's new house we speak about is a scientifically developed, highly protective inner lining that seals the Raleigh package. Protects Raleigh's more expensive, more golden tobaccos against flavor-stealing dryness. Preserves Raleigh's full, rich, satisfying flavor. This extra safeguard provides up to 400% more protection. Yes, Raleigh's goodness is sealed in because dryness is sealed out. And this extra protection ensures Raleigh's perfection. Next time, get America's fresher cigarette, Raleigh's. And now here's Philo Vance.
Well, Howard and Hendricks put in their appearance at the Old World Curio Shop on the dot of 8 with Markham and Sergeant Heath. Howard was his usual jovial self, but Hendricks was quiet. And it seemed to me a little suspicious. I had chairs arranged around a table and seated Howard and Hendricks with their backs to the showcases. Markham tossed the conversational ball right into my lap.
Mr. Vance will explain this meeting to you, gentlemen.
Yes.
Well, you both have something you want to get out of this shop, and knowing how complicated the legal machinery that Mr. Markham so valiantly protects is, I persuaded him to settle the whole thing tonight and save both of you the inconvenience of waiting for Getman's fares to be settled. Mr. Hendricks, I believe there's something of yours here in the shop that Getman was repairing for you.
A large Cloisonne elephant.
And, Mr. Howard, you wanted to buy the contents of one of these showcases, didn't you?
That's right, Mr. Vance. Getman and I had already agreed on a price of $4,000.
Which seems more than fair to me. It's amazing, isn't it, how a small piece of lead can complicate the lives of a lot of people? Tony Carpini didn't simplify matters for either of you.
Then he's the one who did it, huh?
That's right, Mr. Howard. Church femme.
I didn't know I had a man like that working for me.
Funny, I always thought he was a nice boy.
Well, I don't agree with Sergeant Heath's church femme theory, as he calls it. I think the motive was robbery. There was one item in this case that Tony might have thought represented a fortune in itself. Just a minute. It was this item right here. Look, a copy of the Cellini Cup. This is what lured a man to the depths of murder. But it never will again because I'm going to smash it to pieces on this table.
Don't do that. Don't, you fool. Stop. That's the real cup. That's the original. Stop it, you idiot. You're smashing one of the greatest treasures in the world.
Sergeant Heath, you may arrest Mr. Howard for the murder of Paul Getman. Well, Markham, the Admirable Curry has just informed me that he will serve dinner in 3 minutes.
Vance, you irritating so-and-so. Sit down and tell me how you knew Howard murdered Getman. His confession clears Tony, but there's still a lot of things unanswered.
Well, there's no point in my being coy with you, Markham. Where shall I begin? Why did Howard kill Getman? His confession explains that, but suppose I put it in order. A. Howard was a wealthy art collector who wanted something he couldn't buy. The Cellini Cup that was in the museum. B. Getman was a clever goldsmith who did repair work for the museum. He had access to the Cellini Cup. C. Howard bribed Getman to make a copy of the cup and substitute it for the original. But D, Getman made 2 copies, substituted one for the original, which he kept, and sent the other copy to Howard, who, E, for exterminate, decided to kill him when he found he had been double-crossed, and did.
Yes, Vance, I know all that, and it isn't necessary to talk to me as though I were a child.
Yeah, I'm not at all sure about that, Markham.
Oh, go on. What about the bullet from Tony Carpini's gun, matching the one that killed Getman? Stop giving me the story in driblets.
Well, at that party Miss Allen went to, she mentioned to Howard that Tony had threatened to kill Getman, and Howard realized he had a perfect fall guy, shall we say. He ordered some item sent from Hendricks, and then Tony delivered it. Howard spilled the drinks on him. With the pretext of drying his clothes, Howard got hold of the gun, took it to the basement, fired several shots into something that wouldn't destroy the markings on the bullets, then cleaned the gun and replaced the empty shells.
Yes, but how did he shoot Getman with that bullet?
Oh, very simple. Howard owned a pair of muzzle-loading dueling pistols, and he loaded one of them with the bullet from the gun. Remember that charred piece of cloth that was near the body?
Yes.
That was used to tamp the powder down. And remember Sergeant Heath remarked about the hole the bullet made? That it was large, and he'd guessed the bullet was a .45? Well, the .32 bullet was a little small for the gun, and it wasn't going straight when it hit Getman.
Howard was an ingenious devil, wasn't he?
Come, Markham, don't give him all the applause. Save a little for me.
All right, you too are an ingenious devil. But what made you suspect Howard?
A number of things. First, my suspicions were aroused when he offered twice as much for the contents of that case containing the Cellini Cup as they were worth. Then it seemed strange that a man of Howard's position would invite Getman and his lady-love to one of his parties. Of course, though, they were partners in crime.
Yes, that seemed odd to me, too.
It bothered me, and I dropped in to chat with Howard about it. Saw the dueling pistols and the little cloth patches, and also discovered to my surprise that he already had a copy of the Cellini Cup. Why should he want another?
So you took another look at the one in Getman's shop, found it was the original, and dragged me over to the museum where you saw a copy in place of the original.
Excellent. An astounding piece of deduction, Markham. I exchanged the cups with the full cooperation of 2 dazed directors of the museum, then pulled the psychological rabbit out of my hat.
But why did you have me bring Hendricks over here to the shop, too?
Well, there was a possibility that Getman might have gone to Hendricks with the cup, hoping to sell it to him and get some money in addition to what Howard had already given him. Who knows? Perhaps he did. And Hendricks had access to Tony's gun. But I was sure that a man who was willing to risk his life and reputation for that cup couldn't sit quietly and see it smashed in front of his eyes.
Vance, you're an amazing person.
I'm also hungry. Come, Markham. I see Curry signaling that dinner is served. I hope the chicken tetrazzini is good. Catching a murderer has given me quite an appetite.
Raleigh cigarettes are protected in a way that no other cigarette is protected. Raleigh's live in a new house, a revolutionary new package that keeps them factory fresh. Raleigh's special package provides up to 400% greater protection than the package on all other leading brands against loss of freshness, loss of flavor. Why not smoke the cigarette you know is fresh? Raleigh's, America's freshest cigarette. Next week at the same time, the makers of Raleigh cigarettes will again present Philo Vance to tell you and your friends another exciting story. A story he calls The Mystery of the Singing Cat. The part of Philo Vance was played by John Emery. Tom Shirley speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver. There's danger on the trail ahead. Oh, Silver!
A train from the east wound slowly through the hills of the gold country. There were few tunnels or bridges, and the tracks, for the most part, wove perilously around the steep sides of mountains, steeply down into valleys and sharply up again. The telegraph ended at Alder Gulch, miles behind the chugging train. Ahead, the rails spanned countless miles where there was little indication of man's conquest. And further ahead, small settlements rested near the tracks. Late afternoon found the train approaching a small wooden trestle that spanned a narrow but deep and rapidly moving mountain stream. Disaster lay in wait. The men in the train were more scared than hurt. The engine plunged into the stream, but the fall was a short one, and the cars remained on the track. Progress was hopelessly blocked until the trestle could be rebuilt. The many miners, nearly a dozen of them, had no choice but to accept their situation stoically. They prepared for the cold of night by building a large fire, around which they sat discussing the accident.
Wait a minute, Toby. There's one of the railroad men. Maybe he can tell us. Hey, Mac!
Yeah? Say, Ben, I was just coming to speak to you. I guess you're sort of in charge of the bunch that's with you.
You might say so. What'd you aim to say?
First, what did you want to ask?
Me and Toby here was wondering how long we'd be tied up. You got any idea?
Maybe a week.
A week?
Two of the boys started hiking back. They've got to go to Alder Gulch before they can send word of this trouble. And there's no telling when another train will get here with the tools and things to rebuild the trestle.
A week? Toby, that's bad.
It's the end as far as poor Joe's concerned.
Look here, Mac. Wouldn't it be shorter to cross the river somehow and go on to the next town west?
Notice. Where were all you miners going?
I wanted to help old Joe Bates. Me and Joe used to prospect together. We split up but agreed that if either of us struck anything, we'd team up. Joe has struck it. But if he don't get it inside of a week, he won't have it. I was taking these men to help him.
I don't savvy.
Well, Joe leased some likely land and started his tunnel. That was most a year ago. If he wants to buy the land, he's got an option that runs out in a week. Otherwise, he clears out.
Oh, and he's near the pay dirt?
Real near. But he needs to help to get it out.
Hey, maybe we could go ahead on foot.
Couldn't we do that, Mac? It's a town near Medicine Bend.
Over the mountains, you couldn't make it in a week. Look here. Maybe we've got wind of something. You said your friend Joe had to hit the gold in a week?
That's right.
It'd be worthwhile for someone to keep him from doing that, wouldn't it?
I reckon so.
I thought as much.
Why?
That trestle that collapsed had been weakened by someone using an axe.
Who done it?
That's what I wanted to talk to you boys about. There was a gent around here a few minutes ago that had clean hands.
What about it?
Tall gent with lean hips and broad shoulders. I thought at first he was one of your gang. It struck me he didn't look like the rest of you.
Hold on. I noticed him. Ben, remember me pointing to him? You said he was probably one of the train crew.
That's right. I seen him, too.
Where is he now?
Oh, I don't know.
Maybe Jack's seen him. Hey, Jack, where's that stranger I asked you about?
I don't know. Maybe Hank knows. Hank, where's that tall stranger, the one with the white hat?
Shucks, I don't know. Where in tarnation is a stranger?
Find him. Maybe we'll find the man that cut the bridge.
That's right.
Joe Bates lived alone in a small cabin near the entrance to his tunnel. He was roused from sleep before dawn by the sharp rapping on his door.
Well, great day in the morning, it's Ben and his pals. He's coming at last. Hang on, Ben. I'll be there as soon as I get into my boots. And now we'll skunk him. Wait till you hear what I got to tell him, Ben. It's a... what's this? Who are you?
Are you Joe Bates?
That's me. Who are you? What's that mask mean?
Joe, there was a wreck at the Skeleton Creek Bridge.
Wreck?
The train. The one your friends rode.
A wreck? You mean my friends? Ben?
Ben and Toby and the others aren't hurt, but they'll be delayed a week.
No, they can't be.
I'll come in. I want to talk to you.
Now, see here. Any man who wears a mask can't... I didn't say you could come in.
I know.
How do I know who you are?
Sit down and listen to me.
I'm hanged if I will.
Someone cut the supports of the trestle to wreck the train. Who knew that you were bringing help from the east?
Probably everybody did. I didn't keep it no secret. I wrote a long time ago telling Ben about the setup here.
You call the tunnel the Betsy Jane, don't you?
What if I do?
Who owns it?
By all that's right, I do. But the deed's in Tom Lacey's name. A scheming buzzard. He thought the land was worthless when he leased to me with an option.
Have you proof that it isn't worthless?
I got a plenty of proof. I don't care who knows it. If I could hit the pay dirt before the option runs out, I could get the doggone mine for next to nothing. But I've got to hit that pay dirt.
Have you no help?
What's all this to you? You from Black Tom Lacey?
I don't even know him.
He runs a cafe in Medicine Bend. The Black Snake.
I see.
Oh, I'm done.
Do you try to work the tunnel alone?
No, I got a couple of men working for me, but they ain't much good. Fact is, they've been stalling so it begins to look like they've been paid by Lacey not to turn up the mother lode till after I'm out of the picture.
Joe, I want to know more.
Ain't no call to tell you things.
Perhaps I can persuade you to tell me. I can prove myself sincerely interested in breaking Tom Lacey.
What, mister? Mask or no mask? If you're hankering to break Tom Lacey, here's my hand.
In camp near Medicine Bend, Dan Reed and Tonto were swinging their axes to fashion a lean-to. The Indian from time to time instructed the Lone Ranger's nephew. Suddenly, Dan stopped his work and spoke to Tonto.
Wait. Dan, you plenty careless.
Careless? Gee, Tonto,
One thing about axe, never use it before you clear brush.
Oh,
Keep plenty room to swing axe.
Yeah, I see.
You try to swing axe hard. That wastes strength.
Oh, but aren't you supposed to swing the axe hard?
No. Axe got heavy head. That's so axe do work and not feller who swing it. Now you hold handle this way.
Yeah.
Make axe swing and keep it straight, and axe do work. Now take a little branch off tree. Here. Here other little branch. There. Now there's room to swing. You swing.
Right.
That's good.
By golly. It made as deep a cut as it did when I swung with all my strength.
That right.
Tonto. What do you suppose is holding up the Lone Ranger?
Oh, him be here pretty soon.
Yeah, but I thought he'd be here before this.
Maybe him stop to get news about something.
Yeah, it's almost noon. The sun's just about overhead.
Me know.
You was sort of looking for him this morning. Tonto, you're worried about him.
No, me not worried. Lone Ranger be all right.
I'll bet that's why he got me started building a lean-to. He wanted to keep me busy so I wouldn't be asking questions.
Now, Dan, there are plenty things we need from town.
Now, you're changing the subject.
Here, this list of things. You go get 'em. Victor need exercise.
You're going to stay here?
He stay here.
Well, all right then. Where should I go for the stuff?
Well, only one place in Medicine Bend.
Oh.
Back Tom Lacey's place. Big cafe in back and small store in front. Here. Here. Money. And you go shop.
Here, Victor. Yeah, steady now, Victor. Let me tighten the cinch. Then we'll head for town, huh? Is there anything else besides this list, Tonto?
No, that all. You fetch it in saddlebag.
Right. Come on, Victor. Oh, Victor, oh, boy. Hey, mister, is that Black Tom Lacey's place?
Oh, this was, youngster.
Thanks.
You want victuals?
Yeah.
Might have knowed it. Just when I figured on going across the road to pay my pard some cash I borrowed, a customer comes in.
Oh, do you work there?
Run the store in the front. Got much of a list of goods?
I guess I have. It's pretty long.
That no-account kid ain't never around when he could be of help to me. Let me see your list.
Here.
Long drat it. Look here, kid. You know how to read, don't you?
Sure.
Well, go on inside then. You'll see stuff stacked in the shelves back of the counter. Take 'em and pile 'em on the counter, and by the time you're done, I'll be back.
All right.
If I ain't, then wait for me, so as I can sum up what it comes to. Tom Lacey's mighty particular that I keep my record straight. The man won't tolerate nobody that tries to shortchange him. Go on inside. Help yourself. I'll be back.
Well, Victor, I'll go in and wait on myself, huh? Golly, it shouldn't be hard to find what I want. There's the slab of bacon right on the hook. There. Now, let's see. Flour, bacon powder, and a...
Hey, kid.
Oh, yes, sir?
Anyone around?
I don't know. I just came...
Savvy. I suppose you wouldn't know who's in the back part of this place, huh?
No, sir.
Well, that don't matter. We alone in the store?
Yeah?
Fine. Here, take this envelope.
Yeah?
Put it in your pocket and take care of it. It's mighty important.
What should I do with it?
Give it to your boss.
My boss?
You heard me.
Yeah, but I ain't...
Kid, I ain't in the mood to argue. You do what I said, and you'll save having your ears pinned back. Savvy?
Yes, sir. I savvy. Golly, this is odd. He must have meant that I should give this to Tom Lacey. He might be in the back room. I didn't like that fellow's looks. He had a bad eye, as Tonto'd say. Wonder what's in this note. He said I should give it to my boss, but... sure, that's what he said. Well, hang it all, Tom Lacey's not my boss. My boss is a Lone Ranger, and I'm going to take this back to Tonto.
Dan, this note plenty important. Maybe this note help us find Lone Ranger.
Then you think something has happened?
Oh, me not know. Now, you go back to work and Bill lean-to.
Well, what are you going to do?
Me work here with you till after sundown. Then me call on Tom Lacey.
You?
Me call on Tom Lacey tonight.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. To continue our story. Acting on the information found in a note that was mistakenly handed to Dan Reed, Tonto called on Tom Lacey.
Come in. You Tom Lacey?
Yeah, who are you?
Me want to talk to you.
Hold on. I don't let no redskins in this office of mine. You want to see me, you go to the cafe and tell the barkeep your business.
Oh, me talk to you.
You'll talk to me if the barkeep thinks it's important.
You know a fella named Gordon?
What about Gordon?
Gordon, fine fella to wreck train. You pay for train wreck.
Oh, so that's it.
Sit
yourself down. Talk softer. I didn't think Gordon would have a redskin, but it don't matter. Train was wrecked in good shape, huh?
What you think?
Good. Now, look here, I can't pay till after the first of the month.
Huh? Why you not pay?
I told Gordon I'd pay him in gold after the first. He'll settle with you. You can tell them that the boys have actually found the rich pay dirt, but they covered it up so old Joe wouldn't see it. As soon as I take over, I'll pay Gordon.
Oh, me savvy.
Tyson.
Hey, what's this?
You'll find out.
Put that gun down, stranger. You're playing with suicide.
I don't know how that redskin got my note, but I heard enough to savvy that he got it. Lacey, I sent you a note. Gave it to your kid in the store. I'm the one that Gordon hired to smash that train. This redskin's a bluff.
Huh? Oh.
Being as you know about that train wreck.
And I spilled about finding the gold at the tunnel.
There's nothing to do about that redskin but kill him.
Now, wait, Dave. Noise of the shot will bring the men from the cafe. I don't want to have a lot of explaining to do.
It won't need a gunshot. They got other tools in the trade. This knife, for instance.
I wish we could do it somewhere else.
What's the matter, Lacey? I heard that you didn't mind anything. Not even cheating a poor old coyote like Joe Bates. Redskin, you got anything to say about...
You plenty fool.
Huh? So that's all you got to say, huh? Well, I'll...
No.
What's that?
Oh, my hand.
The lantern.
Me fix you. Oh.
Hey, who's done that? Where are you?
Me show you now. Oh. Me savvy. We go. Both fellas down.
Where? What hit me?
Hey, what happened? Lacey, what happened?
Wait, I'm finding another lantern. I'll have a light here in a second.
Oh, I felt something hit my gun, and then something hit me.
And a redskin. He hit me, too.
Those shots.
Smashed the lantern, and someone came through the window. Got a fast look at the shadow against the night outside, and then I got hit.
I must have been out cold for a few seconds.
Yeah.
But who got the redskin out of here?
I don't know.
What's the matter?
You. Look here. Here on this desk.
Cartridge.
Yeah.
Well, what about it?
That there bullet is silver.
Silver?
You better tell Gordon I'll need plenty of killers like you. The Lone Ranger's on hand.
Later the same night, Joe Bates awakened suddenly at the sound of hoofs clattering to a halt outside his door.
Great day. He's rid up like this thing's popping.
Joe, come on, you're leaving here.
Me? Leaving? For where?
My camp, where Tonto can stand guard.
I don't savvy.
Get some clothes on, I'll explain. Since I saw you, I checked on Tom Lacey. The sheriff knows what he's like, but the sheriff never has been able to prove a thing. Lacey is very careful to stay inside the law.
I know that.
Others do his dirty work.
Like wrecking the train.
Otto stepped into something that brought things to a head tonight. You were right about your two workers. They're crooked. They're on Lacey's payroll.
Rotten coyotes, I knew it.
Get those boots on.
I am.
They found the mother lode. Then they covered it so you wouldn't find it.
But if I leave here...
It won't be touched until after the first of the month.
You sure?
Yes. The sheriff will watch Lacey to make sure he doesn't take gold from the mine before the deadline.
What about me?
I let Lacey know that I was on your side.
Yeah? How?
By a silver bullet. Now our big problem is to find the gold.
Oh, doggone it. It's likely to be anywhere in a couple 100 feet of tunnel, with a dozen side tunnels.
That's why you're dropping out of sight for a few days. Ready?
I'm ready.
Come on, then. As soon as you're safe, I'm going to ride.
A couple of days later, the sheriff called on Black Tom Lacey in his office in the rear of the cafe. The lawman watched the schemer with a shrewd eye beneath his shaggy brow.
You never did tell how you got that swollen jaw, Tom.
What business is it of yours?
None at all, I suppose.
Don't try to fool me, Sheriff. I know you got no use for me, and you don't give a hang how I got my bruised jaw.
How's things at the tunnel?
Old Joe's?
That's right. It's still old Joe's, ain't it?
Yeah, but it won't be after a couple of days.
Yeah, ain't that a shame? I suppose you aim to take it over, huh?
What of it?
Well, everyone's heard that Joe is close to hitting the pay dirt. Too bad if he won't be able to take up the option after all his work.
What are you getting at?
Have you seen anything of Joe?
No.
That's odd. That's the same answer I get every place. It's mighty funny he'd drop out of sight this way.
I ain't his keeper. Why should I know about him?
It sure would be to your interest for him to be away from the job these last few days, wouldn't it, Tom?
Are you making any accusation?
Me? I should say not. I wouldn't accuse a man of a thing I couldn't prove. I just thought you might have heard of him.
Well, I haven't, and that's that.
Well, thanks, Tom. I'll be gone. You mind if I use this private door?
I don't mind how you go, as long as you go.
Yeah, I reckon that's about it. Well, I'll see you, Tom.
Hang it, I'd like to know where old Joe is, too. Hey, Red, Baldy, Come in here.
What's wrong, Tom? Anything new?
Step inside.
Shoot. What is it?
Sheriff was just here asking about old Joe.
He don't know where he is either, eh?
No. He suspects me of hiding him or something.
We've been taking turns watching things at the tunnel. Joe ain't been there since that night the Lone Ranger called on you.
Yeah, I'd like to find that Lone Ranger, too. He must have told Joe what he knows. Redskin heard that the gold had been found and then covered.
Sure he did.
He didn't worry, though, Tom. You didn't have anything to do with Joe's disappearance, so there's nothing against you.
I know it.
As far as the gold is concerned, we buried that so it can't be found. Why, the Lone Ranger could look for weeks in the tunnel and never find where it is.
All right, Baldy. See if Dave's outside in the cafe.
Yes, I seen him there.
All right, call him in.
Hey, you, Dave.
Yeah? Tom want me? I got nothing new to tell him.
Dave, you seen anything of the Redskin?
No.
Or the kid you gave that note to?
No.
Kind of a fool place.
Well, how was I to know? Saw him taking things from the shelves.
I know,
It was a fool thing just to say.
I figured he was the kid who worked in the store. I wanted to let you know when I'd be around for my kid.
Never mind. Keep looking for him.
Tom, I don't see as you got anything to worry about. You're just about in the clear, and they ain't but a couple of more days
But
to
that
go.
Lone Ranger won't keep on doing nothing. Baldy, is there anyone at the tunnel now?
We don't spend our nights there.
All right, maybe I'm getting proddy with thinking about things, but...
Hey, there's something going on out there.
Seems so. Shots, gunplay.
Open the door, Baldy.
Rings on the house, barkeep, and keep 'em coming. Good for Joe. Hit it last.
Hey, Joe, don't forget your old friend. Cody's horse right in here.
Joe riding a horse. Is he going local?
Get some oats for my horse. This is my big night. I struck it, boys. I'm rich. Rotten rich. Here, catch. Scramble for these silver dollars.
I can't believe it.
Cash money.
Where'd he get it?
Says he struck it rich.
Hi there, Tom Lacey. Black Tom Lacey. My hired hand's with you. Get up there.
Get that horse out of here.
Take care of this horse, boys. Howdy, Baldy. Howdy, Red. What are you two doing here?
Joe, what are you doing?
Ain't been at the tunnel nights, have you, boys? As for you, Tom Lacey, dirty black Tom Lacey, this here's my notice that before noon the day after tomorrow, I'm buying the Betsy Jane.
You what?
You heard me.
You're throwing silver dollars around.
Why not? I got 'em. Here, Joe. Baldy, this is your last week's pay. And the 3 weeks before that I owed you. Now you're both fired.
Where'd you get the silver?
Ain't you never heard that rich gold can be traded for silver coins? I know where I can swap the gold for silver and save the trouble of weighing it out to get the value. Now I gotta join my friends at the bar. I'll settle with you before the deadline. Yippee! Set him up, barkeep. This is my party.
Shut that door.
It beats me.
Me too.
It's clear as mountain air. That Lone Ranger found the gold.
But he couldn't have. We had it hid.
He's found it, and Joe took enough out to get all the cash he needed.
Baldy, I don't see how he could
Come on, we're going to the tunnel and see. Maybe he was bluffing.
He didn't look like it.
Why should he bluff?
If he ain't found the gold, I'll know he's bluffing. He couldn't get cash enough to buy the claim without finding the big load. Bring Dave along with you, boys. I'll join you at the tunnel. I want to tell the barkeep to make sure Joe stays here. Keep that lantern higher, Baldy. I don't know this tunnel as well as you, Critters.
That better?
Yeah.
Tom, we ain't got much further to go. Place is in the next sidetrack.
Then let's get there.
We'd followed a lot of blind leads, but each one petered out after we'd cut a few yards into the side of the tunnel. The real one didn't peter out, but we covered it with dirt to look like it did.
Turn right here.
The barkeep will be sure Joe stays in the cafe, won't he?
Sure.
There, see? It's just the way we left it. You can't blame us, Tom. He didn't get no gold from here.
Now I will.
Sheriff, keep hands
The Redskins.
Plenty of deputies. So this is where the pay dirt is. Make sure of it, Jim.
Sheriff, let me explain.
Explain? There ain't anything to explain, Tom.
Look, the gold.
Yep, that's it, all right. You see, the Lone Ranger rode over the mountains and borrowed all the silver Joe's pals had. That's what Joe threw around your place tonight.
What?
Thinking he'd found the gold, you came here. You showed where the gold was. Now Joe will get it, have it weighed, and pay you enough to take up the option.
Boy, you...
Not much you can say, eh? Then I'll go on talking. Dave, this letter you wrote tells that you're hired by a rat named Gordon.
Oh, now, that letter was stolen.
That's a matter of opinion. But it sure puts the rope around your neck. Yeah, and Gordon, who hired you to wreck the train, and Tom Lacey, who is to pay off for doing it.
Well, you half-witted fool. Why'd you write that letter?
Shut up. I ain't done yet. Red, you and Baldy better leave town fast. When those partners of yours gets here, they'll likely turn feather you.
We'll get. Come on, Baldy. I'm starting now.
Take the carriage to jail, boys. The railroad will want to bring charges against him.
Hey, now look here, just one question. One question, Sheriff. Who planned this whole thing? That fool Joe didn't do it, and you didn't do it.
Who do you think, Lacey?
You have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Wake up, America. Time to stump the experts. Each week at this time, the H.J. Heinz Company, makers of the famous 57 varieties, gives you Information Please. A quartet of experts is on hand to answer your questions. Send them to Information Please at 570 Lexington Avenue, New York City. We may edit them a bit, and in case of similarity, you'll have to accept our judgment of who shall be paid. If we use your question, the H.J. Heinz Company will send you $10 in war stamps, plus a set of the 12-volume Britannica Junior Encyclopedia. If we muff the question, you get $57 in war bonds and stamps, plus a 24-volume set of the regular Encyclopedia Britannica. All questions remain our property. Information Please is presented under the supervision of Dan Golenpaul. And now, our Master of Ceremonies, book reviewer of the New Yorker magazine, Clifton Fadiman.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Ladies and gentlemen, perennially impromptu, Information Please tonight offers its brace of regulars, John Kieran of the New York Sun and Franklin P. Adams of Weston, Connecticut. Together with two tycoons of the sporting world, Mr. Ford Frick, president of the National League, and the dean of sports columnists, Mr. Grantland Rice. And before we begin, Mr. Frick, do you mind if I ask you how you think the season shapes up? I mean, for the National League, of course.
I could answer that better if it stops raining, Mr. Fadiman. Right now, it looks like no game rain.
Do you think the season is going to be called on account of rain?
Looks that way
Doesn't
very
it,
much.
at the moment. Now, another announcement that we would like to make is one that gives us great pleasure. For the first time, under the sponsorship of the H.J. Heinz Company, Information Please, beginning tonight, is being broadcast to our armed forces in North Africa and the British Isles. Now, we're going to begin with a question from Harold Sharp of North Hollywood, California. And this is about sports figures, very durable ones. Which one played 17 years in the outfield for one team? Mr. Frick.
That was Mel Ott of the
Mel Ott is
Giants.
right.
There have been some others who played more than 17 years
For a single
with
team?
one team.
With one team?
With one team. Ty Cobb played much more than 17, but didn't finish with the team he started. And Zach Wheat played more than 17 years with Brooklyn, but finally wound up with Philadelphia.
Uh-huh. That right, Mr. Kieran?
I wouldn't contradict them.
You got to help me out tonight. All right. What sports figure pitched 22 years for one team? Pitched 22 years, Mr. Kieran.
Walter Johnson.
Walter Johnson of the
Washington Senators.
Right. And what one managed a team for 42 years? This doesn't seem possible. 42 years, Mr. Rice.
Connie Mack.
Connie Mack, yes. Never got tired of it, did he, Mr. Rice?
No, he looks just the same as he did when I knew him 42 years ago.
But it's not true of the Athletics, though, is it?
No, they don't look quite as good.
That gives us 3 out of 3. How about this one from Matthew Edwards of Brooklyn, New York? This is a very timely question that Mr. Edwards asks you. Quote a line of poetry or prose which contains these words. One of them containing the word buy, the second containing the word war, the third stamps, and the fourth bonds. Buy, war, stamps, and bonds, Mr. Kieran.
I sometimes wonder what the vintners buy, one half as precious as the stuff they sell from Omaha.
That's a very apposite one, Mr. Kieran.
That gives another one? You mean 4?
No, now let's have one with the word war in it. We've got our buy. Mr. Adams?
Lars Porson of Clusium by the 9 gods he swore, and that rhymes with war in the next line.
Very true.
Yeah.
Mr. Kieran, does it?
No, that is the next is no more. That's the rhyme there. But
You mean there is
one war in that poem?
There is a war in the poem, yes, but we can't go through the whole poem.
The proud house of Tarquin should suffer wrong no more. I'll give you one with war in it. The mustering squadron in the clattering car, swiftly forming in the ranks of war, went pouring forth with impetuous speed. Byron's,
I don't know.
Revelry, and there was sound of revelry by night.
Very good. And that's a tough one, Mr. Kieran. Mr. Frick, did you have something on your mind?
Well, I was merely going to say that there was no war in the quotation Mr. Adams gave in those lines.
You've been all through that poem in your head?
I've been through that poem. There's war in There's war later, but not the start.
Well, now we've got buy and war. Now we have to get stamps and bonds. Stamp or stamps. It can be either singular or plural. Mr. Kieran.
The rank is but the guinea stamp. The man's the gowd for all that.
That's a darn good one, yes. That's a very good one. It's from whom?
Robert Burns. A man's a man for all that.
Right. Now we have buy, war, stamps, and finally bonds, gentlemen. Any line with the word bond or bonds in it. Mr. Kieran going to do this all himself?
Any bonds today.
Very good. I'd like to remind our listeners, as well as our experts, that next week when we'll be broadcasting from Cleveland at a Bond rally, we'll be saying it with the real thing and not with words. How about this one from Mrs. Ruth Goldman of Denver, Colorado? Under what circumstances, gentlemen, did these people take opposite sides? And the first set, Washington and General Charles Lee. They disagreed at one point, Mr. Kieran.
They disagreed very heartily at the Battle of Monmouth down in New Jersey. Late in the Revolution, General Lee was in command, and he was ordered to attack. He refused to attack. He dilly-dallied, in fact, began to withdraw. And General Greene objected to that and wasn't getting anywhere until General Washington happened to come up, and he ordered Lee off the field and practically into arrest.
You've been reading that Times history quiz, Mr. Kieran. That's very good, and that's a perfect answer. How did Lee end up, Mr. Kieran? Remember?
Well, at one time he went over to the British.
Yeah, he ended in disgrace. Was he sort of semi-traitor? I don't know whether
he was a pro. He wasn't an amateur soldier. He was a pro. I mean, he sold himself anywhere he could get a good offer.
How about Carl Hubble and Ty Cobb? When were they on opposite sides of the fence, disagreed about something? Carl Hubble and Ty Cobb. Mr. Frick.
Well, I think that was when Hubble was originally a member of the Detroit Club, and Hubble thought he was a pretty good pitcher, and Mr. Cobb thought he wasn't. Hubble wanted to develop his screwball, and Cobb decided it was not a good pitch and turned him loose. He later went with the Giants.
Yes, that was one of Mr. Cobb's mistakes, wasn't it?
That was one of Mr. Cobb's mistakes.
Mr. Rice?
I just saw Carl Hubble this afternoon, and he told me that he'd worked on the screwball for 3 years until Cobb told him he couldn't use it, and so he forgot it for 3 years, but he picked it up after he left the Tigers.
Uh-huh. That gives us the whole story. How about Bryan and Wilson? At what point, under what circumstances were they on opposite sides of the fence, Mr. Frick?
Well, that was when Bryan was Secretary of State under Mr. Wilson.
Yes.
And finally resigned because of an argument he had with Mr. Wilson over war policies, as I recall it.
That's quite right. What particular war policy does it come back to you, gentlemen? They disagreed on a specific matter. Mr. Adams.
I think it was at probably at the declaration of war, and I think Mr. Bryan was not for war at any price.
Well, before that, Mr. Adams disagreed over...
I think
Mr.
it was
Kieran?
a policy with regard to submarine warfare that came up.
Well, particularly how?
Well, Wilson wanted to take punitive measures against, or drastic protective measures against it, and Bryan thought it was leading into war.
Yes, but Bryan thought that American citizens didn't have any right to travel on belligerent merchant ships, and if they were sunk, it was just too bad. Well, that gives us 3 out of 3. Here's one from John J. Tierney of New York City. It's a musical question, gentlemen, and I may as well tell you that Mr. Levant not being here tonight, it's a very easy one. You're going to hear a group of songs that are going to be played one right after the other with not much intermission. And they should suggest to you a series of outstanding sports events. Is that clear? Perhaps it'll become clear as you listen to the song. Just tell us what the sports events are. All right, go ahead. That should tell us a more or less complete story. Mr. Adams, I'd like to start with you.
Well, one of them was the Army-Navy game. Football.
Now, let's see. No. This should tell a complete story.
Oh.
Mr.
The whole
Kieran.
thing?
Yeah, the whole thing.
I believe on January 1st, 1934. I might be a year out on the year date, but that was the time Columbia beat Stanford in the Rose Bowl 7-0 with KF-79 play.
That I remember very well, Mr. Kieran, yeah. How did you know that from the music that was played, Mr.
Well,
Kieran?
because it was California, Here I Come, then they played Roar, Lions, Roar,
That's
and
correct.
it was a great time for the Lions to roar.
Very good. Now, how about the other? There were 2 other songs. We've identified California, Here I Come, which means an invitation to the Rose Bowl. The Roar, Lion, Roar meant the defeat of Stanford by Columbia in 1934, as Mr. Kieran reminds us.
And the last one was Anchors Away.
Yes, what would that mean to you, Mr. Adams?
That would be the Navy.
The Navy doing what? What was the Navy doing?
What was that other song? We've
What was
forgotten
the
it
other
by
one?
this time.
Yeah.
It was Michigan, wasn't it?
No. Oh,
Sounded like Harvard to me.
It was. Thank heaven. If there are any Harvard people...
Well, I mean, I know it very well, but I've forgotten whether
what would that mean? Harvard?
Harvard and Navy?
No. Harvard Harvard first and then the Navy. It's clear that the California Here I Come means that all these games were played at the Rose Bowl.
Harvard and Navy played in the Rose Bowl?
Harvard played Oregon in the Rose Bowl.
Mr. Rice, that's quite right. And what was the outcome of the game?
Harvard won 7-6.
Right, that's exactly right. And the last one, Anchors Away, would mean what?
Navy never played in the Rose Bowl.
Didn't it?
Not that I know.
1924, tied with Washington, 14-14.
Navy?
Am I wrong? Mr. Rice?
You might be right, but I don't remember.
I think that's right. Well, I guess that was kind of ragged, that answer. That ought to send to $57 in war bonds and stamps, Mr. Tierney, and a set of the Britannica. How about this one? This is from John S. Sumner of Manhasset, New York. What famous event or personality is associated with these trees? I'm going to name 3 trees. Tell me what comes to your mind when I name each one. The first is an oak tree. Famous oak tree. Mr. Frick.
That's Charter Oak.
Oh, tell us about that.
Charter Oak in Connecticut, where the charter was hidden.
Connecticut's a big state, boy.
Hartford. How's that?
That's better.
We like to remember Hartford.
I'll make it Hartford.
We're very fond of Hartford on this program. And what is the story about that famous Charter Oak, Mr. Frick?
Well, the charter of Connecticut was hidden in the oak for some time.
Yes, that's right, when Governor Andros in colonial times demanded its surrender. Now, the next tree is a bow tree, spelled B-O. Bow tree. Anything come to you, Mr. Kieran?
No, it has something to do with either a fairy tale or a musical comedy, I think.
was a Kipling poem of some sort. Autry in it.
You'd be right, Mr. Frick. It would be in Kipling because it is about India. The bo tree is the Indian name for the fig tree, under which Buddhists believe that Gautama Buddha received his divine powers. I guess we ought to call that one wrong. Mr. Frick, you're on the right track. How about this apple tree? Is there a famous apple tree that recalls anything, Mr. Adams?
That you don't sit under with anybody but me.
That's one, Mr. Adams. Just as famous, Mr. Rice?
Well, golf was really born in this country under the apple tree at St. Andrews.
Now, that I didn't know at all.
6 men started in 1891.
That gives us two famous apple trees.
There's an apple tree
Sir, Isaac Newton.
Isaac Newton, yes. Mr. Kieran was about to tell us. Mr. Adams, you have
And
still
there's another one about when asked what state he hails from, our answer it will be he comes from Appomattox and its famous apple tree.
Yes, that was a famous line in connection with some presidential race, I think, wasn't it, Mr. Kieran? Or Mr.
I don't
Frick?
know it.
Yes.
I'm not sure.
I don't know that.
Now, here's a question I shall put to our Heinz reporter. You're asked to identify the author of the following quotation. Sir, respect your dinner. Idealize it. Enjoy it properly. How about it, Mr. Grower?
Well, you'll find that observation in William Makepeace Thackeray's Memorials of Gourmandizing. And it's mighty fine advice, for these days a good dinner really deserves respect. As every housewife knows, it's an achievement that takes foresight, planning, and good cooking. Even before you buy the food, you have to sit down and plan the meal. You have to think of nutrition and ration points, as well as flavor. But when you start cooking, that's when the real test comes. That's when you need your own private brand of magic to transform a pound of chopped meat or stew, or a few eggs, into something you'll be proud of. And that's where some of our Heinz 57 varieties can lend you their magic. For our Heinz pickles, condiments, and ready soups can help make a simple wartime dinner worthy of respect. Help you, as Mr. Thackeray puts it, to idealize it, enjoy it properly.
Thank you, Mr. Grower. We'll go on with a question from G.P. Twaddle of Middletown, New York. Name the person whose favorite greeting is or was, and I'm going to give you some greetings. The first is, hello, kid. Of course, this might be any member of the AEF in London. Mr. Frick?
That sounds like Babe Ruth.
I guess it was, yes, a famous greeting of Babe Ruth. Now, here, the next one is, hiya, Jackson. Hiya, Jackson. Mr. Rice?
That's on the Benny program.
It is indeed, yes. And who
Dennis
says
Day.
it?
Well, Dennis Day, I think.
I think it's Phil Harris who greets Mr. Benny with hiya, Jackson. And here's the third and last. Howdy, folks. Mr. Kieran.
Oh, Will Rogers used to say that.
Yes, he used to, yes. And someone, Mr. Frick?
Yes, that has a familiar ring, Mr.
Doesn't
Bratton.
it? Wasn't it one of your favorite greetings?
Yes.
When you were a sports announcer?
That's right.
Right. That gives us 3 out of 3. Whatever induced you to go downstairs and become the president of the National League, Mr. Frick?
Well, I'm getting old. I don't like to go upstairs.
How about this one from Marjorie Sherwood of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma? I'm going to ask you to recite a line of poetry that includes certain phrases, all of which have to do with cattle. This is Meatful Monday. The first is lowing herd. Lowing herd, Mr. Rice.
Lowing herds wind slowly o'er the lea.
Quite right, Mr. Rice. And what's it from?
Mr. Gray, Elegy.
Quite right. Now we have lowing herd. How about driven cattle? A line of poetry, Mr. Adams.
Be not like dumb driven cattle, be a hero in the strife.
Perfect, Mr. Adams. And what's it from?
That's from the Psalm of Life.
Yes, by?
H.W. Longfellow.
Very good. And the last is cows and chickens. A line of verse which has the phrase cows and chickens in it. Mr.
I
Adams?
think that's a song.
Go ahead.
Might be the one about Michigan, is it?
Don't think so. Oh, how I wish again I were in Michigan,
No.
down on the farm. I don't think there are any cows and chickens, Mr. Frick.
Well, that's it. Life among the cows and chickens. How are you going to keep them down on the farm? And
That sounds right, yes. Is that the same one as I love the cows and chickens, but this is the
this
life,
is
this
the
is
life.
the
That's-
life?
This is a life. No, that's a different.
That's a
one.
different
This is
one.
the life.
But I think
love the
either of
cows
those
and
answers
chickens.
is correct. All right. Here's one from George E. Sweetser of New York City. Identify the players who made these remarkable records in a single inning. The first caught 3 foul flies in a single inning. Who was that? Caught 3 foul flies in a single inning. I guess it happened only once. Have 3 sports expert, and Mr. Adams, who's a sort of a half expert. Mr. Rice doesn't come back to you.
I don't remember that at
Mickey
all.
Owen, Brooklyn, 1941.
Better known for having dropped the prospective third strike.
Guess we'll call that one wrong. Who hit 2 home runs in a single inning? That's easier. Who hit 2 home runs in a single inning? Guess there are quite a few answers to that. 2 home runs in a single inning.
I wish I knew one of them.
Well, there are 5 answers, at least 5 answers that I have information about.
Hartnett.
Pardon?
Was Hartnett one of them?
No. Keep
Didn't
going.
Benny
though.
cough?
Who?
Benny cough?
No. Well, we get most of the players if we keep on this way. Hack Wilson, Hank Lieber, Ken Williams, Bill Regan, and Joe DiMaggio. Joe DiMaggio, only 1936. Hit 2 home runs in a single inning. This is a great sports evening we're having, folks. Who struck out 4 men in a single inning? Struck out 4 men in a single inning. Seems there are 3 possible answers to this.
I
Mr.
think
Kieran?
there was a Detroit pitcher.
Don't think so. Well, maybe.
Wild Bill Donovan? Did he ever
No,
do it?
I don't have information on that. Now, that may be true, Mr. Kieran. The information I have mentions Hook Wiltsey of the Giants, Walter Johnson, and a long time ago, that was 1911. Guy Morton, a long time ago, 1916. Well, we have 3 strikeouts on that. That sends at least $57 in war bonds and stamps to Mr. Sweetser and a set of the Encyclopedia Britannica, courtesy of the H.J. Heinz Company. How about this one for Mrs. Edgar Yeomans of Los Angeles? What military campaign or battle is described in these books? The first book is Rabble in Arms. About what war or what battle is that, in part at least? Mr. Frick.
That is the Arnold campaign to Canada.
Yes, and that's in what war?
Well, that was the...
I mean, it was what war was
the
it?
Revolutionary
Yes,
War.
the American Revolutionary War. Who wrote the novel, Mr. Frick?
Kenneth Roberts.
Kenneth Roberts, yes. Very good novel by Kenneth Roberts. And how about the novel Vanity Fair has a description of a battle in it? Vanity Fair, Mr. Kieran.
That was a description of the Battle of Waterloo, one of the, a Napoleonic downfall.
Quite right. Mr. Adams, you're going to answer the same thing.
Same thing, I
positive.
just read it.
How is it, by the way?
It's very good. I'm now reading the Newcombs.
Say, Thackeray will be glad to hear that, Mr. Adams. How about the novel This Above All? That's a more recent one, and it contains an account of what battle? Bestseller of about 2 years ago, Mr. Frick.
That was Dunkirk, wasn't it?
Yes, Dunkirk is quite right. And who wrote the book, Mr. Frick?
I do not remember. I
yes,
should.
Eric Knight?
Eric Knight.
That's
very
right.
fine writer. Unfortunately died in the pursuit of his military duties just about a year ago. That gives us 3 out of 3. Mr. Frick, you seem to pay more attention to books than you do to sports. How about this one from Reuben Goldwasser of Staten Island? What innovations in sports or games were introduced by the following people? The first is Todd Sloan. What innovation? Todd Sloan. Mr. Frick.
Well, that was a method of riding in horse racing. He
Yes.
was the first one to use the monkey seat, so-called.
What is that exactly?
Well, it's riding up on the shoulders of the horse, crouched.
Yes. But how long ago was that introduced? Mr. Kieran?
I don't know.
I think it's in the around the 1890, something like that, perhaps
right.
a little before.
No, 1897.
Was it?
1897. Yes, sitting very
Well, he-
high up on the horse. Mr. Frick, what's the advantage of that, especially? Would you say?
Well, it's easier for the horse. You're up on the horse's shoulders, and you're crouched where there's less resistance to the wind. You can follow the movement of the horse better.
That seems reasonable. Now, what did Harold Vanderbilt do? What innovation did he introduce? In what sport, Mr. Rice?
Bridge, the Vanderbilt bid.
Yes, and what is that?
Well, that's a demand bid. Let's see, I don't know what that is.
Do you play bridge? I don't. Anything you say is
I've
okay
played
with
lately.
me.
But the Vanderbilt was, I think, the club.
That's right. A bit of one club to show 3 quick tricks. What does that mean? I have no idea. That's what it says
Well,
here.
that means that you've either got 3 aces or an ace, and a king, and a king.
That sounds right. And he added the vulnerability feature and slam bonuses. Mr. Kieran, do you know what that is?
I know what they mean, but I didn't know that he did
Yes,
all that.
Apparently a great innovator, Mr. Harold Vanderbilt. And how about Charles Comiskey? What innovation did he introduce? Have 2 hands? Mr. Frick.
Charles Comiskey was the first first baseman to play off the bag.
Yes, about when did he introduce
Who
that?
was this man?
On the 1880s. Charles Comiskey.
Comiskey.
Oh, do you say Comiskey?
I say Comiskey, and so does Comiskey.
Well, Adams, from now on, I say Comiskey, too. Which is right, Mr.
Comiskey is right.
Comiskey is right?
Comiskey is
But why
right.
did they tell me Comiskey? Because they don't know, that's why. Yes, where did you get this idea of playing off the bag, Mr. Frick?
Well, it seemed like a good idea at the time, I think.
But do you happen to know how he...
No, except that up until the time he did that, all first basemen stayed very
right close to the bag.
And a lot of balls were going past.
Yeah.
Hitting over towards second base, and they couldn't get to them. So he moved over. He was fast and could get back. He started to play off the bag.
Well, the story goes that he saw a couple of some kids playing on a sand lot, and he noticed they used to play off the bag at first base.
Well, that's entirely possibly true.
And figured out that was a good idea. That gives us 3 out of 3. Here's one. Oh, let's see. Let's hold up a minute. Our 57 Varieties reporter, Ben Grauer, is back with a little inside story on Heinz.
Over the years, we've had a lot of visitors tour Heinz kitchens. And it's been mighty gratifying to have the women exclaim over such things as the air-conditioned rooms where we dry spaghetti, to hear them oh and ah with delight at the tempting aromas arising from our soup kettles, the perfect vegetables that go into our baby foods. They usually have a head full of questions to ask, too. A rather common one is, how do you keep Heinz tomato ketchup always the same, always uniform? Well, part of the credit goes to those Heinz Aristocrat tomatoes, pedigreed beauties we harvest at their sun-ripened prime. Rare, heady spices have a lot to do with it, too. And, of course, we cook our ketchup with homespun care to a farm recipe generations old. And as a final color check, we even use an ingenious device in which ketchup samples are matched against definite color standards. That's why every Keystone-labeled bottle of ketchup you buy has that same uniform flavor and quality that mark it unmistakably Heinz.
Thank you, Mr. Grauer. Let's go on with this from Chester E. Floyd of Danbury, Connecticut. All of these lines that I'm going to quote in part contain phrases dealing with fear. The first is, I have not winced. I have not winced. Mr. Rice.
Nor cried aloud.
Good enough. Give us another line or two, can you?
Beneath the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody, but unbowed.
Perfect, Mr. Rice. And what's it from?
That's from,
You've got it.
I know it well.
Invictus. Yes. Henley's Invictus. Now, here's another one. I, a stranger and afraid. I, a stranger and afraid. Comes from what line by what poet? Mr. Adams, is that your hand tentatively going up?
No, don't
And definitely going down? Mr. Kieran?
No, sir. How's it go after that?
Oh, well, that's the answer to the question. I'll give it to you. I, a stranger and afraid, in a world I never made. Who wrote it now, Mr. Adams?
James T. Farrell.
He quoted it. He quoted it as the title of one of his books, but it comes from A.E. Houseman, the author of A Shropshire Lad. That's one wrong. How about Feared a Dyin'? Feared a Dyin'. Mr. Rice.
Old Man River.
Old Man River. Can you give us a line?
Scared of living, but afraid of dying.
Yeah, that's right. Old Man River, he just keeps rolling along. That's 2 out of 3. Try this one from Mrs. G.H. Nicholas of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Famous men often consult experts for advice or help when they're engaged in a particular job. Whom did these consult? Coleridge consulted whom in writing the rhyme of the Ancient Mariner? Whom did he consult? Whose advice, Mr. Adams?
He may have consulted Mr. Frick.
Now, why should he have done that?
Well, because the Ancient Mariner batted 3-3-3.
Which Ancient Mariner is that?
The regular Ancient Mariner. It is an Ancient Mariner, and he stoppeth one of 3.
I almost ought to let that one go by, Mr. Adams. Mr. Kieran?
Was that a fellow poet that he consulted?
Was.
Wordsworth.
Wordsworth is right. It's probably Mr. Kieran was about to say, yes. Still, I was awfully glad to get that out of you, Mr. Adams. Yes, he did consult William Wordsworth before he wrote the Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner and during its composition. Gary Cooper appeared in a movie called The Pride of the Yankees, but whom did he have to consult before he could appear in it?
Paul Gallico.
As a matter of fact, that's true, Mr. Adams, but there's someone else. Mr. Rice?
Mrs. Gary, I think. She had part of the decision in that.
Yes, but he learned a particular thing, Mr. Frick, from someone.
O'Doul.
What did Lefty O'Doul teach him?
Lefty O'Doul taught him to throw with his left hand and to hit left-handed. Worked with him on his batting style and his throwing style.
That's right, because Gary Cooper was a natural right-hander. That's quite right. How about President Monroe, when he formulated his famous doctrine, the Monroe Doctrine, consulted whom for advice or help? We have 2 out of 3 so far. We're safe, Mr. Kieran.
Well, I think he should have consulted Thomas Jefferson if he didn't.
He did.
I never knew it, but I figured a smart fellow would.
That's right. Thomas Jefferson is right. He consulted Madison, too. But as a matter of fact, the person who helped him most, as I understand it, in the formulation of the famous doctrine, was his Secretary of State at that time. And who was that? Secretary of State under Monroe.
Elbridge Gerry, wasn't it?
Adams, what did you say?
John Quincy Adams.
John Quincy Adams. No relative, I presume?
No relative, I presume.
Yes, that's right. That gives us 3 out of 3, and that's all we'll have time for. Thank you, Mr. Frick, and thank you, Mr. Rice, for batting them out tonight. Now, this evening, the H.J. Heinz Company has paid out $114 in war bonds and stamps, and that means the 2 sets of the Encyclopedia Britannica go along with the bonds and stamps. Next week, at the same time, we'll broadcast from the Cleveland Auditorium in Cleveland, Ohio. And that, as some of you may remember, will be the 4th stop in Information Police's bond-selling tour. We'll be interested to see whether the great city of Cleveland can do as well as the great little city of Hartford, Connecticut. Our regulars, John Kieran, Franklin P. Adams, and Oscar Bavant, will be on hand, and our special guest will be our old friend, the distinguished citizen, Mr. Leon Henderson. Remember, send your questions and the correct answers to Information Please at 570 Lexington Avenue, New York City. And now, Ben Grauer, our Heinz reporter.
H.J. Heinz Company wishes you good health and good evening. We hope you'll be with us again next Monday, and in the meantime, remember that the name H.J. Heinz will bring you the best possible value for your precious blue stamps, and that the Keystone label on the famous 57 varieties is your guarantee of full-flavored, tempting foods. The Adventures of Jungle Jim. The Adventures of Jungle Jim is based on the characters in the action strip of the same name, which appears every Sunday in the Comic Weekly. Nowhere else in the world can you find such top-notch cartoonists and artists as appear in the Comic Weekly. Such men as George McManus, who writes and draws Jiggs and Maggie, Billy DeBeck, who writes and draws Barney Google, Walt Disney's ridiculous and amusing Donald Duck, and a host of others, all in full color, all to be found in the Comic Weekly, which comes with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Join the 11 million adults and 6 million children who wouldn't think Sunday complete without their Comic Weekly and their Hearst Sunday newspaper. And now, The Adventures of Jungle Jim. Jungle Jim Bradley and Mr. Smith, in a German plane they had stolen from the secret Nazi base on the island of San Rigo in the Caribbean, were shot down by an American patrol plane. After hanging on for hours to the wreckage of their ship, they were finally rescued by another plane and brought back to the United States. Jim was immediately called into the office of Mr. Murchison, and there was asked,
Bradley, how much do you love your country?
Well, that's a strange question to ask me, Mr. Murchison.
I'm sorry.
If it's for my country, Mr. Murchison, I'll do anything you ask.
I'd hope that would be your answer, Bradley.
What other answer can an American give?
Remember this, Bradley. Whether you succeed or whether you fail, there'll be no flags flown for you. No medals, no honors.
I'm not looking for medals and honors, sir.
All you may hope for in the way of reward is the hatred of your fellow countrymen.
What?
You're going to become a traitor to your country.
Traitor? Now, wait a minute.
I should have said that you will appear to become a traitor.
Oh.
You see, you've received a lot of publicity lately as well as a man to be trusted.
I hope so, sir.
The enemy agents abroad in our country seem to think you a valuable man. Either to be put out of the way or to be won over to their cause with money.
Won over with money?
Their idea isn't so ridiculous as you might suppose, Bradley. The Nazis and the Japs have attempted to corrupt our key men before. Your job will be to appear to be won over. Learn everything you can about their organization. And when you have it complete, report back to me. I am the only man you'll contact.
Yes, sir. When do I begin?
Immediately. There's a very strong and dangerous ring of spies and saboteurs in this country. They must be cleaned up as soon as possible. Here. This envelope contains full instructions. Commit them to memory and destroy them.
Yes, sir.
Under no circumstances must you reveal the contents.
I understand, sir.
Well, goodbye till we meet again, and good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Don't be surprised at anything that may happen. You're in for some very unpleasant things.
Extra, read about it. Jim Bradley, enemy agent. Connection discovered by Secret Service. Get your papers here. Jim Bradley, enemy agent. Hero exposed as traitor. Read about it. Extra, get your late papers here. Bradley gets 25 years. Bradley denies charges, claims he was framed. Read about it. Phony hero gets 25
Come, come. Don't take it so hard, old man.
Hmm?
Cigarette?
No, thank you.
Oh, don't act as though you were going to bite my head off, Mr. Bradley.
Sorry, but I'm in no mood for conversation. Say, how did you know who I was?
It's my business to know, Mr. Bradley.
Business?
Yes. We followed your career with some interest. Very colorful it was, too. Rather unfortunate, wasn't it, that it came to such a sudden conclusion?
If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not speak about it.
Well, be difficult if you want to. But remember, we're going to be together here in this cell a long time. I gave you 25 years, didn't I?
Why ask? You seem to know all the answers.
I'm merely attempting to point out how foolish it is to suffer in silence. Prison can get to be pretty unbearable if you take it too seriously.
Yes, maybe you're right.
We'll see how right I am after you've been here a while.
25 years for something I didn't do.
Well, they all say that.
I didn't do anything wrong. I'm not a foreign spy. I was...
Framed?
That's right. Someday the truth will come out and I'll
You'll
be able...
still be a traitor, Bradley. Still a man who sold out his country for money. You're tried and convicted of treason. Do you suppose that you'll ever be able to live that down?
You don't give me much hope, Mr.
Hart's the name. Ullman Hart, born in England of German parents.
I see.
I was also convicted of being an enemy agent.
Were you an enemy agent?
Whether I was or not is beside the point. The question is, do we intend to stay here in this prison, you for 25 years and me for 10?
What else can we do?
We can escape.
Escape from this place?
It's been done before.
How?
The aid of friends, Mr. Bradley. Nice things to have when you're in a spot, friend.
I wouldn't know about that, Hart. You see, my friends seem to have given me up. I think they're a bit ashamed of ever having been my friends.
Well, my friends can be your friends, Bradley. Yes. It is possible that I may be able to help you. Just possible.
To escape from here?
Yes. And more, Mr. Bradley. What do you say?
What have I got to lose?
Exactly. What have you to lose? Nothing. Everything to gain. Your friends have deserted you. Your country, which you love, has called you a traitor and punished you for something which you say you didn't do. What's left for you?
Yes, what is left for me?
Revenge, Mr. Bradley. Revenge and profit.
I don't quite follow you, Hart.
Listen to me. Listen to what I have to say, and then, if you agree with me, I'll help you escape. If you don't, well, you can rot here in prison.
Suppose I double-cross you at the last minute.
Yes. Glad you brought that up, Bradley. If you do that, you'll not live a week. My friends will see to that. I don't think you'll do that, though, will you?
No. No, why should I? If you help me...
You'd be a fool to double-cross me, isn't that true, Mr. Bradley?
Yes, I would be a fool. Go on, what's your plan?
Well, first, you must know that we are not doing this because we pity you.
I understand.
You'll have to repay us, Mr. Bradley.
I thought as much.
Good. Now, here's the plan. You and I will not be permitted to exercise with the other prisoners in the yard. We're considered much too dangerous for that. We will be taken to an exercise room on the lower level. And there... We've got to work rapidly, Bradley. We've exactly 20 minutes before the guard comes back here to this exercise room and takes us back to our cells.
I don't see how we can get out of here. The walls are concrete. The only window there is at least 18 feet off the floor.
That window is not our exit, Mr. Bradley. If we were able to get out that way, we'd find ourselves in the prison yard straight in front of one of the watchtowers. What would you call this, Mr. Bradley?
The sewer? But can we get that cover off? And if we do, how do we know where it'll lead us?
I know, Mr. Bradley. Here. Look at this.
A map?
Yes, map of the prison. Now, here's where we are, the enclosed exercise room. Now, here's the sewer. You see, it runs for about 150 feet and empties into the river.
Yes, I see. But how can we pry the cover off? There's just about enough room around the edge of this thing for a nail file. If I had a nail file.
Will this help?
A chisel?
Yes, also supplied by my friends outside.
What are we waiting for?
Yes, what are we waiting for?
There. I've got the edge in the crack.
All right, put your weight on it, and I'll grab the edge as soon as the cover tilts up enough.
Right. This cover must weigh about 200 pounds. There, it's beginning to come now. Grab it.
A little more. I can't quite get a hold of it yet.
There, now.
Got it. Drop the chisel and give me a hand.
Right. Now together. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we've done it.
I'm bet to say we've started. Plenty of work ahead. All right. Down you go, you first.
How far would you say we'll have to drop?
Can't say. Map doesn't show that. It's too dark to see.
I'm to be your little test jumper, huh?
If you accept my aid, you must obey my orders.
Okay, here I go.
You all right?
Yes. Come on in. The water's fine. It's about a 12-foot fall.
Stand to the right. I'm coming down.
All right. You all right?
Yes.
Good. Now, where do we go from here?
Feel around for an opening in the main pipe.
All right. There doesn't seem to be one.
Must be.
Well, I can't find it. I felt all around the sewer. Hold on.
You got it?
Yes, but bad news, Hart. It's underwater.
Huh?
We couldn't travel 150 feet underwater, not come out alive.
How wide is it?
About 3 feet in diameter.
Well, duck down into it for a second or two and see if there's any dead air space at the top of it.
Oh, I'm testing again, huh?
You heard me.
Right. Here I go.
Bradley! Bradley!
Hart.
Well?
There's about 4 inches of air at the top of the pipe.
Good. We will make it. We'll swim our backs.
That is, there's 4 inches of air right here. There may be less the farther we go.
Are you afraid?
Afraid? I don't think so, Hart. Just wanted you to know what we're up against.
Well, now I know. Go ahead, Bradley.
Me first again, huh?
You heard my orders.
Okay, Hart, here I go. Hart, are you all right?
Hey, what?
I thought you were a goner for a minute.
What happened?
When I came shooting out at the end of the pipe into the river, I waited for you to follow.
Yes.
Well, you didn't.
Oh, yes. Now I remember. My coat caught on something, held me. Couldn't tear myself loose.
When you didn't come out, I climbed up the bank and went back into the pipe after you. I found you about 10 feet from the exit, caught on a piece of projecting metal.
You saved my life at the risk of your own. Why?
Well, after all, as you know, I haven't any friends left. I guess I wanted to hold on to what I did have. You see, you've become very important to me.
I shan't forget this, Bradley. I shan't forget it.
Well, let's not talk about it. Where do we go from here?
Well, there's a car waiting for us just around the bend of the road up there. It will take us to the head of our organization.
The head of our organization? What organization? Has Jim succeeded so quickly? Will he be accepted by the enemy so easily? For the answers, listen to next week's episode of The Adventures of Jungle Jim. Other adventures of Jungle Jim can be followed every Sunday in the Comic Weekly. Join the millions of men, women, and children who won't miss a single issue of this exciting and interesting comic section. You will find a host of other friends, old and new, in the Comic Weekly, which comes to you each week with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. The Comic Weekly is in full color and is full to the brim with entertainment and action from start to finish. Don't miss it next Sunday in your Hearst Sunday newspaper.
The Treasury Star Parade. The Treasury Star Parade brings you an all-star cast in a powerful story of one man's heroism, the story of Nikolai Gastello. Nikolai Gastello played an heroic part in this war. Your and my part are much less spectacular, but they are parts that must be played to the very limit if we are to win this epic struggle. Every one of us must buy more war bonds and other government securities than we are buying now. To meet the increasing cost of the war, we must put every single dollar over and above our bare living expenses into uniform. The second war loan drive is on now. An extra bond a week will make it the success it's got to be. It's the least you and I can do to keep faith with our fighting men who risk, many of whom give, their lives. You lend your money. A man leaves his home, kisses his wife goodbye, and goes quietly out to perform a deed of heroism so great that men sing of it to the four corners of the earth. And his deed becomes a password for brave men and a legend for children. This man was Nikolai Gastello. Where did he come from? What was he fighting for? Who loved him?
Nikolai, my little son, you are dead now. You are cold in the earth. You died so that others might live. When you were a child, how you would laugh and plan and talk of the future. Oh, the things you would do.
Mama, I'm going to fly to Africa.
Eat your food, you'll fly after supper.
Fly with me, Mama. Come, we will fly away together. Come.
Stop it, Nikolai.
Papa!
What is all this noise?
We were flying.
Oh, so, Nikolai. I work in the foundry and they laugh at me. Tell us, Ivan, how is your son? Does he fly over the rooftops yet?
Oh, no, Papa. Tell me, my son, you have books and go to school. Are there really such things that can fly with men in them?
Oh, yes, Mama. The propeller makes a strong wind, and the plane rides on the wind like this. See? It's science.
Science? It's like electricity?
Yes, Mama.
Lenin has written we must have electricity. Nowhere did he say we must have airplanes.
He did not know. We will add to Lenin. Yes, Mama, we will do many great things that even Lenin did not do.
My little boy with such fine ideas. But I knew he was not a little boy any longer. There were shadows in his eyes. A man walked in his eyes. The years went by like wind. Now it was football, and a job in the foundry with his father. Perhaps it was meant that he die in fire, having lived so close to it. I like to believe fire was his friend, that it was swift and not painful. The morning he left for work with his father, I watched him walk down the road, and my heart cried out, "Do not go far, Nikolai. Be where I can reach you."
He was growing up now, my Nikolai. We worked many years in foundry. We lived in a world of sparks and streaming metal. He became a molder. I would pour metal, he would mold. The metal flowed from father to son, from the old world to the new. And then the Nazis were reaching out. Czechoslovakia, they were coming closer to the east. Nikolai became a man overnight, and somehow he was not happy. And then, one evening, he brings home a girl, a pretty one, and I say to myself, there is the answer. He is in love. And the girl, Anya, walks right into the house and says, Nikolai and I are married. Just like that.
Nikolai and I are going to Moscow. He's going to be a pilot.
What is this, my son?
The Nazis will one day strike. The sky is my home from now on. That's the place to live. I want to be ready in the sky where they strike the swiftest. I want to be there when they come. I shall give those Nazi braggarts a taste of Soviet thunder.
Winter came quietly that year. It was the first light snowfall the day we reached Moscow. I think of those days now. Long weeks of work rolled into months. And then, finally, Nikolai flew alone. His first flight. Which one is yours, Nikolai?
Over there on the end. The silver one.
Be careful. Come back to me.
Ready, Costello.
Good luck, Nikolai. Good luck, Nikolai. How often I said that. I think of our life together now, and it seems it was spent at aerodromes and on flying fields. Who looks into the skies as often and as long as the wife of a flyer? Who listens as closely to the wind for the sound of a motor? Who waits as long for the homecoming?
Hello, Anya.
Nikolai.
Oh, what a flight, what a flight. Rain and fog all the way. Anya. Hello.
Hello. You're tired, aren't you? Come, off to sleep. And I dream of the darkness and the lonely sky. And suddenly, Nikolai's plane coming out of darkness, crashing, bursting into flame.
Anya! Anya, wake up. What's the matter? Something wrong?
Oh, I dream you're Nikolai.
Go back to sleep, Anya. Sleep, darling. I'm here. I'm here. Sleep, sleep. Sleep. Good night, my darling.
Good night, darling.
Captain Costello speaking. Yes? Yes, of course. I'll report at once.
Nikolai, what is it?
The fascists have laid their rotten hands on our soil.
Now what?
Now we smash them.
Your mechanics haven't wasted any time, Nikolai. Already they're warming up the plane.
Wait here, Anya. I'm going in to get my orders. Captain Costello reporting.
The fascist troops already are over the border. They are moving east and south into the Ukraine. Our job is to delay them. You will take off with a full bomb load and proceed due west. Your objective is to destroy fuel tanks. Every one if possible. That is all, comrades. Good luck.
Nikolai! Nikolai! You are going up immediately?
Yes. Anya, no weeping.
No. Good luck, Nikolai.
Goodbye, Anya.
Goodbye. When they were gone, I stood there, watching Nikolai disappear into the clouds, listening to the faint echo of his plane, as if it were his voice. Nikolai, wherever you are, good luck.
Stella speaking, calling navigator.
Navigator.
Position.
We're coming to the bend in the river.
How much farther?
4 kilometers. Calling pilot. Approaching objective. Anti-aircraft beginning. Flak to our right. Can you see the fuel tanks?
There they are. There's big tanks on the edge of the field.
How many?
6 or 7. Costello calling bombardier.
Rankin speaking.
Ready?
Yes, sir. But there are 7 tanks. We're only carrying 6 bombs.
You'll have to try to get 2 tanks with one of them. I'll go in as low as possible.
Let us go. Bombs away.
Calling navigator. How many hits?
5. No, there goes another. 6 tanks gone. We've sowed one crop that the fascists won't harvest. Captain, they're shooting close. We can use altitude. Navigator calling Costello. What's happened, Captain? Captain!
He got us. Direct hit, Suvarov. Port motor is dead. The other one can't hold much longer. Prepare to bail out. Calling navigator.
Navigator.
You will go last. Rachenko, Reggie, go.
Rachenko away.
Draken, go.
Draken away.
Takino, go.
Takino away.
Suvarov, ready? Go.
Comrade Captain.
Go.
Comrade Nikolai. Leave the controls. We'll jump together.
After you, jump.
Your safety belt, Captain. You haven't unbuckled it. Captain Nikolai.
Go, Suvarov. That's an order.
I know. You're going to stay.
Jump, comrade. One man's enough to finish the job.
One man? Nikolai.
You heard our orders. Each tank counts. We must not leave one standing. They've taken our plane, but we will decide how to give it to them. Quickly now. There's not much time. Go.
Yes. Goodbye, Captain.
Goodbye, Suvarov. So, little bird, we're alone now. You're tired, your wings are broken, but your heart, it still beats, huh? A little longer, friend, a moment longer. We shall be there soon. We shall strike with the Soviet power. We'll smash them with the strength of our continent, and they'll never rise again. Hold together, little bird, hold! Fly with me, Anya. Be with me here.
There are countless Nikolai Gastellos, ladies and gentlemen, many of them Americans, who have given their lives so that you might keep yours and a free country in which to enjoy them. Are you doing all you can to keep faith with them and with your sons and brothers and husbands and friends who are fighting to keep this war away from our shores? One way you and I can and must keep faith is to invest to the very limit in the war bonds and other securities of the Second War Loan Drive, a drive to raise $13 billion now to provide needed weapons to our men in the front line. Remember, the most you can lend is the least you can do during the Second War Loan Drive. So take every penny that isn't absolutely needed for the bare necessities of life and invest it in extra war bonds or Second War Loan securities. There are 7 different kinds of securities to fit your needs, your pocketbook. The success of the drive is up to you and to me. Let us, you and I, send every possible dollar to the support of our fighting men by putting these dollars into Second War Loan securities now. They give their lives. You lend your money. The United States Treasury Department wishes to thank the artists who appeared on this program and this station for the use of its facilities. The original musical score was conducted by David Brookman. The story of Nikolai Gastello was written by Millard Lampel and Norman Roston and was released for our use through the courtesy of the Russian War Relief. Other material was written by Thelma Ritter and Joseph Moran. Production was directed by Henry P. Hayward. This is James Wallington suggesting that you check the radio columns of your local newspaper and tune in the Treasury Star Parade.
It's Downbeat. Ah, yes, men, it's Downbeat, and this is Gene Norman with another session of the most democratic thing on earth, American jazz. 3 of the best today for your edification and entertainment, picked out from our file of 12-inch items. The turntables are standing by with Chu Berry and his jazz ensemble, Mary Lou Williams with some fine piano, and Eddie Hayward and his orchestra. Well, that's the cue for you to relax and let the music fly. This is Downbeat. Nothing but the best jazz of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Showcasing the expert musicianship of the late Chu Berry, this side was put on the master back in 1939 and featured also the horn of Orrin Hotlips Page and some typical Lips vocalizing. The late Clyde Hart sat in front of the piano, Al Casey played guitar, Al Morgan backed up with the bass, and the beat from the drums was by Harry Yeager. Chu Berry and his great tenor sax caressing the notes of, "Gee, baby, ain't I good to you?" Lou Williams, who came out of Dallas, Texas with Andy Kirk's Clouds of Joy, stopped by Kansas City for a while, and then into the big time in New York with her own small group. Mary Lou steps out for a solo spot with this tasty boogie on St. Louis Blues. And here's Eddie Haywood and his great little orchestra. Eddie on the keys, Doc Cheatham trumpet, Lem Davis alto sax, Vic Dickinson trombone, Al Lucas bass, Jack Parker drums. This is their very great record of 1944, a quiet arrangement of the Johnny Green tune of many years ago called I Cover the Waterfront.
been listening to three of the very best on this edition of Downbeat, with Chu Berry's ensemble, Mary Lou Williams piano, and Eddie Hayward's little band providing the kicks. And this is Gene Norman closing up shop for today with This is the Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
USA, the greatest entertainers in America, is requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Okay there, gang, that pride of the Yankees, Command Performance, is on deck to knock out that international half hour for you hard-hitting men and women of all the United Nations. So wherever you are, just grab a seat up there behind home plate and join the gang over here who are rooting for each one of you over there. Your big show, presented by the Special Service Division of the War Department, starts hitching your wagon to the stars who pull that big load of letters to Command Performance by proudly presenting the girl who played nursemaid to your big show when it took its first baby steps back in 1942. One of your best-loved sweethearts of the AEF and your mistress of ceremonies, Kate Smith.
Looking, say what's cooking. Do you feel like booking some fun tonight? Hey, 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 good looking. If you're not already tooken, could you meet me soon in the moonlight? Why don't we two go roaming through the gloaming while the stars are combing the sky above? Hey, 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 good looking. Give in and we'll begin cooking that delish little dish called while the stars are combing the sky above. Hey, 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 good looking. Give in and we'll begin cooking that delicious little dish called
love. Thank you, Jack Miller and the orchestra, and hello, fellas. As Ken Carpenter said, Command Performance was born in New York, and I sang at the christening. When it was still a baby, it left New York for Hollywood. There's a rumor, you know, that Leo DeRocha frightened it away. but knowing Leo, I'm sure that that's just a lot of talk. Anyway, I am happy to be visiting Hollywood and to be with you again on Command Performance. And let's start answering those wonderful letters. Hello, Jess, Lou, Kirk, and Chirp on that lonely rock at APO 27, the gang at 709, Greetings to Swede, Punchy, and Sleepy in Barracks 3 at 952. My best to little Carlo, Big Mac, and Little Mac. To Pappy and Uncle Ezra, and the mob at 629. Boy, those nicknames are really something. And for all of you, and especially for Private Phil Maxwell and the rest of the Pineapple Army at you-know-where, here's your favorite quartet, the Charioteers singing Swing for Sale.
Whoa! If the rhythm's been too dreamy and you like your trumpet screaming, that's when you should call to see me. I've got a swing for sale, oh, baby. If you think a waltz is horrid and you like your rhythm torrid, till it makes you pop your forehead, I've got a swing for sale. Swing is what this country needs for years and years. I've said it well. When you buy from me. Not for credit. There's no telling what can happen. I can start your toes snapping. I can set your fingers snapping. I've got a swing for sale. I've got swing for sale.
Billy 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 Bacho Zetos hip hop for the doodle that zero. Oh badu so choo so choo.
I've got swing for sale.
Oh badu so choo so choo.
I've got swing for sale. I've got swing for sale. I got swing for sale. Well, skid pot zabum zabore. I'm a loody diddy bab bab baro. Biddy 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 biddy. Skiddy boodle load load later boom boom. Ba da 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 da. Biddy biddy Now I've got.
Now you got.
Well, I've got.
Now what you got?
Now I've got. Swing.
Swing.
Charioteers. And next, it's a warm hello from Command Performance to Leonard Andres at 715. Hello to Sarge Barbarino, Lewis, and friends at 742. Jake Allen at 954. Tony Graber and the Midwest MPs in Hawaii. For Sergeant Knight, a British Tommy, and the three of the famous four in West Africa. The men in Hut 12 at 972. Johnny Fibber and the Hermits at 932. Here's that skyrocketing star of Paramount Pictures singing Willie the Wolf of the West, Cass Daly.
I met him in the hills of old Wyoming, Willie the Wolf of the West, and boy did he live up to that cognomen, Willie the Wolf of the West. He drove an old jalopy that couldn't make the grade, and when he said I'd go for you, I popped him on the head, because I'm a city slicker, and I'm singing Who's Afraid of Willie the Wolf of the West. 4 score and 1 V-car to go. It was twilight on the trail. I was all alone. My car had broken down, and he offered me a lift into town. La and how he went to town the minute that I sat down. Whoa, what a Romeo. We found a hot spot on the low prairie, and when he was half shot, he proposed to me.
I said no. He said thanks, and he started away, and I yelled at him, hey! Wait for baby. Well, we bought a home where the buffaloes roam. And boy, how he buffaloed me. 'Cause that LaFerrier said that he was in the dough, but he had a pocket full of keys that jingle, jangle, jingle. And my nerves jingled with them right along. Till one night, the night that I kissed him in the dawn, that swine had somebody else's lipstick on. He had met a lady called Dolores. Dolores! She was a gal from Kalamazoo. A freckle-faced kid, but oh, what she did with one swingaroo. She was 5'5". She was built like, man alive, did I see stars that night? She sunk her right deep in my solar plexus. I had to give that last round of approval. What a break I got. A man is just a lot of hooey, hooey. My mama done told me. So if I see Willie hanging around my place, I'll go right into Willie's face. With all the prairie queens, that boy was aces. Willie goes all the way. And just in case he might not place their faces, he has them tattooed on his chest. I heard that his collection was quite a work of art. Brunettes and blondes and redheads by the score were on his heart. But I found on close inspection I was in the faded part. All right, Willie, the wolf of the
Thank you, Cass Daly, for that number from your new picture, Riding High. Next, we extend a duration membership in command performance to the Chamber Music Society of Lower New Guinea. Here's a Hepcat poem from the South Pacific. We're a-sitting down here in our lonely shack, a-thinking of home and a-wishing we was back. But first, we got old Tojo and the Japanese to crack. So give us Boogie Woogie, and we mean Freddie Slack. Here he is, fellas. Freddie Slack at the piano and the Southpaw Serenade. As they say at the New York Philharmonic, a very solid piano, and thank you, Freddie Slack. Right here, it's a transatlantic call to Jim, Dick, and Phil, 3 Yank technicians with the RAF who say that they think the world of the British. Well, I guess that's mutual. Of that I'm sure. Because there's a certain girls' club in Newcastle, County Down in Northern Ireland, who have many sweet things to say about Johnny Doughboy. And in the Coast Guard and the Merchant Marine, and along that Pacific necklace of sand and mosquitoes from Hawaii to Tasmania, they say, send us more from those charioteers. So here they are. Charioteers, take over.
Take that night train to Memphis, take the night train to Memphis, and when you arrive at the station, I'll be right there to meet you, I'll be right there to greet you, so don't turn down my invitation. Oh, take that night train to Memphis, take that night train to Memphis, and when you arrive at the station, take the 357 and arrive at 11, then I'll be shouting hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. I'll be shouting hallelujah all the day. Oh, we will have a jubilee down in Memphis, Tennessee, and we'll shout hallelujah all the day. Now when the train comes along, when the train comes along, I will meet you at the station when the train comes along.
Oh, watching the trains come in, watching the trains go out. What do I do when the trains come in? We'll watch all the trains go out.
Hallelujah, hallelujah. I'll be shouting hallelujah all the day.
How we will
Have a jubilee down in Memphis, Tennessee, and we'll shout hallelujah all the day.
For your 9th appearance on Command Performance, we thank you, Charioteers. And here come more of these nicknames. From the Three Stooges, Holly, Feet, and Stoop at APO number 5, our many friends at Navy 231, Dee, Mac, and Warren, and you men at New Caledonia, Danny Hornback and the Busy Beavers at 2-4, you navigators on the Flying Fortresses, you men who fly the milk run in North Africa, the Aussies and the Yanks, and all you stockholders in Command Performance the world over, we fill orders for one of America's greatest voices. The sweetest story ever told, sung for you now by John Charles Thomas.
Tell me, do you love me? Whisper softly, sweetly, as of old. Tell me that you love me, for that's the sweetest story ever told. Tell me, do you love me? Whisper softly, sweetly, as of old. Tell me that you love me, for that's the sweetest story ever told. Oh, answer me a question, love, I pray. My heart for you is pining day by day. Answer me, my dearest, answer true. Hold me close as you were wont to do. Whisper once again the story old, the dearest, sweetest story ever told. Whisper once again the story old, the dearest, sweetest story ever told. Tell me, do you love me? Whisper softly, sweetly, as of old. Tell me that you love me, for that's the sweetest story ever told. Tell me, do you love me? Whisper softly, sweetly, as of old. Tell me that you love me, for that's the sweetest story ever told.
Now, with Sam Prager at the piano, I like to wander through a few of your many letters to Command Performance and deliver a little package of songs to your APO number. Of course, there won't be time to sing each number all the way through, so I'll just get you started and then you hum the rest of it during the week. How about that? Is that okay? Swell. For a couple of two-gun Texans, Barrett and Elkins, and the station hospital at 860, here's a bit of that good old Lone Star State. The stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas. The prairie sky is wide and high, deep in the heart of Texas. And somewhere on planet Earth, to wit, APO 301, many of you want this tune. I'll be with you in apple blossom time. I'll be with you to change your name to mine. One day in May, I'll come and say, happy the bride the sun shines on today. And for 31 men who write in from the signal section at 512, the nurses and the patients in the First Field Hospital down under, the men on Mongoose Ridge, McGillicuddy and the egg layers at 817. Here's a tiny bit of one of your favorites that tells its own story. Oh, I miss you tonight. I miss you while lights are low. Tonight, more than you'll ever know. And down there on Tonga and Baratonga, over in Rhodesia, east to Madagascar and north to New Delhi and northwest to Labrador, on Phoenix and Christmas and Palmyra, Fanning and Johnston, here's another song that you love.
Until tomorrow, good night, my love. Until tomorrow, sleep tight, my love. And you Marines and wax and waves, how about this one? Darling, you and I know the reason why the summer sky is blue. And we know why birds in the trees sing melodies too. Or perhaps, according to certain command performance letters, the infantry prefer this thought. When day is done and shadows fall, I dream of you. When day is done, I think of all the joys we knew. That yearning, returning to hold you in my arms. Won't go, love, I know love without you. Night has lost its charm. But almost all of you ask for this next song. And truly, I'll never grow tired singing it. It's the song that a certain 10,000 Marines sang not long ago on the hillside of a South Pacific island while the tropic rains poured down. Come on, all you Americans from the Arctic to the equator, let's sing it together. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the ocean white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. From the mountains to the prairies, to the ocean white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet
This is Ken Carpenter setting the alarm clock for the same time next week and telling any newcomers that Command Performance is arranged through the cooperation of the Hollywood Victory Committee and is produced for you men of the Armed Forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
Here she is again, fellas. Jill, the gal back home with some more of that G.I. Jive.
Hiya, fellas. Yep, that voice speaks the truth. It's the G.I. Jive, with a jukebox full of records and a handful of requests. More like a bushel of requests. Boy, oh boy, we'll have to go some to take care of these, so let's get with them. Andy Kirk leads off with Riding Along for Private Gene Easthour and the Jive Hounds at APO 980. Okay, Andy Kirk, start riding. right now is say Artie Shaw and Stardust, and a whole bunch of fellas in a whole bunch of different places say, hey, that's for me. And you're so right. Can't tell you where those fellas are, but I can tell you who they are. PFC's Roy Kitts, MC Can, Bowers, and the men at APO 7, Sammy Jaramillo, United States Navy, PFC Mike Shavoya and his pals at APO 986, and PFC William Lehman and the gang at APO 487. This one's for you. I'd like to say hi to APO 88. Hi, 88, and thanks a million for your swell letter. I'll get that picture on the way as soon as possible, and I'll play that record right now. That record being I've Heard That Song Before by Harry James. For Sergeant Walter Fisher, Sergeant Jim Lucas, Sergeant John House, Corporal Charles Davenport, a Houseman Davenport, and Corporal O. Beatty of APO 88, and it's also for Mississippi and the men at APO 729. Okay, Harry James, time for you and Helen Forrest to start spinning. There's always room for more on the GI Jive request list, so send them in. The more requests I get, the busier I get. And the busier I get, the better I like it. Besides, digging through stacks of phonograph records is good for the figure. And furthermore, this conversation is going all to pieces. Look, if you've got a request, just send it to Jill in care of GI Jive, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Now, from way back in the books comes Kaye Kaiser playing Sleepy Time Gal. And it's for Master Sergeant R. Grantham and the men at APO 634, and Master Sergeant Pat Becker and Sergeant Carl McCullen. Sleepy Time Gal. Was Kaye Kaiser playing Sleepy Time Gal. And this is your GI gal about to close up the jukebox and say so long for now. See you next Jive time, huh? Till then, this is Jill saying good morning to some of you, good afternoon to some more of you, and to the rest of you, good night.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
At ease. At ease, and listen to the Armed Forces Radio Orchestra as they bring you a quarter hour of the music you'll always remember, America's folk songs of tomorrow. The music will be continuous with no interruptions for announcements of any kind. Instead, we'll give you the titles at the conclusion of the program. So, at ease and listen. Today's program in the series At Ease brought you Farewell, In the Still of the Night, Do, Fine and Dandy, I Can't Give You Anything But Love, Don't Ever Leave Me, Zing Went the Strings of My Heart, Clouds, Dearly Beloved, Venetian Love Song, and Sweet Dreams, Sweetheart. The Armed Forces Radio Orchestra was under the direction of Major Meredith Wilson. Your electrical guitar soloist was Les Paul. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Thank you.